Chapter 81, Radiance, Part 1. Doufu was taken aback, hastily brushing off the burrowing insects that had found their way onto him. However, he soon realized that these creatures were not solely descending from above, they were also emerging from the crevices surrounding him. In no time, the fragile bamboo slips and animal skin manuscripts were reduced to mere fragments, utterly destroyed by the relentless advance of the insects. A multitude of these creatures surged towards Doufu like a tidal wave. In a moment of desperation, Doufu steeled himself, closed his eyes, and leaped into the chasm, sliding down through a narrow fissure. Upon hearing of the destruction of the manuscripts, I could not help but curse my misfortune inwardly. It seemed that I would be unable to uncover any clues regarding the ghost repository. I could only hope that Zhuanrui would navigate this peril safely and resolve the issue of Hudi Duo. Otherwise, this journey into the ghostly realm would truly be in vain. Doufu did not see Zhuanrui and inquired about the whereabouts of unfathomable. Just as I was about to explain the situation, a sudden and violent tremor shook the mass of bodies ahead. The tightly packed crevice unexpectedly gaped open, and a figure tumbled out. Who else could it be but Zhuanrui? However, he lay there with his eyes firmly shut, covered in a foul, viscous substance, and half of his mask had vanished. His usually well-groomed hair clung to his partially handsome, partially grotesque visage, rendering him a pitiful sight. Doufu gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "What on earth? Face is typically so authoritative. How did he transform into this in an instant?" Nevertheless, he rushed over to check Zhuanrui's neck, muttering, "He's still alive. Wake up, face." Harichagai and I hurried to his side, watching as Zhuanrui gradually pried open his eyes, though they struggled to focus. After a few coughs, his chest heaved, and in a hoarse voice, he cautioned, "Be careful." At that moment, Harichagai abruptly helped Zhuanrui into a seated position, revealing his back, where the emblem of Hudi Duo had astonishingly vanished. I immediately realized that Hudi Duo had departed from Zhuanrui's body. This was indeed splendid news. Although we had not discovered a way to break the curse or save the corpse immortal, our journey had not been in vain. Seeing this, Harichagai swiftly removed his mask and placed it upon Zhuanrui's face. Doufu, puzzled, asked, "What are you doing?" Harichagai replied, "Fool, you wouldn't understand even if I told you." He then abruptly took off a string of ornaments hanging around his neck. This string bore a resemblance to the adornments we had previously seen on the ancient corpse of Yaofeng, featuring discernible wolf teeth and eagle beaks, while the remaining grayish-white beads were a mystery. Harichagai executed this series of actions with remarkable speed, as if he had planned it all along, the process flowing seamlessly. After removing the string of ornaments, he suddenly yanked on it, breaking the entire chain, and then swiftly gathered the scattered grayish-white beads, distributing 3 to Doufu and me, commanding, "Put them in your mouths, and do not speak again." Caught off guard by this unexpected directive, Doufu and I hesitated, unsure of what to do with this unknown substance. If this item were bestowed by Zhuanrui, I would feel more at ease. However, Harichagai is indeed an eccentric individual, and our acquaintance is rather shallow. Thus this object ought not to be taken lightly. Observing that both Doufu and I remained motionless, Harichagai remarked, "Hudi Duo is still within. It will not easily permit our departure. It will seek a new host, and with this item in your possession, it will be unable to sense your presence. However, you must not speak, for uttering a word would nullify the effect. Naturally, if you choose not to believe me, that is your prerogative." At this juncture, Zhuanrui had already succumbed to unconsciousness, and Harichagai, carrying him on his back, said, "If you wish to consume it, then do so. If not, that is your choice." With the conversation having reached this point, my hesitations dissipated, and Doufu and I promptly placed the 3 beads in our mouths. They bore a slightly salty flavor, likely from sweat, and the mere thought of it made me feel a bit queasy. Doufu, too, wore a grimace, sticking out his tongue in distaste. At this moment, Harichagai declared, "Now we have alleviated our concerns. Let us deliberate on how to exit. Before we proceed, there are several points I must clarify. That chain you encountered was an heirloom passed down through 8 generations in my family. Now that you have ingested it, its efficacy will gradually diminish. This artifact, over 500 years old, was not easily obtained, and you must account for its value. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. As friends, I shall extend you a preferential rate, 100,000 for each bead. You have consumed 6, thus you owe me 600,000. Does that sound agreeable?" Doufu's eyes widened, His face flushed crimson as he stomped his feet in disbelief. Harichagai continued, "Do not glare. I am aware of your thoughts. I am a shaman, and I have my own methods. Do not concern yourself with how I am able to speak. The price I just mentioned is already a friendly offer. If you do not accept it, you may regurgitate the beads." I smiled wryly. In the realm of commerce, I had always been the one to deceive others. Yet the tides of fortune had turned, and now I found myself outmaneuvered by this red-haired lad. Nonetheless, I did not hold a grudge. Money could be earned back. But at times, connections are of greater significance. Harichagai is undoubtedly a talented individual, and given the strong ties between curses and shamanic culture, I may find his assistance invaluable in the future. Thus, I readily nodded in agreement. Harichagai's face lit up with a smile as he said, "Excellent. Now, as we confront Hudi Duo, we have some time before the confrontation escalates, during which we are safe. Therefore, we must seize this opportunity to devise our escape. Currently, the area is infested with burrowing worms, and we need to formulate a plan." Noticing his expression, it seemed he had an idea, prompting me to signal him to continue. Harichagai explained, "There is but one path, and we must retrace our steps. Do you know why these burrowing worms previously refrained from entering the palace's confines?" At this point, Doufu had procured pen and paper, inscribing, "I do not know. Stop posturing and speak plainly." Harichagai chuckled and replied, when seeking counsel from others, "It is wise to adopt a more courteous demeanor, for I am under no obligation to share this information. The entirety of the palace has been treated with a substance that repels insects. The scent is quite subtle, and I believe our esteemed Zhuanrui should be able to detect it. Under normal circumstances, the burrowing worms would not venture inside. As for their aberrant behavior, I cannot say." As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at Doufu, a sly smile playing upon his lips, clearly hinting at something more. A sudden jolt coursed through me, prompting my gaze to shift towards Doufu. His expression betrayed a flicker of panic as he abruptly lowered his head, his lips moving silently before his demeanor transformed back to an inscrutable calmness. He feigned ignorance, but his lack of finesse and deception made it painfully obvious that he harbored secrets. I suspected that Doufu was acutely aware of the reasons behind the onslaught of the earth-digging worms. Yet, why did he choose to act oblivious? What was he concealing from me? For the most part, Doufu operated under my very nose. His actions were largely transparent to me. The only period shrouded in mystery was that month when he was captured by the corpse spirit. Clearly, everything was intertwined with that incident. What was it that Doufu was so keen to avoid discussing? He had always placed his trust in me, and though he was generally forgetful about trivial matters, like the time he frantically called me while I was with a client, exclaiming that he had forgotten his bank card password, I was left in a state of disbelief. I ended up inadvertently spraying my drink on my client. Experiencing a tumult of emotions, I felt both murderous and suicidal, ultimately resigning myself to say, "It's the result of your 25th spring girlfriend's birthday." Unsurprisingly, my relationship with that client soured, as they perceived me as lacking in composure. How could someone who divulged their bank password to me, and whose memory I seemed to possess more vividly, be so reticent about that particular matter? Observing Doufu's clumsy pretense, I recognized that now was not the time for inquiries, and thus I feigned ignorance, writing, "Now that our exit is blocked by the earth-digging worms, what shall we do?" Harichagai retracted his previously mocking and peculiar smile, stating, "Fortunately, we have fire. Igniting a torch will not pose much difficulty. The real challenge lies in the more terrifying entities that lurk in this place." More terrifying entities? I recalled the creature that had impersonated Harichagai and the unsettling state of Doufu and Zhuanrui, pondering whether that was what he meant. Harichagai, clearly reading my expression, continued, "People generally perceive the world through the narrow lens of Buddhism and Taoism, oblivious to shamanism, which they mistakenly believe consists solely of primitive rituals and exorcism techniques. In truth, shamanic culture is the oldest form of religion. You should understand that humanity's earliest beliefs revolved around the notion that the heavens and earth are imbued with spirits: wind, fire, thunder, lightning, birds, beasts, fish, insects. The extremes of cold and heat, the blossoming of flowers and the yielding of fruit. These wondrous phenomena evoke reverence. However, as time passed, people became desensitized, neglecting these manifestations of creation, leading to the rise of Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism, while shamanism declined. In fact, the shamanic belief in spirits is far more intricate than you might imagine, The manipulation of spirits is not something the average person can comprehend. Though he typically wore a carefree demeanor, there was a moment of gravity in his tone, yet it swiftly dissipated as he shifted the conversation, stating, "Explaining too much to you would be futile, but you can envision this place as a realm of circular light." Chapter 82, Circular Light, Part 2, in Folklore. Techniques such as illusions and mazes are collectively referred to as circular light arts. According to Harichagai, this space beyond the stone door is one that employs shamanic secret techniques akin to circular light arts. Thus, the artificial figure we previously encountered, along with the subsequent uncontrollable behaviors of Doufu and Zhuanrui, are unequivocally linked to this matter. As we venture forth, we can utilize fire to repel those burrowing insects. However, the influence of the circular light technique is indeed inescapable. In the arcane practices of shamanism, this particular technique is referred to in Chinese as ganshi bodosa, hijili tian. Its origins are profound, yet Harichagai did not elaborate. These esoteric arts have long been lost throughout the passage of time, and consequently, the means to decipher them remain unknown to Harichagai. He possesses a shamanic staff that can circumvent this technique, which elucidates the warning inscribed upon the stone gate. Only shamans may enter and exit alive. He stated, "Once we emerge, you will likely be affected by the circular light technique. In this respect, I cannot assist you. You must rely upon yourselves." This technique tends to evoke the deepest secrets of the human heart. Those with fragile minds may easily become ensnared, and over time, this could lead to a deterioration of sanity, what we might now term as mental illness or folly. Doufu clicked his tongue, seemingly recalling previous events, momentarily forgetting the rule of silence and opening his mouth to speak. I swiftly covered his mouth with my hand and then nodded at Harichagai, indicating my understanding. He had articulated his point clearly. The circular light technique in this place has been lost for ages, and he is powerless against it. Thus, we must rely solely on ourselves. Further discussion would serve no purpose. Seizing the moment while the corpse was still at bay, we three, bearing the unconscious Zhuanrui, hastily scrambled upward. As we emerged from the cave's mouth, we beheld a swarm of burrowing insects densely packed together. Presumably, they too were wary of the corpse, for they did not venture into the cave. As we poked our heads out, it was akin to flies discovering a rotten egg, prompting a frenzied rush toward us. Fortunately, we were well prepared. The solid fuel had already been strung onto the iron pry bar, and with a flick of the lighter, it ignited. Doufu and I stood on either side of Harichagai, wielding torches to deter the advance of the burrowing insects, while Harichagai, burdened with Zhuanrui, could not free a hand. We pressed forward, disregarding everything else, our eyes fixed on the stone steps just ahead. Climbing the steps and exiting through the stone gate would ensure our safety. Yet, at that moment, I suddenly felt a chilling sensation at the nape of my neck, as if a frigid mouth had brushed against my skin. Then, I heard a familiar yet unfamiliar voice. "Xian Xian, you no longer want me." Startled, I whirled around to find a young woman of graceful stature, clad in a black dress, standing behind me. Doufu and Harichagai had vanished from sight. I realized I had undoubtedly fallen under the influence of the circular light technique. Yet gazing at the young woman before me, my throat tightened. The figure was Xiao Jing, but she appeared much younger, devoid of the sultry allure she would later possess, just as I had known her at first. Why had she manifested? Was this the secret harbored within my heart? Before me stood Xiao Jing, devoid of heavy makeup, her black curls framing a naturally beautiful face. Her large, expressive eyes bore into mine as she softly lamented, "You promised to love me forever, to always provide me with the best. When I faced bullying at my first job, you insisted on supporting me, telling me to abandon work and indulging me until I became utterly spoiled. Then, when you could no longer tolerate me, you cast me aside." I opened my mouth to respond, only to find my throat constricted, rendering me speechless. When I first met Xiao Jing, she was a lovely girl. Having grown up without family, I vowed to make my beloved the happiest person. Reflecting on my past methods of affection, it is evident that I bear significant responsibility for the way she is transformed. In that moment, I nearly forgot I was ensnared in the circle of light technique. As her words tightened my heart, instinctively, I took a step forward, but fortunately, my resolve returned, and I turned to leave without hesitation. I could still feel the 3 beads in my mouth, providing me with some solace. Although everything around me had suddenly changed, I relied on my memory, intending to retrace my steps. However, as I turned, I was startled to discover there was no path behind me, only a vast, dark abyss. This is merely an illusion. I reminded myself, it is all the handiwork of the circle of light. Yet, no matter how I tried to convince myself, the chasm remained unchanged before me. No, there should be ascending stone steps behind me. This is just a figment of my imagination. The voice persisted. I have become so miserable. Why won't you lend me a hand? Why seek solace in another? The voice seemed to whisper directly against my neck, and I felt the presence of someone clinging to my back, yet I refused to turn around. Falsehoods, all of it. I inhaled deeply and extended my foot into the empty void before me, expecting solid ground, but instead, I found nothing beneath me. Is this truly an abyss? I knew it could not be. Just then, Xiao Jing's voice behind me took on a sinister tone as she laughed. You cannot escape. Ha ha ha. Her laughter crescendoed into a caw akin to that of a crow, chilling to the bone. Accompanying this unsettling laughter, the weight on my back vanished. I believed my determination had shattered the circle of light's hold, but as I turned, the surroundings morphed once more. I instantly recognized this place as the tomb of the Ghost King, and beside the large coffin stood an elderly man, slumped and weary. Grandfather. Although I knew it was an illusion, the sight of that familiar figure made my eyes well up, and I nearly called out to him. Yet, the last vestige of my reason cautioned me against speaking. I clenched my teeth, inhaling sharply to calm the tumult within me. At that moment, the coffin suddenly burst open, and the Ghost King emerged, violently tearing apart the person beside the coffin into fragments. Startled, I stumbled forward a few steps, instinctively yearning to rescue someone. Just then, a sharp pain surged through my back, as if I had been struck by an unseen force, causing me to crash violently to the ground. The agony was unbearable. However, this fall jolted me into awareness. When I lifted my gaze, there was no sign of Xiao Jing or the Earth Demon King. Instead, I found myself sprawled on the stone steps, realizing that it was none other than Doufu who had kicked me. He was brandishing a torch, fending off the surrounding burrowing worms, while my own torch had fallen to the ground, ablaze and perilously close to igniting me. Strangely, I had felt no sensation of heat in the circular light. Harichagai glanced at me and urged, "If you're awake, get up quickly." Gritting my teeth, I grasped the torch once more and charged forward, biting my tongue. A traditional Chinese method to sharpen one's focus when clarity is lost. Whether it would prove effective, I could not tell, but in such dire circumstances, I had little choice but to try. In an instant, the three of us had surged to the stone gateway, entering the subterranean dwelling where the burrowing worms were notably fewer. Aside from those pursuing us from behind, there were no traces of them outside. We raced forward, carrying Zhuanrui, and, having exited the circular light and armed with torches, we felt a momentary reprieve from danger. Without hesitation, we pressed on, determined to escape along the path we had come, soon reaching the location where we had vanquished the burrowing worm king. Recalling that there might still be a malevolent entity lurking outside, I followed Zhuanrui's earlier advice and filled my gear with as much black dan sand as possible. This endeavor left us utterly exhausted, yet the torches proved invaluable, guiding us safely as we emerged from the cave, returning to the site of our earlier endeavors. At this juncture, Harichagai gestured for us to speak. Doufu, unable to contain himself, spat out the beads he had been holding, but only two escaped his lips. Harichagai glared at him and demanded, "What about the third?" Doufu, on the verge of tears, replied, "I was too anxious earlier and accidentally swallowed it." "Tell me, these beads aren't poisonous, are they?" In a fit of anger, Harichagai retorted, "You truly have a voracious appetite. These are crafted from the bones of a millennium-old corpse, consecrated, and the only set in all of China is in my possession." "Spit it out." Doufu, catching a few crucial phrases, suddenly inquired, "A millennium-old corpse? Whose corpse?" Seeing Harichagai's furious demeanor, yet unwilling to clarify, Doufu promptly attempted to regurgitate, but alas, the ingested item refused to re-emerge. I, too, found the notion of having a bead made from human bones in my mouth rather distasteful. However, having endured numerous unsettling experiences, I was less affected than Doufu. I said, "Let us discuss this later. Our primary objective has been achieved. This journey has not been in vain. We must now consider how to exit safely, for I fear those 5 individuals may still be lurking outside." Harichagai scrutinized me, remarking, "It seems you have a plan." I pondered for a moment, realizing that venturing out now could place us in grave danger if those 5 were lying in ambush above. In such an environment, we would have no chance to resist. After much contemplation, an idea struck me. Instead of venturing outside, why not draw them in? At that moment, they would be in the dark while we remained illuminated. With a slight application of strategy, we could ensnare them. Upon sharing my thoughts with the two companions, they found the notion feasible. In the end, Doufu proposed that we create a scenario that suggested we were in peril, leading them to believe we were defenseless. This would entice them to investigate, allowing us to trap them. Although Doufu's plan was simple, it was effective. As his words fell, Harichagai eagerly let out a piercing scream, displaying commendable acting prowess as his voice gradually faded, lending an air of authenticity to the ruse. While those outside might not hear the sound distinctly, they would undoubtedly grasp the essence of the situation. Having executed our plan, the three of us formed a triangular formation, withdrawing our firearms and concealing ourselves. I crouched beneath the stove, Harichagai hid beneath the dining table on the opposite side, and Doufu nestled in the corner. Each position was remarkably hidden, making it difficult for the intruders to spot us as they descended from the entrance. The moment they touched the ground, we would converge, firearms drawn. In our concealment, the silence enveloped us, and the group outside appeared exceedingly cautious. We lay in ambush for over 20 minutes before we heard a sound emanating from the entrance, growing increasingly nearer. Soon enough, a dark silhouette became discernible, accompanied by hushed whispers that suggested they were engaging in some sort of conspiracy. However, their voices were subdued, rendering their conversation inaudible to me. In a moment, the three figures leapt down. To my surprise, there were only 3 of them, indicating they had likely left 2 outside as sentinels. At the instant they landed, I fired a warning shot and bellowed, "Do not move." In an instant, we closed in on them, guns aimed. Although the 3 possessed firearms, they were paralyzed by fear. Having witnessed our ruthless elimination of their comrades, they dared not resist. Harichagai, with a nonchalant grin, commanded, "Drop your weapons." One of the men, visibly irked, retorted, "We've fallen into a trap." Harichagai reiterated, "Lay down your arms." Yet, they remained motionless, their muscles taut, evidently prepared for a life-or-death gunfight. Fearing an escalation, I resolved to act decisively. With a swift flick of my wrist, I hurled a throwing knife towards one man's wrist. In a heartbeat, he cried out as his weapon clattered to the ground. This sudden turn of events startled the other 2, their expressions akin to that of encountering a specter. Ultimately, they had no choice but to relinquish their arms. Doufu promptly instructed, "Hands on your heads, face the wall, and crouch down." I marveled at his choice of words, unsure of their origin, yet they were indeed appropriate. We surged forward, binding them before they could mount any resistance. The individuals before us were all masked, their heights similar, rendering it impossible to distinguish one from another. Their gazes burned with fury, yet they were powerless, ultimately bound like rice dumplings. It was only then that we relaxed our guard. Doufu remarked, "We just fired shots. The 2 outside must be on alert. What shall we do?" Harichagai pulled down the mask of one, scrutinizing the face as if teasing a young maiden. He declared, "We have hostages now. What is there to fear? Do not be too arrogant. This matter does not concern you." One of them struggled slightly, casting a glance towards the unconscious Zhuanrui, and said, "We came for him. If you are wise, release us, and we can part amicably. Otherwise, the higher-ups will crush you as easily as stomping on ants." Doufu retorted, "Do not boast. Even if we are ants, we are man-eating ants." He then inquired with curiosity, "Who are your superiors?" The man was momentarily at a loss for words due to Doufu's analogy. At that moment, Zhuanrui suddenly coughed twice and regained consciousness. A bit dazed, his eyes slowly scanned the surroundings before settling on us, narrowing in surprise. I hurried over to inquire about his condition. Zhuanrui attempted to move, shook his head to indicate he was unhurt, and then asked, "How long was I out? What happened?" I briefly recounted the events that transpired and gestured towards the 3 captives. Upon learning that the collar on his back had vanished, Zhuanrui sighed with relief and turned his attention to the trio, asking, "Who sent you?" Clearly, they were more apprehensive of Zhuanrui than of us, exchanging glances. Despite their attempts to appear calm, I could sense their trepidation. Zhuanrui continued, "You are merely following orders. I will not hold it against you. Just tell me who sent you." After a moment, one of them replied, "Is that true?" Zhuanrui, maintaining a cool demeanor, smirked slightly. Although he appeared disheveled, he exuded an air of authority, stating, "When I, Zhuanrui, speak, I am always resolute and disdainful of deception. Of course, if you remain silent, I will find a way to uncover the truth, but I cannot allow you to leave. This place is a graveyard where no one would know of your demise. This combination of persuasion and intimidation left the three in a quandary. Eventually, one of them confessed, "You are the leader of the Zhuan family. We will trust you this once. We were sent by Mr. Smith, and he provided the equipment. We are solely responsible for the killings, and upon completion, we will receive an 80,000 reward." Smith? It seemed he was a foreigner, and Zhuanrui certainly had many adversaries. I glanced at Zhuanrui, who narrowed his eyes, followed by a cold smirk, saying, "Is my life worth only 80,000? The three had clearly shown signs of submission and dared not respond further. Doufu chimed in, "Indeed. It should be at least 800,000. I checked the time, estimating that the two outside had become vigilant, remaining in this eerie place. I wondered if those callers might reappear. I signaled to everyone that we should not delay any longer. We could discuss everything once we were outside. At present, we ascend from the cave with 3 hostages in tow. Just as we are about to emerge, the trio exclaims, 'Don't shoot. The mission has failed.' Upon our exit, the 2 individuals waiting outside immediately aim their guns at us. Doufu retorts, 'Stop pretending. If you dare, shoot and see who falls first.' The 2 men exchange glances, and upon noticing the 3 companions securely bound, they quickly realize the gravity of the situation and inquire about what has transpired. Zhuanrui allows them to speak for a moment before asking, 'How many vehicles do you have?' 2, they reply. Zhuanrui insists, 'Take us there. It is midday, and less than 13 hours have passed since we descended into the depths. We traverse the winding paths of the sandstone erosion zone and soon spot 2 vehicles concealed in a hidden area. We seize the weapons from the occupants and permit them to flee in their cars, as these mercenaries, lacking armament, pose no further threat. Though we are utterly fatigued, we are eager to depart this location. We muster our energy and embark on a weary drive back to Utra. On the desolate road, we fortuitously encounter Zhang, who has come to assist us, and promptly turn around to return to Utra. Harichagai heads back to his own home, while the rest of us check into a hotel. After a thorough wash and redressing of our wounds, we indulge in a nearby restaurant, devouring our meals ravenously. Reminiscent of famished souls returned to life. Once satiated, we retreat to the hotel and fall into a deep slumber, having gone over 10 hours without rest. When Doufu and I awaken, we discover that Zhuanrui and Zhang have already checked out, and they have graciously settled our bills. Doufu, with disheveled hair, exclaims, "I can't believe this guy. We risked our lives for him, and now that the crisis is over, he leaves without a word." I recall Mr. Smith and respond, "From Yaofeng to the depths of peril, it has taken over a month. A household cannot remain without a leader for a day, especially with assassination threats looming. He must be eager to return to Beijing to address matters." Sure enough, upon returning to our room, I find a note on the table, inscribed with Zhuanrui's elegant handwriting, "Urgent matters in the capital, departing first." Doufu, unsatisfied with the note, remarks, "Even the note contains only 8 characters. Not a single word of thanks. My appearance is ruined." I glance at Doufu. His injuries are healing remarkably well, even faster than mine. Although the ghastly scar on his face remains, it is only a matter of time before it fades. His looks are not irreparably damaged, and there is still hope for his future partner. Upon his comment, I am reminded of the corpse fairy, but Doufu has previously avoided this topic. Since we are currently away from home, I decided it is best to wait until we return to Shenzhen and settle down to discuss it in depth. Just as we finalize our tickets and prepare to check out, Harichagai suddenly arrives. His long red hair has been cut extremely short, prompting Doufu to laugh heartily and remark, "You look like Sakuragi Hanamichi." Harichagai, likely unfamiliar with anime, shrugs nonchalantly. At this moment, I notice he is carrying a large sports bag, bulging with contents, indicating he is preparing to depart. I could not help but ask, "Are you planning to go out?" Harichagai chuckled, wrapping his arm around Doufu's shoulder, and replied, "I intend to pay a visit to my friend." Doufu inquired, "Where is your friend located?" Harichagai responded, "In Shenzhen." Doufu expressed his astonishment. "Oh, you have a friend in Shenzhen? What does he do?" Harichagai explained, "He runs an antique shop." It dawned on me that perhaps this fellow intended to accompany us. Doufu also realized this, stating, "Who is your friend? I do not know you." With that, he shrugged off Harichagai's arm, darting behind me, his eyes conveying a message. We must not allow this lad to get his way. Chapter 84. Dressing up, I had my own plans in mind and pretended not to notice Doufu's gaze, feigning surprise as I said, You wish to join us in Shenzhen? Harichagai affirmed. Indeed, I have grown up here. While this place has no shortages, a man's ambitions lie beyond, and I yearn to broaden my horizons. How about this? Is your shop still hiring? I could work as an assistant, with meals and accommodation included, for a monthly salary of 5,000. Doufu retorted. You might as well go rob a bank. Harichagai shrugged. I can go alone. I merely seek companionship. If you are unwilling, so be it. But you still owe me 60,000. I understood that his desire to accompany us was not rooted in the reasons he presented. Was there something about us that piqued his interest? Otherwise, why would he wish to follow? This lad was not easily dismissed with mere words. I recognized that refusing him would have little effect, and I was also inclined to foster a connection with him, so I nodded in agreement. My suspicions were evidently correct. He had even booked his own flight, indicating that he would not be swayed by our response. I smiled, said nothing more, and awaited the revelation of his true intentions. Soon after, the three of us set off to the airport, boarding a flight to Shenzhen. By that evening, we returned to Shenzhen. The journey was brief, taking less than a week. The one-eyed dragon had already received our call and announced that he would host a welcome dinner for our new friend. Doufu clapped in delight, teasing, You, the stingy one, are finally willing to part with your money. Watch me devour you tonight. We are going to Qixinglu. In the end, we did not go to Qixinglu. The one-eyed dragon led us to an outdoor barbecue stall. Doufu was taken aback, pointing at me. He used to sell barbecue. I am tired of it. Are we really eating this? The one-eyed dragon remarked. In this day and age, we must keep it grounded. Qixinglu and its delicacies hold little appeal. Barbecue is the way to go. Don't be shy. Eat your fill. Doufu lamented. I still want to eat at Qixinglu. The one-eyed dragon chuckled, addressing Doufu. The owner of Qixinglu is said to be a single woman, a strong businesswoman. If you were to marry her, you could dine there every day. But the question is, are you up to it? Upon hearing this, Doufu faltered, obediently consuming the barbecue. As we relaxed, we put aside our worries, enjoying our meal while engaging in light-hearted banter about various topics. It was during this conversation that I discovered, despite his youth, Harichagai possessed a remarkable breadth of knowledge. As he became increasingly inebriated, he opened up, recounting various bizarre tales of the shamanistic tradition. Seizing the opportunity while he was under the influence, I subtly steered the conversation to elicit details about his origins, which I found utterly fascinating. According to him, he was orphaned at a young age, likely abandoned by his biological parents, and was then adopted and nurtured by a she-wolf on the vast steppe. At that time, wolves were already a rarity, and soon enough he was discovered and extracted from the wolf's den. His adoptive parents felt an immediate connection and took him in, while the she-wolf met a tragic fate at the hands of those driven by greed. His adoptive father lamented the irony of a wild creature nurturing a human child out of innate compassion, only to suffer such a cruel fate at the hands of avarice. With the she-wolf deceased and his adoptive parents powerless to change the past, they kept two of her fangs as a memento, which now adorns Harichagai's necklace. In this modern era, shamanism is steadily declining, yet Harichagai's adoptive father was a shaman himself, endowed with remarkable abilities that found no practical application in contemporary society. He imparted to Harichagai the wisdom that times evolve, and certain elements may indeed fade into obscurity over time, but while they exist, it is imperative for someone to remember them. Thus, Harichagai became the heir to his father's legacy, emerging as a new generation shaman. Harichagai's family was of modest means, leading an ordinary life. However, the adage circumstances create heroes proved true when, at the age of 17, a peculiar incident occurred at a nearby market. This market, a gathering place for merchants, primarily catered to tourists and was devoid of permanent structures, consisting instead of tents. A vital old well in the area had long been deemed precarious by the merchants, who feared it might collapse one day, prompting them to raise funds for repairs, which they presumed would be minimal. Unexpectedly, while workers were attending to the well, they were startled to witness bubbles rising violently from its depths, reminiscent of a fountain. Subsequently, a shadow darted through the water, resembling a serpent, a dragon, or perhaps an elongated figure, evoking terror among the onlookers. The commotion caused work to cease, and thereafter, no one dared to draw water from the well. Having previously frequented the market for small transactions, Harichagai recalled the spirit of the well. In shamanistic belief, all things possess a spirit, albeit of varying significance. For instance, eagles and wolves symbolize divine entities, while a well, being a source of sustenance for many, accumulates spiritual essence over time. The spirit of the well is a harbinger of good fortune, yet alterations are strictly taboo. As such, changes would equate to damaging the well's essence, akin to the destruction of petrified remains. Should the spirit transform from benevolent to malevolent, tranquility in the vicinity would be disrupted. Indeed, following the incident, although no major calamities ensued, the surrounding populace experienced a wave of misfortune, as if even the flora had succumbed to a wilting state. An atmosphere of unease enveloped the merchants, who were left in a state of trepidation. Harichagai felt that Jingling had adversely affected his business, so he took matters into his own hands. The process involved various specialized techniques that might be incomprehensible to outsiders, yet there were always those well-versed in the arcane who recognized that Harichagai was employing shamanic sorcery. After he dealt with Jingling, his reputation gradually spread, leading him to occasionally undertake simple spiritual tasks. Doufu, intrigued by the tale, suddenly challenged him, saying, "You boast so confidently. Let me test you. Tell me, if a person is already dead yet continues to wreak havoc upon the living, can you handle that?" Harichagai scoffed, replying, "That's trivial, but it depends on the circumstances." Doufu's eyes gleamed as he recounted the tale of Panzafotu and the messenger. Harichagai interjected, "You overlook the most crucial point. The messenger's power derives from Panzafotu. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, one must first catch the king. If you wish to deal with the messenger, you must address the root cause." Upon hearing this, I felt a stir of curiosity and inquired, "I once buried it in the earth and cast it into a muddy pit. Why did that not suffice?" Harichagai waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Burying it only allows it to persist. What good does that do? When dealing with malevolent entities, one must employ something even more sinister to suppress it. Evil must be met with evil, that is the principle." Doufu sipped his cold beer, hesitated momentarily, and then asked, "What if one is uncertain whether they are alive or dead?" I was taken aback, pondering the implications of Doufu's question. I then glanced over, noticing a faint flush on his face, likely a result of intoxication. He quickly denied the inquiry, saying, "I was just asking nonsense. Let us not delve into these bizarre supernatural matters. Let us discuss something else, perhaps art." Seeing him shift the conversation, and considering that we had all indulged to the point of inebriation, I allowed Doufu to divert the topic. After enjoying a hearty meal and drink, we ambled back to our lodgings. The second floor housed 3 rooms, one each for me, Doufu, and the Cyclops, while Harichagai temporarily occupied the sofa. Tomorrow, he would share a room with the Cyclops, as sleeping arrangements required little space. After taking a shower and feeling somewhat refreshed, I couldn't help but reflect on Doufu's earlier statement. The more I pondered, the more unsettled I became, thinking it might be prudent to seize the opportunity while he was inebriated and his defenses were low to pry for answers. With this resolve, I approached Doufu's room, only to find him sprawled on the bed, sound asleep. I nudged him a couple of times, but he merely grunted in annoyance and kicked at me. Assuming he was truly asleep, I turned to leave, only to notice his muscles were taut, and it dawned on me that he was feigning sleep. Amused yet slightly irritated, I pretended not to notice and began examining the anatomical drawings adorning the walls. I remarked, "These women lack clothing. It's quite indecent. Perhaps I should add a few garments for them. Where are the brushes and paints? Ah, I see them right here." I then moved toward the art supplies, picking up a paintbrush, ready to adorn the naked figures with clothing. At that moment, Doufu shouted, "Beast! Let it go?" I dropped the brush and turned, smirking, "Awake now? Are we?" Doufu cleared his throat, glanced around evasively, and said, "It's quite late. We should get some rest. We still owe old Zhang 2 months' wages." I replied, "Do not divert the topic. I will send him the payment. I am earnestly asking you again, what did you mean by that comment about life and death? Why is the digging worm only attacking you?" During the previous discussions on this matter, Doufu had been rather evasive, and I had chosen to overlook it. However, this time, I felt something was amiss, and I was determined to seek clarity from him. Seeing my serious demeanor, which suggested I would not easily relent, Doufu scratched his head and fell silent for a while. I waited patiently for over 10 minutes until he finally looked up, picked up the paintbrush from the ground, and handed it to me, saying, "You should dress them." Chapter 85. Civilization and interests. Holding the paintbrush that Doufu had handed me, frustration bubbled within me. I had hoped this time he would reveal the truth, yet he remained tightly lipped. Preparing to unleash my anger, I slammed the brush onto the table and declared, "This is your last chance. Speak candidly, and you will be treated leniently. Resist, and you shall face harsh consequences. If you do not clarify today, do not claim to know me in the future." Doufu, alarmed by my words, clasped his hands together and said, "Brother, good brother, must you be so heartless? I have my reasons, but you must trust me. No matter the circumstances, I would never harm you, right?" I could not help but let out a cold laugh, responding, "You lack the intellect to harm me." Doufu looked disheartened and replied, "It's not that I don't want to tell you. It's just that the timing isn't right. Do not worry about it. There are many aspects I am still trying to comprehend myself." Before I could respond, he pushed me out of the room, locked the door, and shouted, "I'm about to have some private time. No entry." Harichagai lounged on the sofa, gnawing on duck neck while sipping beer. Upon hearing the commotion, he clicked his tongue and lamented about the life of a single man, kindly advising Doufu, "I tell you, indulging in that too much will impair your memory and may lead to kidney issues. Take it easy. Your intellect is already a cause for concern." Doufu chose not to engage in banter this time. Harichagai shrugged and returned to watching television. In truth, I was never worried that Doufu would harm me. Rather, I was concerned he might be hiding dangers from me. Contemplating this, I cast my gaze toward the stonefish kept in the living room. Could it truly bring me fortune? Would those around me no longer suffer because of me? That night, my troubled thoughts intertwined, preventing me from sleeping soundly, and the next day, I awoke feeling rather unwell. In the shop, Harichagai inspected the merchandise like a supervisor, occasionally interrogating the one-eyed dragon with questions, appearing quite interested, yet he did not contribute to any work, embodying sheer laziness. Doufu, having risen in the morning, approached with an awkward smile, but I ignored him. He seemed disheartened and disappeared somewhere. There had been no news from El Su, and the mute had vanished without a trace. The following 2 days passed quite peacefully. Yet every thought of Doufu brought discomfort to my heart. The one-eyed dragon noticed my unease and inquired, "Boss, is there some discord between you two?" I replied, "Is there?" The one-eyed dragon chuckled heartily, scratching his nose as he remarked, "Anyone with eyes can see what is going on. Let us not hold it against him. Considering how he has been trying to make amends these past couple of days, you should let bygones be bygones." Momentarily at a loss for words, I reflected on the fact that indeed, Doufu had been eager to apologize, showering me with gifts, though none were particularly worthwhile. Just last night, a delivery arrived unexpectedly, and I suspected it was yet another of Doufu's attempts to appease me. The box was small, and upon opening it in my room, I was astonished to find a rather dubious inflatable doll. Upon further inspection, it turned out to be of such poor quality that it deflated halfway through inflation. As the one-eyed dragon continued his defense, Doufu timidly returned, wearing an anxious expression, and asked, "Is it all right if I join you for lunch?" The one-eyed dragon and Harichagai immediately cheered him on, while Doufu gazed at me with a pleading look, as if waiting for my approval. I sighed inwardly, realizing that this was akin to a child forgetting their mother as they grew older. Since Doufu was reluctant to speak up, I couldn't very well press him. So I resolved to keep a closer eye on him to prevent any further mishaps. With that thought, I nodded in acquiescence. Doufu visibly relaxed and quickly added, "I've made a reservation at Qixing Tower. This establishment requires advance booking, and I put in quite a bit of effort to secure a spot." Upon hearing this, the one-eyed dragon gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "That's quite an upscale choice. When are we going?" Doufu glanced at the time and replied, "We can get ready to leave now. It takes about half an hour to drive there." Thus, the four of us closed up shop and drove to Qixing Tower. Along the way, the one-eyed dragon regaled us with gossip about the restaurant. Qixing Tower is a high-end hotel that has gained popularity in recent years, boasting a diverse menu, particularly renowned for its seafood. It is said that the owner is a remarkable woman who built her empire from scratch. There is even a sensational story surrounding her. When she found success and had some leisure time, she became romantically involved with a man. However, unbeknownst to her, he was only interested in her wealth, pretending to be affectionate while secretly plotting to transfer her assets to himself, all the while engaging in indiscretions. Eventually, this affair came to light, and the owner of Qixing Tower did something shocking. She confronted the man, saying, "You desire money, don't you? Here, take it," while rendering him incapable of fathering children, and subsequently handed him a sum of money. The man had no choice but to accept his fate. If he were to sue her for assault, it would be futile. Given her extensive connections and wealth, she could easily be released within a few days. Since then, The owner has remained single. Harichagai, chewing gum, remarked. That woman must be quite unattractive. Otherwise, that man wouldn't he have been foolish enough to stray. He added, if I had a wealthy woman supporting me, I would certainly behave myself. The one-eyed dragon scoffed, displaying an expression of disbelief, and said, I've seen her from a distance, and let me tell you, she is stunning, absolutely captivating. Ahem, that's a normal reaction, a normal reaction. Doufu, intrigued, asked, she is beautiful, capable, and wealthy. Why then did he betray her? Was it perhaps her temperament? The one-eyed dragon replied, I can't say for sure, but I believe it's best if women aren't too competent. Otherwise, what role is left for men? The head of the household, right? I interjected, that has nothing to do with me. The one-eyed dragon remarked, hiss. How can this matter not pertain to male dignity? I was driving and disinclined to engage in such trivial discussions. The notions of male and female dignity, in my view, are mere nonsense, unworthy of mention. Humanity initially existed in a matriarchal society, venerating women who held the keys to society's greatest treasures. Without women, there would be no wealth. Eventually, society transitioned to a patriarchal order, where men seized control of the riches, thereby deserving reverence. These matters boil down to issues of interest, devoid of definitive answers, all contingent upon the era. Thus, there is no distinction between genders. History teaches us that the dignity of those who contribute the most to civilization is the one that holds value. I chose to remain silent, allowing the trio of tofu to engage in their animated discourse. Ultimately, their conclusion was that hunger took precedence over all else. As we conversed, we arrived at the Qixing building. This striking little edifice stood out amidst the steel and concrete of the city, with its vermilion columns and antiquated architectural style. Upon reaching the entrance, a lovely young lady greeted us warmly. Tofu presented the reservation card, and we were promptly escorted to a private room on the second floor. Unlike typical dining rooms, this space was adorned with tea tables, chess sets, and exquisite calligraphy, all arranged with great elegance. A few orchids bloomed quietly, filling the air with a natural fragrance that instantly transported one away from the mundane. The service staff's voice was as melodious as a lark, and the dishes had been pre-ordered, requiring no input from us. They served an array of fruits, snacks, and tea while introducing us to some distinctive services. Upon hearing about these special offerings, the one-eyed dragon expressed curiosity and inquired what they entailed. The young lady explained that in half an hour, there would be a treasure appraisal event, an annual occurrence where the proprietor would showcase a rare artifact. Anyone dining at the establishment could participate in this event, akin to a lottery, where fortune would play a decisive role. With luck, that treasure could very well belong to you. Tofu gasped, saying, how was I unaware of this? So, your boss will be present today? Can we join? The young lady smiled gently, replying, I'm afraid not, but you can sign up now. Tofu asked how to enroll, and she elaborated that spending a minimum of 100,000 within a month or 500,000 within a year would grant eligibility. Tofu was taken aback, exclaiming, is it even possible for one person to spend 100,000 in a month? The one-eyed dragon interjected. Do you not realize why the expenses for the 3 public officials remain so exorbitant? 100,000 is merely a trivial sum. However, matters of luck have never concerned me. I suggest we simply enjoy the spectacle. Tofu nodded in agreement, gesturing toward me. Indeed, with the eccentric chin around, such fortunate occurrences are certainly beyond our reach. As we spoke, the dishes were presented one by one. Tofu had ordered a lavish meal costing over 6,000, predominantly featuring seafood, the flavors of which were distinct from those found elsewhere, crafted with exquisite attention to detail, filling the room with an enticing aroma. Rarely did we indulge in such a feast, and as we were no strangers to one another, we discarded the formalities of the dining table and heartily dug into our meal. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, halfway through our meal, the young lady informed us that the event was about to commence. She then opened a delicately carved window beside us. Leaning slightly to peer through, I discerned a raised platform below, adorned with a black carpet. At its center stood a mahogany pedestal, draped with a piece of blue silk, as if concealing something of significance. At that moment, a woman emerged from backstage, and the 4 of us in the room were momentarily entranced. She donned a sea blue qipao, her hair elegantly styled and secured with a jade hairpin, which bore several blue plum blossoms. Her figure was slender, her complexion as pristine as freshly fallen snow. and her eyes sparkled like pools of spring water. She was truly captivating. The one-eyed man observed while wiping his mouth, exclaiming, "That's her, the owner of Qixing building." I wasn't he exaggerating, was I? Isn't she stunning? Tofu eagerly nodded in agreement. Indeed, such beauty. How could that man possibly cheat on her? He must be blind. Chapter 86. The eye of the ocean god. Upon laying eyes on such exquisite beauty, we were all drawn in, our gaze unwavering, and in that moment, we failed to catch what the proprietress had uttered. Just then, she gestured for us to pay attention and unveiled the blue silk. What lay beneath was immediately revealed, a pearl the size of a longan, faintly glowing with a bluish hue. Having immersed myself in the world of antiques, I considered myself well-versed. Yet I could not ascertain its true nature. It bore resemblance neither to stone nor jade, but within the pearl, a layer of blue luminescence seemed to flow, rendering it exceptionally unique. At that moment, the game began. The young lady had previously explained the rules. For each treasure, the owner would present a corresponding price, pre-written and sealed within an envelope. The participants would then estimate a value within a general range indicated. Ultimately, the individual whose estimate came closest would receive the treasure. Of course, this was tiered. The higher the tier, the more bidding opportunities one had, thus increasing the chances of winning. As for us four, we were mere spectators, not qualified to participate. I glanced around and noticed that the patrons today were predominantly elderly individuals and women, for reasons unknown. Just then, the one-eyed man fixated intently on the treasure at the center, as if pondering something. Suddenly, a look of realization crossed his face, and he exclaimed, "This is the heart of the ocean." The heart of the ocean? Tofu inquired. What is it used for? The heart of the ocean, the one-eyed man explained, is a modern term, quite poetic. In ancient times, it was known as the eye of the ocean god. Legend has it that two breathtaking beauties, Fian and Hudi, once used this item. Its formation remains a mystery. It is said to be the excrement of certain unknown deep-sea creatures, akin to a type of stone. Modern studies have revealed that it is rich in certain substances and possesses remarkable properties, including anti-aging and beauty benefits. They say that for those with facial scars, like the one on your face, he pointed to Tofu's still-healing scar. If you were to reopen that scar and apply the essence from the eye of the ocean god, it would guarantee that no trace of the scar remains. Tofu remarked, "It's no wonder it's all women and old men here. What business do these old men have in joining the commotion?" Harichagai, munching away, replied, "Perhaps they're hoping to erase those wrinkles and attract some young ladies." The one-eyed dragon gave a thumbs up, acknowledging the insight. Upon hearing this, Tofu's eyes glinted as he turned to me, saying, "Old Chun, I have an idea. Although I'm not particularly fond of that fellow with the dual faces, he has indeed helped us quite a bit. You see, it's rather pitiable that he wanders about all day wearing a mask. Do you have any means to procure it for us? We could present it to Zhuanrui." This notion was rather intriguing, yet we couldn't resort to theft, could we? As I pondered, I summoned the waitress from earlier. Upon hearing our discussion, she smiled subtly and said, "Most patrons here today are drawn by the heart of the ocean, all seeking a fast track. However, they haven't been granted access. Have they? Since you desire it, why not participate as well? The valuation period lasts 1 hour, and there's still time. If you acquire a consumption card here and deposit 100,000, you can join immediately. For the sake of friendship." We were not inclined to be stingy and promptly obtained a card. The young lady then provided us with a valuation card, indicating that the appraisal range lay between 200,000 and 4 million. It contained our membership number, and all we needed to do was fill in our proposed price. Tofu pointed at the one-eyed dragon, saying, "Since you're in the know, estimate a reliable price." The one-eyed dragon was taken aback, responding, "I only know its origin. Such items are rare on the market and are considered treasures. In ancient times, most were brought ashore by the tides. In recent years, perhaps due to the dense nets at sea or the marine life failing to produce stones, they have become exceedingly rare. Who knows the price?" Harichagai pulled out his phone, stating, "If there's something unknown, ask Baidu." He then began searching and, to our surprise, found information indicating that the last emergence of the sea god I was 12 years ago, selling for 160,000. Tofu commented, 12 years ago it sold for 160,000. Property prices have surged tenfold since then, and antiques have appreciated even more. Now, it must be valued at least 1,600,000, right? After deliberation, we settled on a conservative estimate of 1,600,000. Once we submitted the valuation card, Tofu suddenly realized. We can search on Baidu. Surely others can too? Moreover, these regular customers seem to have some connections and likely know in advance what treasures will be displayed, so they must have already estimated their prices. Alas, we certainly lack the odds. I ignored Tofu's concerns and continued sipping my tea. The one-eyed dragon, noticing my calm demeanor, remarked, "Boss, you seem to be quite confident, don't you?" In truth, I had indeed taken some measures, but whether they would prove effective remained uncertain. We sat in silence, sipping tea, until the time for revelation arrived. The collected valuation cards were displayed one by one, each marked with clear numbers pinned in permanent ink, showcasing a variety of proposed prices. Soon, the bidding concluded, and the female proprietor, before the gathered crowd, opened a pre-prepared envelope to reveal the price within. Tofu and the Cyclops stretched their necks, anxious not to miss a thing. As the yellow cardboard was turned over, revealing a prominent price of 1,660,000. The Cyclops gasped, exclaiming, 1,660,000. It seems our bid is the closest. No sooner had he spoken than the proprietor began his speech, expressing gratitude to the participants and ultimately declaring, "Congratulations to the guests in room 6. We were indeed in room 6. The 3 occupants of the room gazed at me in astonishment, their expressions akin to encountering a ghost. I secretly chuckled, eager to show off, and feigned calmness. Tofu, in a state of agitation, grasped my shoulder and shook me vigorously, demanding, "Quick, tell me what trick you pulled." I retorted, "Do you dare to say that in front of 1 min? Just wait and see how I deal with you." The Cyclops gave me a thumbs up, asking, "Boss, how on earth did you manage that?" Harichagai seemed to recall something, inquiring, "Does it have to do with the extra figures you added?" I nodded, explaining, "After writing the estimated price, I added a line in pencil in the corner. Those sitting further away wouldn't be able to see the small writing." Just then, a knock on our door interrupted us, and in walked the beautiful and classical female proprietor, followed by a man in a black suit, who carried a wooden box. She smiled gently, asking, "May I take a seat?" Before I could respond, Tofu and the others eagerly chimed in, "Please, have a seat," as if they were Pigsy encountering the white-boned spirit. She sat down gracefully, her voice soft and melodious, stirring something within the listeners. Without ceremony, she produced the price tag from the tray and placed it on the table. The large black numbers at the bottom were accompanied by faint pencil-written notes, prompting Tofu to exclaim, "Goodness, that means paying double the base price." The proprietress smiled slightly, stating, "Mr. Chun, my original base price was 1,800,000. According to your terms, you should pay me 3,400,000. Tofu stammered, "But we only have around 400,000 in savings, meant for receiving goods. We have no money." I thought to myself, what a foolish fellow. Did she ask how much you had in savings? You blurted that out after a single question. With that thought, I discreetly stepped on his foot beneath the table. Realizing his mistake, he gasped in pain but dared not cry out. Harichagai laughed. 3,400,000 is not much at all, a mere trifle. However, I am quite curious. Wasn't your base price predetermined? How did you manage to align with our bidding? Don't tell me you're performing magic." The proprietress chuckled and replied, "In business, one naturally has their own methods. You need not concern yourself with that. Since there is money, let us proceed with the transfer, payment in hand, goods in hand." Tofu looked as if he might weep, gazing at me with a pleading expression, as if to say, "Where are we going to get over 3 million? In truth, this treasure-giving game is merely a promotional tactic, and those involved in such speculation are typically affluent individuals. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in this place." The female proprietor, seemingly a celestial being, is, in reality, a shrewd businesswoman. There is no such thing as a businessperson who does not seek profit. I merely endeavored to try my luck, never expecting to succeed. At this moment, I cannot possibly produce 3 million, yet for Zhuanrui, this sum is merely a trifle. I remarked, "I must verify its authenticity." "Of course, certainly," she replied with a slight nod, displaying a certain grace. The man beside her set down the object and unveiled it, revealing the eye of Poseidon. I signaled to the Cyclops, who, with keen insight, promptly picked it up for examination. After a brief moment, he nodded and declared, "It is genuine." I returned the nod and gestured for the proprietor to provide me with the account details. Following this, I dialed Zhuanrui, explaining the situation. His typically indifferent voice bore a hint of excitement as he responded, "Thank you for keeping an eye out. The funds will be transferred in 20 minutes." Although Zhuanrui usually paid little heed to his appearance, it is only natural for any person to care to some extent, while 3 million is no small amount. For Zhuanrui, it is insignificant. His true scarcity lies not in wealth, but in the lack of opportunities to spend it. Chapter 87. The 5 ghosts bring wealth. As Zhuanrui turned to leave, our transaction concluded, we prepared to depart. The proprietress was a commendable businesswoman, both beautiful and amiable, at least in terms of superficial charm. As we exited, I glanced back and noticed her standing on the second-floor balcony, gazing after us as our vehicle departed. The Cyclops jested, suggesting that the proprietress had taken a liking to me, while Harichagai wore a smirk, remarking, that may not be the case. I fear the proprietress may not have much time left. I was taken aback by his words, questioning whether he meant her demise was imminent. Since when did he acquire the ability to predict fates? Doufu unabashedly interjected, I think you're merely envious. During her conversation, the proprietress paid more attention to old Chun than to you. Harichagai scoffed, asserting his own appeal and implying he lacked any need for women. Then, with a knowing smile, he lowered his voice, saying, have you all forgotten what I do? There are things you cannot perceive, but I can. While the proprietress appears beautiful, she is likely withering within. She must frequently associate with something sinister, depleting her life force. Within a year or two, she will surely succumb to illness. Beyond the reach of recovery, Doufu gasped, clearly unnerved. Sinister entities? Are you suggesting she is possessed? Harichagai nodded, saying, that is approximately correct. But it is certainly more complex than mere possession. When an ordinary person is afflicted, their behavior becomes erratic, easily discernible. Yet, this proprietress acts like any normal individual, indicating that whatever she is involved with is far from ordinary. I suspect she is nurturing spirits. Doufu inhaled sharply, evidently frightened. I am only familiar with nurturing corpses. But what does nurturing spirits entail? I could not help but ponder. Indeed, in Chinese folklore, there exists a myriad of techniques for nurturing spirits, often harnessing their power to achieve specific objectives. Among the more renowned methods are spirit children, which are also found in other Southeast Asian countries, referred to as kumanthong. The Chinese traditions, however, are even more diverse, with the most famous being the technique of inviting wealth through the 5 ghosts. Shamans are adept in communicating with deities, possessing similar secret methods, though many have been lost to time. The 5 ghosts bringing wealth, however, remains a well-known Taoist secret. The practitioner set up a secret altar, offering 5 bowls of rice, which contain the nails, hair, and birth dates of the seekers of magic. On a chosen auspicious day, the altar was tended for 49 consecutive days, with daily incantations and talismans burned. When the magic was completed, the altar often displayed peculiar phenomena, such as the table vibrating on its own, the incense burner igniting, and rice grains leaping about. The act of nurturing spirits is, in essence, a transaction between humans and ghosts. Humans rely on the divine to amass wealth, while the spirits utilize this wealth to accumulate virtue and perform good deeds, hastening their reincarnation, thus creating a mutually beneficial relationship. However, despite the widespread knowledge of this practice, it can easily invite calamity. Most misfortunes arise when individuals forsake their agreements with the spirits, failing to act virtuously after acquiring wealth, leaving the spirits unable to partake, ultimately leading to repercussions for the practitioner. Consequently, though many have profited from this method, very few manage to retain their wealth peacefully in the long run. Most enter into this practice with a trial-and-error mentality, and once they achieve financial success, they may develop a sense of entitlement, believing their fortune is solely due to their own efforts, disconnected from the spirits, whom they have never truly acknowledged. Such a mindset leads to the hoarding of wealth and invites disaster. Thus, it is said that unexpected wealth cannot be enjoyed in solitude, or else misfortune will follow. Many lottery winners, particularly those with a hint of superstition, often set aside some of their winnings for charitable deeds, seeking to accumulate virtue for peace of mind. Harichagai remarked to me that although the proprietor appeared to be beautiful, she was, in truth, frail and weakened, imbued with a sinister aura, likely a result of employing a feng shui arrangement to nurture spirits for wealth, which had now turned against her. Doufu anxiously inquired, does that mean she is nearing her end? How unfortunate. Harichagai shrugged nonchalantly, replying, what is so pitiable? She exploited the art of spirits for profit without honoring her commitments, hoarding wealth and neglecting to cultivate benevolent connections. With no purity surrounding her, It is only natural that she faces backlash. He chuckled, adding, I might lend her a hand when the time comes and seize an opportunity for myself. I grasped his intentions. It seemed this fellow aimed to engage in business with the female proprietor. From our earlier conversations, I learned her surname was Bai, and her full name was Bai Shuang. Her business thrived, yet she seemed reticent regarding charitable pursuits. I advised, do as you wish, but refrain from stirring up trouble. Upon returning to our lodgings that evening, Harichagai prepared to leave with a bag and requested, may I borrow your car? Doufu, having heard that Harichagai had struck a deal with Bai Shuang to disrupt her affairs, immediately insisted on accompanying him. The two departed in the car, not returning until noon the next day. When I inquired about their escapades, Doufu recounted, last night, they arrived at Bai Shuang's residence, and Harichagai began to act erratically, donning a mask, jumping about, uttering incomprehensible chants. I found it tedious and lay down on the sofa to sleep. However, before he could drift off, he was startled awake by a cacophony from the room, akin to a multitude of rice grains cascading to the floor. Doufu opened his eyes to witness the shocking sight of the 50,000 grains of rice from Bai Shuang's offering scattered everywhere. Strangely, the rice appeared to possess a life of its own, dancing across the floor, ultimately forming 5 ghastly faces. At that moment, Haricha recited the incantation for summoning spirits. Come, deities, to my humble abode. Labor and toil bring forth wealth. Now that fortune arrives, merits abound. I respectfully send the spirits back home. As the saying goes, inviting spirits is easy, but sending them away is challenging. As soon as Haricha completed his chant, the ghostly visage on the ground began to shift, and the grains of rice danced, gradually forming a single character, a large, ominous character for death. Sitting on the sofa, Bai Shuang clenched her hands tightly. Upon seeing this character, beads of cold sweat adorned her forehead. Doufu, unable to contain himself, comforted her. Do not fear. This fellow possesses considerable skill and will surely succeed. Upon seeing the character for death, Haricha could not help but spring to his feet, reciting words that resembled both song and poetry. Spirits of the 5 directions, heed my words. Mortals have sinned and broken their vows. I now touch my crown and heed the warning. Disperse wealth and accumulate virtue for peace. At that moment, the grains of rice shifted once more, ultimately coalescing into the character for scattering. Haricha and Bai Shuang, having previously agreed upon this, understood that sending the spirits away was within reach. Bai Shuang promptly retrieved her phone, instructing donations to be made to a school, an orphanage, and for the rescue of desolate mountains, dispersing over 10 million in one breath. Having completed this, Haricha produced a dagger, made a small cut on Bai Shuang's wrist, collected half a bowl of her blood, recited incantations, and finally splashed the blood over the rice. Instantly, the character for scattering was disrupted, and silence enveloped the room. Bai Shuang feigned calmness, asking, have they departed? Haricha removed his mask and replied, they have. Bai Shuang exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the sofa, visibly eased. Doufu, curious, inquired, you earn so much money. Engaging in a bit of charity is inconsequential. Why would you break your vow? Bai Shuang glanced at Doufu, bandaging her wound with a wry smile, and replied, these 5 spirits were not summoned by me. In truth, before Bai Shuang's rise to prominence, her boyfriend, who was later rendered impotent by her high heel, was a seeker of ill-gotten gains. He had heard of the 5 spirits' wealth-attracting formation and set up a secret altar at home. However, he was rather timid, fearful of repercussions, and decided to experiment with Bai Shuang first, showering her with attention, massaging her back, and trimming her nails. Yet, in a moment, he used these nail clippings to establish a wealth-attracting scheme. He often mingled with unsavory characters and, unbeknownst to him, received advice from a high-level practitioner. Utilizing Bai Shuang to summon the 5 spirits, he only confessed when she became successful. Bai Shuang, averse to talk of retribution, naturally engaged in charitable deeds, frequently aiding impoverished students or protective associations, believing such actions would shield her from any backlash. However, unbeknownst to her, her boyfriend, feeling resentful of her success, sought to establish his own wealth-attracting scheme. Bai Shuang advised him, saying these practices are ultimately perilous. A moment's carelessness could lead to irreversible consequences. My wealth is your wealth. Why trouble yourself with such schemes? What if things go awry? Besides, there are already 5 spirits in the home. Can we truly invite 5 more? Despite her entreaties, Her boyfriend remained inactive, harboring a grudge, and often faced jokes from his friends about living off a wealthy woman. As time passed, his temper grew increasingly foul, and the bond between the two gradually deteriorated. Ultimately, he engaged in indiscretions outside the relationship, seeking the company of mistresses, which need not be elaborated upon. After enduring repeated heartbreak and disappointment, Bai Shuang proposed a separation. Her boyfriend immediately erupted, pointing at her and exclaiming, "You little vixen. Now that you have a bit of money, you think you're something special, don't you? You turn your back on me, don't you? No matter how wealthy you become, you will still be at my mercy." His crude language was unnecessary, and in a fit of anger, he attempted to force himself upon her. In her struggle, Bai Shuang inadvertently caused him grievous harm with her stiletto heel. This incident likely heralded misfortune. Amidst tears, she lamented, "Though I have relied on the 5 ghosts wealth method, I have worked diligently over the years, enduring hardships and persevering step by step. Have I not treated him well? Just because of the gossip outside, he treats me this way. Men flaunting their wealth and indulgence is deemed acceptable, yet I, having toiled for so long to achieve a modicum of success, am blamed. Is this fair?" Doufu, who could not bear to see a woman cry, especially one as stunning as Bai Shuang, stammered in response, "Of course not. They are simply envious. My greatest dream in life is to find a wealthy woman to support me. I would be utterly compliant, never causing trouble. I simply enjoy living off the generosity of others." Amidst her sorrow, Bai Shuang could not help but chuckle at Doufu's absurdity. As the night grew late, they decided to spend the night together. Chapter 88. The case the one-eyed dragon asked, "Spending the night? In one room?" Doufu yawned and replied, "Old Zhang, can your thoughts be any more sordid?" Upon hearing this, I began to understand, thinking it surprising that Hariri could still manage to deliver surprises. Just then, Doufu's phone rang. "Hello? It's me." "Oh, really? That is wonderful." After hanging up, Doufu dashed upstairs, excitement etched across his face, leaving me and the one-eyed dragon exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of what had transpired. A good half-hour later, Doufu descended, looking flamboyant. The one-eyed dragon whistled. "Well, who is this charming fellow? Are you off to sell yourself, or perhaps sell yourself?" Doufu had transformed remarkably. His usual attire of slippers and baggy pants replaced with his finest clothes, having even styled his hair. In my memory, he only put in such effort for a date. Curiosity piqued. I asked, "Is Bai Shuang meeting you?" Doufu grinned widely. "You guessed it. What do you think of my look?" The one-eyed dragon chimed in, "Adorable and dashing. Truly enticing. Go ahead and charm her. Aim for a night together." Doufu retorted, "Our relationship is entirely pure. We've only just begun. By the way, should I get some condoms, just in case she wants to take it further? It would be such a hassle to buy them last minute." I nearly spat out my tea, exasperatedly saying, "Stop dreaming. Get lost. Seeing you so impatient makes me feel embarrassed." During the spring season, Doufu's intellect seems to plummet to near zero. Even when I scold him, he merely chuckles foolishly and ambles away. Halfway through his departure, he turns back to pilfer my watch, valued at over 7,000, and dons it himself, tossing me his paltry 50 yuan Bugs Bunny watch, declaring, in times of need, "Good brother, what is yours is mine, and what is mine remains mine." He also insists on borrowing my belt and inquires about the jade pendant around my neck, asking, "When did you acquire this? From the Qing dynasty, perhaps? Hand it over." By the end of this encounter, I felt as though I were an exposed maiden, watching Doufu drive away in triumph. It took me a moment to realize that this rascal doesn't even possess a driver's license. I can only hope that my car returns safely. In the subsequent 2 days, Doufu and Bai Shuang appear to be developing a promising relationship, unlike the fleeting romances of others that swiftly fizzle out. Bai Shuang, a shrewd and composed businesswoman, seems to have been through emotional turmoil, yet she treats Doufu with kindness and has visited my shop twice. Her tolerance for Doufu's unreliable nature is remarkable. In her words, "He is sincere, kind, and spontaneous. A genuine and benevolent soul far surpasses material possessions." My companions, One-Eyed Dragon and Harichagai, exchanged glances, internally echoing the sentiment. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. When did Doufu acquire so many admirable qualities? In comparison to these virtues, we felt rather insignificant. I perceive Bai Shuang as a reliable individual and genuinely feel happy for Doufu. Their budding relationship prompted thoughts of when men, as it had been over a month since we last met, and I wondered how she was faring. There had been no news from Lu Su regarding the giant King's tomb. The future remained uncertain, leading me to cherish the present. With this in mind, I resolved to journey to Beijing. First, I must personally deliver the sea goddess I to Zhuanrui. I cannot simply ship such a valuable item worth over 3 million. What if it were damaged in transit? Secondly, I yearned to surprise Wenmin with a visit. Upon sharing my plans to travel to Beijing with a few acquaintances, Doufu immediately raised his hand, eager to join in order to see the magnificent Gu. I inquired, "What about your Shuang?" Doufu replied, "Shuang is on a business trip and mentioned she would bring back gifts for each of us. Indeed, my Shuang would not be so petty. She is kind, beautiful, and magnanimous, and would never harbor jealousy." It had been a long while since I last saw the stunning Gu, and I also wondered about the enigmatic Yin-Yang face. Our last departure had been too hasty, and the dog gifted by Chun-Tienda still remained with him. Harichagai chimed in, "I shall go as well. Zhuan hasn't settled the payment yet." Thus, it fell upon One-Eyed Dragon to oversee the shop alone. He sighed dramatically, feigning sorrow as he covered his blind eye, lamenting, "As a disabled person, I have no rights. You don't even bring me along. Do you think I would embarrass you?" I found his antics both amusing and exasperating. "Once I have some free time, I shall grant you an extended leave. Go wherever your heart desires." Doufu added, "Take good care of the shop, and I will bring you back local delicacies from Beijing." The three of us booked our tickets and departed for Beijing the following day. We first visited Zhuanrui to deliver the items, where Doufu indulged in the hospitality of the Zhuan family. Meanwhile, I attempted to call Wenmin, but my efforts were met with silence. Assuming she was busy, I decided to take my time and eventually visited the Lula King, seeking a moment of respite. Upon returning to the Zhuan family, I surmised that Zhuanrui's surgery had already commenced. His entire visage was swathed in bandages, and he had closed the doors to visitors for 3 days, attending to official matters from the confines of his home. The dog that Chun-Tienda had given him had grown robust and formidable under Zhuanrui's care, squatting on the ground in a manner that instilled fear. Indeed, it was an excellent guardian for the household. As night fell, I attempted to reach Wenmin once more by phone, only to find that my call went unanswered. A sense of unease crept into my heart, prompting me to ponder whether I should pay her a visit. I knew where Wenmin lived, though I had never been there. As her father held a strong belief in social status, and being an unsophisticated rustic, I felt it would be rather disgraceful. For a moment, I was at a loss as to how to proceed. The following morning, upon rising, I discovered a message from Wenmin on my phone, which read, "A major case has arisen, and I am exceedingly busy. I left my phone behind. It is quite late, so I want to return your call. Is there something you need? A major case?" As I refreshed myself, I pondered over this revelation and eventually texted back, "What case? I am in Beijing." The message was sent into the ether, and there was no response until noon when she finally called. Her voice, laden with fatigue, revealed that she had encountered a particularly challenging case. The police had received intelligence regarding a batch of newly unearthed Ming Dynasty artifacts that were to be secretly trafficked on the 23rd, just 2 days prior. These items were precious cultural relics, and upon receiving the tip-off, Wenmin and her team had made meticulous preparations. However, the intelligence was flawed. The police underestimated the firepower of the opposing party. During the transaction that night, the group displayed brazen audacity, opening fire on the officers before making a swift escape, leaving no trace behind. This major case had fallen squarely upon her shoulders, as the informant who had provided the lead was one she had been overseeing. The pressure was palpable, and she had not enjoyed a peaceful night's rest in several days. In these times, powerful tomb-raiding gangs, such as the Zhuan family, could even infiltrate the police force, albeit not overtly, for the law is formidable. They often spend considerable time selecting individuals of unblemished backgrounds to enter formal police academies, following all proper channels, ultimately embedding themselves within the enemy's ranks. As for the informant, he had since gone missing, and Wenmin suspected he had likely been bribed by the tomb-raiding gang. Those who engage in grave robbing are not short of wealth. Wenmin sighed and remarked, "Ah, money can indeed move mountains." Then, with a hint of mirth in her voice, she added, "What brings you to Beijing? Have you been missing me? Heartless, you haven't reached out in a week, and my calls went unanswered." It was then I confessed my recent endeavor to assist Zhuanrui, which led me to a haunted place. Upon hearing that the corpse spirit had a chance of revival, she seemed to recall something and said, "I know someone who might be able to help." I was taken aback. If there were indeed a way to procure the corpse spirit, it would alleviate a significant burden for both myself and Doufu. When Min continued, he is a distinguished scholar in the field of physics. But he has been abroad for several years and has not returned home. His schedule is quite demanding, and reaching him for assistance is no easy task. I will do my best to contact him when I have the opportunity. If it proves unsuccessful, we shall devise another plan. As I delved deeper into the matter, I felt a strong inclination to assist Min, prompting me to request relevant case materials from her. Given my familiarity with this domain, I believed I could navigate its intricacies with relative ease. Shortly thereafter, she transmitted the materials to me, and I began to peruse them slowly on a computer in Zhuanrui's room. The initial images depicted stolen artifacts, relics from the pre-warring states period, which were truly astonishing, each one a treasure beyond measure. Following these images, I encountered information provided by an informant, indicating that the intelligence had been gathered in the vicinity of Panjiayuan. The mention of Panjiayuan stirred my curiosity, compelling me to plan a visit. However, it was already late, and I postponed my excursion until the third day. Coincidentally, on that day, Zhuanrui was having his bandages removed. Intrigued by the effects of the ocean god's eye, I joined Doufu and others to witness the event. Zhuanrui appeared somewhat anxious, his hands trembling slightly, as the layers of bandages were gradually peeled away, revealing his face beneath. We all gazed intently. Moments later, Doufu patted Zhuanrui on the shoulder and remarked, "Even if you haven't fully healed, it's nothing to be ashamed of. After all, men aren't afraid of their looks." To our surprise, Zhuanrui's face showed no significant change. The grotesque scars seemed to have grown more pronounced. He turned his head towards a mirror, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, as if he had made a discovery, he reached out to touch the disfigured half of his face. As he explored, he noticed the repulsive scar tissue resembling a layer of skin that was slowly peeling away. Chapter 89. Mastered by Sand with a gentle tug. His entire visage appeared as though it had undergone an extraordinary transformation. At long last, we witnessed the true face of the jade-faced Yama. However, perhaps due to our previous encounters with the corpse immortal, we found ourselves somewhat desensitized to the spectacle, failing to perceive it as exaggerated as the legends suggested. Instead, Doufu burst into laughter, clutching his stomach, exclaiming, "Huh? Even without scars, you still have a ghostly visage." The newly formed skin contrasted starkly with the other side of his face, creating an amusing sight. Zhuanrui couldn't help but chuckle as well, promising to host a banquet in our honor that evening. Seizing the opportunity while it was still early, Doufu and I decided to venture to Panjiayuan, while Harichagai seemed to have wandered off elsewhere. Upon our arrival, we found Panjiayuan bustling with activity, a far cry from the upscale antique markets of Shenzhen. Regardless of whether it was a weekday or a holiday, the place was perpetually teeming with crowds. In its earlier days, it had merely been a second-hand goods market, selling everything from old tables to chairs. Gradually, vendors began to offer family heirlooms such as ancient bowls and paintings, and over time, it evolved into an antique market. On this sweltering August day, Doufu and I strolled through the stalls of Panjiayuan, most of which were selling counterfeit items, with even the high-quality replicas being scarce and unremarkable. The heat was intense, and Doufu, with an ice pop in his mouth, stuck out his tongue like a dog. After wandering for a while, he pointed to a nearby shop selling chilled herbal tea and suggested we take a break, enjoying some refreshing sweetened drink first. Sugar water originated from the Guangdong region, a sweet and refreshing broth infused with ingredients such as lotus seeds, water chestnuts, and watermelon. Consumed on a scorching summer day, it offers a delightful respite from the heat. Feeling parched myself and aware that browsing the Panjiayuan market for leads is not a task to be completed in mere hours, I accompanied Doufu to a sugar water shop, ordering 2 bowls of lotus seed soup to cool down. Once seated in the air-conditioned room, sipping the sweet concoction while observing the throngs of people outside under the blazing sun was indeed a unique pleasure. As we were enjoying our respite, we suddenly heard a voice calling out, "Hey there, it's been a while." Turning at the sound, I was surprised to find it was Shigeta, looking much the same, with his face still marked by blemishes. He had been sitting in a corner unnoticed, but now approached us with his own bowl of sugar water and took a seat at our table. I remarked, "The last time we met was last summer, nearly a year ago. How's business treating you?" Shigeta replied with a smile, "Thanks to your support, I've made some progress. The last time you two assisted me with a significant deal, I have always regarded you as my benefactors. Seeing you today brings me great joy. Are you here to make a purchase or merely to observe?" Doufu chuckled and said, "You flatter us. We're neither here to buy nor to inspect, just wandering around aimlessly." Shigeta, being astute, caught on to Doufu's words and responded, "Are you perhaps here to inquire about something?" Doufu, taken aback, displayed a look of surprise, exclaiming, "Do we have it written on our faces? How did you know?" Shigeta took a sip of water and chuckled, "This place is a melting pot of all kinds. And information flows freely. It's more than just buying and selling. The connections run deep. If you wish to inquire about something, as friends, I will surely do you the favor." As we conversed, it became evident that our discussion had attracted the attention of those around us. I glanced around and suggested, "We are indeed here to gather some information. This place is bustling with people, so let's find a quieter corner to eat and talk." "My treat." "Very well. I shall not be shy then," he replied. With that, I settled the bill, and the three of us made our way to a nearby stir-fry restaurant. Given the time, it was not crowded, allowing us to secure a table in a corner. We ordered some dishes and a bottle of Erguo too, Shigeda's preferred drink, and began our conversation. After a moment's thought, I said, "I recently heard about a major incident in the capital." Shigeta, savoring his food, smirked slightly. "There are countless incidents happening daily in the capital, and many significant ones as well, but they seldom concern us. The only one that might have some relevance to our field is the recent large-scale smuggling case involving cultural relics. Are you two here regarding that matter?" Doufu tapped the plate and interjected, Hold on. I heard that this was suppressed. It hasn't been on television nor in the newspapers. How do you know about it?" Shigeta countered, "And who did you hear it from?" This momentarily left Doufu speechless. Shigeta chuckled, "You have your channels, and I have mine. There are no secrets that remain hidden in this world. However, this matter has indeed been tightly controlled. I don't know much, but if you wish to ask, I will share what little information I have. According to Shigeta, when it comes to audacity and capability in the capital, only two families come to mind: the Zhuang family, known as the millennia-old, and the 鬼 family. Although the 鬼 family's 5 daughters have not proven themselves particularly remarkable, they are supported by a cadre of elder relatives. Even a famished camel is larger than a horse. Moreover, the eldest daughter of the 鬼 family has begun to flourish in recent years. It is said that the elderly patriarch of the 鬼 family, concerned about having no suitable heirs, decided to take matters into his own hands and seek a son-in-law who possesses skills within the community. There are, of course, experts in the underground trade, but the eldest daughter, with her lofty aspirations, typically associates with the elite. She is not lacking in financial resources, often spending lavishly on various charming young men for her pleasures, enjoying life to the fullest. However, those who engage in the underground trade are not of the same ilk. They are often rough individuals, entrenched in their dark dealings, lacking refinement and sensitivity towards women. Marrying such a man would be akin to choosing to hang oneself. Yet, the patriarch's edict could not be disobeyed. The eldest daughter realized that she could not resign herself to a life with a coarse and unrefined man. What about her vision of a handsome, gentle prince? However, the decisions made by her father were immutable. It was at this moment she understood that she must rely on her own strength. The following day, to demonstrate her resolve to forge a new path, she laid out her collection of exquisite garments on the table and, one by one, tore them in front of her father, opting instead for practical attire. She cut her hair short and vowed to inherit the family business and bring glory to the 鬼 name. Of course, her true intention was to avoid marrying a brutish man who only sought a carefree life. Unbeknownst to the patriarch, upon witnessing his daughter, who usually remained aloof, suddenly embrace responsibility, he was profoundly moved, nearly to tears. After all, it was the family legacy. Who would willingly relinquish it to a son-in-law? Especially if the daughter proved to be unambitious? The pride of the 鬼 family was at stake. He promptly summoned the family's stalwarts to impart the essential skills of the underground trade to his daughter, ensuring she gained practical experience. Over the past 2 years, she had been rigorously trained and was now beginning to restore the family's reputation. Having discussed the 鬼 family, Shigeta was ready to continue with the Zhuang family. But Doufu interrupted him, stating, "There's no need to elaborate on the Zhuang family. We are more familiar with them than you are." Shigeta chuckled and replied, Indeed. Who on the streets does not know that you two are not only close friends of Lord Liu, but also partners of the head of the Zhuang family? I would not dare to display my meager knowledge in your esteemed presence." Intrigued, I asked, "Are we truly that well known?" Shigeta, sipping his drink, lightly tapped the table, giving a thumbs up, and said, "Indeed, you are quite famous. In the past, there was much commotion on the streets in search of someone who was unaware of that. However, I advise you both that in our line of work, it is best not to become too renowned. Doufu stroked his chin and remarked, I hadn't anticipated that I had become a celebrity. Alas, did this matter arise from the Zhuang family or the Guo family? Shurgedin shook his head and replied, This is merely my personal conjecture, but since we have broached the subject, I do have another thought to share. In recent years, the Zhuan family has been engaged in a process of rehabilitation, maintaining a somewhat ambiguous relationship with higher authorities. Their involvement in smuggling appears minimal, and it is highly unlikely they would confront law enforcement. As for the Guo family, they have dedicated the past 2 years to nurturing their heirs, refraining from any significant undertakings, and are currently in a phase of recuperation. While it is true that these two families possess unique capabilities, I believe there is little incentive for them to engage in such risky endeavors. What do you think? I nodded slightly. Shigeta is an old hand, a local player, and his analytical approach to issues is quite methodical. Yet, I found myself puzzled. Aside from these two families, who else would dare to act so recklessly and create such a tumultuous situation? Even the police seem at a loss. Could it possibly involve other foreign forces? Upon expressing this thought, Shigeta, savoring a roasted lamb chop, appeared to recall something. Wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, he remarked, Your mention of this brings something to mind. In the past 2 years, a new force has emerged in the capital. Though not grand, it is particularly enigmatic. Having originated from overseas, they do not deal in ordinary goods, but rather in high-stakes items. Perhaps this situation is connected to them. Upon hearing this, Doufu exclaimed in outrage. Once again, it's the foreigners. Why do they always meddle with our antique treasures? Do they think we are easy to bully? It seemed he was reminded of the events surrounding the tomb of Su Fu. Shigeta quickly countered, clarifying that the individuals in question are not foreigners, but overseas Chinese, returning to their motherland to establish businesses. Their surname is Bai, and they are colloquially referred to as Bai Sanyi. Doufu, likely recalling the infamous Fei Dao Bai Laosi, patted my shoulder and said, Those with the surname Bai are rarely upstanding individuals. Shigeta retorted, I have relatives with the surname Bai. Your comments verge on discrimination and defamation. Doufu shoved a chicken leg into his mouth and replied, Just eat. There's no need for so much idle chatter. Bai Sanyi certainly seems suspect. I wonder about his origins. Is there more precise and detailed information available? Chapter 90. The tea gathering. Noticing our interest, Shigeta declared that in light of this meal, he would reveal his most treasured information. He then glanced around conspiratorially, lowered his voice, and began to recount the details concerning Bai Sanyi. This formidable character is in his 50s and owns an impressive establishment in Lulikang. Shigeta had once caught a glimpse of him while assessing the area. This elderly gentleman exudes vitality and is clad in traditional Tang attire, accompanied by a male assistant and a female bodyguard, who is said to be his adopted daughter and possesses remarkable skills, though the specifics remain unknown. Upon his departure, his presence is undeniably commanding. However, Bai Sanyi does not frequent his shop daily. He typically conducts inspections on Friday afternoons. He enjoys forging connections with capable individuals and, when time permits, hosts tea gatherings, inviting skilled people to assemble. Naturally, even without an invitation, anyone with sufficient talent is warmly welcome to visit. There have been instances of overconfident individuals attempting to pay a visit, only to be barred at the door. The merchandise in this establishment is exceptionally pristine, characterized by scarcity and quality. Even the police are unable to find fault, showcasing the high level of expertise involved. Most importantly, it is rumored that they conduct clandestine overseas business. Upon hearing this, I could not help but gasp. It appeared that the suspicion surrounding Bai Sanyi was indeed significant. Suddenly, I recalled that today was Friday, and there was likely to be a tea gathering. Given that both Doufu and I were somewhat renowned figures, we should be able to gain entry, shouldn't we? My heart ached for Wenmin's hard work, and I wished to lend a hand. Seeing that Shurgedao had indulged himself, I settled the bill, bid farewell, and refrained from further wandering, opting instead to hail a cab and head towards Liuli factory. These two locations were quite distant from each other. During the ride, I shared my thoughts with Doufu, who was always eager for chaos and wholeheartedly supported the idea, expressing a desire to meet this Bai Sanyi and uncover his true nature. The vehicle arrived at Liuli factory, known for its antique offerings, yet lacking the plethora of trinkets found in Panjiayuan and devoid of the scattered stalls. The shops were all elegantly decorated. Following the address provided by Shurgedao, we navigated our way to Bai Sanyi's establishment. It was a quaint, two-story building with an antique charm, where a young attendant clad in a tang suit stood at the entrance, adorned with a circular emblem on his chest. A sign hung above, proclaiming the name, Chi. The attendant greeted us with a slight smile, inviting us inside and inquiring about our purpose. I mentioned that we had come to attend the tea gathering. The attendant then requested our identification and names. Doufu proudly presented his ID, thumping his chest as he proclaimed, "We are the daring duo who traverse mountains and seas, slicing through bamboo and unearthing mushrooms. This is our credential." Upon seeing this, the attendant made a call, though it was unclear to whom he was speaking. After a brief moment, he respectfully stated, "Please follow me, esteemed guests." He led us to the second floor. Upon arrival, I observed that there were already several attendees present, 8 in total, scattered throughout the space, though the northern side remained unoccupied, indicating the main guest had yet to arrive. The attendant seated us and then departed, while the early arrivals scrutinized Doufu and me. One older gentleman remarked, "What youthful lads we have here." I could hardly consider myself young. One might say I was in the prime of life, yet by the standards of the post-2000 generation, I was undoubtedly a distinguished elder. Nevertheless, in the company of these individuals, I could only be deemed youthful, so I offered a polite greeting and introduced myself briefly. To my surprise, as Harichagai had mentioned, due to our previous quest for Doufu, our names had indeed gained some recognition, and several present were aware of us. Just as I finished speaking, laughter erupted. Heroes emerged from youth, as has always been the case. From behind a beaded curtain, a gentleman in a white tang suit, appearing to be in his 50s, emerged, exuding vitality and a sharp gaze that compelled my admiration. Doufu, lowering his voice, remarked, "This old man must have read too many martial arts novels. Here we are, a band of tomb raiders, and he speaks of heroes." It was quite impolite to whisper in such a setting, so I disregarded Doufu's comment and turned my attention back to Bai-san-yi. However, just then, following Bai-san-yi, 3 more individuals appeared. Among them, 2 matched Harichagai's description, an assistant of similar age to Bai-san-yi and a plain-faced young woman in her 20s. In addition to these 2, there was another person whose appearance caught me off guard. He was clad in black attire, his hair as dark as the night, and his eyes, pitch black and unwavering, cast a glance at us only briefly upon entering. That haughty and frigid gaze, coupled with the straight line of his lips, unmistakably belonged to the mute whom I had not contacted in ages. My astonishment was palpable. How could he be with Master Bai? The mute's gaze lingered momentarily on both me and Doufu, a subtle pause that left me questioning my own perception. Doufu, however, displayed his surprise unabashedly, seemingly on the verge of calling out to the mute. I quickly nudged him, and he swallowed his words with great effort. This exchange did not escape Master Bai's notice as he settled into a mahogany chair to the north, smiling at Doufu. He inquired, "Do you have something to say?" Doufu cleared his throat, glanced at me, and stammered, "I saw you, sir, and found your demeanor quite impressive, rare in my experience," and I felt a surge of admiration. So, I got a bit carried away. I apologize for the offense. Master Bai offered a slight smile, the corners of his eyes crinkling with fine lines, and engaged in pleasantries with the others. This so-called tea gathering was, in truth, a means to foster connections, not necessarily to discuss serious matters. The essence of these connections need not be genuine, but rather a facade of willingness to associate with one another. In the course of conversation, everyone shared curious anecdotes and business insights, while I occasionally observed the mute, who sat nonchalantly with his legs crossed, leaning against the mahogany chair, hands intertwined, exuding an air of icy arrogance that drew attention. As if sensing my gaze, the mute suddenly turned his eyes toward me, and our eyes locked, causing an uncomfortable sensation within me. He was strikingly similar to 鬼9he, a person who might have a significant connection to me. His inscrutable demeanor only deepened my unease, leaving me in a state of uncertainty. The pressure he exerted was palpable. I found myself unable to withstand the intensity of his cold, proud eyes, and I averted my gaze. Upon doing so, I realized that this act of retreat was somewhat cowardly, and I felt a surge of annoyance. Why should I cower? Consequently, I lost interest in the idle chatter exchanged between Master Bai and the others, my thoughts consumed by the mute's intentions. He was a person of considerable pride. How could he possibly be entangled with Master Bai? What was the nature of their relationship? Did they perhaps have some form of collaboration? It was evident that the mute sought to uncover the connection between 鬼9he and myself. With his capabilities, he would not be lacking in wealth or followers. Such a person would not align himself with Master Bai for material gain. Could it be that Master Bai had dealings related to 9he? The surname Bai struck a chord within me. As a memory surged forth, my grandfather in his final moments, eyes wide with terror, blood spilling from his mouth. Uttering key phrases, save the person, the map, find someone with the surname Bai. Grandfather had entrusted me with a dark lantern, urging me to save someone. A mystery I have yet to unravel. It is presumed he meant to save 9he, yet my grandfather must have known that by now. 9he was likely nothing more than a skeletal remnant. How could one save such a being? Regarding the map, it presumably refers to the enormous map of the King of Giant Ears obtained from the ice crypt by 9he. Currently, the information contained within this map resides in the hands of Su. As for the final individual, Bai, does this refer to a person with the surname Bai? Or perhaps something else? I believe the former possibility holds greater weight. Su once informed me that the organizer of the Yashan treasure hall, known as Bai Yi, was a man with the alias Chameleon, adept at disguise. Since the Yashan treasure hall, both Chameleon Bai Yi and Zhuanrui have seemingly vanished without a trace. I pondered whether the Bai San Yi before me was indeed the same person as the chameleon from before. Just as I was lost in thought, Bai San Yi suddenly inquired, "Chun Xian, young brother, what do you think?" I snapped back to reality, realizing he was addressing me. Yet I had been oblivious to the context of his question. Fortunately, Doufu, quick-witted as ever, promptly replied, 3E, his mind eccentric quite right. He was pinched by a door as a child. You'd be better off asking me. I recalled a humorous saying, if you wish to be wealthy, excavate ancient tombs. Remember to observe, inquire, and deduce. The same principle applies to antiques. I have encountered two individuals who could discern the era of an artifact merely by its scent. Listening to Doufu's response, I surmised that Bai San Yi's previous discussion must have revolved around antique appraisal, and thus I smiled and remarked, in this regard, I must humbly learn from all of you esteemed seniors and dare not show off my limited skills. Bai San Yi chuckled heartily, allowing the topic to dissolve. Approximately 40 minutes later, the tea gathering concluded, and everyone began to rise and depart. At that moment, the mute exchanged a few words with Bai San Yi, then, with an unwavering gaze and arms crossed, coldly proceeded to leave, clearly intent on departing as well. As he passed through the crowd, people almost instinctively made way. His haughty demeanor treating everyone as mere refuse was impossible to ignore. Doufu and I exchanged glances and promptly followed after him. On the bustling street of Lilikang, I managed to intercept the mute. He halted, maintaining his stance, his voice still cold and indifferent, stating, if you have something to say, speak. Under the weight of his dark gaze, which seemed to regard me as nothing more than an insect, my temper flared. Yet I knew it was not the time to provoke a confrontation. Suppressing my irritation, I suggested, in light of the fact that I carried you throughout the snow-capped mountains, may we step aside for a moment to converse? Chapter 91, The Eastern Courtyard, Part 1. The mute narrowed his eyes, and his haughty chin inclined slightly, indicating a willingness to grant me a few minutes of his time. I was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, for I recalled Professor Lin mentioning that the mute possessed more humanity compared to 9he. I gazed at the mute, utterly unable to fathom what the true 9he must be like. Nearby, there happened to be a tea house, and having visited Lilikang before, I was quite familiar with the route. The three of us entered the tea house and settled into a secluded area. The mute remained silent, arms crossed and legs slightly elevated, awaiting my words. Doufu, ever forthright, interjected before I could gather my thoughts. How come you're with that Bai San Yi? The mute glanced at Doufu and replied, am I obligated to answer you? Doufu, indignant, retorted, hey, you're lacking in compassion. When you were injured by Su, did you forget who carried you all the way? It was me. Moreover, it was Su who urged you to tread through the perilous path, and I selflessly took your place. While it is said that one should not expect undue gratitude for kindness bestowed, your lack of conscience is indeed disheartening. Upon hearing this, the mute, recalling the chamber of the Xianbing tomb, coldly replied, a cooperative relationship. Cooperative? What sort of cooperation? The mute is not one to act impulsively. Whenever he does take action, it creates quite a stir. I have accompanied him only twice, once to the tomb of Su Fu beneath the sea, and once to the Xianbing cave. It seems he would scarcely even glance at an ordinary grave or mausoleum. Thus, what could this cooperation possibly entail? Clearly, Doufu's interpretation was misguided, as he exclaimed in surprise. You're not going to act as the lookout for Baisani, are you? The mute cast a cold glance at Doufu, his eyes conveying a hint of disdain, indicating that Doufu's assertion was fundamentally flawed. A thought struck me. If the mute was indeed allied with Baisani, what other form of cooperation could exist, unless it was in partnership for illicit dealings? Baisani's primary endeavors are abroad, covertly engaging in the trafficking of relics. This case is significantly connected to Baisani. Could it be that the mute is also involved? A wave of unease washed over me at this thought, as the connection between the mute and 9he is undeniably shrouded in mystery. I often find myself linking their identities together, just as the mute has expressed, although he cannot fully recall his origins. Fragments of memory suggest a deep connection between him and 9he, and I may be his soul kin. Each time I ponder this possibility, I inadvertently categorize him as one of my own, yet regrettably, this notion is not reciprocated. If he is indeed entangled in this case, what should I do? In contrast to my myriad of concerns, Doufu appeared far simpler in his thinking, likely having drawn similar conclusions. He promptly pressed on. You are aware of the recent artifact smuggling case, right? Speak, was it your doing? The mute relaxed his crossed arms, fingers idly swirling a cup of tea, and coldly replied, It has nothing to do with you. I was taken aback, for the mute did not outright deny it. Could it be that this affair is genuinely orchestrated by Baisani? Is the mute truly complicit? Doufu, catching on, responded, How audacious of you to oppose the people's police. You must be courting death. What do you mean it has nothing to do with us? You are that something of old Chun, so how could it not concern us? We are here to rescue wayward young men. I understood that the mute would not merely conspire with Baisani for monetary gain. Thus, I inquired, Are you allied with that individual because he is connected to 9he? The mute halted the motion of his teacup, his gaze steady upon me, remaining silent. Yet I knew I had discerned the truth. In that moment, my heart raced with excitement, as countless thoughts flashed through my mind. Could this be the very one my grandfather spoke of on his deathbed? How did the mute come to associate with him? In a certain sense, the mute's objective is to uncover his relationship with 9he, and our goals, in essence, do not conflict. Now, the mute man has evidently gained something while mingling with Master Bai, and I cannot help but take a deep breath, suppressing the excitement within me, and ask, So, have you uncovered any news? What is the connection between this Master Bai and our Chen family? The mute remained silent for a moment, merely gazing at me with a calm demeanor, before coldly responding, What significance do your inquiries hold? Do you believe yourself superior to me? There are matters even I cannot grasp. Do not overestimate your own worth. I was momentarily taken aback. To be honest, the mute rarely spoke so extensively. He was proud, often reluctant to utter more than necessary, yet his two rhetorical questions ignited a fire within me. I retorted, How can this not concern me? My family has been shattered because of these matters. Should I not seek clarity? The mute suddenly smirked, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. His smile icy and haughty. Your quest for answers is your own affair. What I choose to do is mine. His cold, dark gaze bore into me as he slowly added, What are you anyway? Doufu, standing beside me, erupted in anger. Don't act as if you are the king of the world. What makes you so remarkable? Aside from throwing knives at people, what else can you do? Let me tell you, you may insult me, but not my brother. You are worthless, and your entire family is worthless. Realizing the implications of his words, Doufu quickly amended, Your entire family is worthless. Saving you is a waste. The mute, not one to tolerate such insults, swiftly reached out, gripping Doufu's neck with a chilling demeanor, truly annoying. After uttering this, I could not fathom his subsequent actions, but Doufu's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed onto the table. Startled, I hurried to check his pulse, discovering he was merely unconscious, likely due to the mute having struck an acupoint. With Doufu incapacitated, only the mute and I remained. Without uttering another word, he stood to leave. I instinctively blocked his path, saying, Wait. If you are unwilling to discuss Master Bai, let us refrain from that topic. I have one final question for you. Where is that batch of goods hidden? Your association with Master Bai is merely for intelligence. Surely you do not intend to assist him in his endeavors? A strike from the police would greatly facilitate your upcoming actions. The mute slightly tilted his head, replying coldly, I am not involved. After a brief pause, he added, The goods are hidden at the East Daby courtyard and will be transported tomorrow night. With that, he turned and departed. I watched his proud and upright figure retreat, pondering his two statements. His claim of non-involvement suggested that Master Bai would not allow the mute to participate in such perilous dealings. After all, their association had not lasted long, and the fewer people who knew of such deadly trades, the safer it would be. Yet, by revealing the goods location at the East Davy courtyard, it indicated that the mute had been monitoring Master Bai's every move, appearing oblivious on the surface but clearly aware behind the scenes. The East Davy courtyard? I had never heard of this place. Glancing at the unconscious Tofu on the table, I decided to take him back first and then consult Wenmin. So I promptly assisted Tofu back to the Zhuang family. Just as Haru returned, he found Tofu in a state of unconsciousness and jestingly remarked, "Where have you two been? Surely, you Haven tea indulged excessively to the point of demise?" I nodded and replied, "You are correct. Thus, I must rest. I leave him in your care. So do look after him." "Oh, you two frolic about, and yet you leave him to me?" I retreated to my own guest room. It was already past 6 in the evening, the dinner hour. I called Wenmin, who had just returned home. I could hear the sound of water in the background, likely her soaking in a bath. My mind wandered for a moment, but I shook off such thoughts and spoke of more pressing matters. Upon hearing my explanation, Wenmin's side of the call erupted with a splash, suggesting she had risen abruptly from the tub. She then informed me, "The East Doufu is an old district on the verge of demolition. We cannot proceed with the shipment tomorrow night. I must report this to my superiors immediately. However, you must remain discreet, as your identity should not be disclosed. I will attribute the information to a friend, so please do not involve yourself to avoid any potential repercussions." I replied, "It seems that Master Bai is quite a formidable character. You must exercise caution. Ensure you wear a bulletproof vest. My concern remains." Wenmin chuckled, saying, "Thank you for this grand gift you've provided. Worry not. This is not my first mission, and I will inform you promptly should anything arise." After exchanging some pleasantries, we ended the call. Later that evening, Tofu awoke, vociferously cursing the ungrateful mute while shoving food into his mouth, as if intent on devouring everything in sight. The following day, Wenmin informed me that they would be lying in wait at East Doufu that night and expressed uncertainty regarding the potential presence of armed adversaries, indicating a measure of danger. I recalled Master Bai's beaming smile and, for some reason, felt an unsettling chill, my heart remaining in a state of unease. Noticing my restlessness, Tofu suggested, "Why don't we accompany them to take a look?" I countered, "With the police and antiquities smugglers clashing, wouldn't your presence merely expose us to danger?" "Never mind. I sense that something significant is about to transpire, and I must investigate. You stay here." Tofu, clearly displeased, retorted, "Though the beautiful Gu is your wife, she is also my friend. How can I stand by idly?" I replied, "Your absence of trouble is the greatest assistance you can provide. This is settled. I shall venture out in the afternoon, and you may remain here. If you find yourself with nothing to do, perhaps take a stroll along the Great Wall." Chapter 92, East Doufu, Part 2. Having finalized my plans, I dispatched Tofu to explore the Great Wall and delved into further research regarding East Doufu. This location is quite distant, situated beyond the Fifth Ring Road, in a rather remote area that previously did not belong to the municipality of Beijing. Being beyond the Fifth Ring, it retains many old structures. East Doufu is an early dormitory building composed of several blocks, all 7-story old Western-style edifices lacking elevators. Currently, only a handful of elderly residents remain, while the original inhabitants have long departed, awaiting demolition. The entirety of the East Doufu is encircled in a circular layout, a construction style that is rather antiquated and consequently detrimental to natural lighting. As a result, several buildings are perpetually shrouded in gloom. Given the passage of time, it is inevitable that some individuals have met their demise or encountered misfortunes within these walls, leading to a plethora of ghostly tales. Whispers of footsteps echoing in empty rooms at night, the inexplicable flow of tap water, and lights illuminating on their own. All of these incidents resemble the fabric of ghost stories. However, such rumors are often perpetuated by word of mouth. Once the residents depart, these tales lose their potency. Presently, the area is sparsely populated, undergoing demolition and reconstruction, causing clouds of dust to swirl around. Aside from a few remaining inhabitants, the majority are construction workers, with the cacophony of machinery reverberating under the harsh midday sun, and a profound silence enveloping the surroundings at night. The dilapidated roads, devoid of patrolling officers, render it a perfect hideaway for unsavory activities. Having studied the map, I donned a simple outfit, tousled my hair to appear less conspicuous, and took a taxi to East Doufu. Upon arrival, the scene matched my research. The air was thick with swirling dust, and the surrounding trees had been uprooted due to construction, leaving no shade to escape the blazing sun. In the distance, I could discern the cluster of low, unadorned buildings of East Doufu, their drab concrete walls exuding an aura of antiquity, evoking a unique sentiment. I checked the time. It was just past 4 o'clock, when Min and the others should have already taken their positions. However, given the sparse population, the arrival of a police vehicle or officers would be quite conspicuous, so they were likely in plain clothes. With my disheveled hair partially obscuring my eyes and shoulders slumped, I ambled forward like a vagrant, occasionally surveying my surroundings. The majority were construction workers, with a few elderly men and women whose sun-kissed skin bore testament to their arduous lives. Their professions and circumstances were apparent at a glance, blending seamlessly into the background. Before long, I reached the vicinity of East Doufu, where shops were scarce. In the distance, a modest vegetable market operated under the watch of a solitary vendor, its shelves laden with sun-dried produce, while many stalls stood vacant. Across the street from the market, a small eatery served fast food, where several dusty, perspiring construction workers were dining. After some contemplation, I approached the eatery, ordered a meal, and disguised myself as a patron, leisurely scrolling through my phone while eating. Approximately an hour later, an eye-catching vehicle entered my line of sight, a Hummer, which maneuvered into the secluded rear of East Doufu. I only caught a glimpse of the vehicle before it vanished from view within seconds. At that moment, I overheard a construction worker nearby exclaim, "Not that vehicle again," his tone tinged with discontent. Intrigued, I wondered if he was acquainted with it. At that juncture, one of his colleagues inquired, "Do you have a grudge against that car?" It seemed that the vehicle was quite lavish, prompting another worker to remark, "What brand is it? Is it called Mustang? Or maybe the blood-sweating horse?" The first worker who spoke corrected, "What wild horse? That's a Hummer, quite expensive, you know." Just the other night, as I was returning to the construction site, this vehicle suddenly appeared out of nowhere on the road, startling me to death in the dead of night. Before I could even curse, a head poked out of the car, a fierce-looking fellow with a face full of flesh, resembling a gangster. So what if they have money? Bah, the second worker pondered. That East Doufu is filled with elderly folks who scavenge for a living. This car clearly belongs to someone wealthy. What business do they have there? The third worker sensed something amiss and inquired, returning to the site at such an hour, "What were you doing out so late?" This question left the first speaker momentarily speechless, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face as he hastily urged the others to drink, saying, "Why ask so much?" The remaining two understood the implication, and the younger one chuckled, "Uh-huh, got it. You're treating us today, or I'll spill the beans to my sister-in-law back home." As the three continued their meal and conversation, I became increasingly convinced that the vehicle was likely under the influence of White Third Master. I thought to myself, it's only a little past 4 in the afternoon. How could they arrive so swiftly? Typically, goods are transferred under the cover of night, yet they had entered before dusk. Could there be some secret I was unaware of? With this thought, I couldn't help but grow cautious, promptly taking a detour down an empty path to follow. There were no security guards here, and entry was unregulated. I surmised that even surveillance might be lacking. The inner environment was poor, hot, and dimly lit. As I approached, I could see the same vehicle parked in front of Building 4. But when I glanced through the window, the car was unoccupied. Not far ahead lay the entrance to Building 4. The old-style mansion had a modest entryway, and from my vantage point, only a sliver of sunlight penetrated, while the depths remained shrouded in darkness. I suspected that the items I sought were hidden within. But entering now would be tantamount to throwing oneself against a stone wall, and there was a chance they might be armed. At that moment, I noticed an elderly man at the entrance of Building 2, sorting through his scraps. After a moment's thought, I ran my fingers through my disheveled hair and approached to assist. The old man glanced at me and repeatedly expressed his gratitude, engaging in small talk. "What brings you here?" I replied, "I'm waiting for someone, but since I haven't seen them yet, I thought I might help you out." The elderly gentleman, with somewhat impaired hearing, nodded and offered me a small stool, saying, "Then you can sit here and wait. I know everyone in this yard. Who are you waiting for?" I felt a stir of curiosity, glancing at the Hummer, and said, "I just passed by and came to check on my friend's parents. By the way, does the owner of that vehicle reside here?" Though the old man's hearing wasn't perfect, he understood my question. He glanced at the car and replied, "No one lives in Building 4. but I heard that half of the houses have been bought by one person, supposedly waiting for demolition. I've never seen that car before. Perhaps it's here because of that. I don't know which unit they live in. As I helped organize the scraps, I kept a watchful eye on the entrances of Building 4, and after over an hour, the owner of the vehicle finally emerged. It was not merely one individual, but rather 4 towering men, each standing at an impressive 8 feet. Their mere presence was enough to deter an ordinary person from provoking them. Yet, they did not remove anything from the premises. Instead, they simply departed in their vehicle. Once they were gone, the elderly gentleman began to reflect aloud. I have resided in this place for the better part of my life. It used to be so lively here. A sigh escaped him, perhaps prompted by some unpleasant memories. Noticing my persistent gaze towards the 4 buildings, he remarked, "There is nothing of interest. The interior is barren, though it is infested with rodents. The doors are left unlocked, and thieves seldom pay a visit. Unlatched doors." A thought struck me. Indeed, ascertaining where Old Master Bai had concealed his belongings should be straightforward. The 4 buildings had long been unoccupied, and most of their locks were damaged. However, if Old Master Bai had hidden something within, he surely would have secured his property. With the passage of time and the absence of frequent visitors, such details could be easily discerned. With this realization, I resolved to investigate the 4 buildings. Just then, the old man was moving items into a room. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, I slipped inside and promptly sent a message to Min. "I'm at Building 4 of the East Doufu. Going to investigate. Await my update." I then deleted the message from my records. I commenced my search from the ground floor, inspecting each room in turn. The interior was dimly lit, yet I could make out shapes. The large, rusted iron doors barely closed, leaving slight gaps. A gentle push sent dust cascading down. The rooms were devoid of anything but refuse and a few dilapidated tables and chairs. The silence enveloped me as I examined each room, and before ascending the stairs, I discovered something amiss in one of the ground floor rooms. This particular room was also unlocked, yet as I pushed the door, no dust fell, indicating it had been recently accessed. The instant the door swung open, darkness enveloped me, more profound than in the other rooms I had opened. It became evident that the windows were heavily draped with thick black curtains, allowing little light to penetrate, rendering the space even more shadowy. At that moment, my phone vibrated. When Min had replied, "Be cautious." Activating my phone's flashlight, a bright beam illuminated the floor, revealing that it too bore no dust, suggesting recent cleaning. Could this be the very place where Old Master Bai concealed his goods? But why had he not secured the iron door? Did he possess such confidence that no one would intrude? Chapter 93. The human head. At this juncture, the surroundings were shrouded in darkness, the stagnant hallway stifling and humid. With the piercing white light, I scrutinized the space behind the door, which, like the others, was devoid of furniture, stark and empty. In one corner lay a pile of indistinguishable debris, while to the right connected another room, and to the left, a kitchen. Holding my phone aloft for illumination, I surveyed the small room, 1 bedroom and 1 living area, a quintessential dormitory from the last century. The room to the right housed a solitary piece of furniture, a wall-mounted wooden wardrobe, half of its door broken, exposing its interior, which was thickly draped in spider webs. Beyond this, the room offered little in the way of storage. Subsequently, I turned my attention to the kitchen, which was rather diminutive in size. The stove remained in place, a rusted iron pot resting atop it, covered in an unsightly layer of mouse droppings. A peculiar odor wafted through the air, and at a cursory glance, it seemed hardly a suitable place for hiding anything of value. I mused to myself that this abode likely did not belong to Old Master Bai. Perhaps it was occupied by another tenant who had merely tidied up before departing. With that thought in mind, I resolved to leave and continue my exploration. However, as I approached the door, I was suddenly confronted with the alarming realization that the iron gate would not budge. Startled, I shook it vigorously. Yet the gate felt as though it were being held fast by an unseen force, refusing to yield. Was there someone outside tampering with it? No. I recalled that the lock had been broken the last time I opened it. It could not possibly be secured unless the lock was replaced, suggesting that perhaps someone outside was holding it shut to prevent my exit. But then it struck me that there was no handle on the outside of the gate, and it was designed to be pushed open from the outside. If there was no lock, no one could pull it. This left only one possibility. The inability to open the door was not due to external interference, but rather something sinister lurking within. A cold sweat broke upon my brow as I contemplated this unsettling notion. At that moment, my phone flickered, alerting me to a low battery. And the flashlight function became inoperative. The white light at the top of the screen extinguished, plunging the room into utter darkness. I tugged at the door once more, but it remained obstinately shut. Then, a chilling thought struck me. Had I inadvertently stumbled upon the haunting legends of Dong Debuan? Was it possible that the tales were indeed true? Might there be some unclean entity at play here? Perhaps it was merely my imagination, but I sensed the temperature around me plummet with the extinguishing of my phone's light, imparting a sudden chill. The darkness enveloped me like a shroud, rendering everything invisible. Only by illuminating my phone could I glimpse my surroundings through its faint glow. It was then that I recalled the ominous black curtain and raced towards the window, swiftly drawing it aside. Surely, with the day still not fully dark, the opening of the curtain would allow some light to filter in. Moreover, the antiquated window was not hermetically sealed. If the door was impassable, I could escape through the window. As I yanked the black curtain open, I anticipated a flood of light, but to my dismay, I was met with an impenetrable darkness. It was then I realized that what should have been a window had been sealed shut with concrete. My goodness, who would commit such a nefarious act? Blocking off a perfectly good window, holding my phone aloft for a better view. I noticed that the cement used to seal the window was of a lighter hue than the surrounding old mortar, indicating it had been applied recently. A thought occurred to me. In this barren room, why seal the window? Were they concerned about someone breaking in to steal something? Could it be that this place truly concealed some treasure? As this notion took root in my mind, I surveyed my surroundings, but alas, the weak light from my phone was insufficient to illuminate anything clearly. It seemed that to uncover the truth, I would require a more powerful source of light. Upon reflecting on this, I returned to the door, summoning every ounce of strength to pull it open. To my astonishment, it creaked ajar, though only slightly. In that moment, I felt as though someone was by my side, forcefully pushing the door. In an instant, the door that had been so laboriously opened slammed shut once more. I swiftly turned to my side, only to find the vicinity empty, devoid of any presence. Yet, what had caused that sudden force? Barely had the thought crossed my mind when an eerie sound pierced the darkness, an unsettling creaking, reminiscent of fingernails scraping against glass. The abruptness of this noise sent a chill down my spine. I held my breath, straining to discern the direction from which the sound emanated. It seemed to originate from the room on my right. Images of the room's layout flashed in my mind, sparse and shrouded in cobwebs, with the sole piece of furniture being an antique wardrobe. This wardrobe, a relic of a bygone era, featured a mirror at its center, a common design for such vintage pieces. A shiver ran through me at the thought. Could there be something lurking within that wardrobe? For a moment, my throat felt constricted. And just then, the scratching sound abruptly ceased, plunging the surroundings into an oppressive silence. I instinctively exhaled, but before I could fully breathe in, a series of distinct footsteps echoed from the darkness. Human footsteps, unmistakably coming from the room to my right. The footsteps appeared to be advancing towards me. Yet I could see nothing in the gloom. Who could it be? I pondered whether something malevolent resided here, or if someone had been hiding within that wardrobe all along. As if in response to my thoughts, the footsteps ceased, and once again, silence enveloped me. Straining my ears, I concentrated, but I heard nothing further. The only sound was the rhythm of my own breathing. Realizing the strangeness of this place, I dared not linger any longer and attempted to pull the door once again. But to no avail. It felt as though an unseen force, a powerful invisible hand, held the door firmly shut, regardless of my efforts. At this point, I was nearly convinced that something sinister lurked here. I glanced at the time on my phone, just past 6 o'clock. According to the principles of yin and yang, this marked a period of waning light and emerging darkness. I dreaded to think what might transpire once the sun set. I knew I had to seek help. Just as I intended to call one in, I discovered that there was no signal in this place. I attempted to dial out, but the phone emitted a series of beeps, which suddenly morphed into a piercing, mocking laughter, like the anguished wail of a woman driven to madness. The sound penetrated my eardrums with a jarring intensity. Startled, I dropped my phone, the battery dislodging and the device shutting down. The chilling laughter faded away alongside the demise of my phone. In the darkness, I took a deep breath, wiped the sweat from my forehead, and engaged in a mental fortitude exercise. Fear not, fear not. What sort of specters have I not encountered? My grandmother's tales seemed to hold some truth. This place was indeed haunted. At that moment, I found myself ensnared. Initially caught off guard, I had been startled, but now, regaining my composure, and perceiving the situation more clearly, I felt a sense of calm envelop me. After all, I had traversed mountains and seas in search of mushrooms, encountering countless soft and hard specters alike. My mental defenses were considerably sturdier than those of the average person. Steadying myself, I recalled the strange sounds I had just heard. If there were indeed spirits, they were likely connected to that wardrobe. As the saying goes, ghosts do not provoke the living unless the living invite trouble. Since you have chosen to disturb me, I shall not shy away. With this thought, I retrieved my lighter and ignited the flame, while my other hand grasped the dagger concealed at my waist, advancing toward the room on my right. Holding the lighter aloft, I stood before the wardrobe. The large mirror in the center reflected my figure. I surmised that the previous fright had left me sweating, my hair slightly damp, rendering me quite disheveled. I inhaled deeply, and without further ado, I kicked the mirror with force. A resounding crash echoed as the glass shattered into countless shards, causing the entire wardrobe to tremble. An old adage states that ghosts fear the wicked. When confronted with something unclean, the gravest mistake is to exhibit trepidation. In such moments, displaying ferocity often proves remarkably effective. With that kick, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, my fears dissipated entirely. I then reached out to swing open the other door. In an instant, the interior of the wardrobe was laid bare before me, releasing an obscure and ominous aura that compelled me to hold my breath. As I scrutinized the empty space with the light of my lighter, I discovered it was devoid of contents, save for a multitude of spiders. My abrupt and aggressive actions sent them scurrying to the corners and crevices of the wardrobe. I stared at the vacant wardrobe, straining to listen. At that moment, a chill crept up my neck, as though someone stood behind me. Yet, upon turning, I found nothing there. Regrettably, I had no incense on hand. Otherwise, I would have investigated what mischief was afoot. Estimating that my commotion would instill some apprehension in any lurking spirits, I hoisted the lighter and returned to the door, which opened smoothly with a mere tug. However, upon glimpsing the scene outside, my scalp prickled with dread, compelling me to slam the door shut. A severed head floated just outside. It appeared inflated, suspended in the doorway. The swollen visage, with bloodshot eyes wide open, stared unblinkingly at me. Chapter 94. The hidden entrance. I pressed against the door, my body weight nearly forcing it shut, doubting my own senses. How could there be a head outside? It was preposterous. Glancing at my wristwatch, the dim light from the lighter forced me to bring the watch closer to my eyes. It still read 6 o'clock. Since the last time I checked, about 10 minutes had elapsed, indicating that the outside world remained illuminated. Even if there were a ghost, surely it would not resort to such theatrics? At this moment, I felt the lighter becoming somewhat warm in my hand. Though this windproof lighter burns longer than an ordinary one, it cannot sustain its flame indefinitely. If it were to extinguish, the room would be engulfed in complete darkness. Contemplating this, I took a deep breath, gradually calming my startled emotions. My mind was plagued by the image of that disembodied head floating outside the door, with its pallid visage and blood-red eyes. Gazing at the weathered green iron door, a sense of unease washed over me. Was it still out there? Was it merely a figment of my imagination? I tightened my grip on the dagger, inhaled deeply, and, summoning my courage, pulled open the iron door once more. This time, no opposing force hindered me. The door swung wide open. Beyond lay a dim corridor, devoid of any head. Holding the lighter aloft, I scanned my surroundings. Upon confirming the absence of anything peculiar, I swiftly stepped outside and hurried toward the exit of the fourth building. Regardless of the circumstances, my priority was to escape this eerie place. However, after sprinting approximately 20 meters, I discovered that the entrance, which should have led me out, had vanished. Replaced instead by a weathered green iron door, its red paint faded to reveal the room number 107. Wasn't this the very room I had just entered? The term ghost wall suddenly flashed in my mind. I turned abruptly to retrace my steps, only to find an impenetrable darkness behind me. Within that obscure light, a fleeting shadow darted past. At once, I realized that it was that entity at play. Though I considered myself fairly brave, I understood that if I remained ensnared by this malevolent force, escape would be impossible. Without hesitation, I pursued the location where the shadow had appeared. The corridor was a straight path, and within 10 strides, I found myself back at the entrance of room 107, the iron door still ajar. I glanced at the door before me, and then at the darkness 20 meters away. Though I could not discern the details of the door now, I knew it was blocking my escape. It seemed that the entity within the room was unwilling to let me go. Anger surged within me at this thought, and I kicked open the iron door, thinking to myself, do you really believe I fear you? With that resolve, upon entering, I recalled the pile of refuse in the corner. I had previously glanced at it and noticed some fabric among the debris. So I approached the corner and ignited the scraps. The flames blazed to life, illuminating the entire room. At that moment, I had no means to offer incense, nor did I possess any buffalo horn or similar items, rendering me unable to perceive the troublesome entity. Nevertheless, wherever a malevolent presence resides, there must be a tangible form, perhaps a corpse, a spirit tablet, or some other item steeped in darkness that could serve as a vessel for the entity. Presently, there were two locations in the room that seemed particularly suspect: the previously creaking wardrobe and the kitchen, which contained more clutter, including some broken dishes and jars. It was plausible that something of significance lay within. I resolved to investigate the large wardrobe first. As I stepped into the room housing the wardrobe, the floor remained strewn with shattered mirror fragments, casting distorted silhouettes in the dim, yellow light. I glanced at the reflections, then turned my gaze toward the wardrobe before me. Despite having opened it moments ago, the wardrobe now stood firmly shut. Within mere seconds of my approach, the creaking sound resonated once more. This time, I was certain it emanated from within the wardrobe, akin to someone scraping its surface with their nails. I drew a sharp breath, scanning the surroundings, and unsheathed my dagger, yanking open the wardrobe doors with sudden force. As I did so, I muttered a silent prayer, simultaneously recalling the methods I had learned to confront malevolent spirits. My initial thought was to pierce my tongue and spill a drop of my life essence should a ghost truly lurk within. However, to my astonishment, the wardrobe revealed itself to be empty. Only a few spiders remained, mending the webs I had previously disturbed. Startled by my presence, they scurried into the corners, likely cursing the incessant annoyance of humanity. I gazed into the vacuous wardrobe, an unsettling sense of unease creeping into my heart. Although I had encountered many apparitions before and felt unafraid, the discomfort of knowing the enemy lurked in the shadows while I stood exposed was disconcerting. Just as my confidence wavered, my peripheral vision caught a glimpse of something crawling atop the wardrobe. Could it be that something was hiding there? I abruptly raised my lighter to investigate, only to see the entity dart swiftly to the ceiling, leaving behind a fleeting shadow, resembling a curled figure. In that instant, I recognized it, the very head that had been suspended outside the door. Without a moment's hesitation, I hurled my dagger at the apparition. Over the past year, I had honed my skills in throwing knives, and while I may not rival the legendary 鬼9he, I considered myself somewhat adept. Yet, this throw faltered. The dagger missed the head and instead struck the fragile surface of the ceiling, causing a chunk of concrete to crumble and fall to the ground. I immediately pursued the disembodied head as it darted into the kitchen. In an instant, I heard a loud crash. Upon my arrival, I found a rusted iron pot rolling across the floor. The cramped kitchen revealed no trace of the head. I felt a wave of confusion wash over me. What on earth was that head? Had someone perished in this room, their restless spirit lingering? As I pondered, I scrutinized the confined space. And then I noticed something alarming. Beneath the iron pot lay a water vat. This was an old building, where access to running water was not as convenient, leading to the installation of a combined sink and water vat in kitchens of the past. The vat, typically covered with movable tiles, was designed to store water for emergencies. It seemed that the tiles had become dislodged, exposing the rectangular opening of the vat, and the large black pot had conveniently obscured it from my view. As the figure rushed in, it evidently collided with the iron pot, causing it to tumble and inadvertently reveal the square opening of the water vat. A thought struck me. Could that thing be hiding within the water vat? This peculiar soft dumpling was indeed strange. On one hand, it restrained me from leaving, while on the other, it refrained from confronting me directly, opting instead to obscure its presence. What could its intentions be? Was it possible that this was a female ghost, not wishing to harm me, but rather desiring my company as her consort? Having spent too much time with that unreliable fellow, Doufu, my mind was becoming increasingly whimsical. I shook my head to dispel these chaotic thoughts, igniting my lighter, my wrist flicking as I grasped a flying knife, leaning my head into the vat's opening, contemplating that if something truly lurked within, I would give it a good shot. I had modified this flying knife myself. My grandfather's version was laced with poison, which I deemed unsafe. One misstep could easily harm one of my own. After much contemplation, I filled the blood groove on the knife's back with a mixture of vermilion and black powder, hoping it would prove effective against the soft dumpling as well. Regrettably, I had yet to find an opportunity to test it. As I leaned in, I discovered that the water vat was quite large, though it appeared unremarkable from the outside. It was surprisingly deep, about 1 meter 30 to 40, long enough for two youths to lie side by side. However, this exploration yielded unexpected findings. While I did not see a head within the vat, I did notice a large, dark hole at the opposite end, directly across from the square water inlet. This opening was wide enough for a person, and it was clearly not a drainage hole. Who would have a drainage hole of such magnitude? What purpose did this hole serve? My curiosity piqued. I crawled into the vat, burying my body near the hole to investigate. With the dim light of the lighter, I discerned that it was indeed a burrow, and judging by the surrounding marks, it appeared to be a thief's tunnel, small hoof prints layered one upon another, resembling fish scales. Expertly crafted by a seasoned hand. What could a thief's tunnel be doing in this place? Suddenly, it dawned on me. Could it be that Masterby had hidden something within this hole? No wonder the door was left unlocked. A locked door would draw attention. And who would suspect that a thief's tunnel lay beneath the water vat? It seemed likely that the items were hidden below. I contemplated descending to explore further. Yet I recalled the head that had similarly drifted into the vat. Clearly, it must have entered this very tunnel. With only a lighter in hand and uncertainty about the effectiveness of the flying knife against the soft dumpling, venturing down felt perilous. Just as I hesitated, a sudden creak broke the silence. It was the sound of the iron door being pushed open. Moments later, voices echoed. "Hey, why is there a fire here?" Another voice replied. "Not good. The cabinet has been opened." Then, a whistle pierced the air. Before I could fully comprehend what was happening, something erupted from the thief's tunnel before me. To my astonishment, it was a large, pitch-black spider, and on its back was a striking pattern resembling a human face. I was immediately reminded of the rare human-face spider, known to secrete a substance that induces mild hallucinations. In other words, the human head I previously perceived was, in fact, this creature. And the phenomenon of spatial disorientation was likely a mere figment of my imagination. Chapter 95. Deceived human-face spiders predominantly dwell within trees and seldom infiltrate human abodes, which is why they are not commonly encountered. However, there exists a myriad of species, each adorned with unique facial patterns. Most human-face spiders are comparable in size to ordinary spiders, with some even being smaller, making this particular specimen, of such a substantial size, an extraordinary rarity. It was evident that this creature had been bred by individuals outside, as it suddenly emerged from a burrow upon hearing a whistle, swiftly darting past me and disappearing through the opening. At that moment, I heard someone exclaim, "This is bad. Someone must have intruded." Soon after, a cacophony of footsteps approached the kitchen. Realizing that being cornered by them would spell disaster, I immediately followed the human-face spider in a frantic dash. I encountered 3 burly men who were evidently startled by my sudden appearance. However, armed with weapons, including silenced handguns, they posed a significant threat. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly. Before they could fire, I hurled 3 flying daggers at them. Due to the close range, all struck their targets. But the lack of time for precise aim meant they did not hit any vital points. Seizing the moment while they were momentarily incapacitated, I forcefully pushed past them and fled. The hallucinatory effect of the spider's secretion had likely dissipated, and I quickly spotted the exit. Illuminated by the fading rays of the setting sun, I dashed out of the main entrance and headed straight for the community gate. Fully aware that the side exit was a perilous choice, it lay unguarded, leaving me vulnerable to being shot without anyone knowing. Conversely, the front was adjacent to a construction site, bustling with workers who were still laboring late into the evening, providing a sense of safety against reckless violence. As I sprinted, the 3 men immediately gave chase, firing several shots. It is worth noting that a silencer does not entirely eliminate the sound of gunfire. Rather, it diminishes the volume and alters the timbre, disguising the shots as innocuous noises akin to horns or firecrackers. With a series of sounds resembling horns echoing around me, I was fortunate to remain unscathed by their bullets due to my swift pace. Upon reaching the center of the road, the assailants hesitated to fire again. Just then, a group of individuals surged forth from the periphery. Initially, I presumed they were allies of my pursuers. However, upon spotting one men among them, I realized they were undercover agents. This group, some disguised as construction workers, surrounded the 3 men, their weapons drawn. With daylight still lingering and the assailants lacking an escape route, they ultimately surrendered. When Min instructed her subordinates to restrain them and, with concern etched on her face, asked, "Are you all right? You took quite a risk." I replied, "Letting you face a hail of bullets outside would be the true recklessness." When Min's expression softened with gratitude, only to feign annoyance as she retorted, "I am a senior officer, having apprehended more criminals than you have ever tasted salt. Who asked for your assistance? Should you ever take such reckless risks again, I shall ignore you." I gazed at her, noticing her worried yet feigned ferocity, and felt a softening within me. I reassured her, saying, "I promise that if anything happens again, I will consult you first. If I err once more, you may exact your vengeance upon me 100-fold." Hearing this, when Min was both embarrassed and incensed, she seized my ear and chided, "You're such a rascal, I will deal with you later." As the others maneuvered the vehicle closer, a young officer observed our playful banter with a somewhat disapproving glare, furrowing his brow as he inquired of When Min, "Chief, who is he?" When Min hesitated, she had intended to keep me away from the scrutiny of the police. With me now entangled in the situation, a minor investigation could easily lead to undesirable repercussions. Clearly flustered, she was unsure how to respond, prompting me to interject, "I am Officer Gu's boyfriend. Aware of the considerable risks involved in her assignment today, I came to check on her." The young officer expressed discontent, muttering, "Chief, wasn't it stated that the operation should remain covert and not disclosed to outsiders?" Being a leader, When Min found herself in a rather awkward position due to her subordinate's unexpected remark. Attempting to lighten the mood, she responded with a chuckle, "Let us take him back to the station." Once the young officer departed, When Min turned to me, assuring, "Let us consider this incident as if it never occurred. I will help you extricate yourself from this predicament." I noticed the other officers unloading a sealed wooden crate from the fourth building. It appeared to contain the contraband hidden by Master Bai. It seemed Master Bai was about to face dire consequences. After parting ways with When Min, I returned to the Zhuan residence to shower off the stench of sweat. Doufu incessantly questioned me about the incident, and I asked if he had climbed the Great Wall. He replied that he had, claiming it was not tiring at all, as the crowd pushed him forward without him expending much effort. He added that he had carved his mark on the wall, prompting me to retort, "Did no one teach you about decorum? Isn't there a code against defacing historical sites? Have your 4 years at university been for naught?" Doufu, upon hearing my reprimand, immediately fell into deep reflection. Midway through, he exclaimed, "Wait a moment. While promoting civility is essential, we are tomb raiders. No matter how cultured we become, we will not transform into archaeologists." He swiftly redirected the conversation, insisting, "Enough about that. Tell me what transpired today. Did you find the goods?" My stomach growled, and the chef at the Zhuan residence prepared a bowl of noodles with exquisite broth, a testament to culinary expertise. As I ate, I could hardly ignore Doufu's incessant chatter, recounting the events of the afternoon. He exclaimed with delight, "Let us see how that Master Bai continues to act so brazenly. This mute has provided us with such intelligence, playing both sides, while he has aided us. It is quite treacherous. If Master Bai learns the truth, it will surely infuriate him." I pondered the reality that Master Bai's assets were overseas, making it exceedingly easy to evade capture in this day and age. To dismantle his operations based on this information would not be straightforward. Indeed, what one thinks often manifests. The following day, I received a phone call from When Min. With a rueful tone, she uttered a single word, "Fake." Her abrupt declaration left me momentarily perplexed, prompting me to inquire, "What is fake?" When Min sighed and said, "The items we retrieved from the tunnel are counterfeit, merely a collection of high-quality replicas, and they differ significantly from our original goods. Bai-san insists that he merely placed some decorative replicas in the old house, which he indeed purchased 2 months ago. At present, we have no means to hold him accountable." For a moment, I was taken aback. Had the genuine items been relocated? No. If the authentic goods were moved, what purpose would it serve for Bai-san to leave a pile of fakes in that location? I immediately realized we had been deceived. When Min smiled wryly and remarked, "This is a tactic to draw the snake out of its hole. He has given us a warning, and now our only charge can be illegal possession of firearms. But that only applies to his 3 subordinates. Was this information disclosed to you by Wu Shui?" I nodded, feeling a heavy weight in my heart. Had the mute deceived me, or if the mute had indeed misled me, it was a profound betrayal, akin to a resounding slap to my face. But what if the mute had shared the truth with me? Did that imply that every move made by the mute was under Bai-san's watchful eye? Thus, When the mute betrayed Bai San by imparting this information to us, had Bai San orchestrated this ruse? If that were the case, then the mute was in great danger. I was startled and asked, "Have you seen Wushui?" Though I could not see Wen Min's expression. Her anxious and irate tone revealed that she was clearly on the same wavelength as I was. Before I could speak, she interjected, "I understand that Wushui is closely connected to you. Regardless, until the truth surfaces, we must not confront him. If something goes awry, it will be too late for regrets." I recognized her insinuation. What if the mute and 9he were the same person? She continued, "If the information provided by Wushui is indeed accurate, it indicates that Bai San has been vigilant against him. His movements are likely under constant surveillance by Bai San. Now that this matter has been exposed, I worry that Bai San may retaliate against him. Although Wushui is formidable, he cannot withstand being outnumbered." I promptly replied, "I understand your concern. I will contact him immediately and find a way to clarify the situation." After ending the call with Wen Min, I glanced at the time on the wall. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Where could the mute be now? Had he already turned against Bai San? Or was he still in the dark, being manipulated like a puppet? I couldn't help but ponder the fate of such a proud individual as the mute. If he were to discover that he had been played, it would surely be a spectacle to behold. Doufu had followed Zhuanrui out, expressing a desire to broaden his horizons and observe how the big boss conducted business, hoping to learn some advanced techniques. Harichagai had also arrived in the capital. I was unsure whether he was there for leisure or some other purpose, as he had been out of sight for a while. Sitting on the rosewood chair, I contemplated how to reach the mute. I did not possess his phone number. The only thing I knew was that he was with Bai San. Was I to make another trip to Qibaiju? After much deliberation, it seemed I had no choice but to go. Although I often exchange biting remarks with the mute, I cannot simply disregard the ambiguous relationship that may exist between us. After a mere 10 minutes of contemplation, I resolved to take a taxi to the Qibai residence in Lilikang. Given that it was broad daylight, I was not particularly concerned about encountering the formidable Bai San. Upon my arrival, I inquired and, as I suspected, Bai San was not present. I asked one of the shop attendants, "Is there a young man named Wushui who accompanies your master?" The attendant nodded in affirmation. "Do you have his contact information?" I inquired further. The attendant asked me to wait a moment and soon provided me with a telephone number. My phone had been damaged the previous day, and I had not had the opportunity to replace it. Thus, I had to find a public telephone booth nearby to dial the mute's number. Chapter 96. An in-person visit. I dialed the mute's number from the public phone booth, but there was no answer. Could it be that this fellow does not accept calls from unknown numbers? After some thought, I approached the staff at Qibai residence and used their phone to dial again. This time, someone answered, responding with a curt hum, indicating that I should get to the point without further ado. Suppressing my rising anger, I stated, "The information you provided was false." The mute, recognizing my voice, replied coldly, "What purpose does it serve to dwell on that now?" My heart sank at his words, and I said, "I thought you were under Bai San's surveillance, which is why our conversation might have been compromised. Did you know I was actually worried about you?" I realized, with a sense of clarity, that Wushui was indeed ruthless. On the other end of the line, the mute fell silent for a moment before saying, "What you are saying now is of no significance. I do not have the time to explain, but I advise you to keep your girlfriend on her guard." A chill ran down my spine as I asked, "What do you mean?" However, before I could finish my sentence, the call was abruptly disconnected. Clutching the receiver, I replayed the conversation in my mind and noted that the mute had neither confirmed nor denied providing false information. He simply seemed unwilling to discuss the matter further. Now, what did he mean by warning me and Wen Min to be cautious? Could it be that he was implying something about Bai San? Despite our brief encounter, Bai San appeared affable, yet I understood that this was merely a facade. Our limited interactions suggested that he was not a character to be trifled with, especially given his recent maneuver to outsmart the police. Was it possible that he would target Wen Min? She is a police officer with substantial connections, and those who dwell in the underworld typically harbor disdain for law enforcement. However, it is rare for anyone to seek vengeance against a police officer, as it is merely a part of their profession. Killing one officer would only pave the way for another. Unless under exceptional circumstances, retaliation against the police is seldom pursued. What exactly was the mute attempting to caution me about? Then, I discerned another inconsistency. The information had originated from me, and logically, if Bai San intended to take action, he should have approached me first. Why would he bypass me to confront Wen Min directly? Surely, it could not be that he found me appealing? Pondering these questions left me perplexed, and in my confusion, I reluctantly returned to the Zhuan family residence. Upon arriving home, Doufu promptly approached me and said, "Old Shun, you must buy a mobile phone quickly. Gouda Beauty is unable to reach you and has called me instead." I inquired, "What did she say?" Doufu, with a mischievous glint in his eyes and a playful nudge, chuckled, "You should ask her yourself, but I believe it is something positive. It seems she wishes to invite you to dinner." I thought to myself that Min was likely preoccupied and distressed due to the recent smuggling case, and surely had no inclination for a meal at this moment. It was likely just Doufu's unreliable conjecture, so I returned the call using Doufu's phone. On the other end, when Min appeared somewhat anxious, I could detect a quickening of her breath. After a moment, she cleared her throat and said, "Are you free this evening? My father wishes to meet you." I felt a tightening in my throat, thinking that this ugly son-in-law was hardly prepared to meet his future father-in-law. And yet such an unexpected turn of events had arisen. Min's voice bore a hint of resignation as she explained, "My father has become aware of this operation. He has been leveraging connections and knows that you were the source of the information. Additionally, since you claim to be my boyfriend, I surmise it is likely that the young officer previously let slip some details." She then reassured me, "A meeting is a meeting. I will make preparations." Min added, "One more thing. He will undoubtedly have guessed your profession, as you have a record. While ordinary police may not have access to it, my father certainly can retrieve that information. Therefore, you must be forthright. If you attempt to hide anything, it will surely incite his ire." We discussed the particulars of meeting my prospective father-in-law, and as the evening approached, I went to purchase some gifts before taking a ride to the address Min had provided. Her residence was somewhat secluded, situated in a standalone old villa that had seen better days. Min remarked that her father was rather low-key in this regard, spending most of his time overseas and only returning for significant matters. Upon my arrival, it was Min who opened the door for me, ushering me inside. I beheld an elderly gentleman seated on the sofa in the living room. He wore glasses and had a slightly portly frame, his hair half gray and coarse. According to traditional physiognomy, individuals with coarse hair are often strong-willed and difficult to handle, a notion I found somewhat concerning. "Hello, Uncle Gu," I greeted him. He gave me a cursory glance and gestured for me to sit, assuring me to not be overly formal. His demeanor appeared cordial, devoid of apparent hostility. Although I typically avoid being overly talkative, I am diligent in areas that warrant it. I had previously gleaned from Min her father's preferences and engaged him in conversation accordingly. To my relief, we found common ground, and Min seemed to relax, offering a slight smile before excusing herself to fetch some fruit. I understood that the main topic was about to arise. Indeed, once Min had departed, Uncle Gu shifted the conversation, stating, "I have heard a bit about your situation. I appreciate your care for Min." "Min?" I presumed that must be her nickname. I replied, "Uncle, you are too kind. In truth, it is Min who has assisted me greatly, and I hold her in high regard." He remained silent for a moment before continuing. "As the old saying goes, a match should be made in accordance with one's station. Though times have changed, the wisdom of our ancestors carries weight. I am aware of your circumstances and trust you are cognizant of them as well. I shall refrain from elaborating further." In a moment of disarray, I was taken aback by the other party's astonishing candor. Gu's father, having spent considerable time abroad, had grown accustomed to directness, eschewing the subtleties of conversation. He asserted that while my circumstances were commendable, we were fundamentally incompatible. I had not anticipated such a blunt confrontation, yet since it had transpired, retreat was not an option. Thus, I replied, "I am neither lazy nor irresponsible. I will care for her." "What will you provide?" He retorted, "Will you plunder cultural relics? Are you aware that this is illegal? Even if your intellect shields you from legal repercussions, can you persist in such perilous ventures indefinitely?" My reference to family was not financial. I have but one daughter, a young woman of remarkable capability who does not require anyone to sustain her. My sole desire is for her to have a stable and harmonious home. In contrast, you are a person perpetually on the brink of demise and entangled in criminality." His words left me speechless. I had indeed contemplated these matters. The curse afflicting me was still unresolved. I had once endeavored to distance myself from her. Yet emotions are not easily governed by reason, and I found this endeavor exceedingly challenging. Now, the only course of action available to me was to seek a resolution to the curse. Once that burden was lifted, I would no longer need to descend into the fray. These plans had quietly taken root in my mind. initially intended to be divulged to Gu's father only after achieving stability. However, the current circumstances were decidedly unfavorable for me. His words prompted deep reflection. What if the curse remained unbroken? What if I failed to find a means of its dissolution? The visage of one man flashed before my mind, followed by images of Doufu, then various friends, ultimately resting upon a photograph that bore a cold, piercing gaze, which seared into my consciousness through the fog of memory. At that moment, one entered, bearing a platter of fruit. She surveyed Gu's father's expression and, noticing his smile, assumed our conversation was progressing favorably, and thus smiled in return. A pang of guilt coursed through me as I prepared to speak, when suddenly, I noticed Wenmin's eyes darting towards the window. It was now 7 in the evening, and an aunt we had hired was preparing dinner, which had evidently been delayed due to a sudden decision. As Wenmin gazed outside, the night was rendered hazy by the glow of distant lights. She whispered, "I have a feeling that someone is watching us." Gu's father furrowed his brow, glancing toward the window, seemingly struck by a thought, and rose to shift to the other side of the room. I recalled the words of the mute earlier in the day, realizing that Wenmin possessed a keen sense of awareness. Could it be that someone was indeed lurking outside? I approached the window to peer into the darkness. Amidst the dim light, I suddenly discerned a shadowy figure on the rooftop of a nearby building, seemingly crouched. Alarm surged within me as I swiftly pulled Wenmin behind the wall, exclaiming, "It could be a sniper." "A sniper?" Gu's father frowned, then scoffed. Wenmin interjected, "No. If it were merely a sniper, they would have acted by now." Could it be a demolition charge? Almost simultaneously, we both recoiled from the window. I yanked Gu's father forcefully, urging, "Quick, retreat inside." As soon as the words left my lips, I felt a sudden brightness fill the room. A radiance unlike any illumination from a mere light source. A deafening explosion resonated in my ears, accompanied by a scorching wave, mixed with debris surging towards me from behind. Instinctively, I lunged forward to shield Wenmin, pinning her to the ground, and then everything faded into oblivion. In the fleeting moment of unconsciousness, a singular thought consumed me. "Bai, you are truly ruthless. One day, I, Chen, shall bring you to your demise." The hero saves the maiden. Well, the protagonist is destined to survive. Today's chapter was hastily written, as I had stayed up late watching films and overslept this morning. Chapter 1. The Guardians of 9 Dragons. I remained oblivious to the passage of time until I awoke in a hospital in Beijing. Doufu sat beside me, engrossed in a game on his phone, completely unaware that I had regained consciousness. My throat parched. I managed to utter, "Stop playing and fetch me a glass of water." Doufu looked up, his face lighting up with surprise. "You're awake." He poured me a glass of water while adding, "Gu, the stunning beauty, went to buy you soup. She kept watch over you all night." I asked. I was unconscious for an entire night. "What time is it now? Are they all right?" Before Doufu could respond, Wenmin's voice echoed from the doorway. "We're all fine, though you have some cuts on your back from the debris and a bruise on your head. Thankfully, it's not too serious." She entered, carrying a thermal container, opening it to serve me a bowl of soup. Doufu, with a hint of jealousy, remarked, "When I fall ill, Shuang will bring me soup too." I kicked him playfully, retorting, "You traitor, when have I not brought you food when you were sick? Now all you think about is Shuang." Wenmin chuckled, "All right, you should be quiet after sustaining injuries." After a brief pause, she continued, "My father returned to the United States today. It seems the attack yesterday was likely a retaliation from Bai Sanyi, and I am uneasy with him still in the country. He no longer opposes our relationship." I felt a surge of relief and said, "Once we resolve the curse, we shall cease our confrontations." Wenmin smiled gently and nodded. Doufu, feeling both frustrated and constrained, lamented, "It feels like being slapped without the ability to retaliate. It's utterly infuriating." I asked, "Can't you find some solid evidence to take him down?" Wenmin replied, "The police are on high alert. But he has only recently returned and his business appears legitimate. There's no trace of his past misdeeds, making it difficult to act against him." With a slight sigh, she fell silent. This was a bitter loss, I mused. Confronting Bai Sanyi openly was futile, so we would have to resort to covert measures. The mute was undoubtedly colluding with him, likely tied to Chun's affairs. As long as there was a chance for clandestine contact, a solution would eventually present itself. With these thoughts in mind, I offered some words of comfort to Doufu and Wenmin, then settled into the hospital to recuperate. Fortunately, my injuries were not severe, and I was discharged from the hospital the following day. However, as my wounds had yet to heal, it was inadvisable to engage in any strenuous activity. Thus, Doufu and I took refuge at Wenmin's residence. Haru was still nowhere to be found, though he seemed to have grown closer to Zhuanrui, prompting Doufu to jest that he was merely seeking the favor of a wealthy patron. About a week later, as the scabs on my wounds began to fall away, I intended to book a flight home. On that very day, Wenmin approached me, holding a letter. I stared at the envelope in disbelief. Who still wrote letters in this day and age? Doufu chimed in, "Gorgeous Gu, given your familiarity with old Chun, are you really writing love letters?" Wenmin's expression soured as she replied, "This letter is not from me. It is from a man." "A man?" Doufu exclaimed, looking at me with surprise. "Old Chun, you can't be eyeing other options while feasting at the table." I sensed a hint of hostility in Wenmin's tone and chose to disregard Doufu's comment as I opened the letter. Inside were merely a few terse words. 9 Dragons Guard. Come swiftly. The signature bore the character Lu. I clenched the letter tightly, realizing the moment had arrived. Wenmin remarked, "This Lu must be Lu Su. What could he want from you? And what is the 9 Dragons Guard?" Doufu, already aware that I was awaiting news from Lu Su, pondered aloud, 9 Dragons Guard? I feel like I've heard that term before. After a moment's reflection, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "When we returned to your hometown searching for clues, your grandfather left behind a notebook. Didn't it mention the location of the giant ear king's tomb being in the 9 Dragons Guard? Lu Su is inviting you to venture into the tomb, and I shall accompany you." I replied firmly, "Absolutely not. Haven't enough lives been lost in the giant ear king's tomb? Do you fancy yourself more capable than old Chin?" Doufu fell silent for a moment before murmuring, "But I cannot allow you to take this risk alone. This is the only opportunity we have. If we succeed this time, everything will be resolved. If we fail, I shall accept my fate," I stated resolutely. Wenmin's voice turned somber. "What if you do not return?" I averted my gaze, unable to meet her eyes, and replied, "If I do not return, it would signify that I am not worth the return." I was perplexed as to why Lu Su chose to notify me in such a manner. Surely he had his own motives. Previously, I had succumbed to Doufu's relentless insistence regarding our descent into the tomb, but this time I was acutely aware of the dangers that lay ahead. After a brief silence, Wenmin declared, "I will go with you. I can assist you. I can help too." Doufu interjected, "Though I lack physical strength, I possess intellect. And remember, this journey is not to some trivial location. The giant ear king's tomb was built by the corpse immortal kingdom's might. Old Chin perished there, and your grandfather returned with a limp. Can you truly compare yourself to either of them?" He continued, "Let us not be reckless. The three of us have faced life and death together. This is the most critical moment, and I cannot allow you to venture alone." I felt my chest tighten, my eyes growing warm as I spoke. "Let us not speak as if we are parting forever. Very well, if this is to be our final endeavor, let us wager everything on this last chance." Though I voiced this sentiment, my heart had already devised a plan to ensure that neither Wenmin nor Doufu would be drawn into this perilous affair. Seeing my compromise, the two of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wenmin inquired about the precise location of the 9 Dragons Guardian, which could only be discerned through a specialized map. However, I had my own plans and replied, "In Yunnan, rest assured, I know the route." Noticing her desire to ask more questions, I deftly shifted the topic. As night fell, I made a call to Zhuanrui. The following noon, I mixed the sleeping pills I had purchased beforehand into milk and administered it to Wenmin. Within a mere 10 minutes, the medication took effect, and she collapsed. Doufu, astonished, exclaimed, "Old Chun-yu." I interrupted him, saying, "I cannot allow her to accompany us on this perilous adventure." Doufu refrained from further comment, patting his chest and saying, "Fortunately, you didn't drug me." I carried Wenmin to bed, left a brief note, and departed with Doufu. Being directionally challenged, Doufu failed to notice anything amiss. It was only when the vehicle arrived at Zhuanrui's doorstep that he realized, "Aren't we headed to the airport? How do we end up here?" I replied, "I need to ask Zhuanrui for assistance." As we reached our destination, the gate to Zhuan's residence swung open, revealing several imposing figures. Doufu, familiar with the surroundings, casually strolled inside while I followed at a leisurely pace. Just then, the gate slammed shut, and Doufu's voice echoed from within, "What the heck? Why is the door closing?" Immediately, I called Zhuanrui and discovered he was standing on the second floor. I looked up at him and stated through the phone, "It's in your hands now. As we discussed last night, please keep an eye on him for a few days. I do not wish for him to follow us secretly." Zhuanrui, gazing down at me with an indifferent expression, replied flatly, I will watch over him. Good luck to you. Subsequently, I returned briefly to Shenzhen to gather some belongings and attempted to contact Liu Su, but my call did not go through. To prevent Wenmin from catching up, I immediately boarded a flight to Yunnan and purchased a specialized map upon arrival. This professional map, distinct from ordinary ones, is primarily used for geological purposes when unfolded. It is quite large and detailed. The Nine Dragons Guardian, as recorded in my grandfather's notes, consists of 9 large mountain ranges, all oriented in a singular direction. Studying the map, I quickly pinpointed the target location. It was a vast canyon situated by the New River, which flowed through it, with one half connecting to the millennia-old region, a treacherous and desolate area characterized by deep valleys and perilous waters. Locals generally only ventured along the edges, as the depths of the canyon were too hazardous, rendering them nearly untouched. Over the years, some private expedition teams and adventurers had ventured there, but many faced safety incidents, with some disappearing entirely. The canyon, known to the local New people as New Valley, had its nearest gathering place at Gumu village, where I surmised Liu Su would be awaiting us. After confirming the location, I promptly set off towards Gumu village. The mountainous terrain of Yunnan made the journey arduous. Gumu village, nestled deep within the mountains, was difficult to access. After a day's worth of traveling, switching from trains to buses, then to motorcycles, and finally relying solely on my own 2 feet, I finally arrived at Gumu village. By the time I reached my destination, night had nearly fallen. The village was sparsely populated, and there were no accommodations to be found. Among the few new people dressed in traditional attire, I quickly spotted Liu Su and his companions. As I approached, they were roasting cured meat and enjoying their meal, the local new people exuding warmth and hospitality. Su remained unchanged, his rib injury seemingly healed, moving with the same agility as before. My gaze, however, did not linger on him, but rather on the 4 individuals beside him. One was a white-cut chicken, an elderly man with white hair, slowly savoring the roasted meat. Another was Li Fatty, now a messenger, his eyes cast towards me with a gloomy expression. Then there was my old acquaintance, 鬼9he, alongside a young man whom I did not recognize. Chapter 2. The Angry Valley. The young man had dark skin, a lean physique, and the most peculiar feature was his lips, which appeared somewhat blackened, while his hair was a dry yellow, not the kind that is artificially dyed. The journey to the tomb of the king of giant ears was perilous. Those lacking experience often found themselves in greater danger. I was puzzled as to what skills this young man possessed that Su had chosen to include him in our group. Noticing my gaze, the young man approached me, his voice ingratiating. You must be Qin Xian, right? We've been waiting for you here for 2 days. You can call me Hazy. That's what everyone in my village calls me. From your village? I was taken aback. Are you a new person? Hazy quickly shook his head, nervously glancing around before saying, Elga said he would bring me to make a fortune. I'm here to work with you. I scrutinized the lad, who hardly appeared to be an experienced digger, and directed a questioning look at Su. What on earth was Su thinking by bringing along such a novice? Su met my gaze, but remained silent, merely smiling enigmatically. I chose not to dwell on Su's intentions, setting down my backpack and greeting the local villagers, before sitting by the fire to enjoy the roasted meat. Hazy attempted to ingratiate himself with me, offering food and expressing his hope for my guidance as he embarked on this new endeavor. I regarded his anxious, eager face, responding with a slight nod, but chose not to engage further, contemplating the implications of Su bringing a newcomer into the tomb of the king of giant ears. Was this not a veiled invitation to disaster? My mind wandered to the time when old Zhao had led a messenger into the Xianbing tomb, using him as bait. Now, Su's actions made me wonder, could he be exploiting this young man as well? If that were the case, the lad would be most unfortunate. Yet, lacking concrete information, I furrowed my brow and refrained from further comments. That evening, we found lodging at the home of the new villagers, planning to set out for the Angry Valley at dawn. The villagers assumed we were merely an adventurous expedition. With limited sleeping arrangements, we were forced to share rooms, and I found myself separated from 鬼9he, reclining with his legs crossed, clearly unaccustomed to an early bedtime, idly remarked, "Whereas your little shadow? Has he perished already?" I replied, "He is still alive, no need for your concern. But you, do you realize the risks involved in coming along this time? What benefits has Su promised you?" 鬼9he scoffed, "In the world of treasure hunting, one must rely on their own strength to reap rewards. Do I need Su to provide me with anything?" I found myself perplexed and inquired, "Are you aware of the dangers that lurk in this place?" 9he, with his eyes closed, replied, "No matter how perilous it may be, the valiant have traversed it. A true hero fears nothing. What is there for me, 9he, to dread?" As I cast him a sidelong glance, I remarked, "You possess considerable courage." 9he smiled faintly, alluding to a deeper truth. Only those burdened with attachments are reluctant to embrace death, hesitant to face it. I have lived a solitary life, unencumbered by ties. What is there left for me to fear? His words prompted me to ask, "Do you not have a wife or children?" 9he responded, "Initially, I did. However, as a grave robber, I spent my days delving into the resting places of the deceased. She was terrified. My hands, with a mere touch, would send her into a scream, and ultimately, she fled. Let her go. I am wealthy enough without the need for a woman." He glanced at his hands, a shadow passing through his gaze. They were mechanical, larger than ordinary, with elongated fingers resembling bamboo, their dark hue lending them an unsettling appearance. Any ordinary woman, knowing these hands frequently touched traps, toxins, and corpses, would indeed hesitate to let them near. I sensed that beneath his bravado, 9he was likely grappling with profound discomfort. Thus I chose not to delve deeper into the subject. Rolling over, I closed my eyes to sleep, my mind wandering through a myriad of thoughts, uncertain if I would uncover Qin-Si's remains on this expedition, when men must have awakened long ago, likely anxious about the situation, while my ancestors had probably been questioned by Doufu countless times. As for what lay ahead, I could only leave it to fate. At this juncture, all I could do was exert my utmost effort. The following morning, we donned our gear, bidding farewell to the villagers of the new tribe, and set forth towards New Valley. The precise location of the giant Ear King's tomb was known solely to Lu Su. After all, the contents of that disc were privy only to him. Thus, we followed his lead throughout the journey. I observed that Lu Su was not his usual composed self. His words had noticeably dwindled, and during our rest periods, he often gazed ahead, lost in thought. After traversing the mountain paths for over 4 hours, we reached the entrance to New Valley. From the heights, one could see the jagged rocks below, and the valley was shrouded in swirling mists. The waters of the new river surged between the mountains, and a cool breeze wafted from the valley, instantly drying the sweat on our brows, imparting a refreshing chill in the summer heat. 9he appeared exceedingly exhilarated, exclaiming, "This river looks magnificent. In my hometown, we have no rivers. We lack water, only ponds." 9he countered, "How could it not be spectacular? This is the new river, which originates from the Tangula Mountains in the Tibetan Plateau. It winds deep into the plateau, veering south into Yunnan, entering Myanmar, where it is known as the Salween River, ultimately flowing into the Indian Ocean. Just imagine its length." 9he continued to express admiration, his naivety evident. Standing beside me, he noticed my lack of reaction and, in a familiar manner, linked his arm with mine, asking, "Brother Chun, have you ever seen a river of such magnitude?" I was reluctant to engage him, as I understood that our expedition to the giant Ear King's tomb, barring any extraordinary abilities he possessed, was essentially a venture towards doom. Though I could not fathom Lu Su's intentions, broaching the subject now would yield no benefit to me. As I gazed into the excited eyes of 9he, my thoughts drifted to Tofu. I mused that if Tofu were subjected to such treachery, I could hardly fathom what emotions would envelop me. With this in mind, I nodded and replied, "I have seen the Yangtze River, the Yellow River, the Heilong River by Yangdian, the Huangpu River, and the Songhua River." 9he exclaimed in envy, "Chengge, you have traveled to so many places. I truly envy you." I responded, "In the past, I traversed north and south for business, thus I have seen much." 9he declared, "This time, having earned some money, I will visit the Yangtze and Yellow Rivers." I was taken aback, noticing Lu Su standing atop a high point, seemingly surveying the terrain, oblivious to our conversation. I then asked, "Who informed you that you could earn money on this expedition? Have you never done this before?" 9he replied, "Brother Lv told me. I used to fish back home." Sensing my unease, he became anxious and asked, "Chengge, is there a problem?" After pondering for a moment, I said, "This line of work can indeed be profitable, but not everyone can safely earn money in it. I advise you, it is not too late to leave now." Although I was uncertain of Lu Su's intentions, I could not bear to watch this naive 9he follow us to his demise. I, Chun Xian, am not a virtuous person. I have harmed others. Yet I do not take lives indiscriminately. 9he, upon hearing my words, grew uneasy, his eyes pleading for an explanation or a glimmer of hope. Just as I was about to inquire why LV Su had recruited him, I saw LV Su leap down from the heights, pointing toward the right front and stating, "It is safer to enter the valley that way. Let us proceed." I glanced in that direction and noted the terrain was relatively flat, with a gentle slope that would lessen the risk of missteps. Thus, our group of 6 began descending the mountain path into the valley, occasionally using hands and feet, navigating the perilous terrain as stones rolled down around us. As for the once sprightly Zhuanrui, he had transformed into a feeble old man, his strength waning and his movements labored. I truly wondered if he might meet an untimely end before we even reached the ancient tomb. Currently, Zhuanrui controlled the messengers of 9he, managing to keep them from troubling me due to his collaboration with LV Su. Should he perish, it was likely that 9he and his crew would seek revenge, which would serve me no favor. I realized that throughout this journey, I had amassed many enemies. Reflecting on it, it seemed to stem from my penchant for meddling. Ultimately, it was my inability to overlook injustices that led me to intervene and unwittingly invite calamity upon myself. The ancients spoke wisely of preserving oneself. Perhaps, in future encounters with inequities, I should strive to endure in silence, provided I am granted that opportunity. Noticing my attention on by Zhuanrui, Hezi whispered as we walked, "That old man is rather menacing. He hasn't spoken a word the entire way. When I tried to engage him, he shot me a glare. It was quite terrifying." I cautioned, "Watch your step and refrain from speaking." Soon, as we descended further, the slope became more level, and the group's vigilance waned. Yet, Zhuanrui seemed to be struggling, panting heavily in place. 9he jested, "Brother Zhao, I think you should return to the village and wait for our news." The white-cut chicken appeared decidedly unwilling. Squatting in place, its gaunt face shadowed with gloom, further marred by age spots that clashed with its demeanor. How could it possibly engage in such a challenge? Hezi exclaimed, "How can Brother Feng address the old man as a brother? That seems rather disrespectful." I replied, "Some individuals commit egregious acts in their youth, only to transform into malevolent elders in their later years. They are not deserving of respect." Su glanced at the white-cut chicken and suggested, "Let us take a break. We are not pressed for time." I paused momentarily, retrieving my newly acquired phone, fully charged. I noticed several intercepted calls, dozens, it seemed, likely from Doufu or 9he, though I had forgotten to set up message filtering, resulting in multiple text notifications. Upon opening them, I found only one from 9he, simply stating, "Wait for me." A warmth spread through my heart, followed by a heavy sigh. Then I turned to Doufu's messages, which elicited a chuckle. He began with greetings to my family before detailing how Zhuanrui was subjecting him to torment, vowing he would certainly escape. After reading the messages, I felt a sense of calm. This operation was shrouded in secrecy, and I had confided in no one. Although Doufu was aware of the 9 dragons' protection, his ignorance of feng shui meant he would be unable to locate the site, which eased my mind. Chapter 3. The old turtle, the white-cut chicken, was notably stubborn. Undeterred by its frail condition, and after a brief pause, urged us to commence our journey, appearing even more anxious than Su. Perhaps in old age, one becomes increasingly concerned that their body may falter, prompting a desire to reach the destination swiftly. With the elderly having rested sufficiently, we proceeded downhill without further delay. The descent was steep, and our pace was sluggish. We ambled along until the afternoon before finally reaching the bottom. Upon arriving, we entered the forest, where visibility was obscured, and the once visible new river had vanished from sight. Approaching the water source, the foliage was dense, untouched by human presence for years, with vines and flowers entwined in the damp atmosphere, soon leaving our hair damp as well. Su remarked that the ancient texts indicated the location of the giant ear king's tomb lay at the third bend of the water dragon, which is the third curve along the ascending new river. Once we arrived, and experienced, I could easily discern the signs, as that place was said to be guided by a celestial being. However, the text provided no detailed description of this celestial guidance. We would only uncover its meaning upon arrival. Thus, we made our way to the riverbank, following the current upstream. The riverbank was littered with stones that had tumbled down from the mountaintop, each unique in form, some as small as eggs, others as large as elephants. Furthermore, years of erosion from the river's mist had left the stones covered in moss, making the trek perilous. One could easily slip and fall, rendering it quite a physical endeavor. Before long, The white-cut chicken could go no further. Lipanzi laid down a garment on a rock, assisting the white-cut chicken to sit. He, with a withdrawn demeanor, remarked, "This is quite taxing for the old man. This time, we are not in a hurry, and since it coincides with mealtime, everyone selects a relatively clean spot to sit down and indulge in food and drink. Occasionally, some damp insects crawl onto our bodies. Just as we are halfway through our meal, the heavens do not favor us. A dark cloud drifts in, enveloping the valley, signaling an impending downpour. 9he remarks that we must quickly set up a tent, for it seems we will not be able to depart today. Fortunately, erecting a tent is no arduous task for us, seasoned as we are in outdoor camping. Within a mere 10 minutes, we have it ready and retreat into its confines. Soon, a torrential rain begins to pour down. Inside the tent, I share the space with 9he and He, while Elsu, Baijanji, and Lipanzi congregate in another tent, seemingly engaged in some discussion. I am too disinterested to delve into their matters. I continue to munch on the unfinished compressed biscuits. Lying back to rest my eyes, observing the relentless rain, I realize it will not cease anytime soon, and as it is already afternoon, even if it were to stop, nightfall would be upon us shortly. In this place, traveling after dark is utterly impossible, meaning we can only set forth tomorrow at the earliest. As I lie there, I gradually drift into a light slumber. The rain persists for over 3 hours before finally relenting, and by the time it stops, the sun has already set, leaving the surroundings shrouded in darkness. Outside, a fire has been kindled, primarily fueled by solid materials, with some damp firewood set aside for the moment. He, perhaps eager to showcase his abilities, declares he will catch us some fish. I glance at the turbulent waters of the new river nearby and advise against it, saying it is too dark and perilous to attempt fishing. He insists, claiming he has been fishing since childhood and can catch, clean, and prepare a fish in under 20 minutes. He then heads to the riverbank, retrieving a fishing hook and line from his pocket, and starts baiting it with some damp insects. Elsu smiles and remarks, "He is a good kid." I shoot him a sidelong glance and retort, "If he is such a good kid, why are you sending him into danger?" Elsu, still smiling, gazes at He fishing not far away and responds, "I am willing to guide him. He is eager to take risks for reward. How can that be considered leading him astray?" I counter, "Taking someone like him into such peril is tantamount to inviting death. I cannot dictate your choices, but please do not lose your basic sense of conscience." Baijanji chuckles. "Chun, are you implying that you possess more conscience than we do?" This retort momentarily leaves me speechless, a clear example of reaping what one sows. Nevertheless, we are all adults and must take responsibility for our actions. He has made his own choice. How much can I truly concern myself with it? With this thought, I refrain from further commentary. Before long, He returns with 3 fish, having cleaned and prepared them for roasting over the fire. These fish are succulent and fresh, devoid of any unpleasant odor, and once cooked, they emit a delicate aroma. It isn't long before we, a group of hungry men, have devoured them completely. After everyone has had their fill, we arrange for the night watch before settling in for sleep. 9he and I take the first half of the night watch. In the midst of our tedium, I pull out my phone, which still has a half charge, though the signal is non-existent. I engage with some built-in games to pass the time. 9he, absorbed in his own thoughts, smokes while humming peculiar tunes. In the darkness of the night, the only sounds that penetrate the silence are the rustling of leaves in the forest. I consider myself quite adept at gaming. To put it simply, it all boils down to intelligence. Victory seems imminent with each passing round. Suddenly, 9he pressed my hand and, tilting his ear, said, "Listen, what sound do you hear?" In the darkness, a faint splashing sound echoed, seemingly emanating from the new river, though the distance and the night obscured it. Prompted by 9he's observation, I listened intently, and the splashing grew louder, as if a multitude of fish were leaping. Intrigued, I disregarded my flashlight and activated the torch on my phone, exclaiming, "Let me take a look." I then made my way towards the riverbank. Upon reaching the edge of the water, I was startled to see countless large fish leaping out of the water for reasons unknown, crashing back down with a thunderous sound, creating a magnificent spectacle. I had always heard that the sight of fish breaching the surface heralds impending disaster. Could an earthquake be on the horizon? Surely, our luck couldn't be that dire. As I pondered this, I suddenly caught sight of a shadow in the center of the river, whereupon the surrounding fish vanished. What could this shadow be? Perhaps a giant fish? As I scrutinized the scene, I realized with alarm that the shadow was swimming towards the shore. This made me wary, prompting me to keep my distance from the water's edge. However, before I could retreat, the shadow surged onto the bank, revealing half of an enormous head. It was a crocodile. I had never heard of crocodiles inhabiting the new river. Had I simply been ignorant of this? The creature emerged, its eyes swiveling toward me with an intense gaze. I was well aware of the crocodile's swift movements. They are fast on land, but even faster in water, and I knew I could not outrun it. Thus, I remained motionless, understanding that crocodiles are nearsighted. The more one runs, the more likely one becomes a target. In truth, all creatures possess a predatory instinct. For instance, felines hunt by ambush, and should their prey charge at them during an attack, they might recoil in fear. Experts in wilderness exploration advise that if one encounters a cheetah without weapons or a vehicle, one should never attempt to outrun it on foot. Instead, a desperate ploy, grabbing a stone, shouting, and charging at it, can yield unexpected results. Of course, this merely serves as a temporary deterrent. Should the creature realize you lack formidable teeth and claws, it may resume its attack. Whether this tactic guarantees survival ultimately depends on individual fortune. At that moment, the crocodile that had suddenly emerged from the river left me momentarily stunned, my heart racing. I carried no firearm. My only weapons were a dagger and a throwing knife. With a flick of my wrist, I readied the knife, contemplating that if it attacked, I would aim for its eyes. However, this crocodile clearly exhibited no interest in humans. After it crawled ashore, it gradually made its way downstream, its webbed feet creating a soft slapping sound, before vanishing into the darkness. Meanwhile, the fish in the water continued to splash at the surface, leading me to ponder whether something lurked in the river that compelled both the fish and the crocodile to flee from the water. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, 9he arrived at the riverbank with a flashlight. After observing for a moment, he appeared quite knowledgeable and remarked, "It could be a ground leak." Ground leak is a traditional term that refers to signs caused by the seepage or alteration of earth chi for various reasons. Ordinary ground leaks are relatively common. However, if a ground leak reaches a certain intensity, it can herald significant geological disasters, as I mentioned earlier. Yet, the current ground leak was not severe. It would merely lead to a large-scale fish die-off in this stretch of the river, and some amphibious creatures would also crawl ashore. Just as he was speaking, I suddenly noticed two green lights flashing beneath the water, as if some luminescent entity was swimming. Before I could discern what it was, the green light vanished, and then, unexpectedly, a massive creature emerged from the water. Both 9he and I gasped in unison, for it was a turtle the size of a human, moving sluggishly with a dark green head. Most striking was its face. Unlike a typical turtle, it had a hooked beak and a gaping mouth, with two wrinkles resembling eyebrows above its eyes, collectively resembling an aged green human visage. 9he took a step back and exclaimed, "Damn it! Could it be transforming into something supernatural?" Chapter 4. The pathway. It is often said in folklore that certain beings, after a long existence, begin to resemble humans. For instance, ginseng and other rare herbs are said to attain a form of sentience and transform into entities with human-like qualities. Thus, tales of ginseng children have persisted through the ages. Elders recount that encountering a small child in the mountains, unashamed and unafraid of strangers, is likely to indicate that one has come across a ginseng child that has gained its essence. To capture such a child, one must prepare a pot of boiling water, place the child inside, securely cover it, and simmer for several hours. Upon lifting the lid, one would behold the child transformed back into its original ginseng form. Of course, this notion is somewhat terrifying. What if the child captured is not a ginseng, but a real human child? What would happen if, upon lifting the lid, one were to find a pot of human flesh? Upon witnessing the old turtle with a human-like face, I was struck with profound terror. Just as I was about to utter a word, I felt the turtle fix its gaze upon me, and then a hoarse voice whispered in my ear, "Save me, and I shall repay you." In that moment, I felt utterly paralyzed, my mind frozen with the singular thought, "Save me, save me." This voice echoed relentlessly in my mind, nearly driving me to madness. Just then, someone abruptly slapped my shoulder, jolting me awake. Upon opening my eyes, I realized that there was no raging river before me, only a campfire, and the person who had slapped my shoulder was Su. What was happening? Could it have been a dream? I then noticed 9he still retained his previous posture, smoking, while Su and 9he had awoken, seemingly ready to take over. Feng-Guei-Shou stretched lazily and remarked, I must say, I am quite dedicated, unlike certain individuals who fall asleep at the mere closing of their eyes. It was evident that this certain individual referred to me. A wave of embarrassment washed over me. It was indeed the first time I had dozed off while on watch. Lu Su, however, was unperturbed, offering a faint smile as he said, Go and get some proper rest. I will take over. Although I found my earlier dream rather peculiar, I brushed it aside. For it is often said that one dreams of what preoccupies their thoughts during the day. I had experienced far stranger dreams in my slumber. With that thought in mind, I retreated into the tent for some sleep. To my surprise, upon drifting off, that very dream replayed itself once more. This time, no one came to rouse me. Throughout the night, my dream remained fixated on the turtle face that bore an uncanny resemblance to a human visage, my mind echoing the words, Save me, save me. It was not until the break of dawn, when the stirrings of my companions awoke me, that I emerged from that haunting reverie. Upon awakening, I found myself drenched in a cold sweat. He had caught several fish and was preparing breakfast for us. As it was his first time fishing, he was full of questions, his ears filled with his eager inquiries. Yet the others, Lu Su, Bai Zhanji, Li Pengzi, and Feng-Guei-Shou, paid him no mind. I wiped my face and exited the tent. Haizi, noticing I was the one willing to converse, promptly offered me the first fish he had grilled. The strange dreams of the night had left me feeling somewhat disoriented, so I urged him to eat first while I made my way to the riverbank, splashing my face with the icy water, which invigorated me significantly. In that moment, the haunting dreams of the previous night seemed to recede into the distance. In my youth spent in the countryside, I often heard the elders speak of mountain spirits and demons who face three calamities: the heavenly calamity, which I had previously mentioned as the great serpent struck down by lightning in my hometown, the earthly calamity, which encompasses geological disasters, and the human calamity, exemplified by the tale of the legend of the white snake, where the young white snake was nearly captured by a woodcutter. When spirits encounter tribulations, they often seek refuge among humans, as depicted in strange stories from a Chinese studio, where scholars would find themselves suddenly visited by enchanting young women during thunderstorms, thus borrowing human presence to evade disaster, as the thunder would sense the human aura and refrain from striking. There are also instances where spirits seek assistance through dreams. Yet this method often goes unnoticed by people, rendering it rather ineffective. As I squatted by the river, I pondered the repeated dream of the night. Could it be that I was also being sought after by some spirit in need? This valley, nestled among the embrace of 9 dragons, exuded a powerful earth energy, with its hidden winds and waters, seldom trodden by human feet. Such places are often rife with spirits and demons, prompting my musings. Yet, it was morning, with delicate mists swirling, the sun casting a gentle glow, and the distant mountains stretching endlessly, their peaks towering and strange stones intermingling, creating a paradise that hardly suggested the presence of spirits. Moreover, even if there were, I would not know how to assist them. If there truly were any spirits, how curious it would be that they would seek my help. With these thoughts swirling in my mind, I slapped my face and splashed myself with cold water, feeling refreshed as I made my way back. Upon reaching the camp's edge, the tents and gear had already been packed. A few of us gathered to enjoy a meal of fish, and once we finished, we set off. Haizi handed me my portion, remarking, This black fish is delicious, with few bones and tender flesh. Even the old tortoise relishes it. The variety of fish in the rivers is quite extensive, and this particular black fish, with its small head and flattened body, was unfamiliar to me. At this, Feng-Guei-Shou, seated nearby, scoffed, You little brat, what do you mean the old tortoise loves it? Are you insinuating that we are like tortoises? The mention of tortoises stirred memories of last night's dream, compelling me to scrutinize the black fish in my hand and ponder whether there was some deeper significance. Inquisitive, I turned to Haizi for an explanation. Known for his honesty, Haizi, caught off guard by Feng-Guei-Shou's jibe, stammered and struggled to articulate a defense. Sensing my inquiry, he exhaled in relief and elucidated. In our region, we refer to this fish as longevity fish, for it is favored by tortoises, which are symbols of longevity. Thus, we believe that consuming this black fish promotes health and longevity. Whenever we catch one, it is usually reserved for the elderly in the family. A sense of foreboding washed over me, yet I was at a loss for how to respond. At that moment, Elsu glanced at the sky and then at the unfinished fish in my hand, suggesting, It's getting late. We should eat as we walk. With that, we shouldered our burdens and resumed our journey, with Zhuanrui, as usual, trailing behind, supported by Lipangzi. It is worth noting that Lipangzi, once a figure of authority, now found himself relegated to the role of a messenger, obediently following Zhuanrui like a tamed dog. Though one could only wonder if he was content with this new reality. Continuing along the new river, we reached the first bend around midday. At this juncture, the water surged robustly, and the mountains on either side rose dramatically, completely obstructing our path. Gazing ahead, all that met our eyes was the vast expanse of the river and a steep cliff on one side. 鬼9he stroked his chin, suggesting we fashion a raft to navigate the waters. However, 9he countered, we are traveling upstream. This would be arduous, especially at the bend where danger lurks. 鬼9he shot him a glare and retorted, shall we then fly across? I pointed towards the cliff, proposing, perhaps we could scale the rock face. 鬼9he replied, isn't that even more strenuous than traversing the water? Elsu interjected, producing a pair of binoculars to survey the cliffside, stating, I heard from the folks at Guwuzhai that there is a pathway up the cliff. If we can reach it, our ascent will be significantly easier. The waterway here is treacherous. The first bend is rife with whirlpools, and unless one has a large vessel, a small boat or raft would be swallowed whole, leading to certain doom. 9he, astonished, remarked, didn't they say no one comes here? How could there be a pathway on the cliff? Elsu responded, the absence of people now does not imply that there were none in the past. Do not underestimate the ancients. Let us proceed. Zhuanrui, likely exasperated, finally retrieved a rope and secured himself to Lipangzi, who would bear him as we climbed. Given Lipangzi's status as a messenger, his physical prowess was nothing short of extraordinary. Before long, we began our ascent along the steep cliff. Fortunately, while the cliff was vertical, it bore numerous protrusions, and with the height not being excessively daunting, a fall would merely land us in the water below, posing little real danger. As the team advanced, the entire ledge of the cliff ascended higher, leaving one precariously perched without any safety measures. A glance downward revealed the misty waters of the river, inducing a sense of vertigo. Surprisingly, the performance of 9he exceeded my expectations. Cautious and meticulous, although visibly tense, he displayed no signs of fear. As our elevation increased, I suddenly caught sight of dark formations clinging to the cliff not far ahead, which, based on my observations, were likely the pathways described by Elsu. Layered and twisted, they appeared endless. I pondered how many years these pathways had endured and whether they could bear our weight. Elsu, leading the way, approached the pathway and first tapped it with his hand before deftly climbing onto it. After a short distance, he assured us, it's fine, come up. It was then that I recognized the timber used for the pathways was of the most durable and moisture-resistant variety, and though the surface had long since lost its sheen, remnants of paint were still visible. As the group ascended the pathway, a mist enveloped our feet, allowing us to faintly glimpse the river below. The thought of falling was daunting. The entire pathway had been constructed through a piling method, with stout wooden columns driven into the rock face, securing the pathway firmly to the cliff. However, despite the solid foundations, the wood had weathered through the years. Some planks had decayed, creaking ominously underfoot, sending shivers through the hearts of those who heard. I surmised that these pathways were likely constructed by the corpse immortal in ancient times. Firstly, the materials chosen were exceptional. The timber was sourced from the heart of large trees, meaning every plank beneath us was essentially a tree. This serpentine pathway, twisting like a sinuous dragon, must have consumed countless trees. Such an undertaking was beyond the capabilities of the common folk of that era. Secondly, given the remoteness of this location, even if there had been habitation long ago, the population would have been sparse. It was unlikely that the authorities would invest in constructing such a lavish and perilous pathway for a handful of villagers. After much contemplation, the only plausible explanation was that this pathway was a remnant from the construction of the tomb of the 9he king, built to facilitate the transport of manpower and tools, thus ensuring its robustness has endured to this day. Chapter 5. The rescue of the turtle. Following the pathway along the cliff with utmost caution, we proceeded slowly, wary of missteps. The morning mist enveloped the entire pathway, rendering the future somewhat obscure, with the black structure appearing intermittently. I had grown accustomed to walking at the rear, enabling me to observe everyone closely, as I had experienced too many ambushes from behind. After approximately 10 minutes, we reached the center of the first bend. From this vantage point, I could glimpse the situation beyond the curve, sheer cliffs on both sides, steep and treacherous, leaving us with no route to traverse even after rounding the bend. This terrain was undoubtedly a natural dead end, and the pathway beneath us, winding along the sheer rock face, remained our sole means of escape. As we ventured further along the narrow pathway, it became increasingly constricted, likely due to the steepness of the cliffs making construction difficult. We were compelled to exercise greater caution. In the latter section of the path, its broadest point could accommodate only 2 individuals side by side. However, the wooden supports were more closely packed and robust. The planks of the pathway were laid in 2 layers, eliminating the risk of stepping into the void. Walking here evoked a sensation akin to treading upon the rivers while floating among the clouds, with the wind howling through the valley. Hudi was continually astonished, his eyes darting about the cliffside, seemingly overwhelmed by the sights. At that moment, Lu Su in front suddenly quickened his pace, as if he had made a discovery. Due to the straight line of sight, I was momentarily oblivious to what lay ahead, and could only hasten my steps. Soon, Lu Su came to a halt, and before us appeared a quaint pavilion. Indeed, it was the kind of shelter found along mountain paths for weary travelers to rest. The pavilion was supported by sturdy posts, extending out into the air, standing approximately 2 men tall, yet spacious, devoid of seating. Hudi remarked, "What purpose does this pavilion serve?" I replied, "Perhaps it is for the craftsmen to take a break." 9he pointed to the top of the pavilion and said, "Observe the design. It features a piccio and a swirling wind motif, and has been coated with glossy varnish. A resting place for craftsmen need not be so exquisitely constructed. It likely serves another purpose." As we gathered at the pavilion, we noticed a hollow carved into the cliff opposite, prominently displaying a stone tablet embedded in the mountainside, standing about a person's height. This stone tablet was supported by a bishi, devoid of inscriptions, yet adorned with patterns resembling auspicious symbols. I could not decipher its meaning, and Hudi was even more perplexed, exclaiming, "Why is there a stone tablet here, and what of this large turtle beneath it?" 9he interjected, "That is no ordinary turtle. It is the mythical beast bishi, known for carrying heavy objects. Historically, stone tablets in temples have always been accompanied by such a creature." Observing the patterns on the stone tablet, I noted they resembled runes. It was Lu Su, with his vast knowledge, who discerned, "These are the symbols of the 5 mountains, meant for craftsmen, ensuring their grand endeavors are successful." It seemed that this pavilion and the stone tablet served as a place of worship, likely erected to bless the construction of this pathway. His gaze shifted suddenly to the bishi beneath the tablet, stating, "This is not a true bishi. Although it resembles a turtle, it has a dragon's head and claws, making it distinctly different." Upon hearing the mention of the turtle, a chill ran down my spine, reminding me of the haunting dreams from the night before. The sight of the bishi transformed into a turtle was indeed unsettling. 9he, crouching to examine it more closely, exclaimed in astonishment, "It truly is a stone turtle. How curious! Historically, only bixes carry tablets, yet I have never heard of a turtle bearing such a weight." He wondered aloud if the sculptor had been unaware of the bishi's true appearance, thus crafting a turtle as a substitute. As he spoke, he reached out to touch the stone turtle's head, and to our utter shock, it stirred slightly. This unexpected occurrence startled us profoundly, causing us to instinctively retreat. And had there not been the pavilion behind us, we might have stumbled off the pathway. Hudi shouted, "The turtle is moving." 9he abruptly collapsed onto the ground, retreating 2 steps in the process, while the stone figure continued its slow, eerie movement, shifting from left to right. The sight of the stone in motion was nothing short of bizarre. Could it be that the stone turtle had attained sentience? Was it perhaps the very entity that had visited me in my dreams last night? Before I could ponder this further, I suddenly noticed the surface of the turtle beginning to peel away, scattering a fine, ash-colored substance, almost resembling powdered chalk. As this layer of limestone eroded, a green head, adorned with intricate folds and the patterns of a tortoise, emerged. Only at this moment did we comprehend that this was not a stone turtle at all, but a living, breathing elder turtle. Traditionally, it has been customary in folklore to entomb a turtle beneath the foundations of certain grand structures, believing that the turtle's robust shell and long life would bestow blessings, ensuring the edifice's stability and the safety of the construction process. This elder turtle was likely captured from the New River by Pujan long ago, subsequently used as a sacrificial offering, and over the years, the dust from afar had settled upon it, transforming it into what appeared to be a stone turtle. I had heard tales of ancient turtles entering a state of hibernation, ceasing to eat or move, and could survive for millennia. Little did I expect to witness such a phenomenon today. At this moment, the elder turtle struggled against the layers of dust that clung to its form. As the crowd beheld the creature, a collective gasp escaped their lips. For the turtle bore a striking resemblance to a human face, identical to the visage I had encountered in my dream. I was momentarily taken aback, almost certain that it was indeed this elder turtle that had visited me in my slumber. Could it be that this turtle had truly transformed into a mystical being, aware of our presence today, and had sent me a dream urging us to rescue it? Now free from the outer layer of limestone, the turtle remained motionless, appearing frail and weak, merely gazing at us with its round, expressive eyes. From those eyes, we discerned a palpable emotion, one of pleading and despair. It was then that I realized the entire stone tablet was securely tethered to the turtle's shell by a heavy iron chain, the other end embedded deep within the mountain's core, unable to break free from the chain. The elder turtle was condemned to bear the weight of this 5 mountains town steel day after day. 9he expressed a hint of fear, exclaiming, "This elder turtle has a human face." 9he remarked, "So the tales of hibernating turtles are indeed true. It is a pity that this ancient creature has been trapped beneath this stone tablet for a millennium." At that moment, everything became clear. The dream from the previous night was undoubtedly connected to this elder turtle. I no longer harbored doubts and proceeded to recount my dream to the others. Upon hearing this, 9he was astonished, saying, "The elder turtle sent you a dream? How peculiar. What do you intend to do?" I cast a glance at the seemingly lifeless elder turtle. Such ancient beings often require prompt attention. Neglect could lead to disaster. Moreover, even without considering this, it was truly pitiful that the turtle had been imprisoned beneath the stone tablet for 1,000 years. Reflecting on this, I declared, "It appears the iron chain merely encircles the shell. Rescuing it should be a simple task. Please wait a moment while I free it." I grasped a crowbar, poised to act, when Su cautioned, "Hold on." He subtly raised his hand, halting my motion with the tool. The notion of suppressing the sacrificial rites is not without foundation. The preservation of this wooden walkway for over 15 centuries is significantly tied to this ancient turtle. Brother Chun, I do not lack compassion for it. Yet we find ourselves precariously perched on the edge of a cliff. Should we release it? What if calamity befalls the walkway? Zhuanrui, being carried by the corpulently, chuckled ominously. "It's merely an old turtle. Why show such pity?" Momentarily wavering, I felt discontent brewing within me and countered, "This turtle possesses spirit. If we simply depart, shall we not fear the misfortunes that may ensue?" 9he crossed his arms and remarked, "If it truly held such power, would it still be trapped here?" I replied, "Every creature has its master. The one who captured it back then was likely a corpse immortal. You must understand the extent of their might." I glanced at Su, who swallowed hard, gazing at the old turtle, and said, "It is not that I lack kindness. This turtle is on the brink of death. Even if saved, its days are numbered. Why risk such peril for it?" Suddenly, a realization struck me. Amongst our group, this turtle had only confided in me through dreams. It seemed indeed to possess a soul, aware that none other could save it. At that moment, the feeble turtle stirred, its gaze locking onto mine. Its deeply wrinkled face bore an uncanny resemblance to that of an elderly human, its parched eyes filled with a mix of pleading and despair. For reasons unknown, the sight of its aged visage evoked memories of my grandfather, and I resolved firmly, stating coldly, "I have made my decision." "Can you not even accommodate an old turtle?" 9he, sensing the tension, awkwardly intervened, "Brother this old turtle looks rather pitiful. Why don't we set it free?" He leapt in place, suggesting that the walkway was sturdy and that its absence would pose no threat. Su sighed softly, nodding in agreement. 9he and Zhuanrui, however, remained disinclined to participate, resting in the pavilion. Though reluctant to assist, Su joined in without a trace of dissatisfaction on his face. I regarded him, perceiving that he was indeed an enigma, kind to all, yet inscrutable in his thoughts. Acknowledging my gaze, Su merely smiled slightly and said, "Once a decision is made, one should pursue it wholeheartedly, without regret." As his words faded, we united our efforts, and the iron chain was swiftly unshackled from the turtle's shell. Chapter 6. The plunge into the river. The chain clattered to the ground, and with a few resounding echoes, the old turtle, sensing the release from its confinement, lifted its once drooping head, and began to struggle. This creature possessed remarkable strength. With its thrashing, the stone tablet began to sway, and with a creaking sound, it suddenly toppled toward us. The crowd swiftly dispersed to the sides, and then there was a resounding crash. The stone tablet violently struck the wooden walkway, which could not withstand such tremendous force. With a series of creaks, the central planks and supporting beams splintered, causing the entire walkway to fracture in the middle. The stone tablet plummeted into the mist below. I felt the wooden boards beneath me tremble violently from the impact, and I instinctively recoiled in shock. The pressure on the walkway compromised its structure, and from the point where the stone tablet had fallen, the planks on either side began to crack and slide away, forcing those of us on both sides to retreat continuously. Moments later, the walkway split in two, revealing a chasm of approximately 10 meters between us. I stood on one side, while El-Su and the others remained on the other. He called out, "Chun, are you all right?" I waved my hand dismissively, indicating that I was fine, while my mind raced with thoughts of how to cross. Just then, an old turtle emerged slowly from the groove where the stone tablet had been placed, its head resembling that of an elderly man. It continued to crawl forward and, to the astonishment of the onlookers, fell into the mist just as the stone tablet had. Although I knew that the water of the new river lay beneath and the turtle would not perish from the fall, instinct is inherent in all creatures. I had never witnessed an animal brave enough to leap from a cliff. At that moment, El-Su swiftly tossed a rope towards me, which was attached to a safety clip. The other end was secured around a sharp outcrop of rock on the cliff. For safety, the others on the opposite side gripped the other end of the rope, signaling for me to use it to cross. I glanced around and spotted a crooked tree, about the thickness of an arm, wedged in a crevice above me. I looped the rope around it and secured it around the protruding rocks, creating a sturdy rope bridge, and then fastened the safety clip. I began to slide along the rope towards the other side. However, halfway across, El-Su suddenly shouted in alarm. Before I could grasp what was happening, the others released the rope and dashed forward. It was then that I realized the walkway could not support the weight of so many individuals standing in one place. It began to fracture again. Fortunately, El-Su and the others reacted quickly, fleeing forward and narrowly avoiding a fall. Yet their safety was only temporary. Their speed could not match the disintegration of the walkway. Within moments, the entire structure collapsed, followed by screams as several individuals plummeted into the mist, their forms disappearing instantly, leaving behind only the echoes of their cries. At that moment, although El-Su and the others had let go, the other end of the rope remained secured to the solid rock, which provided stability. I had slid down to the position where El-Su and the others had once stood, but the section of the walkway where I was supposed to land had disintegrated, leaving me suspended in midair. I was dumbfounded. The walkway had been robust throughout our journey, and how could it have crumbled so easily now? As I hung in the air and looked down, I could see that it was now noon, and the fog had dissipated considerably, revealing the vast expanse of the great river below. However, the height was daunting, and my view was too distant to catch sight of El-Su and the others. Fortunately, I find myself distanced from the mouth of the first bend. The waters below should have calmed, devoid of treacherous currents or whirlpools, and thus these few individuals ought to be safe. As I hang suspended in midair, I am truly at an impasse. Should I attempt to return to the pathway? The recent collapse of the walkway poses a significant challenge, for the nearest segment now lies at least 30 meters away. I am no primate. How could I traverse that distance? Am I to leap from this height? While such a plunge may not pose a mortal threat, my prior experiences of falling into the water were all unforeseen incidents. For someone untrained in diving, the notion of voluntarily leaping from such an elevation presents a formidable challenge. At this moment, I scarcely have the luxury to berate the troublesome old turtle. Zhuanrui must surely harbor a grudge against me. Of course, should that old man happen to meet an untimely end in the water, I would consider it fortuitous. I cast a glance towards the walkway, a full 30 meters away, my mind clouded with indecision. Perhaps El-Su's words bear truth. The longevity of this pathway may indeed be attributed to that old turtle's influence. If the turtle departs, the structure may begin to disintegrate, leaving me uncertain of the stability of the subsequent segments. After much contemplation, I still lack the courage to leap. What if an unforeseen mishap occurs, a stone lurking beneath the surface? It would be an egregious miscalculation. Frankly, within this expedition, each member harbors their own motives. Aside from the seemingly duped 鬼9he, the demise of any other would evoke little sympathy, nor would it affect me in the least. Regardless of whether I possess the schematics of the giant ear king's tomb, I must inevitably confront the curse. In essence, this is not a united team, but rather a collection of individuals converging for their own gain. At this juncture, rather than risking a leap to reunite with them, I would be wiser to pursue the most prudent course of action. Yet, how shall I traverse the 30+ meters to the opposing walkway? Resolving my forthcoming endeavors, I begin to survey my surroundings, with the only glimmer of hope lying in the prospect of scaling the cliff face. The precipice rises steep and sheer, with only a few gnarled trees sprouting from the occasional crevice. Otherwise, it is barren. The sole points of grip are the jutting rocks, their undulating contours providing some means of ascent. However, due to the precarious angle of the mountain, I must maintain a perfectly vertical posture while climbing. This is a straightforward task on level ground, yet amidst the sheer cliff face, it becomes an exceedingly daunting challenge. I do not linger in hesitation for long. Taking a deep breath, I gradually shift towards the cliff. With utmost caution, I free one hand to unfasten my safety clip. At this moment, I cannot afford to look down. My body pressed flat against the cliff leaves me no choice but to turn my head sideways. Surveying the path ahead to gauge potential footholds and handholds, my muscles taut with tension. I felt that with each tentative step I took, a formidable challenge awaited me. After only a few strides, I was drenched in perspiration, my muscles quivering in fatigue. At that moment, my mind was acutely focused, leaving no room for other thoughts. I continually reassured myself. Even in failure, the worst that could happen was a fall, and I would not perish, persevere. Yet, as the old adage goes, misfortune seems to compound. As if even drinking cool water would cause distress. Upon reaching 2/3 of the ascent, I noticed several fissures had appeared on the cliff ahead, their unevenness providing ample handholds. A surge of elation coursed through me as I seized the opportunity, and the remainder of my climb became significantly easier. Just as I was nearing the walkway, a sudden hiss pierced the air, and I was startled to see a snake's head protruding from a narrow crevice before me. Its triangular shape and green tongue flickering in the air confirmed my fears. It was a venomous serpent. Though I had traversed many places and encountered various creatures, I did not consider myself an expert on all things biological. The sheer variety of snakes was daunting. However, the defining feature of venomous snakes is their triangular-shaped heads. My breath caught in my throat, and I froze against the cliff, muscles taut, afraid to make a single move. Strangely, the snake did not attack. Its body relaxed as it slowly emerged from the crevice, eventually slithering onto my shoulder. I was uncertain of its intentions. It seemed unafraid of me. My body was tense, drenched in sweat, yet the cold, rhythmic movement of the serpent's body against my shoulder created an oddly comforting sensation, a peculiar blend of tension and ease. At that moment, the triangular snake had traversed my shoulder and slipped into my clothing. As my shirt was untucked from my pants, I could only hope it would exit through the hem and wander off, leaving me unharmed. Were it a non-venomous snake, I would have thought little of it, prioritizing my ascent over any potential bite. But this was a venomous creature. A single bite in this remote canyon could spell disaster. Although I carried a snakebite antivenom, it was with Lu Su, and whether I could wait for his aid remained uncertain. With the snake's appearance, I was forced to remain rigidly still, a task that drained my strength. Before long, my muscles began to tremble, and if this continued, my only option would be to leap into the abyss. Just then, the wretched triangular snake finally slithered down from my hem, but instead of retreating to the rocks, it attempted to burrow further into my trousers. Thankfully, my belt thwarted its advance, and it eventually abandoned that route, opting instead to descend my thigh. Now, I was even more anxious, my body rigid, scarcely daring to breathe, fearful that it might strike at my most vulnerable spot. If it bit me, I would not only face death, but a fate far worse. Fortunately, the venomous serpent seemed to have had its fill, and in a fleeting moment, it slithered down my leg and disappeared into the crevice once more. Perhaps having lost its curiosity about me, I exhaled in relief and hastened my pace until I reached the walkway, whereupon my entire body succumbed to fatigue. The muscles, which had remained tense and rigid, began to involuntarily twitch the instant I relaxed. Chapter 7. The giant rat seated upon the walkway. My muscles continued to spasm, rendering me too weak to stand, so I remained in place to recuperate. The serpent had vanished into the narrow fissure, and after a brief interval, I finally felt my muscles fully relax, the spasms subsiding as strength gradually returned to my body. I tapped the wooden planks beneath me, the dull thud indicating their sturdy nature, suggesting no imminent risk of collapse. After resting sufficiently, I dared not linger any longer. I swiftly proceeded along the walkway, determined to reach the foot of the mountain and reunite with El Su and the others. They should not have met their demise so easily. They were likely struggling upstream against the current, undoubtedly exhausted. I ran along the walkway for a good 10 minutes, during which the path gradually descended. The once steep and straight mountain began to incline. At last, I arrived at the end of the walkway, where I discovered a stone staircase carved into the mountainside. After enduring the elements for millennia, the staircase was rough and uneven, with gaps filled with withered grass, making it treacherous underfoot. I cautiously descended the stone steps and soon stumbled upon a weathered monument, obscured by the underbrush. Presuming it to be a remnant left by Pujan, I brushed aside the overgrowth to inspect it, revealing 2 rows of ancient seal characters inscribed upon its surface. 3 bends, 3 perils. Living souls, do not enter. 3 bends. 3 perils? Could it be that Pujan had tampered with each of these turns? It appeared that the tomb of King Zhuanrui was fraught with dangers not only within but also externally, deliberately obstructed by human intervention. I was well aware of Pujan's capabilities, and a sense of caution enveloped me. At that moment, I noticed a distinct scratch mark on the monument. Upon closer inspection, the indentation was deeper at one end and shallower at the other, as if something had been forcefully ejected from it. Instantly, the thought of a bullet crossed my mind. Had a gunfight once erupted in this very spot? Images of 3 factions flashed through my mind: Fei Dao, by Lao Si, 9he, and later, Zhuanrui. These bullet marks must have been left by one of those groups, though the reason for a gunfight occurring here eluded me. As I pondered the bullet scars on the monument, rustling from the grass behind it suddenly caught my attention. Almost immediately, a black head emerged from the underbrush. To my astonishment, it was the head of an enormous rat, its sheer size comparable to an adult's fist, hinting at the girth of its body. It displayed no fear of me, its beady black eyes locking onto mine. Before I could react, it leapt towards me, its sharp teeth poised to bite. I was only aware that mice are adept at burrowing and climbing, but I had never realized that they could leap so high. Caught off guard, I was nearly struck by one of these creatures as it lunged at me. Although I managed to dodge its bite, I felt a sharp scratch on my face from its claws. The revulsion I felt was indescribable as I observed the mouse land, its entire body a glossy black. Unperturbed by my presence, its eyes seemingly mocking, it turned around, intent on another assault. After my exhausting day, the audacity of such a mouse incensed me. Witnessing its intention to pounce again, I swiftly grabbed a trowel from the hook beside my gear and struck at it. The agile mouse darted into the thicket behind a stone tablet, and I could only see the grass tremble, its figure vanishing from sight. I wiped the blood from my face, and the sight only fueled my anger further. I charged after it, aiming for the spot where the grass was disturbed. With a precise strike, I hit my mark, and the mouse let out a shriek before falling still. As I parted the grass, I discovered that the creature had perished, its head crushed. Yet, to my astonishment, I noticed something writhing beneath its lifeless body. Upon further inspection, I found a burrow hidden beneath the mouse, from which emerged several small, hairless mice. In that moment, I lamented the fate of the mother mouse. Had I known it had offspring to care for, I might have spared its life. However, it was its own folly to provoke me. Did it truly seek to feast upon human flesh? As soon as that thought crossed my mind, I caught sight of something white peeking through the grass nearby. Bones, numerous and fragmented, their origins unknown. My curiosity piqued. I pushed aside the foliage, and a chill ran down my spine as I beheld a patch of skeletal remains, among which lay shattered human skulls, sprouting with desolate grass. A haunting sight. In that instant, the truth dawned upon me. The mouse indeed craved human flesh. These creatures do not grow to such a size ordinarily, and it is said that human flesh is a potent sustenance, fostering strength and intelligence. Perhaps this mouse had not tasted human flesh in quite some time, leading it to launch a sudden attack upon my arrival. Reflecting on the bullet marks upon the stone tablet, I surmised that these scattered bones were likely the remnants of victims from a past gunfight. As I continued to sift through the underbrush, searching for clues amid the pile of bones, something half buried in the soil caught my attention. It was a fragment of a rib, likely human, marred by a deep gash that nearly fractured it. Upon further examination, I discovered numerous scars on the bones, uncertain whether they were inflicted while alive or not upon after death. Could it be that these individuals did not perish in the gunfight? Had they encountered some other peril? I counted at least 5 skulls, indicating that a minimum of 5 lives had been lost in this place. At the outset, 鬼9he had arrived alone. While Bai Laosi had not brought many companions either, the only one who had brought a large group was Zhao Laotu. It appeared that these bullet marks were left by Zhao Laotu's men. When they ventured here, it was likely they encountered danger. I glanced around and, apart from the previously encountered monstrous rat that had thrived on human flesh, saw no other threats. Thus, I decided not to linger any longer and hastily proceeded onward. However, just a few steps later, a cacophony of squeaks erupted from behind me. Startled, I turned to see a horde of large black rats, each the size of a basketball, emerging from the underbrush. In the next moment, they charged towards me. No human could outrun a rat, and in my panic, I darted forward, only to be scratched by several of them. In my desperation, I stumbled and fell, rolling down the steep slope, desperately clutching my head to prevent injury. The pain in my body was indescribable. In an instant, I felt myself airborne and plunged into the icy river. The frigid water enveloped me completely. Fortunately, these large rats could not swim. As soon as I hit the water, they ceased their pursuit, disappearing without a trace moments later. I found myself swimming against the current, grasping onto a rock to maintain my position. Small fish gathered around me, mistaking me for a large worm, pecking at me without causing any pain, which was surprisingly pleasant. As I paddled with my feet and surveyed my surroundings, I could not spot any sign of Lu Su and the others, and I could only sigh, resigning myself to continue swimming forward. As I submerged, I recalled the old turtle, lamenting its ungratefulness for not fulfilling its promise to repay me. I wondered why it had not yet appeared to offer its assistance. It had simply dived away, even destroying the path, which resulted in my separation from the team. Lost in thought, I suddenly felt something hard pushing up from beneath my feet. Startled, I looked down to my astonishment. It was the old turtle. With its nudge, I found myself seated upon its back. This immense creature was capable of bearing the weight of a stone tablet. Sitting atop the turtle, I noticed its face, resembling that of an elderly person, turned to glance at me before it began to swim upstream against the current. Overjoyed, I reached out to pat its shell and exclaimed, "Just as I was thinking of you, you've come." The old turtle shook its head and continued swimming forward, clearly intent on carrying me across the river. This made me reminisce about the scenes in Journey to the West, where Tang Sung and his companions rode turtles across rivers. I felt a surge of curiosity as I sat on the turtle's back, gazing at the shores. Animals, having lived long, often exhibit a sense of understanding akin to humanity. The old turtle had claimed it would repay me, and it seemed now that its intention was to help me navigate upstream. In the distance, I could see the cliffs rising, revealing the riverbank, and further ahead, the turbulent waters of the new river twisted around a sheer cliff, marking the second bend. Unable to contain my curiosity, I took out my binoculars to scan the river's surface, hoping to catch a glimpse of Lu Su and the others. Before long, I indeed spotted several figures along the riverbank, struggling to swim forward while clinging to the rocks. Aside from the tireless messenger, Fat Li, the others were in a state of disarray. At this moment, I held a telescope, able to see them while they remained oblivious to my presence. Normally, I could not contend with this group, but now it was gratifying to vent my frustrations. I turned to Old Turtle and said, "Do you see those people ahead? Slow down and follow them. When they tire, we shall catch up." Did you understand what I said? Old Turtle turned his head, nodded twice, and on his face, which bore a striking resemblance to that of a human, the turtle's mouth curved slightly, and the wrinkles furrowed, as if to express a smile of agreement. I was quite amused and remarked, "Old Turtle, you have truly become quite astute. I have heard that spirits undergo 3 tribulations. First the human tribulation, then the earthly, and finally the heavenly. When you were captured by Pujin and bore the stone for a millennium, that was likely your human tribulation. Tomorrow, when you face the earthly tribulation, you should learn from those foxes and snakes, seeking out someone to help you evade it. If you choose me, I shall not refuse." Old Turtle nodded once more, and his speed markedly decreased. I settled on his back, using the telescope to observe El Su and his companions from afar. The most unfortunate among them was Bai Zhanji, aged and frail, yet still insisting on pushing himself. Despite the messenger's care, he hung his head, looking as if he might collapse at any moment. Moments later, the group came to a halt, likely unable to proceed any further. They huddled together beneath the cliff, clutching at some vines to steady themselves. Sensing the time was ripe, I instructed Old Turtle to accelerate. Chapter 8. The tomb's old turtle was incredibly perceptive. As soon as I finished speaking, it indeed quickened its pace. Before long, the figures of Su and the others drew ever closer, becoming visible even without the telescope. They clearly had not anticipated my presence here. He's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Chun, brother Chun, how did you fall down here? No, wait, why are you riding on the back of a turtle?" Zhuanrui, panting heavily, upon seeing the turtle, glared in fury and cursed, "Damn old turtle, I will chop you." At his words, Fatly immediately lunged at old turtle. I was taken aback by Zhuanrui's intense animosity. His temperament had grown more irritable than in his youth, and I shouted in alarm, "Stop." But Fatly paid no heed. In the water, he moved swiftly, his hand clawing towards old turtle's head. At that critical moment, old turtle suddenly retracted its head, swiftly retreating into its shell, causing Fatly's grasp to miss entirely. It was then that Su managed to intervene, urging, "Do not act rashly." After all, he was the leader, and even Zhuanrui, despite his anger, conceded a modicum of respect, snorting before allowing Fatly to desist. I exhaled in relief, yet could not suppress my irritation, mocking, "Brother Zhao, to strike without discernment, your temper is even greater than your father's." I emphasized the word brother, inciting Zhuanrui to tremble with rage. The young man, now aged and frail, was incensed by my derision, retorting, "Chun, if it weren't for Su's face. Do you believe I would not put an end to you right now?" He anxiously attempted to mediate, saying, "Brother Chun, old Zhao, let us not quarrel further. We have come out to work. Should we not unite in our efforts?" Though he meant well, a single remark from Zhao, referencing the old master, struck a nerve with the white-cut chicken, who was now particularly irritable. He dared not act against me due to my status. Yet he felt no trepidation towards the powerless and timid Hezi. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap, leaving Hezi momentarily dazed. Lacking exposure to the world and being naturally timid, he resembled a meek wife, trembling and on the verge of tears, feeling utterly wronged. Upon witnessing this scene, Su was incensed and declared, "Enough. Have you forgotten our agreement?" The white-cut chicken snorted in response, finally restraining himself and floating alongside the rotundly. Subsequently, Su offered words of comfort to Hezi, stating, "Zhao has been rather irritable due to some unfortunate matters. It would be best for you to refrain from engaging with him moving forward and focus on your own affairs." Hezi wiped his tears, assuring him that he understood and would keep his mouth shut in the future. Upon hearing Su's words, the white-cut chicken simply cast a peculiar grin at Hezi, as if harboring some deeper intention. A thought flickered in my mind. Did he discern Su's purpose? What, after all, did Su intend by involving the innocent Hezi? Of course, clarity eluded me in that moment. Just then, the old turtle surfaced, glancing at me. I patted its head and addressed Su and the others. I fell into the river, and this old turtle emerged, carrying me along with remarkable intuition. It seems to comprehend human speech and intentions, and it is willing to assist us to the shore. Given the difficulty of swimming against the current, it would be prudent to tie a rope to its back, allowing you to leverage its strength. Otherwise, should exhaustion lead to drowning, it would be a dire situation. Naturally, Su was in favor of any effort-saving strategies. With a smile, he sincerely thanked the old turtle, promptly fastening the rope. Soon, we harnessed the turtle's strength to continue our journey, and before long, we reached the riverbank. There, we found ourselves before a dense and primordial jungle, with towering trees twisted and gnarled, their stout roots even dipping into the water, showing no signs of decay. Layers of fallen leaves floated amidst the roots in what resembled small marshy pools. Upon reaching the shore, 鬼9he suggested, "Since this old turtle is so robust, why not let it carry us across the 3 bends directly, sparing us the fatigue of travel?" No sooner had he spoken than the old turtle suddenly submerged, twisting in the water and effortlessly breaking free of our rope, leisurely making its way into the river, soon vanishing beneath the surface. Su remarked, "This old turtle is truly grateful and graceful, far superior to many." The white-cut chicken retorted, "Then perhaps you should simply become a turtle yourself." Su merely smiled faintly, revealing a glimpse of his white teeth, choosing not to engage in a verbal dispute. As we waded ashore, we found our bodies stiff from prolonged exposure to the water. Struggling to maintain balance had left us fatigued, and now, upon reaching solid ground, we longed to find a place to rest. The place was almost entirely devoid of water and tree roots, leaving no dry ground in sight. For a moment, we found ourselves unable to rest, compelled to drag our weary bodies deeper into the jungle. As we ventured further, the proximity to the river faded and the mist dissipated, revealing a somewhat damp, bare earth beneath our feet. We discovered a relatively clean, flat area, gathered dry twigs and leaves, and lit a campfire. Hastily, we stripped off our soaked clothing, wrung them out, and hung them nearby to dry. Without spare clothes, we sat around the fire in our underwear, taking out food to replenish our strength while we rested. Queasy, having received a slap earlier, was particularly timid, aware that our group was not to be trifled with. He resembled a frightened bride, huddled in silence. Noticing his apprehensive demeanor, I was reminded of Tofu. I patted his shoulder and whispered, regardless of what happens later, "Stay close behind me. I will do my utmost to assist you." Queasy cast me a grateful glance and nodded eagerly. At that moment, Elsu inquired about my recent circumstances and the incident of falling into the river. This prompted my recollection of the stone tablet I had seen amidst the grass. After recounting the contents of the tablet to the group, 9he squinted and remarked, "I initially believed the real danger lay within the giant ear king's tomb. Now it seems this path has also been tampered with. We must exercise greater caution." With that, he alertly surveyed our surroundings. Zhuanrui immediately instructed Pengzi to maintain vigilance around us. Li, unperturbed by the cold sweat trickling down his back, left the warmth of the fire to patrol the area. We munched on our provisions in silence, and once we were sufficiently nourished and rested, we intended to don our clothes and resume our journey. Suddenly, Pengzi returned, pointing to the right side and informing us, "There's something strange over there." "What sort of strange?" Elsu inquired. Pengzi replied, "There is a large burial mound, and it emanates a sense of death. I suspect there are live zonzi within." "A burial mound? How can there be a burial mound in this place?" We exchanged bewildered glances, and finally, Elsu scrutinized the direction, which was indeed along our intended path. He cautioned, "Let us not provoke anything. We shall circumvent this area." As he spoke, he drew his ghost-crying knife from his waist, only to retract it, as if wary of some unseen force. I noted Elsu's meticulousness during this expedition. He had always been composed, never retreating, yet now he sought to avoid danger whenever possible. I recognized the significance of the giant ear king's tomb and understood that Pu Zhen was not to be underestimated. However, I did not anticipate Elsu's extreme caution. It seemed the information he had gathered contained something that deeply unsettled him. Nevertheless, since Zhao Laotu had traversed the 3 bends to reach the giant ear king's tomb, I did not believe this path would pose an insurmountable challenge. Elsu's wariness seemed excessive, but I refrained from dissent. After all, caution is never misplaced. Thus, we began to circumvent the large burial mound Pengzi had mentioned, delving deeper into the jungle. After approximately 100 meters, we felt we had distanced ourselves sufficiently and turned to head upstream along the new river. As we ventured a few steps forward, a colossal mound appeared before us. Queasy, taken aback, exclaimed, "Isn't that grave already behind us? How could another one have emerged ahead?" Fatly reminded by Zhuanrui, "There is something inside." In truth, it was unnecessary for him to point this out. We could clearly see that the base of the mound was riddled with large holes, each marked with claw marks. Su's smile faded slightly as he murmured, "It's a grave of the dead who dig." It became evident that such mounds were not singular. We stood amidst a necropolis. 9he remarked, "It seems the builders of the giant ear king's tomb intentionally established this site to create a necropolis, burying the bodies within. Over time, they would transform into ancient corpses, and those who pass by would surely face calamity." Queasy, lacking experience, could not comprehend the notion of ancient corpses. He merely perceived that this grave was 3 to 5 times larger than an ordinary one, with a gaping hole atop it, which was both terrifying and repulsive. He instinctively recoiled, saying, "Brother Chen, should we take a detour?" 9he cast a disdainful glance at him and retorted, "Coward. This necropolis is likely interconnected. Beyond lies a sheer cliff. How could we possibly circumvent it?" Su gently tilted his head, his tone reassuring as he instructed, "I will lead the way. Brother Zhao will follow closely behind me, Brother Li third, Queasy fourth, and Chen Xian, you will bring up the rear. We shall forge ahead." At that moment, with a clang, the ghost-crying blade was unsheathed, its gleaming blade reflecting the light. Su held the sword horizontally, his smile solidifying into an unchanging arc, and a chilling glint emanated from his gently narrowed eyes. Everyone quickly organized themselves as per his command and advanced swiftly. Ordinarily, one would expect the ancient corpses to remain dormant during daylight, yet the oppressive aura of the necropolis seemed to amplify the yin energy while diminishing the yang. It was feared that even in daylight, the ancient corpses might emerge upon sensing the presence of the living. Chapter 9. Crossing the river, the six of us pressed onward. And just as we passed by the grave mound, an unfamiliar bird call pierced the air, its shrill sound startling the senses. He, frightened, looked up, likely intending to discover the source of the noise, causing him to involuntarily halt. In that brief moment, I suddenly noticed that, at the mouth of the mound, a pair of hands had inexplicably appeared. They were thin and purple, with sharp, dark claws. At that moment, the hand was still moving, slowly crawling out from the hole, revealing an arm as it emerged. Everyone was taken aback, and I shoved the dazed Hudi, signaling him to flee. Instantly, we all sprinted, skirting around the grave as if our lives depended on it. However, at that moment, I felt a chill creep down my spine, as if a cold wind had struck me. Could the ancient corpse have already emerged? I turned to look, and indeed, not far behind us, a green-haired, long-haired Zhuanrui stood at the edge of the grave, grinning menacingly at us. A gust of chilling wind surged forward, sending dry leaves swirling and amplifying the cold. In the next instant, the Zhuanrui's figure leapt into the air, hurtling towards us. Although this is not a flying corpse and lacks the ability to soar, its speed is astonishing. In a single leap, it can cover 3 to 5 meters, leaving us no chance to escape. At that moment, Su, gripping the ghost-crying blade, suddenly dashed to my side and shouted, "You all go ahead." Su wielded the ghost-crying blade with great prowess against the Zhuanrui, so I felt assured and immediately sprinted away. After running a short distance, I turned back to see the old Zhuanrui had indeed been struck by Su's blade, its head flying off into the distance. A wave of joy surged within me, and just as I was about to voice my admiration, I noticed several more hairy Zhuanrui emerging from the distant woods. It dawned on me that there were multiple graves nearby, if each grave housed a Zhuanrui. The situation was dire. With this thought, my heart sank, and I halted, saying to Hudi, "You all go ahead." Hudi followed suit, anxiously asking, "Chun, what are you planning to do?" I glanced at 鬼9he and the others, replying, "We need to help. There are too many Zhuanrui, and Su cannot handle them alone. If he falls, we will not fare any better." Baizanji squinted, instructing Li Pengzi, "Go assist him." 鬼9he promptly retrieved a firearm from his pack, and I too drew a compact submachine gun, urging Hudi and Baizanji to depart first, while the three of us turned back to charge towards the fray. At that moment, the old Zhuanrui sensed our presence and ceased to fixate solely on Su. Several charged towards us. 鬼9he and I stood shoulder to shoulder, firing in unison. Every Zhuanrui that approached was turned into a veritable sieve. Experienced in such encounters, we knew that targeting the head was essential, particularly the throat. Under such relentless firepower, the remnants of flesh splattered, and none could draw near. Yet, inexplicably, the number of these wretched creatures continued to swell, gathering like a relentless tide. Before long, our ammunition was nearly exhausted. During a brief lull to reload, a green-haired Zhuanrui lunged at me. In the midst of reloading, I was unable to shoot. In a moment of desperation, I swung my gun like a club, striking at the Zhuanrui's neck. A sharp crack echoed, though I could not discern whether it was bone-breaking or something else. The Zhuanrui fell to the ground, not dead, still attempting to crawl forward when 鬼9he fired a shot, striking its throat. At this juncture, Su called out, "This is futile, we cannot kill them all. You must go." Su was already wounded, having taken the brunt of the assault due to his forward position, his body marred by numerous lacerations and drenched in blood. I retorted, "Enough nonsense. With us here, you can't even protect yourself. If we leave, you will be torn to shreds." Su, panting heavily, responded, "Fine. Since you are loyal, I will accept your assistance. Listen carefully. It is daytime now, but this is a necropolis, allowing these creatures to emerge in the light. We must fight and retreat, making our way to the sunlit areas. When they encounter the light, they will become immobile, and we shall be safe." With that, Su began to withdraw, and 鬼9he and I partnered up, taking turns to fire, fortunate that our ammunition was still relatively plentiful, sparing us from an immediate crisis. I said, "The woods here are too dense. If one seeks ample sunlight, one must head towards the riverbank." 鬼9he replied, "Let us proceed to the riverbank." The three of us retreated while engaging in combat, with Fatty providing substantial assistance, launching guerrilla attacks against the Zhuanrui. However, before we could reach the riverbank, we spotted a large area illuminated by sunlight ahead, surrounded by withered branches and fallen leaves, evidently severed by human hands. He stood within the circle of light, beckoning us. "Come here, quickly." I marveled at He's newfound cleverness, realizing he had figured out how to cut branches to let the light in. Observing Zhuanrui seated nearby, I surmised that he must have taught He this method. Zhuanrui, that lad, cannot truly be deemed foolish. On the contrary, he is quite astute. Though tragically, he met his end too soon. We hastened our retreat, rushing into the sunlit area. Indeed, the Zhuanrui shrank back from the light, lingering only in the shadows. Lu Su plopped down on the ground, shedding his shirt to reveal several wounds inflicted by scratching, requesting my aid in applying medicine and bandaging. I set my gun aside and, while tending to his injuries, remarked, "Thankfully, they are not poison Zhuanrui." Lu Su glanced at the severed branches overhead and commended He. "Well done, we owe this to you." He, thrilled to assist, exclaimed, "I merely exerted a bit of strength. It was old Master Zhao's idea." Zhuanrui leaned against a tree, maintaining a cold smirk, dismissive of our company. Lu Su expressed his gratitude with a slight smile and chose to say no more. However, 9he was not one to tolerate inaction. Seeing us shielded by the circle of light, he promptly loaded his magazine, aiming at the wandering Zhuanrui, and began firing. This time, with ample time to aim. He nearly achieved a one-shot kill, each bullet striking above the neck, splattering flesh and releasing a foul stench throughout the forest. These undead beings could bore through. Unlike the ordinary, mindless Zhuanrui, they soon seemed to sense danger and gradually vanished from our surroundings, perhaps returning to their graves. At this moment, apart from Zhuanrui and He, the remaining four of us were covered in gore, the stench overwhelming. We were quite close to the riverbank, and 9he suggested we wash ourselves by the river. It is surely safer to walk along the water's edge than through the thicket. With graves behind us and uncertainty ahead, he proposed constructing a raft to navigate through the water. As the saying goes, mountains may be severed, but rivers flow eternally. In the water, nothing can linger indefinitely. While Pujan may possess the ability to act on land, it does not guarantee the same prowess in the water. Presently, it appears that traversing the water is the safest course. Upon reaching the second bend, should the current prove unstable with whirlpools or rapids, we could abandon the raft and make landfall without incurring significant loss. After deliberation, we immediately gathered materials and began felling suitable tree trunks to construct the raft. Our group was quite capable, and assembling a raft was a trivial matter. It took us approximately 2 hours to complete the task. We reached the river's surface, where the roots twisted and launched the bamboo raft into the water, with He at the helm. In their hometown, He earned a living through fishing, navigating the waters with a dilapidated fishing boat and a long pole. At this moment, he was struggling against the current to propel a wooden raft, which, despite the exertion, remained stable. I, too, possessed the skill to maneuver the boat, so He and I took turns guiding the pole as the raft advanced across the river. On either side, steep cliffs loomed on one side, while dense primordial forests thrived on the other. Despite the potential dangers, they seemed distant from our experience on the water. Suddenly, a muffled sound broke the stillness, drawing our attention. The noise emanated from a far-off place behind us, and a jolt of alarm surged through me as I wondered if it might be the sound of gunfire. Elsu squinted, a smile playing on his lips, seemingly questioning us while also musing to himself about who might be firing a weapon. This remote location, with its natural barriers, was hardly frequented by people, apart from us. Who else could possibly venture here? Moreover, not everyone possessed a firearm. The abruptness of the gunshot compelled us to remain vigilant. I pondered whether our mission had truly gone unnoticed and whether anyone had followed us. Faces flickered through my mind, including Doufu and 9he, but I dismissed the thought. Even if they wished to follow, they would find it nearly impossible to do so. Standing on the raft, I turned to glance back, seeing only the vast river, towering cliffs, and the expansive wilderness. The gunshot had originated from the forest. Who could it be? At that moment, the raft rounded a bend. On one side stood a sheer cliff, while the other was adorned with trees partially submerged in the river. This unique aquatic species thrived as long as the water level did not surpass their crowns, resulting in a verdant expanse on the river's surface, resembling clusters of aquatic vegetation, a magnificent sight. He, knowledgeable about the water, produced a pair of binoculars and, standing on the raft, observed intently, exclaiming that the current was favorable and devoid of turbulent whirlpools, allowing us to continue constructing our raft. Just as he finished speaking, an unexpected figure emerged from the water, the old turtle with a human-like face. I was taken aback, thinking, how did it arrive here? Chapter 10. El-Su's authority. The sudden appearance of the old turtle left us momentarily stunned. 9he shivered and jested, suggesting that perhaps the turtle was a female, longing for Brother Chen. His jest snapped me back to reality, and I replied, reminding him that aged creatures often possess a certain wisdom, urging him to temper his tongue. I then inquired of the turtle, questioning its presence. Naturally, the turtle could not respond verbally, it merely circled our raft. After a moment, 9he approached, pondering if the creature desired to board. As soon as he spoke, the old turtle surprisingly nodded in an almost human manner, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. El-Su, seemingly lost in thought, smiled slightly and remarked that since it wished to come aboard, we should allow it. After all, one should offer complete assistance to those in need. 9he praised El-Su as a truly good person, gazing at him with respect and admiration. Much like Doufu had when he first met El-Su, evidently charmed by his gentle demeanor. Although I was uncertain of El-Su's motives, I saw the old turtle circling our raft and, along with 9he, lent a hand to help it aboard. The ancient tortoise ascended the raft, remaining remarkably still, eyes closed as if in a state of tranquil repose. Initially, I surmised that the venerable creature, having endured an assault from a formidable fish, was merely recuperating. However, upon closer inspection, I discerned no injuries to its limbs or head, prompting me to dismiss my concerns and continue forward upon the wooden craft. Before long, our raft approached the verdant trees lining the water's edge, specifically the canopies that floated upon the surface. Strangely, these treetops were devoid of avian inhabitants and exhibited minimal insect infestations, resulting in an exuberant display of vibrant green foliage. My thoughts lingered on the abrupt gunshot I had heard earlier, and it was only as we drew nearer that I noticed, amidst the towering treetops, an array of emerald vines, subtly undulating in the gentle breeze. A sudden realization struck me, reminiscent of the stone tablet standing amidst the grass. A sense of dread washed over me. Could there be something peculiar atop those waterborne canopies? El-Su, observing my fixed gaze, followed my line of sight and exclaimed, "What is that?" As he spoke, he gestured for the helmsman, 9he, to steer the raft away from those strange trunks, wary of their proximity. Yet 9he, in a state of agitation, replied, "That's impossible. The other side is a cliff, with the river swirling dangerously beneath it. We cannot navigate past it using sheer manpower." 9he muttered his misfortune, inquiring, "What then shall we rely on to get across?" 9he pondered briefly before suggesting an engine. At this, 9he scoffed. "Is that not mere nonsense? Where are we to procure an engine?" 9he, caught off guard, scratched his head in embarrassment. Meanwhile, despite our reluctance to approach those treetops, our raft inexorably drifted closer. Under 9he's command, we had maintained a steady position. Yet the varying growth rates of the submerged trees caused our raft to inadvertently veer toward the canopies. At that moment, we collectively noticed that the green, vine-like entities upon the treetops began to writhe with alarming intensity. 9he, cursing under his breath, raised his firearm. Just then, those vines cascaded downward, landing upon the river's surface. It was only then that I discerned the alarming truth. These were not mere vines, but rather enormous serpents, each as thick as a human thigh. Constrictors are typically rare, as they face numerous natural predators, and many young snakes fall prey before reaching maturity. Furthermore, due to human encroachment and environmental degradation, their habitats have been severely diminished, rendering sightings increasingly infrequent. This valley, surrounded by formidable natural barriers, has long been devoid of human presence, yet we never anticipated encountering such a multitude of serpents, each capable of swallowing a person whole. Before us, the river teemed with an array of colossal green pythons, gliding ominously toward our raft. This spectacle left us all in a state of utter astonishment. Even El-Su, a man well-versed in the extraordinary, found himself momentarily speechless. In remote and desolate places, one cannot help but encounter serpent lairs. This is not my first encounter with a snake's den. I have been attacked by snakes before, but this time is different. These are man-eating pythons. And not just one. As I gaze ahead, I see the treetops densely populated with these colossal serpents. It is as if they have spotted a grand feast, all slithering towards us, turning the river into a sea of green. Retreat, quickly retreat, 9he shouted, his hands trembling around his firearm. Faced with such a multitude of serpents, particularly in the water, the utility of our weapons diminished to nearly nothing. There was no need for him to urge us. Hazy was already exerting every ounce of strength to retreat, battling against the current, aided by the pole, and we hastily moved back, like an arrow released from its bow. Yet, despite our rapid retreat, we could not outpace the pursuing pythons. We cursed fervently, immediately raising our firearms to shoot at the serpents that ventured too close. The gloomy smile on Zhuanrui's face vanished in an instant as he exclaimed, "Sulfur! We have sulfur!" This revelation jolted us back to reality. Indeed, we possessed sulfur, a natural enemy of snakes, which we always carried during our expeditions, as ancient tombs are often infested with serpents, making it an essential piece of equipment. We had been so taken aback by the monstrous pythons that we initially failed to react. Zhuanrui's reminder spurred me into action. I promptly set down my weapon and retrieved the sulfur. Without hesitation, I produced the smokeless stove, combined it with solid fuel, and swiftly ignited the sulfur. In an instant, the raft was engulfed in a thick yellow smoke, the acrid odor of sulfur causing tears to stream down our faces as we coughed violently. Everyone scrambled to don their gas masks. At that moment, the colossal pythons, affected by the sulfur, dared not approach us any longer and retreated, seeking refuge among the treetops. Seeing this, Elsu pointed at the smokeless stove and gestured forward, signaling us to charge ahead with renewed vigor. The old turtle, seemingly repulsed by the sulfur's scent, crawled to the front of the raft and plunged into the water, disappearing from sight. We steadied the smokeless stove, igniting the sulfur as we advanced. The pythons continuing to retreat into the depths of the treetops, momentarily vanishing from view. I breathed a sigh of relief, believing we had successfully navigated this perilous encounter. However, just then, our raft suddenly shook violently. Before I could comprehend the situation, it trembled again, this time with a more considerable force. In an instant, the entire raft capsized, and we, along with the stove and our gear, plunged into the water. It was only upon entering the water that I noticed a colossal green python lurking beneath. This python was larger than any I had seen on the river's surface, adorned with a red crown upon its head. In folklore, a snake with a red crown is known as the king of snakes, a creature imbued with intelligence. It appeared that, while the other serpents had been repelled by the sulfur, this serpent king had stealthily submerged, silently infiltrating beneath our raft, executing a surprise attack. As I hit the water, I saw the serpent king's massive jaws open wide, revealing a gaping maw as it lunged towards Zhuanrui, who, frail and elderly, struggled to move. It seemed the serpent king was well aware of the adage, "Pick the soft fruit first," and thus targeted Zhuanrui with its deadly bite. I was taken aback and instinctively tugged at the leg of the white-cut chicken, pulling him back significantly. He swiftly glided away from the serpent's jaws. But as the giant python missed its bite, it swung its head violently towards me. There was no way for me to evade it. Just as panic surged through me, a shadow suddenly appeared before me. The colossal snake lunged, only to find its mouth agape again. Upon closer inspection in the water, I discovered that it was the old turtle that had shielded me from the strike. Not daring to be complacent, I caught sight of the overturned raft on the water's surface and quickly climbed aboard. At that moment, Lu Su and the others also managed to scramble onto the raft. The capsizing had resulted in the loss of a significant portion of our gear. The equipment we had was meticulously crafted and minimalistic. Losing any piece was unacceptable, and this incited Lu Su's ire. The Serpent King emerged from the depths, its mouth agape for another assault. With a thunderous shout, Lu Su leapt into action, wielding his blade with both hands, and delivered a powerful diagonal slash at the Serpent King's gaping maw. This decisive strike severed the upper half of the giant python's head, blood gushing forth and splattering all over those standing on the bamboo raft, leaving them reeking of the foulness. With the Serpent King's head nearly cleaved in half by Lu Su's blade, its massive body crashed into the water, sending waves of crimson spreading around the raft. The enormous serpent quickly sank, transforming into a shadow before vanishing completely. Breathing heavily, Lu Su's face was taut, muscles tense, and his eyes twitched slightly as he uttered a few words. Inventory check. Hazy, almost in disbelief, stared at Lu Su's bloodied ghost cry blade. his gaze fixated. I was already aware of Lu Su's prowess, having witnessed his fearless slaughter of the serpents in Princess Giger's tomb. I knew that this moment was even less significant in comparison. However, the loss of our scattered equipment in the water was indeed a severe setback. Under Lu Su's command, Hazy promptly began maneuvering the raft backward, while we commenced the tedious task of inventorying our gear. Our lamentations echoed as we discovered that most of our tools, such as shovels and firearms, had been lost, leaving only food and medical supplies intact. But with merely these items, how could we proceed with our venture? Chapter 11. Restraint. Typically composed and genteel, Lu Su's expression darkened as he sat cross-legged on the raft, his sword poised before him, exuding an air of intimidation. Hazy, taken aback by Lu Su's demeanor, cautiously remarked, "Brother Lu, without our equipment, can we still proceed with our tasks?" Truly, one cannot help but touch upon the sorest of subjects. Lu Su inhaled deeply and responded, "Our raft is stained with the Serpent King's blood, and we have lost the sulfur. We must vacate this area, otherwise, those pythons will reappear." Upon hearing this, Hazy did not dare to inquire further and maneuvered the raft backward. Shortly thereafter, we reached the shore, secured the raft, and cleansed ourselves of the blood before resuming our seats. At that moment, we were all in a state of disarray, and the old turtle, who had saved my life, was nowhere to be found. Given our current circumstances, we were utterly incapable of progressing further. Our prior efforts had come to naught, leaving us with no choice but to return, reclaim our equipment, and start anew. Although we had only been in the Angry Valley for 2 days, the treacherous terrain had taken its toll, rendering our efforts futile, and it was disheartening for all. At that moment, Lu Su seemed to have an epiphany. He squinted slightly, then broke into a smile, suggesting, "Let us set up camp here." Feng-Guo, puzzled, replied, "What is the point of camping? We should leave at once and return whence we came." Lu Su smiled gently and said, "It is too early to return now." Observing his demeanor, I sensed he had a plan brewing and was about to inquire further when Lu Su waved his hand, chuckling, "Brother Chen, we shall wait here. Soon, someone will bring what we need." Upon hearing this, I suddenly recalled the gunfire from earlier in the woods and quickly grasped Lu Su's intent. Was he waiting for those who had fired the shots? It made sense. Ordinary folk would not venture into such a place armed, and if I was not mistaken, there would be more than one person. In such a location, a solitary individual would be akin to courting death. We kindled a bonfire, the slightly damp wood emitting a wisp of smoke, which would surely attract the attention of the nearby group. Clearly, Lu Su intended to draw them in. As everyone began to understand his strategy, they exchanged glances, realizing there was little choice but to proceed with it. The group settled around the fire, retrieving food to replenish their strength and setting up tents. Since falling into the river, they had endured a relentless journey of swimming, constructing rafts, and battling serpents, leaving them utterly exhausted, so they took turns resting. I slept for approximately 2 hours before Feng-Guo woke me from my watch. It was around 3 in the afternoon. The forest was shrouded in mist. I splashed cold water on my face to rouse myself. Everyone else was asleep, leaving me alone to tend the fire. In the stillness, my thoughts began to wander. I pondered the identity of the mysterious figure in the woods, then shifted to concerns about Min and Doufu, wondering how they were faring. As I was lost in thought, I suddenly heard the sound of footsteps approaching rapidly from the forest, unmistakably heading towards our location. Startled, I sprang to my feet, thinking they had arrived. I was about to awaken Lu Su and the others when a group of people burst forth from the trees, armed and clad in uniform attire, clearly of no ordinary background. I scanned the crowd and my gaze landed on one individual, causing me to gasp in astonishment. Wu Shui? The mute stood with arms crossed, leaning against a tree, his expression as cold as ever. He glanced at me with an emotionless gaze before shifting his focus to the nearby tent. Finally, he commanded, "Bring Lu Su out." Before I could respond, gentle laughter emanated from within the tent, and Lu Su emerged, parting the curtain with a smile. "Brother Wu, what a coincidence. I have been waiting for you." The mute straightened his posture, advancing steadily, and coldly remarked, "Waiting for me? For what purpose?" Lu Su smiled faintly and replied, "You are with Baisanyi, are you not? Surely, it is to seek the tomb of the giant ear king? In truth, you could have come to me directly from the start." At this revelation, I suddenly understood. Had the mute allied with Baisanyi solely for the pursuit of the giant ear king's tomb? But if that were the case, what was Baisanyi's true identity? How did he come to know of the tomb's existence? Upon reflection, I could not help but draw a connection between this white third master and the legendary flying dagger by fourth master of Ur. Could it be that white third master is a descendant of the flying dagger by fourth master? The mute did not respond to Elsu's inquiry. Instead, he fixed a cold gaze upon him and then turned his attention to me, stating, "Why are you with him?" This question left me somewhat bewildered. At that moment, Zhuanrui and Phone Ghost Hand, among others, awakened and emerged from their tents. The mute's remark was rather perplexing, and I found myself momentarily at a loss for words, retorting, "Why should I not be here? If I'm not teaming up with him, should I join you instead? Not long ago in Beijing, you certainly led me into quite a predicament." The mute slightly tilted his head and coldly replied, "You should not have come here." I scoffed. "If I don't come here, what becomes of the curse upon me? You act as if you were my father." This infernal mute, suddenly speaking in such an enigmatic manner, made me wonder what right he had to concern himself with my whereabouts. As my words fell into silence, the mute's dark gaze suddenly locked onto mine with an intensity that chilled my very soul. Had I not possessed some understanding of his character, knowing he was not one to kill indiscriminately, I would have almost believed he might strike me down in that instant. For a moment, my breath caught in my throat, and my mind grew sluggish. Just then, the mute coldly stated, "I will resolve the matter of the curse." His expression remained as impassive and haughty as ever, leaving me taken aback. Our relationship had never been particularly antagonistic, yet it could hardly be described as amicable either. How had our rapport progressed to this point? I found myself pondering whether something had transpired during my absence from Beijing. Could it be that the mute had suddenly regained his memory and discovered he was indeed 鬼9he, thus wishing to convey some paternal affection toward me? Such an idea seemed far-fetched, given the slim likelihood of him being 鬼9he, yet I was convinced that there existed some extraordinary connection between him and 鬼9he. Just as I was grappling with the implications of his words, Elsu smiled faintly, attempting to diffuse the tension. "It appears you have come here regarding the curse as well?" The mute glanced at Elsu but did not grant him any courtesy. Instead, he abruptly approached me, fixed his gaze intently upon me, and stated with deliberate clarity, "Go back." I was momentarily taken aback, then could not help but respond with a cold laugh. "Your words are quite peculiar. On what grounds do you say that?" The mute replied icily, "Simply because I am stronger than you." Elsu, feeling disregarded, narrowed his eyes, a forced smile on his lips as he stepped between me and the mute. Addressing the mute, he remarked, "Your concern for Brother Chin's safety is quite touching." But the mute interrupted, coldly stating, "I do not like useless burdens." Had I not been familiar with the mute's manner of speaking, I might have been incensed beyond measure. However, I found that I had likely developed an immunity to his barbs. At that moment, the frustration within me had yet to surface, having been effectively quelled. I could not help but smile, saying, "This so-called useless person has never been fond of your company either. You may carry on with your entourage. This is our place of respite." The mute glanced at the pile of our equipment and then at the wet clothes drying nearby, before striding toward that direction. He kicked our gear bag with his foot and coldly remarked, "So little, the equipment is lost." His words were not a rhetorical question, but a statement of fact. Elsu smiled slightly and replied, "Thus, I said we have been waiting for quite some time." The mute, being an astute individual, recognized that the information was in Elsu's hands and understood that collaborating with him would yield greater efficiency. Consequently, he hesitated not at all. His demeanor icy as he nodded slightly and pointed at me, saying indifferently, "This person, let him go." A surge of anger flared within me. Unable to contain myself, I seized the mute by his collar and exclaimed, "Wu, what do you mean by this? Have I assaulted your wife or disturbed your ancestors' graves?" After uttering those words, I felt an unsettling realization. His ancestors' graves might very well be the same as mine. Yet, in the heat of anger, such thoughts were far from my mind. The mute, held by my grip, did not resist but stood tall and still, coldly stating, "This is my only condition." Elsu's smile faded as he cast a glance my way and finally said, "Let us discuss this." He then grasped my hand, signaling me to release my hold and not to engage with the mute. Moments later, the two of us distanced ourselves from the crowd, ensuring they could not hear us. Only then did Elsu inquire, "What is your relationship with him?" I retorted, "You ask me, who should I ask? This fellow has never regarded others highly. I am perplexed as to why he suddenly cares about me." Elsu squinted slightly and remarked, "A wise man avoids immediate losses. It seems that Wu Shui is indeed considering your welfare." This journey is fraught with peril, and he has stated he will assist you with the curse. I was acutely aware that El Su was merely speaking nonsense. Everyone can make promises when it is convenient. But whether he would take risks for me when the time came was uncertain. The mute's long-standing objectives had no ties to the curse. His true concern lay with his own identity, which was why he had been tracing 9he's path. Now that he had discovered the tomb of the king with giant ears, his primary motive was undoubtedly linked to 9he, leaving little room for him to expend energy on the curse. El Su himself was a man who trusted no one, and his attempt to speak favorably of the mute was merely a ploy to coax me back. I felt a surge of frustration, as though I had become a puppet manipulated by others. Such a sensation was deeply stifling. Not long ago, everything seemed fine, yet within a mere few days, the mute had undergone such a significant transformation. If he were indeed 9he, it would be understandable that he wished to prevent me from taking risks. However, he was neither 9he nor had his memory returned. Why then did he suddenly take such a strong stance regarding my affairs? Did he recall something? Chapter 12. Acting alone, this thought stirred something within me. If that were indeed the case, the mute might have already discovered his identity. Yet if so, why would he venture to the tomb of the king with giant ears? Seeing me silent for an extended period, El Su assumed my reluctance and added, "If you truly believe he is untrustworthy, I have a suggestion. You could secretly follow him." I replied, "How splendidly you would facilitate your collaboration." El Su sighed wryly and said, "Brother Chun, I have waited far too long. This operation is of utmost importance to everyone involved. I can no longer afford to wait." Observing his helpless expression, I retorted, "Am I able to wait indefinitely? If I refuse, what do you propose to do?" El Su fell silent for a moment, then sighed once more, stating, "If you decline, I too am left with no choice but to start afresh." I remarked, "Your words are quite eloquent." El Su, masking his sorrow, finally offered a faint smile without further comment and turned towards the camp, addressing the mute, "My team cannot be dismantled. You are free to proceed as you wish." He then looked back at us and instructed, "Gather your belongings for the return journey. We shall come again another day." 9he cast a peculiar glance my way, leaning in to whisper something into El Su's ear. El Su furrowed his brow, glanced at me once more, and ultimately shook his head. I was unaware of what 9he had conveyed to El Su, yet my heart was tumultuous. I had not anticipated that El Su would relinquish such a significant opportunity for my sake. The mute's primary goal was to negotiate terms, which did not conflict with El Su's interests. Together, they would undeniably form a formidable team. Yet now, for my benefit, El Su was willing to forego a tangible advantage. In a fleeting moment, the others completed their preparations, and the mute did not intervene, merely observing our departure. I glanced at El Su's somber countenance, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Noticing my gaze, El Su forced a smile and said, "Do not take this to heart. Consider it as if we never encountered these individuals. Our path remains solely that of retreat." Zhuanrui, however, along with Li, halted their steps and remarked sarcastically, "Consider it as if we never encountered them? El Su, your words are rather lighthearted. It may be a futile endeavor, but have you considered that Wu is ahead of us? Even if we eventually arrive, what remains will be mere scraps. If he were to be more ruthless, we might not even get a taste of the broth." The two halted, clearly indicating that Zhuanrui had no intention of accompanying us back. El Su smiled faintly and replied, "Brother Zhao, Wu Shui is proud and arrogant. Given your advanced age, he may not be able to care for you." This was a clever remark, subtly implying that the mute would not be inclined to escort an elderly man into the fray. Zhuanrui patted Li and coldly retorted, "I have him. You need not worry." El Su's smile faltered slightly as he concluded, "Until we meet again." 9he whistled and remarked, "I must say, El Leoj, my partnership fee will need to increase." El Su nodded slightly, responding with a smile, "Naturally, you shall not be treated unfairly." At that moment, we had not ventured far and could still see the figures of the mute and his companions standing by the riverbank. Just then, the mute turned his head, and our gazes locked momentarily. For reasons unknown, I suddenly felt that the cold, proud demeanor in his eyes had dissipated, replaced by a peculiar emotion I struggled to articulate. I sensed that his gaze bore no malice. In fact, it evoked memories of my grandfather. I could not help but pause, yet in the blink of an eye, that sensation vanished. The mute gaze icy, akin to millennia of frozen ice. Everything that had just transpired seemed but a mere figment of my imagination. At that moment, I observed the tightly pressed lips of Lu Su and the others, feeling a pang of discomfort within me, and finally said, "You may return." Lu Su raised his head, his eyes silently inquiring about my predicament. I replied, "Why not take the shortcut? You should team up with Wu Shui." 9he raised an eyebrow and asked, "What about you?" I responded, "I shall not relent. If this time fails, there will be another opportunity. I will return on my own." Hazy exclaimed in surprise. "How can that be? This place is perilous. How will you manage alone?" 9he shook his head, indicating his neutrality, leaving the decision to Lu Su. Lu Su calmly stated, "Do not overthink it. Fate is fate. I accept it." I could not help but smile. Truthfully, I was uncertain whether Lu Su genuinely relinquished this opportunity for my sake, or if it was merely a performance for my benefit, waiting for me to utter such words. Yet, for me, these considerations had become inconsequential. Having lived half a lifetime, I was acutely aware of whom to trust and whom to regard merely as a partner. Thus, I declared that the decision was made. Such an opportunity was rare, and I would not allow our entire team to be compromised for my sake. If what Zhuanrui had said was true, the mute would take the lead. No one could predict what unforeseen events might unfold. And it was likely that by then, nothing would remain. Without waiting for Lu Su to speak again, I began to distribute the equipment. Seeing my resolution, Lu Su sighed and handed me the claw, indicating that I might find it useful on my return journey. The method of crafting the claw had long been lost to time. Such artifacts were typically only found in the possession of individuals like Lu Su. I accepted the item without hesitation, strapped on my gear, and waved farewell to the group, signaling our parting of ways. In a moment, I heard the footsteps behind me gradually fade away, ultimately vanishing entirely. I halted, glanced back, and then seated myself against a sturdy tree, quietly extracting half a pack of cigarettes to smoke. This opportunity was too precious. How could I turn back merely because of the words of the mute? The only viable course was to create distance between us, and then follow. The mute and his companions were well equipped. They would likely choose to navigate by water. Without the Snake King, the remaining pythons posed little threat. Igniting sulfur would allow them to ascend the current. What was I to do? My only option was to take the land route, which would require considerably more time. My supplies consisted only of some food, medical supplies, ropes, and daggers, nothing with significant offensive power. The dangers that lurked within the jungle remained an enigma. However, I was not one to easily concede defeat. Missing this opportunity, given my own capabilities, the likelihood of organizing another expedition to the tomb of the Great Ear King was exceedingly slim. I feared I might not live to see that day, only to be undone by the curse. After sitting beneath the tree for over an hour, I estimated that Lu Su and the others had likely resumed their journey, so I shouldered my pack and retraced my steps. Upon reaching our previous campsite, I found it utterly deserted, and the wooden raft was nowhere to be seen. In addition, numerous branches were scattered around, suggesting that their numbers were substantial, and they had even constructed a wooden raft. This exemplifies the adage that many hands make light work. It is noteworthy that when I, along with Lu Su and the others, fashioned our raft, it took us over 2 hours, whereas now, in just about an hour, no one could be seen on the river's surface. Without further hesitation, I set my foot upon the earth, making my way toward the second bend. For the sake of safety, I kept to the land-water interface, where I could easily glance back to see the angry river. Although the humidity was oppressive, most creatures, aside from amphibians, prefer not to dwell directly by the water's edge. Thus, the area where land meets water is generally safer. After approximately half an hour, I drew closer to the previous expanse of python-laden forest. Those serpents were coiling upon the treetops above, seemingly fond of the water. I dared not proceed further and thus detoured into the jungle, steering clear of the riverbank, and continued onward. Indeed, this route revealed no sign of the emerald-hued giants. Rather, it was more stable than before, devoid of any bizarre occurrences, merely strewn with dry twigs and leaves. However, the miasma of the forest, coupled with venomous insects, inflicted considerable discomfort upon me. As I journeyed, night began to descend. I checked the time. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Although this hour seemed early, the forest was rapidly succumbing to darkness. Seizing the moment before complete nightfall, I hastily sought a place to rest. I discovered a tree hollow, likely once the lair of a fierce beast, now inhabited by ants. I ignited a damp twig, driving the ants away, tidied the hollow somewhat, and then kindled a fire before the entrance, finally allowing myself to relax. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, the jungle was intermittently filled with strange sounds. I curled up within the tree hollow, too apprehensive to sleep deeply, as any unusual noise would rouse me. Thus, I endured the night, and the following day, I continued my journey, burdened by fatigue. At this point, I estimated that I had traversed past the second bend. Due to the dense foliage obscuring my view of the rear, I resolved to approach the riverbank to search for any clues left by Lu Su and the others. At that time, Lu Su had merely informed us that we needed to pass 3 bends, but what to do thereafter remained a mystery. Unexpectedly, as I made my way toward the river, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the nearby woods. Human footsteps, I discerned, and there seemed to be quite a number of them. I paused in astonishment, pondering whether it might be the mute individuals. Oddly, if they were traveling by water, they should have been much faster. They shouldn't still be lingering in this area. Before I could fully react, those individuals burst forth from the forest, and to my surprise, they were indeed the companions of the mute. Chapter 13. The search for others. This group emerged abruptly, armed with guns, their muzzles aimed squarely at me, leaving me momentarily dazed. One of them, upon recognizing me, exclaimed in surprise, "It's you." He then gestured, and the 5 of them lowered their weapons, indicating they bore no ill intent. At that moment, I noticed him scrutinizing me, likely deducing my disheveled state and the tribulations I had endured, and he remarked, "You have not given up, you have followed us." I declared, "The road stretches wide. Each may take their own path. You may choose not to partner with me, but surely you cannot dictate where I should go." The man shook his head, revealing a reluctance to engage further, glancing around before inquiring, "Have you encountered anyone else? Did you spend the night in the woods? Other people?" I was momentarily taken aback, pondering who he could possibly mean. I replied, "I spent the night in the woods alone, without seeing anyone else." At that moment, I finally detected a disquieting detail. The 5 individuals before me were drenched in sweat, their necks glistening, clearly indicating that they had been moving through the woods far longer than I, who had only just risen from slumber. It was barely past 7 in the morning. Could it be that they had already been wandering the forest long before dawn? A sudden realization struck me that something was amiss. Before I could inquire further, the man signaled to the other 4, instructing, "Wind, fire, you head west. Thunder, lightning, you go east. I will proceed south. Upon finding anyone, fire a warning shot." He then pointed at me, stating, "You will accompany me." The individuals dubbed Wind, Fire, Thunder, and Lightning promptly obeyed the orders and departed. It was evident that these names were likely their code names, a common practice in the underbelly of society. As he directed me, I asked, "They are called Wind, Fire, Thunder, and Lightning. What shall I call you? What exactly has transpired?" He rummaged through his equipment bag, tossing me a firearm while continuing southward, responding, "You may call me Little Rain." Little Rain? Gazing at his robust physique, sinewy muscles, and stern demeanor, I found myself momentarily speechless. Shortly thereafter, Little Rain recounted, "Last night, we set up camp by the river, but the others vanished overnight." The others? My heart sank as I asked, "Wu Shui and El Su? They have disappeared?" Little Rain clarified, "To be precise, only Wu Shui and El Su are missing. The old man surnamed Zhao, the portly man surnamed Li, and the coward are all present. They remained behind to guard the equipment while we ventured forth to search for the missing." I inquired, "They have not returned for an entire night? Could you elaborate?" Little Rain proceeded to recount the events of the previous night. There had been no unusual occurrences. We set up camp, took shifts, and slept. El Su and the mute were on the same shift, as late-night hours are typically fraught with danger. Thus, they were assigned to guard during the most perilous hours, from 3 to 4 a.m. With sufficient personnel, each individual was required to keep watch for only an hour. However, El Su and the mute likely had matters to discuss, hence they shared a shift. During this time, no issues arose. Around 5 a.m., He, accustomed to rising early, awoke to find both El Su and the mute missing. Initially, he presumed they had stepped away momentarily, but after half an hour elapsed without their return, it dawned on him that something was amiss. The 2 most crucial members of the team had inexplicably vanished. Upon hearing this, I could not help but feel perplexed. Both the mute and Lu Su were not the types to be unreliable. They would never vanish without a trace unless something extraordinary occurred. At that moment, Xiao Yu suddenly interjected. After some contemplation, I recalled that in a drowsy state, I seemed to hear a woman's voice. A woman's voice? How could there be a woman in this place? Xiaoyu nodded, then shook his head, stating, I cannot ascertain whether I was dreaming. I did not awaken at that moment. Yet, reflecting on it now feels peculiar. Why would I dream such a dream? The voice was strikingly real, but there should be no woman in this vicinity. I could not restrain my curiosity and asked, what sort of sound did the woman make? Xiaoyu glanced at me, coughed lightly, and between men, there was an unspoken understanding. I instantly grasped the implication, thinking to myself, this individual must have indulged in a spring dream and heard the sounds of a woman's moans. Even if a woman had inadvertently stumbled into this place, it was unlikely that any woman would engage in such explicit behavior here. Thus, we chose not to pursue the topic further and resumed our search, uttering the names of Lu Su and the mute, yet we received no response. The ground was carpeted with fallen leaves, layered upon one another. With each step, the leaves sank beneath our feet, only to rebound shortly thereafter, leaving no trace behind. Where on earth could we find them? After wandering aimlessly for the better part of the morning, we returned to the campsite. Upon my arrival, He was overjoyed, while Baijianji continued to regard me with disdain. There was little conversation among us as we gathered to eat. While consuming our meal, Xiaoyu furrowed his brow and finally said, we have searched the surrounding area thoroughly. It appears we must expand our search in the afternoon. Do any of you have suggestions? He inquired of He and Baijianji. Baijianji sat cross-legged, his clothing in disarray. I turned to Li Pang, who sat nearby, and suggested, let him search. Li Pang, usually taciturn, sneered at this, saying, why should it be me? I replied, I recall that messengers possess a keen sensitivity to both the living and the dead. You could find them with ease. Although Xiaoyu did not understand what a messenger was, he grasped that Li Pang had the ability to locate people, and he grew visibly irritated, exclaiming, if you possess such ability, why not lend a hand? Li Pang disregarded Xiaoyu, focusing solely on me, stating, do you not comprehend my predicament? I am but a dog now, even less than a dog, and I must heed my master's commands. Chen Xian, all of this is your doing. I owe you my gratitude. I understood Li Pang's implication and turned back to Baijianji, who had kept his eyes closed, seemingly in meditation. At that moment, perhaps sensing my gaze, he opened his eyes and remarked, this dog's nose is unreliable. In our group, there was a man named Lei with a volatile temperament. He slammed his hand onto his knee and shouted, if you have something to say, then say it without your nonsensical talk about dogs and their noses. I see some of you are shirking your responsibilities and wish to act like dogs. Is that it? If you have a solution, speak up quickly, otherwise. If you provoke me, you won't even be worthy of being called a dog. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Pang lunged at him fiercely. Due to the proximity and Li Fatty's swiftness, Lei was unable to evade and was struck down to the ground with a single punch. We hastily intervened to separate the two. At that moment, Li Fatty let out a sinister chuckle, glanced around, and remarked, this place is quite suspicious. I can sense neither the living nor the dead. I suspect someone has tampered with it. Upon hearing this, I realized we were at a loss. It was likely the handiwork of Pu Zhan. Among our group, the mute and Lu Su were the most skilled, if even they were in trouble. This location was undeniably bizarre. After consuming some food and resting sufficiently, we expanded our search area, yet even as night fell, we failed to uncover any clues regarding Lu Su and the mute. I began to feel anxious, truth be told, despite my anger towards the mute. The thought of him potentially being in peril stirred unsettling associations in my mind, particularly with 9he, leaving me in a state of distress. Conversely, Xiaoyu approached to console me, urging me not to worry too much, saying, I thought you had a grudge against Wushui, but I didn't expect you to care so much for him. I sat by the campfire, took a sip of water, and inquired of the five of you. To whom do you belong? Xiaoyu replied, we belong to Baiyi. I asked, who exactly is Baiyi? Xiaoyu smiled and said, I cannot divulge more. Every profession has its own rules. Our conversation reached an impasse, and ultimately, Xiaoyu patted my shoulder, organized the night watch, and advised me to rest early. Given that the mute and Lu Su had vanished in the latter half of the night, everyone decided to commence vigilance from that point onward, hoping to discern what transpired. As the clock neared 3 o'clock, I was roused from slumber, finding everyone gathered around the campfire, sleepiness gradually dissipating. The dry wood in the fire crackled, emitting an orange glow that illuminated the surrounding area, where a faint mist lingered in the air, shrouding everything in a layer of dampness. making even the warmth of the fire feel somewhat chilly. This hardly resembled summer. Time ticked by, and the atmosphere surrounding us seemed to congeal. Feng, Hua, Lei, and Xiaoyu patrolled the vicinity, their weapons loaded. Haizi, unfamiliar with such tension, sat anxiously by my side, unable to remain still. In contrast, Bai Zhangji appeared unfazed, leaning against Li Fati, his head nodding slowly, looking rather lethargic. Glancing at my watch, I noted it was 4 o'clock, an hour had passed, and all remained tranquil in the darkness. Just as I presumed this night would yield no results, a peculiar sound suddenly emanated from the depths of the forest. The sound was indistinct, akin to a breath, and upon closer inspection, it seemed to resemble a woman's sigh. At that moment, Xiaoyu's expression changed, and in a hushed tone, she said, "That's the sound I heard in my dreams last night, the breath of a woman." In an instant, the sound grew clearer, the vague breaths gradually sharpening, occasionally accompanied by moans that ignited a flush of heat throughout one's body. In the dead of night, from where could such a woman's voice arise? I am almost certain that the disappearance of the mute and Lu Su is closely linked to this woman. Chapter 14. The ghostly tree Haizi, trembling with fear, remarked, in the dead of night, "Could that be the voice of a female ghost? I have heard that some alluring specters lure men in like this, only to reduce them to mere skin and bones." Naturally, this comment drew laughter from Bai Zhangji. I immediately rose and said, "Haizi, you three should remain behind to guard our equipment. Xiaoyu, let us proceed." Together with Xiaoyu and the formidable trio of wind, fire, and thunder, we armed ourselves with weapons and flashlights, following the direction of the woman's moans. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness, the only illumination emanating from our flashlights, as the sounds seemed to drift from upstream, specifically from the southern direction. That location had been scoured during the day without any notable discoveries. As we advanced, the sounds became increasingly distinct, igniting a flush of heat in our faces and a surge of adrenaline in our veins. Yet, amidst this eerie atmosphere, our primary emotion was vigilance. Soon, the sound drew nearer, seemingly emanating from directly ahead. We formed a triangular formation, progressing while scanning our surroundings with our flashlights. At that moment, my gaze was suddenly drawn to a large, black hole. The sounds appeared to be emanating from within. Our collective attention was irresistibly captured by this gaping opening. It was a tree hollow, the trunk stout and smooth, with a charred opening that looked as if it had been cleaved by lightning. Xiaoyu gasped softly, straining to listen, before confidently asserting that the sounds originated from within the hollow. We cautiously approached the edge of the tree hollow, shining our lights inside, only to discover that it was rather deep, winding downwards toward the roots, shrouded in darkness. As we stood at the entrance, the sounds became even clearer, as if a woman were groaning right beside us. A faint, alluring fragrance wafted from the hollow. It seemed as though the voice sensed our presence, abruptly ceasing, leaving behind only a faint sound of sobbing. We exchanged puzzled glances, momentarily at a loss for understanding. Thunder, impatient and irritable, rolled up his sleeves and declared, "Which woman is causing this ruckus in the dead of night? Just wait until I drag her out. I shall deal with her 100 times over." Saying this, he checked his weapon, shone his light into the hollow, and announced his intention to venture inside, instructing us to cover him from above. With that, he disappeared into the depths of the tree hollow. We stood by, awaiting his return, but just as Thunder had barely entered, the entire hollow abruptly closed around him. Resembling a gaping maw, the walls of the tree suddenly revealed 2 rows of interlocking serrated edges, giving the appearance of a jagged mouth clamped shut. Then, we heard Thunder's muffled scream from within, followed by an unsettling silence. Initially, we had anticipated Thunder's role as our vanguard, but this unforeseen turn of events left us in shock. Yet, in the next moment, realization struck me. We had been deceived. This was likely a man-eating tree. Could it be that the mute and Lu Su have also been consumed by the man-eating tree? My heart tightened at the thought, and immediately, Xiaoyu shouted, "Quick! Save him!" Without hesitation, he discarded his weapon, drew his combat knife from his waist, and charged at the tightly shut maw with fervor. With each thrust, chunks of putrid flesh erupted, prompting the rest of us to join in the rescue effort. As the combat knife relentlessly tore through, the haunting voice of a woman echoed once more, though this time it was tinged with a sound akin to a wail of despair. Before long, we had managed to pry open the entire closed aperture. Xiaoyu cursed, "Let's see how you devour people now." I had heard of a type of ghost tree in Yunnan that emitted sounds at night, to lure men closer. I never imagined I would encounter one here. I nodded in agreement. It seemed that Heise's conjecture was partially correct. There truly was a female ghost, albeit in the form of a ghost tree. It is said that in the Amazon basin, there exists a beauty tree, its trunk resembling a naked woman, exuding a fragrance that induces various illusions, ensnaring individuals until they perish, their corpses decaying to nourish the tree. Compared to such a beauty tree, this ghost tree was considerably easier to confront. As Xiaoyu spoke, he shouted down into the tree hollow, "Lazy, are you still there?" Silence echoed back from below, causing Xiaoyu's expression to darken. He remarked, "Beneath this tree hollow lies the digestive system of the ghost tree. Something may have gone awry. I must investigate." The thought of the mute being missing for a day and a night, coupled with the revelation of the ghost tree's digestive system, sent my imagination spiraling. Vivid images of the mute and Lu Su being devoured, leaving behind only rotting flesh, flooded my mind, and I felt a wave of nausea. Without delay, I retrieved a rope, securing it around my waist as I declared, "I will descend. If anything goes awry, shake the rope, and you must pull me back up immediately." Seeing my willingness to take the lead, Xiaoyu nodded in agreement without hesitation. Once I ensured my safety measures were in place, I immediately crawled into the gaping maw that resembled a tree hollow, following the throat-like passage downward. The throat was rather deep, approximately 3 meters, indicating that the tree's subterranean portion was buried quite deep. Due to the convoluted structure of the passage, I could not see the bottom clearly. However, the further I descended, the more intense the previously encountered odor became. Suddenly, I felt my limbs tremble, seemingly unresponsive. Could this scent be numbing my nerves? I pinched myself hard to regain clarity, and as I turned a corner, the entire structure of the digestive system unfolded before me. With the aid of my dim flashlight, I soon spotted Lei Zi, who had vanished earlier. Below was a circular space resembling a stomach, filled with a viscous, emerald-green slime. Lei Zi lay amidst this goo, his eyes wide open, yet his body remained completely still. I glanced around and suddenly noticed a figure crouched in the corner, legs drawn up and knees hugged tightly to the chest. The person had their head buried deep within their knees, obscuring their face, yet the attire unmistakably indicated that it was the mute. A wave of astonishment washed over me, and without a thought for Lei Zi, I leapt down and approached the mute, shaking him vigorously. "Wu Shui, Wu Shui." He did not respond. As I continued to shake him, I gently tilted his head to check for breath and pulse. At that moment, I realized that the mute was still alive, albeit with a feeble breath. Strangely, there was a viscous green substance clinging to him. When I touched him, the gooey residue transferred to my hand, and instantly, I felt a numbing sensation creeping over me. It dawned on me that this substance was a potent paralytic agent. Fortunately, since I had jumped down rather than rolled, only my feet had come into contact with the goo, and as I was wearing waterproof hiking boots, I was spared from serious harm. I swiftly removed my jacket to wrap my hands, then untied the rope, securing the mute onto it, shaking the line and shouting, "Pull him up." Xiaoyu and the others, upon receiving the signal, immediately began to hoist the mute upwards. While I awaited their efforts below, the scent of the green substance seemed to intensify, making my body feel increasingly numb. Thus, when Xiaoyu lowered the rope again, I hurriedly embraced Lei Zi, and we were both pulled back up. Upon reaching the ground, I froze, as though under the influence of a full-body anesthetic. Xiaoyu inquired about my condition, but my throat felt constricted, rendering me speechless. Luckily, Xiaoyu was perceptive. Upon seeing the green slime on us, he deduced its significance and promptly stripped off his clothes to clean us from head to toe, before carrying us back to the campsite. During this ordeal, the mute opened his eyes and cast a glance at me before closing them again. I felt as though my body was filled with lead, yet my mind remained acutely aware. Once we reached the riverside campsite, Xiaoyu immediately tossed us into the water for cleansing, instructing us to wash thoroughly, assuring us that after a day's rest, the effects of the toxin would dissipate. At that moment, I recalled El Su. He was absent from the ghost tree. Where could he have gone? I turned my gaze to the mute, who sat in the river with closed eyes, his expression void of emotion, allowing Xiaoyu to cleanse him. Before long, we were all washed clean and, clad only in our undergarments, were placed inside the tent. An awkward situation to say the least. After more than half an hour, Lei Zi and I regained our ability to speak, and by the time we could move again, it was already midday of the following day. Weak and famished, we emerged from the tent and, without hesitation, began to eat voraciously until we felt rejuvenated. Hazy had washed our clothes, which were now dried by the fire. I changed into them and returned to check on the mute. He had awakened but remained immobile. A thought crossed my mind, reflecting on how this fellow often displayed arrogance, making me lose face on numerous occasions. Now, the tables had turned. With this in mind, I ventured outside to procure a piece of roasted meat, placing it before the mute's lips, relishing the sight of him able to smell but not consume it. Swallowing hard as his stomach rumbled, a gratifying spectacle, indeed. Due to the current circumstances surrounding the mute individual and the absence of Su, we are unable to proceed for the time being. It seems prudent to await the mute's recovery and inquire about the events of the previous night. As evening fell, the mute finally regained the ability to speak and move, albeit unsteadily, likely still under the lingering effects of medication. He grasped the jerky I had set out earlier and ambled unsteadily to the fire, his expression devoid of emotion, maintaining a deliberate pace as he slowly consumed the now-cold piece of meat. Chapter 15. Suspicion. He remained silent, his gaze indifferent, providing no clues to his thoughts. Upon finishing one piece of meat, Hazy promptly offered another. The mute glanced at him, accepted it, and continued eating. Xiaoyu, after a moment of contemplation, inquired, Mr. Wu, are you feeling all right? The mute responded with a brief grunt, prompting Xiaoyu to add, What of Mr. L? The mute paused, then coldly remarked, Life and death are fated. Do not concern yourself with him. I was perplexed. What had transpired with Su? Logically, he possessed critical information. The mute would not simply abandon him. Could it be that Su had acted with ulterior motives the previous night? Was it possible he had once again deceived the mute? To be candid, Su's cunning is formidable. Previously, in the Xianbing tomb, he had manipulated me, the mute, and Doufu as pawns, waiting until the mute was utterly exhausted before emerging to reap the benefits, leaving us all outmaneuvered. Could it be that he had devised yet another scheme this time? I attempted to inquire, but the mute offered no answers, merely glancing at the darkening sky and advising that we should not leave the camp no matter what disturbances we might hear. It appeared he had indeed decided to disregard Su's fate. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu exchanged glances with me and others, stating, Since Su is absent, without this key figure, we are merely superfluous to the mute's expedition. Indeed, the mute indicated Feng Guo, saying, He may remain. The rest are free to decide. Hazy's eyes widened with anxiety as he exclaimed, Free to decide? Does that mean we cannot seek treasures? I replied, after enduring so many dangers. Do you still wish to pursue treasures? Hazy scratched his head, falling silent. Observing his demeanor, it seemed he harbored unspoken concerns, which I understood. No one would disregard their own life, yet those willing to risk their lives for what they desire must possess compelling reasons. In this matter, I had no grounds to urge Hazy to abandon his quest. After the mute's declaration, Feng Guo sneered, Wu, others may fall for your ruse, but I am not so easily swayed. I, Feng Jiang, have delved into this trade for many years and possess considerable wealth. I do not lack funds. However, there are rules in our line of work. I accompanied Su into this venture, and now that he is gone, I shall not follow you. He demanded. What has happened to him? The mute, chewing his food slowly, fixed his dark gaze upon Feng Guo and, with deliberate enunciation and devoid of emotion, stated, Are you commanding me? Feng Guo grasped the gun at his side, sneering, And so what? This weapon was provided by the mute's faction, yet now it is turned against them. I never anticipated that Feng Guo would betray for Su. The man named certainly possesses a remarkable talent for winning hearts. In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense, while Baizanji merely observed coldly from the side, an enigmatic smile lingering on her lips, as if watching a dogfight, clearly with no intention of intervening. After Feng Guo spoke, the mute suddenly chuckled, a fleeting smirk passing across his lips. In the next moment, he raised his wrist, and before anyone could react, a flash of silver glinted. Feng Guo's hand trembled violently, causing the gun to clatter to the ground. As a silver flying dagger embedded itself into the earth, I stared at that dagger, momentarily frozen. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the one my grandfather had left me. I recalled the time in the Xianbing tomb when he nearly severed the Doufu's lifeline with a single stroke, and my suspicions crystallized. He is Qin. Why does he not acknowledge it? How could he remain so youthful after all these years? What caused his amnesia? This cascade of questions yielded no answers. At that moment, I heard the mute calmly regard 鬼9he with a cold gaze and in a detached tone. He remarked, "The reason this blade did not incapacitate your hand is that it serves a purpose." 鬼9he's throat moved. The muscles in his cheeks twitched slightly, and ultimately, he settled cross-legged, falling silent, his eyes dark and brooding, suppressing his rage. Xiaoyu attempted to defuse the tension, suggesting that it was late and proposing a rotation for the night watch, urging everyone to rest. Due to the poison we three had encountered from the female ghost tree, we felt somewhat weakened and were assigned as a group to take the first watch. In a short while, everyone had drifted into slumber. In the darkness, only the crackling of the campfire could be heard. Lazy sensed the atmosphere was amiss and chose to remain silent. The mute, affected most severely by the poison, appeared pale, maintaining his position for quite some time before moving. He seemed somewhat feeble. My mind was in turmoil, a myriad of words lodged in my throat. Yet I found myself at a loss for expression. Eventually, I extracted the dagger from the soil and handed it to the mute. He accepted it and sheathed it into his armguard. Unable to contain myself any longer, I asserted, 9he. You are 9he. You have regained your memory. The mute, eyes partially closed, coldly replied, 9he is nothing but a name. Those words rendered me speechless. After a moment, I managed to say, if you are not 9he, then tell me, why do you wield a flying dagger? Why does its design mirror that of our families? Why do you both bear such striking resemblances? The mute opened his eyes and looked at me, a mocking smile gracing his lips, imbued with scorn. Then tell me, why does 9he appear as youthful as I? As for your inquiries, I cannot answer, but I am not 9he. My name is Wushui. That is a lie. I was thoroughly incensed. Retorting, you yourself have stated that the identity of Wushui is false. Why deceive yourself? Nearby, Lazy cleared his throat and muttered something about needing to relieve himself before retreating to a distance, likely wishing to avoid unwarranted conflict. The mute watched him depart, then straightened his back, his dark, glistening gaze fixed upon me. With a calm voice, he stated, do not associate me with 9he. Do you think I would refrain from killing you? In the next moment, the flying knife in the mute's hand pressed against my carotid artery. This knife was exceptionally sharp, and with even the slightest exertion or my own movement, blood could easily gush forth. I froze, paralyzed by fear, and dared not move. He continued, I will prove it to you. I inquired, how will you prove it? The mute's lips curled slightly as he whispered, I will present 9he's remains before you, allowing you to gaze upon them to your heart's content. Moments later, he sheathed the flying knife and closed his eyes to meditate. I felt a cold sweat envelop me, and the night breeze dried it against my skin. At that moment, I was genuinely perplexed. Did he truly intend to display 9he's corpse before me? Was he really not 9he? How could two such remarkably similar individuals exist in this world? The night passed in silence, and upon changing shifts, we each succumbed to sleep. The following morning, after breakfast, we prepared to set out. The mute ordered the retrieval of the equipment provided to us. Following last night's events, 鬼9he seemed to have gained clarity, refraining from mentioning El Su and trailing behind the mute. He, in a state of confusion, looked to me as his anchor and asked, Brother Chun, what shall we do now? I replied, let us follow. I was eager to witness how he would locate 9he's remains. Though He was unaware of who 9he was, he understood the intricate entanglement between the mute and me, thus refraining from further inquiries. Consequently, the mute led the way, with us trailing behind, and the two groups coexisted peacefully. Yet, the mute appeared to be deeply affected. Typically, he walked at the forefront of the group, but this time he quietly lingered at the back. His demeanor and pace remained unchanged, and those unfamiliar with him would scarcely notice any difference. However, this was not my first venture alongside the mute. I knew him to be someone who persevered to the end, never faltering until the last moment. I discerned the pallor of his expression and the fine sheen of sweat on his wrist. Suddenly, the mute stumbled. Having observed him closely, I immediately reached out to steady him, grasping his arm and feeling the tremor of his muscles. My throat tightened, and I finally said, in this state, how do you expect to find 9he's remains? With that, I bent down and hoisted him onto my back. A strange glimmer flickered in the mute's eternally cold gaze as he abruptly declared, I am not your father. Do not regard me as such. I found his words somewhat amusing and replied, why emphasize this? Do you think I carry you for that reason? Do not mistake me for a filial son. The fate of a father I have never met is of no concern to me. I assist you simply out of gratitude for the times you have saved me and my brothers. The mute fell silent, and soon I heard his breathing elongate, indicating he had succumbed to sleep. Although my words suggested otherwise, I was acutely aware that my actions stemmed from an inability to sever the connection between him and 鬼9he, which ignited in me a dual impulse, a desire to eliminate him while simultaneously worrying for his well-being. This is truly a psychological state that I myself find incomprehensible, perhaps. As Doufu remarked, I am indeed rather peculiar. Xiaoyu and the others appeared somewhat astonished, yet chose to remain silent. 鬼9he cautiously approached, observing the mute for a moment before whispering to me. He looks so young, yet he exudes such strength. Brother Chen, are you related to him? After a moment of reflection, I replied, in a sense, yes. 鬼9he continued, last night, I heard you mention father. Is he perhaps your father's illegitimate son? I cast a glance at 鬼9he, unable to suppress a shake of my head, admiring his imaginative leap. Indeed, I secretly wished that the mute were 鬼9he's illegitimate son. That would alleviate many of the lingering mysteries. Alas, the likelihood of that is exceedingly slim. No son would bear an exact resemblance to his father, and considering the mute's current age, he appears to be at least 6 or 7 years my junior. If he were 鬼9he's illegitimate son, he would have had to be born 6 or 7 years after 鬼9he's death. I am only aware that pregnant women can give birth to ghostly infants, but I cannot fathom how a deceased man could still sire a child. Chapter 16. Waiting, the group proceeded along the riverbank, and in the distance, we could already glimpse the third bend. From this point onward, the cliffs on either side abruptly converged, forming a gorge, the water coursing through the center. Affected by the narrow terrain, transformed from a placid flow into a tumultuous cascade, roaring with such intensity that even from afar, we could hear the thundering sound of the rushing waters. Xiaoyu approached me, softly inquiring how the mute intended to cross the river. The mute lifted his eyelids slightly and replied, let us cross first, and then discuss. He seemed unperturbed, exuding an air of confidence. After a morning of rest, the mute appeared to have regained considerable strength. I was carrying him on my back, drenched in sweat, and could barely hold on any longer. Woo, if you're feeling better, you should get down. I'm about to collapse, I said, releasing my grip. Instantly, the mute leapt down, standing in place to stretch his limbs, the sound of popping joints echoing as he moved with ease, indicating that he was indeed well on the mend. The group paused to consume some provisions, replenishing our energy before continuing our journey. By around 2 in the afternoon, the path ahead was completely obstructed, with sheer cliffs rising dramatically before us, blocking any further passage. To our left, the furious waters of the new river surged, presenting 2 formidable natural barriers that instilled a sense of dread, causing us to hesitate. Standing at the riverbank, the mist from the splashing waters enveloped us, and before long, we were thoroughly soaked. This raging river, not even a raft could navigate, let alone a motorboat, and the towering cliffs beside us were insurmountable. How were we to cross? I glanced at the mute, who was now seated on a large rock, seemingly lost in thought as he gazed at the flowing water. Initially, I assumed he was contemplating a solution, only to realize that he appeared to be daydreaming. The mute could actually zone out? I was taken aback, then quickly patted his shoulder, asking, what are you thinking about? He lifted his head, looking at me with a cool demeanor, and replied, why haven't you all left? Having grown accustomed to his infuriatingly blunt manner of speaking, I shrugged and said, if I leave, how will I see you unearth 鬼9he's corpse? Upon hearing this, the mute's cold lips curled slightly, so quickly that I almost mistook it for an illusion. He then said, then you may as well follow. After speaking, he resumed his gaze upon the river. I observed that the mute seemed in good spirits today, prompting me to seize the opportunity to inquire, what exactly happened with Lu Su? His dark, frigid eyes flickered momentarily as he replied, why are you so concerned about him? Have you forgotten how he nearly caused your demise in the Xianbing tomb? Typically, the mute spoke with an air of arrogance, as if uttering an additional word were an affront to his dignity. Yet now, he posed 2 consecutive rhetorical questions, leaving me utterly astounded. I sensed that today was a fortuitous moment, as the mute's demeanor appeared notably different from his usual self. Though I could not fathom the reason for such a transformation, it was prudent to extract as much information as possible while the opportunity presented itself. Thus, I replied, of course I remember. Lu's treachery extends beyond the incident at the Xianbing tomb. Frankly, his cunning is profound, and I find myself outmatched, having fallen into his traps on several occasions. My concern for him does not stem from a fear for his life, but rather from the absence of the information he possesses. If I lack the necessary data for the journey to the giant ear king's tomb, my chances of success will be severely diminished. Let us not forget how 鬼9he met his end. The final remark evidently struck a chord with the mute. He slightly turned his head and remarked, "Information," as he pondered the significance of that term, yet he offered no further response. He then rose and approached Xiaoyu, engaging in conversation with her. Moments later, Xiaoyu and her companions began to dismantle their gear, piling the equipment together and setting up tents. I was taken aback, for it was only 3 in the afternoon. Far too early to be establishing camp. Was the mute planning to spend the night here? Did he possess a means to cross the river? While I contemplated this, Xiaoyu approached and patted my shoulder, stating, "Wushui has instructed us to construct a large raft for crossing the river tonight." Crossing the river at night? I exclaimed in astonishment. Is there a difference between crossing during the day and at night? A raft would hardly withstand a single wave. Xiaoyu shook his head, explaining that the mute had not elaborated. But when serving others, one ought not to ask too many questions. One must simply follow orders. After a brief pause, he added, "It seems that Wushui does not intend to rush you away. In that case, just observe peacefully. Getting too involved may prove counterproductive." I had become somewhat familiar with Xiaoyu. Aside from his reluctance to reveal his identity as Bai Sanyi, he was otherwise quite candid. Consequently, aside from Bai Zhanji and Li Pengzi, the rest of us set about gathering suitable trees to construct the raft. Given the larger number of participants this time, the raft was crafted on a grander scale, and we toiled until around 6 or 7 in the evening before concluding our efforts. Hezi went to catch some fish and fashioned a stone pot over the fire, preparing a pot of fish soup for us. Although it lacked salt, the mountains were abundant with natural spices. After boiling a pot, the fish soup appeared a vibrant green, its presentation somewhat unappealing, leading one to question its edibility. However, upon tasting it, we found it both fragrant and fresh, with a subtle hint of sourness and spiciness. For the past 2 days, we had subsisted on compressed biscuits and dried meat, leaving our stomachs parched and our mouths yearning for flavor. At this moment, a pot of steaming fish soup exuded an exquisite aroma, and it was impossible to resist. Using a wooden stick fashioned into chopsticks and clean stone slabs serving as bowls, we eagerly began to feast. However, with so many wolves and so little meat, a group of men, divided by camps during the day, inevitably found themselves in a tense atmosphere. Yet, upon encountering food, all divisions faded. They gathered together, jostling for the delicacies within the stone pot, cursing when they could not seize their share. Lazy furiously berated 鬼9he. "Damn it, Feng, your speed is outrageous. Are you a rabbit?" In this contest for fish, 鬼9he's advantage was fully realized. His wooden chopsticks moved with the precision and speed of a performer. With each deft motion, all the good morsels landed in his bowl, inciting further curses from the crowd. 鬼9he smirked, revealing a flash of white teeth, and quipped, "I am a tiger." Hezi, witnessing the popularity of his fish soup, felt a surge of pride, yet was alarmed by the potential for conflict over the dish. Meanwhile, the mute sat silently aside, unperturbed, coldly observing us. I felt compelled to offer him some fish, saying, "Don't be so prideful, have a bite. Otherwise, living on compressed biscuits will lead to constipation." I noticed a subtle change in the mute's icy expression. Though faint, it was still perceptible. In that moment, I realized he might not be as frigid as he appeared. Perhaps he was merely accustomed to this demeanor and unable to lower himself to join our group. Amused, I was about to speak when the mute interjected, "Get lost." Understanding his temperament, I replied, "I can leave, but you still need to eat. If we eat while you merely watch, it would be akin to elder abuse if you truly were my father." The mute frowned, casting a cold glance my way, and retorted, "I didn't know you could be this thick-skinned." I chuckled and replied, "Perhaps that is my virtue. When the moment calls for it, my skin is indeed thick. As the ancients say, a gentleman is like water, able to bend and yield, to rise and fall, to be grand yet gentle, to be small yet capable of stirring waves." The mute regarded me, responding coolly, "I shall show you what it means to be grand yet gentle." Before I could comprehend his words, he silently accepted the food from my hand and began to eat. Moments later, everyone had eaten their fill, leaving the stone pot spotless, devoid of any soup. Still, the mute made no arrangements, setting up camp by the riverbank where the dampness was heavy, and the sound of rushing water made it difficult to sleep. I was uncertain of the mute's intentions, but with his silence, We could only take one step at a time. After a long day of toil, we retreated into our tents to rest, while the mute seemed lost in thought. Sitting by the fire, his straight-backed silhouette unmoving, resembling a statue after prolonged observation. I could not help but wonder what 9he would be like. If he were even more aloof than the mute, then who was it that had fathered me? And who was my mother? The image of 9he cradling an infant flickered in my mind, feeling oddly disjointed, prompting me to question whether I was merely a foundling. Lost in a haze of thoughts, I drifted into slumber. In the depths of my dreams, I was disturbed by the thunderous sound of water, making it difficult to sleep soundly. I found myself entangled in dreams that hovered between consciousness and oblivion. Amidst this confusion, it seemed as though someone had entered my tent, faintly whispering something to me. However, when I finally managed to open my eyes, the surroundings were shrouded in darkness. The glow of the campfire outside illuminated a shadow against the tent, standing rigid and still. I was taken aback to see it was 2 a.m, and I recalled that the mute had occupied that spot before I fell asleep. Had he not moved at all? What was he up to? Was he trying to exhaust himself? As my astonishment lingered, I sensed something was amiss. I lifted the tent flap to glimpse the mute. He turned his head towards me, then returned his gaze to the fire. I surveyed the area, noting no changes within the tent and that the mute remained motionless. Everything seemed as usual. Yet, why did I feel an unsettling dissonance? In a moment of clarity, I realized it was the sound. The roaring water that had thundered during the day had suddenly diminished to a near inaudible whisper. I recalled the mute's cryptic words from earlier. I will show you what it means to be both grand and gentle. Why had the sound of the water vanished? I instinctively rubbed my ears, almost convinced I was hallucinating. Could it be that the mute had manipulated something? How could one individual possibly alter the course of a river? I swiftly retrieved my flashlight and hurried to the riverbank, peering into the waters. The flashlight's beam did not extend far, yet in its warm glow, I discerned that the tumultuous waves of the day had calmed, though still somewhat restless, lacking the previous ferocity that had once roared through the night. What had caused this transformation in the river? I recalled the mute's peculiar behavior and returned to the fire, suppressing my astonishment. What is happening? I inquired. The mute sat cross-legged, enveloped in a veil of mist, his black hair damp, exuding a soft white fog by the firelight. He did not respond, merely gazing up at the sky. Following his gaze, I instinctively looked up and was suddenly struck by the sight of a full moon. It dawned on me that tonight marked the monthly full moon. A thought stirred within me. Could the river here be affected by the tides? Just as the Chantang River, which remains tranquil most days, transforms into a rare spectacle during the 8th lunar month, influenced by the moon's pull. It seemed the mute had been aware of this phenomenon all along, exuding an air of confidence, while the others remained deep in slumber. I sat by the fire with the mute, my mind brimming with unspoken words. After about half an hour, even the faint sound of water had faded completely. At that moment, the mute suddenly stood up, and in the darkness, he abruptly fired a shot into the air. The gunfire shattered the night, startling the roosting birds, and the occupants of the tent awoke in alarm, scrambling out, believing something was amiss. At this moment, the mute slightly raised his chin and coldly commanded, "Action." Several of us, including Xiaoyu, likely cursed under their breath, wondering how one could be roused in such a manner. However, the mute's words were not to be disregarded. So we reluctantly donned our garments and packed the tents. Only halfway through our tasks did we notice something amiss, as the thunderous sound of rushing water had inexplicably ceased. While I was tidying up, I recounted the matter of the tides, causing He to gasp in astonishment as he gazed at the mute, saying, "He is truly remarkable." Admiration gleamed in his eyes. I replied, "Indeed, he is formidable, but it would be prudent not to provoke him. He is even more formidable when it comes to taking lives." Upon hearing this, He shrank back slightly, an expression of peculiar unease crossing his features. It seemed he had begun to recognize the differences between us, sowing seeds of doubt within him. After a moment's contemplation, I inquired, "How did you come to know Lu Su? Why did he agree to bring you along to work?" He, trusting me, pondered for a moment and was about to speak, but before he could elaborate, the others had already gathered their gear and were preparing to set out. Reluctantly, I suppressed the matter and patted He on the shoulder, indicating that we would discuss it later when time permitted. Soon after, everyone hefted their equipment and pushed the raft into the water, beginning to navigate upstream. At this moment, the river flowed gently, and even the water level had receded somewhat. making it relatively easy for the raft to traverse. He and another individual, codenamed Hua, adept at steering, took charge of the oars, while the rest of us illuminated our path with flashlights, remaining vigilant against potential threats such as serpents. However, the crossing proved remarkably smooth. The journey was tranquil as our raft turned a bend and advanced. Gradually, the steep cliffs on either side drew closer, and the waterway narrowed significantly until, at last, what was once a vast river had dwindled to a mere 4 or 5 meters in width, flanked by towering cliffs. The river surged through this constricted opening like a floodgate, releasing water, a sight to behold. Fortunately, at this moment, the influence of the tides rendered the water calm. Otherwise, it would have been nearly impossible to cross during daylight. It then occurred to me that the tidal pull was not a nightly occurrence. If it transpired once a month, it implied that the grand entrance to the tomb of the giant ear would only open at night once each month. Clearly, both Lu Su and the mute chose this timing for their descent into the depths for a reason. Lu Su possessed knowledge from the Silk Scroll, allowing him to comprehend certain key points. But how did the mute come to know? Did Old Master Bai inform him? If so, how did Old Master Bai ascertain the topography of the giant ear tomb? The previous conjecture emerged more clearly in my mind. I was nearly certain that this Old Master Bai might very well be a descendant of the infamous flying knife Bai Laosi. For only Bai Laosi had successfully navigated the giant ear tomb. Who else, apart from his lineage, could possess such intimate knowledge? While contemplating this, I surveyed the surrounding environment and soon reached the confluence known as the Hukou. Once the raft surged through this threshold, the water became tumultuous. We abandoned the raft and made our way ashore. Glancing at the time, it was already past 5 in the morning. Before long, dawn would break, illuminating our surroundings. We settled on the riverbank, opting not to pitch our tents, and kindled a fire, gathering around it as we awaited the arrival of daybreak. After approximately an hour, the distant mountains finally revealed the shadow of the sun. Before us stood a towering snow-capped peak, its name unknown, stark and jagged, resembling a great axe, utterly insurmountable. It was only at this juncture that we had traversed the 3 bends and crossed the first grand gate of the tomb of the giant ear king. Bathed in the gentle light of dawn, we beheld the encircling snow mountains, formidable and unyielding, while the nearby verdant hills rose steeply, resembling a dragon coiled and a tiger crouched. Reaching this place by any means other than a helicopter would require significant effort. However, the very notion of a helicopter was soon dismissed, as I discovered that our watches and compasses had all gone awry, evidently affected by magnetic interference. It was likely that a helicopter would meet its doom in these parts. The mute, who had not slept a wink throughout the night, was remarkably spirited and immediately led the team along the riverbank, his gaze scanning intently, seemingly in search of something, yet offering no explanations. Consequently, we followed him in a state of bewilderment. The white-cut chicken evidently favored El Su's companion, lagging behind and occasionally whispering furtively with Li Pang, their expressions furtive, harboring unknown schemes. I kept close to the mute, eager to discern his intentions. After over an hour of walking, the mute suddenly halted. Before us lay a stream, flowing gently from the left mountainside and merging into the new river. The mute gazed upstream, as if addressing me or perhaps conversing with himself, uttering, "This is it." I scrutinized the stream. It appeared unremarkable, a common sight in the mountains, leaving me to wonder what was so special about it. Had the mute been searching for it all along? He then instructed, "Follow it." Feng Guisho inquired, "Could it be that following it will lead us to the tomb of the giant ear king?" The mute neither affirmed nor denied, his demeanor ambiguous. The others exchanged glances, equally perplexed, yet they chose to follow. I noticed the mute's pace quickening, his gaze growing colder and more resolute. Though others might not perceive it, I distinctly felt his emotional shift. He was somewhat agitated. What could be the cause? The stream wound its way, and we followed its course upstream. At times it widened. At times it narrowed, rushing at one moment and flowing gently the next, the water crystal clear as it meandered through the verdant hills, occasionally revealing fish and crabs darting about, while the rustle of trees hinted at the presence of elusive wildlife, rendering the scene almost ethereal, as though we had entered a paradise beyond the mundane. We walked for the entire morning, the mute always in the lead, his stamina and spirit astonishing after a sleepless night. Around midday, he abruptly came to a halt, his gaze fixed intently ahead. Following his line of sight, I saw nothing but several irregularly shaped boulders to the west, eroded by moisture and cloaked in green moss. What could he possibly be observing? Once again, I meticulously surveyed the surroundings, yet still found nothing amiss. I couldn't help but wave my hand in front of him, asking, "What are you looking at?" The mute suddenly seized my flailing hand and pressed it down, then proceeded toward a few large stones. The rest of us exchanged glances, ultimately sharing a bitter smile. That was the mute for you. He regarded no one with respect, never deigning to explain his actions, adhering to his own whims. Most of the time, his only demand of subordinates and comrades was simple obedience. At that moment, the mute approached one of the large stones, seemingly pondering something. After a brief pause, he drew his dagger and began to scrape away the moss growing on the stone. A realization struck me. It was likely that this stone harbored some hidden secret. Immediately, I followed suit, drawing my dagger to assist in the scraping. In no time, the entire surface of the stone was cleared, yet the mute's gaze grew even colder. He pursed his lips and pointed to several surrounding stones, saying, "Continue." Upon receiving the order, the others promptly set to work, and the sound of scraping echoed around us. The knife against the stone produced a rhythmic chorus. We stripped the green moss in large patches, and some parasitic creatures scuttled away in a frantic escape from our destruction. After about 20 minutes, the surrounding stones stood bare, but the mute shook his head. His expression remained unchanged, yet I could sense a hint of disappointment. What exactly was he searching for? Chapter 18. Bones as usual, the mute offered no explanation, merely commanding us to advance, and so we continued along the mountain stream. The water meandered gracefully, bubbling joyously, crystal clear as if it were a woodland sprite. As we traversed its banks, fatigue was scarcely felt, though confusion lingered regarding the mute's actions. At that moment, we encountered another accumulation of large stones ahead. The mute immediately stepped forward, brandishing his dagger, and, just as before, resumed scraping the moss. We remained silent, swiftly joining in the labor. Not long into it, I suddenly felt my dagger halt abruptly, as if encountering an indentation on the stone. Intrigued, I slowed my pace, carefully peeling back the moss, and soon unveiled a rough-hewn cross, evidently carved by human hands. Could this be what the mute sought? I was taken aback and tapped the mute on the shoulder to draw his attention. He fixated on the obviously crudely etched cross, his icy gaze unwavering. After a moment, he reached out to caress its surface and declared, "This is the place." Unable to contain my curiosity any longer, I inquired, "Is this the cross you were looking for? How did you know it would be here? Did Baisani tell you?" If my previous assumptions held true, Baisani was a descendant of the infamous flying knife by Laosi, and this mark was likely left by Laosi himself. Today, Baisani had provided the mute with manpower and informed him of the giant ear Wang Tomb's circumstances, evidently assigning the mute a significant task. But what did this cross signify? After I finished my question, the mute glanced at me and coldly remarked, "This cross was left by 9he." I was taken aback, feeling somewhat dazed. Left by 9he? In that moment, my gaze became fixed on the cross upon the large stone, an unusual sensation enveloping me, excitement intertwined with profound anxiety. Yet, the next moment, I sensed something amiss. If this mark was indeed left by 9he, how could the mute be aware of it? Even Baisani, as a descendant of Laosi, could not possibly know the actions of 9he from years past. Before I could inquire further, the mute gestured around and coldly commanded, "Search along the mountain wall. There is a cave nearby. 9he is inside. Find him." Despite the others not knowing who 9he was, they had no choice but to comply. Only Zhuanrui, with a contemplative expression, revealed his understanding. For he was the son of old Zhao and was naturally acquainted with matters concerning 9he. Thus, after the mute's order, he signaled for Li Pengzi to join the search. The group dispersed, embarking on their quest. I had never felt so intensely focused, leaving no detail of the surrounding flora and fauna unnoticed, fearing I might miss something. It was then I realized that the location we had occupied earlier might very well be where 9he had encountered old Zhao. Subsequently, old Zhao had taken 9he to reside in a nearby cave, asking him about the giant ear king's tomb. And it was within that cave that 9he's remains were left behind. The cave proved to be easy to locate. It wasn't long before Li Pengzi discovered it. The entrance was rather small, and judging by its structure, it appeared to be a natural stone cavern. Inside was dark, and for some unknown reason, the sky had grown overcast, as if rain were imminent, with sunlight failing to penetrate. I took a deep breath, my hand holding the flashlight trembling slightly. and then I stepped inside. The cave was relatively spacious, shaped like a gourd, with a narrow central corridor leading to a slightly smaller area at the back. Upon entering the front section, I noticed ashes scattered across the ground, nearly faded, suggesting a significant passage of time. Continuing deeper, the path narrowed somewhat, with me leading the way and the mute leisurely following behind. Upon reaching the final chamber, the beam of my flashlight abruptly illuminated an object. More accurately, it revealed a skeletal framework lying on the ground in a side position, with dark, soiled fabric still visible on its exterior. I felt my legs begin to tremble uncontrollably, my breath quickening, and my eyes suddenly heated, my mind dulled. One thought consumed me: a corpse. There was indeed a corpse here. 9he had truly perished in this place. As I approached the remains, my legs shook, and it felt as if all my strength had been sapped away. Weak and uncontrollable, I knelt upon the ground. In that moment, I was at a loss for words, my mind a blank, my heart swelling painfully like an inflating balloon. My throat constricted, rendering me utterly speechless. After a moment, I managed to utter, "Father, I have arrived." It was only at this instant that I comprehended the truth behind my supposed indifference. It was not but a form of self-deception. At this moment, apart from the lifeless body before me, my mind was consumed with visions of death. Without burial or mourning, it lay silently in this cavern. Flesh decomposing and beset by serpents and insects, ultimately reduced to a mere skeleton. Regardless of how formidable one may have been in life, none can escape this fate in death. I scrutinized the bones before me, inch by inch, envisioning what this person might have looked like in life. Their entire being rendered frail. I was unsure how long I had been there when someone gently tapped my shoulder. Turning around, I discovered it was 9he, who, with a piece of jerky in hand, looked at me with concern and said, "Brother Chun, you have been here for several hours. Please eat something." It was then I noticed that rain had begun to fall outside, rendering our departure impossible. Xiao Yu and the others had kindled a fire in the outer cave, shielding the entrance from the inclement weather with a tarp, while the rumble of thunder echoed intermittently. A profound fatigue washed over me as I accepted the jerky from his hand and began to eat in silence. At that moment, I realized the mute had been sitting not far away, his cold gaze fixed upon the corpse on the ground. Perhaps I had knelt there for an eternity, just as he had remained seated. 9he dared not approach the mute, thus refraining from offering him any sustenance. Rising, my knees trembled from maintaining the same position for so long, and I moved to sit beside the mute, tearing the jerky in half and offering one portion to him. He accepted it, slowly chewing, yet his gaze remained unwaveringly on the skeletal remains. If this skeleton evoked pain within me, it perhaps instilled confusion within him. At that moment, I fully believed he was not 9he. Just as the mute had expressed, he merely sought to understand, "Who am I?" Yet now, before us lay the remains of 9he, and all previous conjectures had been utterly obliterated. The cave was enveloped in silence, save for the murmurs of Xiao Yu and the others outside, cursing the wretched rain. Rain would mean trudging through mud tomorrow, and inclement weather could easily lead to unforeseen calamities, landslides, falling trees, all of which would heighten our perilous journey. Amidst the cacophony of thunder and the crackling of the fire, I queried the mute, "Have you recalled the nature of your relationship with 9he?" The mute continued to chew the jerky, offering no response to my inquiry. Just as I was poised to press further, I sensed something amiss with him. He sat motionless, slowly chewing, yet a fine sheen of sweat had formed upon his brow. Alarmed, I reached out to touch him, only to feel his muscles taut with tension, as if enduring some torment. Before I could react, he suddenly relaxed his grip, letting the jerky fall to the ground. His head tilted back abruptly, and his previously cold gaze narrowed, as though he were in excruciating pain. I was taken aback and swiftly supported him. Just as I was about to speak, the mute abruptly covered my mouth, lowering his voice to a whisper, "Do not make a sound." He gestured subtly towards the outside, and I understood. He wished to conceal his condition from those beyond. In a state of helplessness, I could only remain silent, watching the mute suffer in anguish, his muscles taut and his body drenched in sweat. What could be troubling him? Did the mute harbor some hidden ailment? This turmoil within me suppressed my sorrow, and for the moment, all my thoughts were consumed by him. Just then, 9he's voice echoed from outside. "What are they up to in there, still kneeling?" I decided to investigate. Soon, the sound of approaching footsteps drew near. The mute, drenched in perspiration, suddenly lifted his head, fixating intensely on the narrow gourd-shaped entrance. At that moment, I was unsure of my own thoughts. Perhaps subconsciously considering the mute as kin, I immediately rose and moved towards the entrance, blocking 鬼9he from entering. Feng paused and inquired, "I hear you've been kneeling in there this whole time?" I replied, "That's none of your concern." Feng shrugged and said, "Indeed, it's not my business. But what is that Wu fellow doing inside?" I responded, "He's lost in thought, staring at the corpse. It would be wise not to disturb him." Feng nodded. Seemingly indifferent, his voice lowered. "He's just a peculiar being, detached from the mundane. I have no interest in provoking him." With that, he turned and sat by the fire. I joined him, yet my mind lingered on the mute's earlier condition. It appeared he bore some concealed affliction that had gone unnoticed until now. It wasn't until nightfall that the torrential rain ceased. The distant rumble akin to landslides echoing through the air. Given the current road conditions, the most optimistic estimate would have us departing by noon the next day. Should circumstances worsen, we might find ourselves stranded for yet another day. Observing the time, the others arranged for the night watch and then retired to rest. Seeing that everyone else had fallen asleep, I made my way into the inner cave to rest. The mute seemed to have regained some composure. Leaning against the rock wall with his eyes closed, I lowered my voice and asked, "What happened to you earlier?" The mute replied, "I have a headache." Intrigued, I glanced at the nearby skeletal remains and asked, "Did you recall something?" The mute narrowed his eyes, following my gaze to the desiccated bones, and eventually shook his head, saying, "I remember nothing." I scrutinized his calm demeanor, sensing something amiss. Perhaps it was merely a psychological impression, yet I felt he was being untruthful. Chapter 19. Pursuit. Though I harbored suspicions regarding the mute's honesty, I lacked concrete evidence. Even if I had it, dealing with someone so impervious to reason and persuasion would yield no results. Thus, I lay down beside him, attempting to sleep. The presence of the skeletal remains nearby evoked a peculiar sensation, devoid of fear. I lay on the ground, turning to my side, locking eyes with the skull before me. Its dark eye sockets stared intently back at me. In the pitch-black cave, only the occasional flicker of firelight from outside allowed for the hazy discernment of objects. As I gazed at the skull, a multitude of memories flooded my mind, recalling my childhood in the village, where other fathers toiled with farm labor, hauling corn, plowing fields, while my grandfather perpetually hunched over, shouldering the work. In those days, I had believed the village gossip, thinking my father a lazy drunkard, and began to curse him at a tender age. Now, as the truth unfolded before me, an overwhelming sense of sorrow enveloped my heart. I cannot fathom the thoughts that occupied 鬼9he's mind at that moment, yet I am aware that he traversed many places in his quest to break the curse. In his final moments before death, what might he have been contemplating? Did he ever think of me? Typically, I am not one to indulge in sentimentality, but now I find myself inexplicably melancholic. In a state of haze, I drifted into slumber beside this lifeless form, pondering that if I could escape the great Ear King's tomb alive, I would carry the remains back for a proper burial, thus providing some solace to the spirits of 鬼9he and my grandfather. That night, I had a most dreadful dream. However, upon awakening from it, I could recall nothing. As I came to, a cold sweat coated my forehead, and my body felt languid, as if my muscles had been tightly wound and then released. The cave remained shrouded in dimness, and as my gaze shifted, I discovered that the mute was nowhere to be seen. A sense of unease washed over me. The mute's enigmatic nature made me wary, for I sensed that he could conjure trouble if I let my guard down. Stepping into the outer chamber, I soon realized that the mute was keeping watch. The others had succumbed to slumber, while the mute sat by the campfire, holding a tablet. The screen's glow cast a lifeless pallor upon his stoic visage. I was taken aback, wondering what the mute was doing with such a device in the depths of the cave. My curiosity piqued. I moved closer to glimpse the content on the screen, but he noticed my approach and swiftly pressed a button, plunging the display into darkness. Even in that fleeting moment, I caught sight of a document he had been perusing. A jolt of apprehension coursed through me as I recalled the mysteriously vanished El-Su. Could it be that the mute was examining El-Su's information? El-Su's sudden disappearance had gone unmentioned by the mute. Could it be that he had secretly taken matters into his own hands, eliminating El-Su? The mute's prowess was indisputable. Should he desire my demise, it would be a mere flick of the wrist. Yet El-Su was no pushover, and if the mute sought to deal with him, it would not be a trivial task. Perceiving my skeptical gaze, the mute, uncharacteristically, broke the silence, saying, "Go to sleep." I sensed a palpable nervousness beneath his composed exterior and replied, "You seem overly concerned with my affairs. Why the secrecy?" The mute remained expressionless, stowing away the tablet and adopting an air of indifference, closing his eyes as if to meditate. The rain outside had long ceased, and to allow for ventilation, the tarp that had been stretched across the cave entrance was removed, letting in a refreshing breeze imbued with a hint of moisture. The chill of the air served to awaken me further, banishing the remnants of my unsettling dream. With sleep now a distant prospect, I rummaged through my bag for a cigarette, offering one to the mute. "Care for a smoke?" I inquired. He glanced at it, accepted the cigarette, and held it between his lips, casting a cold gaze in my direction, silently requesting a light. At that moment, I was uncertain whether to laugh or cry, and resignedly retrieved my lighter, saying, "All right, you are the master. Allow me to serve you." After lighting his cigarette, I settled at the cave entrance, silently exhaling clouds of smoke, lost in thought as I savored this rare moment of relaxation. After a brief while, I turned to observe the mute, only to realize that he was not smoking in the conventional sense. He merely held the cigarette, allowing it to burn as his gaze followed the curling tendrils of smoke. Seemingly deep in contemplation, I glanced at the nearly empty cigarette box and thought it a waste. I resolved not to share my cigarettes with him next time. Just as this crossed my mind, the mute's cigarette burned down to its end. He pinched the filter between his fingers and tossed it into the campfire, then rose and said, "A swarm of ants is approaching." Ants? I was still trying to comprehend the situation when, suddenly, I noticed several flickering orange lights appearing in the distance of the cave, as if a group was drawing near. At that moment, the mute stood beside me, silently gazing at the glimmering points in the darkness. A surge of alarm washed over me as I wondered whose entourage this might be. In an instant, the firelight revealed the leader of the group, and I was taken aback to recognize none other than Zhuanrui. Just then, a figure darted out from behind Zhuanrui and lunged toward me. It was Doufu, covered in mud and looking utterly disheveled. He shouted furiously, "Chun, you scoundrel! If old Dou doesn't leave you grinning from ear to ear today, you'll never know why the flowers bloom so red." He closed the distance quickly, shoved me to the ground, and raised his fist to strike. I instinctively raised my hand to block him, feeling a whirlwind of emotions: joy, surprise, anger, and a sense of helplessness. Finally, I could only remark, "Are you a persistent little pest? How did you manage to?" At that moment, Zhuanrui and his entourage reached the cave entrance. Doufu huffed in annoyance and sulked to one side. As I glanced at Zhuanrui's group, I was pleasantly surprised to see Wenmin among them. She smiled at me and said, "This is the last time." The mute coolly observed the convergence of our two groups, while the others were roused from their slumber, stunned to see such a gathering. Zhuanrui's appearance had fully returned to its former state, accompanied by Zhonggong, Wenmin, Doufu, and two subordinates I did not recognize. All of them were covered in mud and drenched, clearly having trekked through the rain all night, their disheveled state evident. Consequently, the cave felt rather cramped. Doufu remained sulky and silent, indicating he would not acknowledge me as a brother. I couldn't help but smile wryly and asked Wenmin how they had found this place. Wenmin began recounting the events that followed. She had been rendered unconscious by the medicine I administered and felt particularly distressed upon waking. However, not long after, she received a call from Doufu, who explained that he was being held captive by Zhuanrui. He urged her to rescue him, claiming Zhuanrui was illegally imprisoning him. Wenmin then recalled that Doufu had been with me. Perhaps he knew of the clues regarding the 9 dragons' protection. She decided to prevent the police from intervening. But upon arriving at the location, they found nothing. Zhuanrui was exceedingly shrewd. He had no intention of cutting off Doufu's communication, but upon learning of the police report, he promptly relocated him. Doufu was effectively held captive, and the mischievous lad tried various schemes to escape, none of which succeeded. Eventually, realizing that a forceful approach would not work, he opted for a more cunning strategy. At this point, the previously furious Doufu looked rather embarrassed and quickly interrupted, saying, "Could you not be so detailed? That was merely a clever ruse. Otherwise, would we even be here now?" Zhonggong rolled his eyes and remarked, "Indeed. Very clever. A blend of tears, tantrums, and a leap from a building." Immediately thereafter, the illustrious exploits of Doufu were recounted. Due to the lad's audacious threat to leap from a height, Zhuanrui raised an eyebrow and commanded, "Lock him up." Consequently, Doufu was placed under house arrest, and the ruckus subsided. However, Zhonggong sensed something amiss and remarked to Zhuanrui, "Master, this rascal spent yesterday wreaking havoc. First, he overturned the dining table, then drew a turtle on your garment, and later urinated in your cherished antique vase. In the dead of night, he threatened self-harm with a toothpick, showcasing an endless array of mischief. How is it that he has suddenly gone quiet?" Upon reflection, Zhuanrui too felt uneasy. Pondering that Doufu was not one to be easily subdued, he instructed Zhonggong to check on Doufu's room. Upon opening the door, Zhonggong was taken aback to find Doufu vigorously drilling into the wooden bed with a chopstick. Stunned, Zhonggong inquired, "What on earth are you doing?" Doufu, with a fierce glare, replied, "I'm creating fire by friction. I intend to take you all down with me." Zhonggong, infuriated, felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, realizing the potential disaster if Doufu succeeded in igniting a blaze. This reckless ancestor was indeed a ticking time bomb, prompting him to seek Zhuanrui's counsel. Zhuanrui, an exceedingly busy man, was not inclined to exercise patience. Upon hearing the news, he furiously declared, "Bind him. Provide him 1 meal a day. As long as he doesn't starve, that suffices." Doufu protested vehemently, "Why are you treating me this way? This is unlawful." Zhuanrui coldly retorted, "If it weren't for Qin Xian, would I concern myself with you? Your 100 attempts at jumping off a building are of no consequence to me." Hearing this, Doufu's spirit plummeted as he sat on the ground, lamenting, "What if he dies?" Zhuanrui replied icily, "His death is his own affair. Does his demise mean you cannot continue living?" Doufu, filled with rage, responded, "What do you know? Do you have any idea how many times he has saved me? Each time, he has come to my aid, yet I have only brought him trouble. When my family was wealthy, he refused to spend my money. When I fell into poverty, he was the first to offer help. You high-ranking individuals often proclaim that there are no friends in this world, only interests. But I tell you, Qin Xian is my brother, and our bond transcends any profit. I would willingly lay down my life for him. Zhuanrui, I advise you to set me free. Otherwise, should Qin meet his end in that wretched place, I will ensure your demise." Zhonggong, with a sardonic tone, interjected to Doufu, "What you have said is truly eloquent. Would you care to repeat it in front of Brother Qin? We, the so-called wolves in sheep's clothing, are oblivious to the meaning of friendship, driven solely by profit, whereas you two exemplify the epitome of brotherly love." Even with Doufu's thick skin, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and retorted, "Go to hell. I was merely caught up in the moment and spoke without thinking. Who knew you and old Zhuan were such loyal comrades, willing to accompany me and the beautiful Gu to rescue him? I was wrong, all right. Just let it go. Consider my previous words as mere folly and let them pass like the wind." Chapter 20, Solitude at this juncture. I began to comprehend that Zhuanrui could no longer tolerate Doufu's antics. Given my amicable relationship with Zhuanrui, he had taken it upon himself to rally assistance for the rescue. Indeed, the tofu continued. At that time, the yin-yang face was not in accord. It was Zhuang, the elder. He was particularly gallant. Although we had some initial misunderstandings, we eventually united as a cohesive front and pushed through many matters, organizing a search for you. You mentioned being alone with that sly fox, El Su. What favorable outcome could you possibly expect? Later, by chance, the beautiful Gu never gave up on rescuing me. When our two factions converged, we acted in unison. I nodded, understanding that it was futile to speak of sending anyone back now. Gratitude filled my heart as I expressed my thanks to Zhuanrui with a nod. Wenmin smiled and said, "Fortunately, Xiaodou is acquainted with the principle of the 9 dragons guarding the pearl. Mr. Zhuang engaged a renowned feng shui master to pinpoint the location on the map, allowing us to arrive here. This journey has indeed been perilous. Had it not been for the assistance of Mr. Zhuang and his companions, I fear that Xiaodou and I would be in a far more dire situation." She shook her head, a look of apprehension crossing her face. Seeing my silence, Doufu patted my shoulder and remarked, "This is not our first time facing life and death together. Over the years, we have experienced both poverty and wealth, brawled and clashed. Yet have we ever been afraid when confronted with adversity? Moreover, with such a large group, how could we fear the tomb of the giant ears? Lao Chun, I must say, your actions this time lack gallantry. If Gu and I were in mortal danger, would you truly turn a blind eye?" I shook my head in response. "I would not." When Min interjected, "Then why did you exclude us? I understand your thoughts, but have you considered that if something were to happen to you, could Xiaodou and I ever find peace in our lives?" Ultimately, I could only sigh and apologize to the two of them. At that moment, Phone-ghost-hand yawned and said, enough with the theatrics of romance and deep brotherly affection. It's quite distressing to witness. Tofu and Phone-ghost-hand had never gotten along well, and upon hearing this, Tofu retorted, you're just jealous. Every time I see you, you're a solitary figure. Last time you were imprisoned, no one came to see you. You deserve it. If you treated me better and called me big brother, next time you end up in jail, I would bring you a meal. Phone-ghost-hand scoffed, you can keep your meal for yourself. Noticing that the two were about to argue again, I quickly interjected. It seems you have faced considerable hardships on this journey. However, how did you manage to cross the river? The mute knows that the river's currents are influenced by tides and can be crossed at night. Did Tofu and the others also possess this knowledge? Upon my inquiry, Tofu slapped his forehead, looking anxious. I became so excited to see you that I completely forgot to ask about the important matters. His gaze swept around the cave, and he continued, if it weren't for El Su, we would not have found a way to cross the river. At his words, not only I but even the mute was taken aback, his dark eyes narrowing sharply as he coldly inquired, El Su? Tofu, sensing the tension in the atmosphere, immediately nodded and recounted the subsequent events. Their group had only a general location and was searching for the treasure eye of the 9 dragons guarding the pearl based on the feng shui master's guidance. Thus, upon entering the valley, they followed the river upstream. To reach us sooner, they traveled day and night for 2 arduous days. The hardships they endured were indeed considerable, and when they finally set up camp by night, they suddenly heard a series of footsteps approaching. At that moment, several individuals were cooking a pot of cookie dough, their stomachs growling in anticipation of the meal. The sudden sound of footsteps startled everyone before they could react. A disheveled figure burst forth from the darkness and collapsed beside the camp. Who could it be? The 2 subordinates accompanying Zhuanrui, seasoned travelers, were highly vigilant. As the figure fell, they swiftly moved to encircle him. Tofu, seated by the fire, observed the individual who appeared ragged and filthy, resembling a beggar, initially unrecognizable. It was only upon noticing the gleaming ghost-crying knife in the man's hand that he exclaimed, Lu Su. He hurried forward, quickly flipping the man over, only to find Lu Su unconscious, his lips moving involuntarily as if attempting to speak. Our group, hearing this, couldn't help but glance at the mute, whose gaze held significant meaning. Yet, the mute remained unfazed, leaning against the mountainside, his eyes fixed on Tofu, clearly waiting for him to continue. After a brief pause, Tofu resumed his tale. Upon seeing Lu Su faint, he carried him into the tent, and shortly thereafter, the young man regained consciousness. Tofu immediately bombarded him with questions. Where is old Chun? What happened to you? Lu Su, seemingly uninjured but fatigued, appeared unsurprised to see Tofu. Instead of answering, he smiled wearily and said, could I have something to eat first? I'm too weak from hunger. Tofu, feeling exasperated, served him the cookie dough, watching as Lu Su devoured it. Once Lu Su had satisfied his hunger, he wiped his mouth and remarked, Chen Xian has already gone back. What? Didn't you run into him? Tofu, momentarily taken aback, replied, gone back? Don't deceive me. How could he return safely? Lu Su then recounted the loss of their equipment and how he had teamed up with the mute, who had refused to allow Tofu to join their group. Upon hearing this, Tofu found himself at a loss, glancing at Zhuanrui and saying, Inyang face, could it be we missed old Chin? What do we do now? Zhuanrui analyzed the situation, stating, although this place is vast, there is only one path along the cliff. Chen Xian left 2 days ago, so according to this timeline, if he truly returned, we should have encountered him. He continued, thus, I surmise there are 2 possibilities. First, given Chen Xian's character, he would not easily give up and may have followed Wu Shui and the others further. Or second, he may have encountered some danger on his way back. Tofu, upon hearing this, immediately declared that stubborn Chun would never be swayed by the mute's words. He must have followed him. He then looked at Lu Su thoughtfully and asked, since you've teamed up with the mute, why are you here now? Lu Su gave a wry smile and shrugged, saying, what do you think? Is that Wu fellow so easy to deal with? Tofu gasped, that's not right. You're usually so cunning. Could it be that this time you were outsmarted by the mute? Lu Su merely smiled at this remark, offering no reply, and stepped out of the tent, gazing up at the sky, seemingly lost in thought. The following day, Lu Su took the initiative to lead the team. By the time they reached the location of the 3rd bend, it was already afternoon. Armed with information about the river, Lu Su guided the group in constructing wooden rafts, preparing to cross the river under the cover of night. After successfully crossing, he continued to lead the way until a sudden torrential downpour struck in the afternoon. The team had no shelter from the deluge and could only press forward against the howling wind. The ground was treacherous and muddied, with rocks tumbling down and trees snapping, rendering the situation perilous. Compounded by a sleepless night, the team's pace was predictably slow. Initially, Lu Su remained at the forefront, but as exhaustion set in, visibility diminished under the relentless rain, and the others could only make out his indistinct silhouette ahead. Eventually, fatigue overwhelmed them, and when Doufu lifted his head again, Lu Su had vanished without a trace. In exasperation, Doufu wiped the incessant rain from his face and exclaimed, "Where has Lu gone?" Amidst the curtain of rain, Lu Su had seemingly disappeared. The group ventured out into the downpour to search for him, soon discovering his footprints, which they eagerly followed. Curiously, however, the track stopped abruptly beneath a large tree. Zhuanrui, experienced and perceptive, remarked with a chill in his voice, "He abandoned us and ran off." Doufu, incensed, stomped his foot and retorted, "That guy just said he would help me with the gear. What a trickster." When Min, filled with concern, voiced her doubts. "I now question the truth of what he told us. How much of it was genuine?" Doufu, noticing her distress, quelled his own anger and attempted to reassure her, saying, "Old Chun is far more astute than I. He should be fine." Yet, despite his words, uncertainty gnawed at him, prompting him to turn to Zhuanrui, asking what their next step should be. Zhuanrui suggested, "First, let us find shelter from the rain." Thus, they wandered through the forest until the rain ceased and the sky darkened, eventually catching sight of a flickering light in the distance, which led them to safety. Upon hearing Doufu's account, I pondered silently. It seemed that indeed, the mute had outwitted Lu Su, leaving me curious about the events that transpired between the two. Now, Lu Su was alone with the gear. Did he intend to act independently? After sharing all that had occurred, Doufu wiped the mud from his face, stifled a yawn, and wearily declared, "Finally, we can rest. Don't ask me anything. I need to sleep first, and we'll deal with everything once I wake." With that, he, like Zhonggong and the others, stripped off his wet clothes and collapsed onto the ground to sleep. Wenmin leaned her head against my shoulder and quickly drifted into a deep slumber. Before long, apart from me and the mute, the others fell asleep one by one, the cave resonating with their snores. I gazed at Zhuanrui and his beleaguered companions, too exhausted to even clean the mud from their bodies before succumbing to sleep, and felt a wave of emotion swell within me. Whether it was Doufu and Wenmin seeking me out, or Zhuangrui's gallant actions, my once icy heart felt as though it had been warmed by a gentle splash of water. For the first time, I realized how comforting it is to have friends. I couldn't help but wonder how 9he, who had always walked alone, was faring in his solitude. His life, upon deeper reflection, evokes a sense of coldness and solitude. Perhaps I have inherited his indifference, yet I am grateful for the unwavering presence of those steadfast individuals by my side. Chapter 21. Self-discovery. The cave was sufficiently spacious, but with so many people crammed inside, it felt rather cramped. The group curled up and fell into a deep slumber. Compared to camping outside, the cave provided a much safer refuge. Furthermore, after the day's rain, the mountain path was muddy, reducing the likelihood of nocturnal creatures venturing out, allowing everyone to relax their nerves. Before long, I too succumbed to a profound sleep, nestled closely with Wenmin. At dawn, Zhonggong and Xiaoyu ventured outside to survey the area, reporting that the road conditions were not as dire as we had imagined, and we could proceed. Subsequently, all eyes turned to the mute man. We had discovered 9he's remains. What was our next course of action? At that moment, the mute man retrieved a compass from his gear, facing the sun as the crosshair pointed forward, seemingly calculating our direction. Having studied the art of divination and geomancy, I was able to comprehend the compass's readings. The mute man calculated for a moment, then selected a favorable position and began to lead us onward. As I gazed toward that direction, I could faintly discern the outline of a sheer cliff in the distance. The group trudged along the muddy mountain path, following the mute man like clay statues. After more than 2 hours of walking, Doufu, exhausted, exclaimed, "I can't go on. Let us take a break. I'm about to drop dead." I glanced at Wenmin and remarked, "Wenmin, isn't complaining about fatigue. Why are you? Aren't you a man?" Doufu retorted, "How can I compare to the stunning Gu? She's undergone professional training. Moreover, why can't a man express exhaustion? Isn't there a song that goes, 'It's no crime for a man to cry'?" He then looked at the white-cut chicken being carried by Lipangzi, adding, "How wonderful it would be to have a subordinate who never tires." Doufu's voice trailed off, his spirits waning as he recalled the matter of the corpse. I sensed his discomfort and was about to offer some words of comfort when suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed through the mountains. The sound, reminiscent of a landslide, arrived swiftly, rising and then fading into silence. The group instinctively turned towards the source of the noise, and sure enough, not far away, yellow mud was exposed, and trees stood askew. Evidence of a night of torrential rain and the subsequent collapse of earth and stone. At that moment, one min, with her keen ears, leaned in and said, "Listen, there seems to be a sound." I strained to hear, but amidst the cacophony of birds and insects, I could not discern what she meant. Without hesitation, women approached the site of the landslide, and Doufu and I followed suit. As we neared the pile of rubble, I indeed heard a faint sound, seemingly emanating from the earth itself. One man suddenly crouched down and peered beneath a large rock, exclaiming, "There's a meerkat hiding in here." Doufu and I crouched down to look, and indeed, beneath that large rock, a red-headed meerkat was half buried, struggling to escape the mud. The red-headed mongoose was enshrouded in yellow mud, presenting a rather pitiable sight. One min immediately reached out to pull it out, but I halted her, cautioning, "Wait. Do not be deceived by its size. Its offensive capabilities are formidable. This diminutive mongoose has the power to slay a large serpent, for its fangs are venomous. Exercise caution lest it bites you." As I spoke, I retrieved a hooking device from my gear and deftly ensnared the red-headed mongoose, extracting it from its muddy confinement. Our actions drew the attention of the others, and Feng-Guei-Shou, expressing impatience, remarked, "We are here to excavate, not to serve as members of an animal protection society." At that moment, Doufu exclaimed, "What is that it is holding in its mouth?" Indeed, as we pulled the mongoose free, it shook off the yellow mud and dashed away in a flash. Strangely, however, it expelled an object from its bulging cheeks. Doufu picked it up and exclaimed in astonishment, "It is a luminous pearl." Zhuanrui interjected, "This red-headed mongoose has a fondness for shiny objects, earning it the title of treasure-collecting mongoose. It seems this pearl is its cherished possession, even amidst the chaos. It did not forget to carry it out." Doufu questioned, "Then why did it leave this behind?" He mused, "I only know that weasels are known for their gratitude. Could it be that this mongoose also understands the concept of repayment, leaving us this luminous pearl to use as a lantern?" Zhonggong pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Rather than speculating on the reasons behind its decision to leave the pearl with us, we should consider where it procured such a gem." His remarks shifted our focus, and we realized our attention had been misplaced. The red-headed mongoose likely dropped the pearl out of fright, fearing our peculiar appearances, and hastily fled, resulting in the pearl's fall. Yet, where had this mongoose obtained the luminous pearl? Doufu privately pocketed the item, suggesting, "It must have ventured into an ancient tomb to acquire it." "What do you think? Mute? Is that a possibility?" Mute shot Doufu a glance, retorting coldly, "In a sealed environment, such objects cannot be accessed." The group contemplated this and, acknowledging the validity of Mute's statement, chose to set aside their curiosity and continue forward. By midday, we finally arrived at the precipice we had sought. It was at this juncture that we realized our previous conjectures had been misguided. Before us lay a vast trench, its depths obscured by swirling mist, hinting at the presence of an underground waterway below. This trench spanned approximately 7 to 8 meters in width, and opposite it stood the sheer cliff we had previously observed from a distance. Standing in close proximity, we gazed upward, barely able to discern the summit, only noting the dense vines adorning the cliff face, adorned with delicate purple flowers. As a gentle breeze swept by, the fragrance of the blossoms wafted through the air, and the slender vines swayed gently. At that moment, as the vines danced, I suddenly discerned a man-sized, arched entrance carved into the opposing cliff, clearly of human origin. Could this be the entrance to the tomb of the great Ear King? The entrance was situated just beneath us on the opposite side, and it would be relatively easy to reach by utilizing the Ing Claw to establish a ropeway. The mute said little, immediately issuing orders to set up a cableway. Though we did not explicitly discuss collaboration, there was an unspoken understanding between our two groups, and soon a cableway was completed. Lei volunteered to go first, sliding across and pushing aside the surrounding vines to reveal an entrance, only to discover a stone tablet at the mouth of the cave. Doufu exclaimed, "What does it say?" Lei replied, "It knows me, but I do not know it." You may enter and see for yourselves. Our party was rather large, comprising many members. I, Doufu, one min. The mute, Fengguoladian, Xiaoyu, along with Zhuanrui, Zhonggong, and their 2 subordinates, plus Baizanji and Li Panji, totaling 15 individuals who entered the cave in a grand procession. Despite the cave's ample size, it could hardly accommodate our crowd. Doufu darted to the front, fixated on the inscriptions on the stone tablet. The tablet was densely inscribed with ancient script. Doufu frowned and remarked, a few characters would be manageable, but with so many, who could decipher them? Clearly, we could not compare with professionals. Yet, the mute, Zhuanrui, and Baizanji were engrossed in studying the tablet's contents. As Doufu and I were unable to comprehend the inscriptions, we began to examine the cave structure. It was an arched cavern, wide enough for 3 people to walk side by side, carved from the mountain itself. While it appeared simple, the engineering was quite complex. The cave was empty, devoid of any artifacts, and the solid rock made it difficult to discern any signs of hidden mechanisms. 9he was more proactive in this regard, despite it being daytime. He turned on a flashlight to scrutinize the surroundings, eventually stating, "This cave poses no significant issues." Doufu retorted, "If there are no major issues, does that imply there are minor ones?" 9he rolled his eyes, ignoring the comment. Feeling somewhat vexed, Doufu questioned whether he had misspoken. I clarified. "What he means is that there are no traps here, but given the openness of the area, we must remain vigilant against venomous insects and snakes." As I finished speaking, it was evident that Zhuanrui and the others had finished examining the stone tablet, typically composed. Zhuanrui's demeanor was notably different this time as he shook his head slightly and remarked, "This is indeed a remarkable undertaking." I was taken aback and asked, "This tablet was left by Pujun?" Zhuanrui nodded, explaining, "The inscription here was meant for tomb raiders. It states that this site is the tomb of the giant-eared elephant deity. Unlike ordinary graves, there are no treasures within the tomb. Instead, all the riches are piled outside in this cave, for us to take as we please. However, there is one condition. We must not enter the tomb itself. The outer area is free from movement, but the inner sanctum has a spirit. Those who trespass shall meet their demise." Everyone was astonished, except for one man. We were all seasoned tomb raiders, and having plundered numerous sites, we had never encountered a tomb like that of the giant-eared king, which stored its treasures outside for thieves to take, leaving the burial chamber empty. However, upon reflection, Doufu speculated, the owner of this tomb is a legendary divine elephant. And unlike humans, it is likely that the offerings for the giant-eared elephant consist of a great pile of bananas. The cave remains unsealed, and the luminous pearl left by the red-headed mongoose likely originated from this very place. Chapter 22. Gems. The inscriptions on the stone tablet astonished our group. Even Baizanji remarked, "This Pujun is indeed a remarkable figure." Doufu immediately felt a sense of pride, exclaiming, "Of course. The prowess of Mutu is beyond the comprehension of you mere mortals." 9he, bewildered, questioned, "What does this have to do with Mutu? What exactly is Mutu?" Doufu nearly leapt in frustration, retorting, "Mutu is no ordinary being. He is an immortal." 9he regarded Doufu with sympathetic eyes, displaying a demeanor akin to that of someone concerned for a mentally ill individual, saying, "Yes, an immortal. I misspoke." That expression clearly indicated he thought, "This person is unwell." Zhuanrui, upon hearing Baizanji's words, seemed to recall the myriad experiences of the corpse immortal, lamenting, "Every era has its extraordinary individuals. The tomb of the great-eared king is neither sealed nor adorned with accompanying burial items, but rather, all treasures are heaped outside, an unprecedented act." Baizanji scoffed, stating, "While Pujun may be formidable, he fails to understand human nature. Greed is inherent to humanity. Even if there are no treasures within the great-eared king's tomb, the mere speculation of thieves could prove catastrophic. It is laughable to think this would deter grave robbers. I fear that once the treasures outside are swept away, they will next target the inner sanctum." Doufu interjected, "Didn't your father visit this place in the past? Did he not take any treasures back?" Baizanji smirked darkly, dismissing Doufu entirely. Doufu, feeling disheartened, shrugged and fell silent. Meanwhile, when men, fixated on the inscriptions, appeared skeptical, saying, "I suspect this is a trap," 9he remarked, "It seems we share a similar perspective. Although I am unaware of the full extent of Pujun's abilities, the construction of the great-eared king's tomb, utilizing natural fortifications as barriers, is no feat of ordinary individuals. To claim he is oblivious to human nature is rather comical. I believe this stone tablet is intended to confuse minds, merely aiming to lower the guard of grave robbers. What lies beyond remains uncertain. It must be acknowledged that when men's quick-wittedness is commendable, in truth, our group comprises seasoned tomb raiders, and we would not easily be swayed by a mere stone tablet into believing there is no danger ahead. Within ancient tomb mechanisms, there exist deceptive techniques designed to lull one into complacency or to lure grave robbers with certain objects, often leading to fatal outcomes. A common tactic is to poison treasures, placing them in a seemingly safe location to entice individuals, resulting in their untimely demise due to carelessness. Nevertheless, it is rare for a non-professional like Min, who does not typically engage in tomb raiding, to make such astute observations. Ultimately, Doufu proclaimed, "Enough is enough. If we dwell on this any longer, the children will grow up. Whether there is danger or not will reveal itself as we proceed. This time, we are numerous and well-equipped. I refuse to believe we cannot navigate this tomb." As he spoke, the mute began to advance ahead, prompting the rest of us to circumvent the stone tablet and venture deeper into the cave. Just as we had surmised earlier, the cave was not sealed. At times, we could glimpse traces of rodents and snakes. Fortunately, our numbers intimidated these creatures, causing them to flee and sparing us from undue trouble. The cave stretches straight ahead, and as I venture further, sunlight fails to penetrate its depths, enveloping the interior in complete darkness, illuminated only by the beam of a flashlight. Among the crevices surrounding the cave, a few shade-loving plants thrive, and small creatures scuttle about. There is no sign of any mechanism, evoking the sensation of an abandoned mine entrance. I closely follow the mute figure ahead, observing his steady pace and upright posture, which maintain an almost mechanical rhythm. His footsteps echoing like a clockwork device, neither hurried nor lethargic, but forming a consistent cadence. This individual resembles a machine, cold and aloof, exuding an unsettling calmness that is difficult to comprehend. Just as my gaze is irresistibly drawn to the mute, his steps abruptly halt. At that moment, everyone suddenly notices a shimmering band of light at the boundary where illumination meets darkness, revealing a dazzling array of gemstones. Reflecting the light, the gems burst forth in a brilliant display, captivating the eye amidst the shadows. Doufu gasps in astonishment, exclaiming, "Red and blue. I am on the verge of becoming fabulously wealthy." Before us, the passage is adorned with countless gemstones of various sizes, their brilliance illuminating the cavern walls as they reflect off one another, a spectacle of resplendent light. 9he, overwhelmed by the sight, stands speechless, his astonishment palpable. As we traverse the path of gems, 9he reaches out to touch the stone wall, pressing against the surrounding jewels, exclaiming in surprise, "There are no traps, nor any poison." The gemstones, some irregularly shaped, others resembling grape seeds, and some as large as pigeon eggs, are embedded densely along the walls and underfoot. 9he, seemingly in a daze, is chided by Doufu. "Look at you, all flustered. It's clear you've never encountered such wonders. You ought to learn from me. Observe my composure." As he speaks, he deftly pries gemstones from the wall with a dagger, stuffing them into his pockets with a nonchalance reminiscent of invaders plundering a village. Feeling inspired, I extend my hand, declaring, "Give me some." Doufu immediately clutches his pockets, retorting, "No way. Brothers must be fair. These gems are mine. I need to save up for delicious treats for Zhuanrui." I respond, "Once you have a wife, you forget your brothers. Look at your meager aspirations. Enough chatter. Hand over the gems." The stones are tightly embedded, and it takes Doufu considerable effort to pry out 4 or 5, each the size of a pigeon egg. Despite his protestations, he reluctantly places the gems into my hand, a look of grievance etched on his face. Ignoring him, I turn to 9he and inquire, "How much do you think is enough?" He scratches his head, replying, "If I could get around 500,000 for my sister's treatment, that would be sufficient." I hand the gemstones to him, stating, "Selling these will surely suffice. The path ahead is perilous, and we have yet to delve deeper, leaving us with options. We can either take these gems and leave, allowing you to wait for us outside, or venture forth with us. I cannot exaggerate the dangers within, of our 17 companions. Who can say how many will survive? I am uncertain as to why Lu Su brought Hezi along, yet now Lu Su has departed from the team. If unnecessary sacrifices can be avoided, it is best to do so. Heizi's previous pot of fish soup had captivated the majority, and the members of the team held a fondness for this diligent young man. Thus, Xiaoyu remarked, indeed, these gems are akin to pigeon eggs. Without a proper avenue, even if sold at a bargain, they would fetch no less than 500,000, enough to sustain you comfortably for the better part of your life. I suggest you wait outside. Do not take unnecessary risks. One must not be too greedy. Heizi, visibly moved yet hesitant, responded, what about you all? Is it truly that perilous inside? I could assist. Doufu stroked his nose and inquired, can you handle a firearm? Heizi shook his head. Doufu then asked, are you capable of slaying zombies? He did not employ euphemisms. Heizi again shook his head. Doufu concluded, then what is there to ponder? Hurry along. Go wait for us outside. Heizi likely understood his own limitations and ultimately agreed to wait outside with the gems, in case anything untoward occurred, providing a means of support. After sending Heizi away, Baizanji smirked and remarked to Doufu, young man, it has been a while. You have made progress. Doufu feigned ignorance, as he was known for his sharp tongue, and deliberately provoked Baizanji by retorting, progress? I do not perceive much change in myself. I remain the same, still youthful and handsome. Zhong Gong discerned the underlying implications of this statement, his face twitching as he suppressed a laugh. This was clearly a jab at Baizanji's advancing age and waning allure. Enraged, Baizanji would have retaliated against Doufu had it not been for the imposing presence of the mute, who kept everyone in check. The mute's aura was formidable and enigmatic, possessing an array of skills that left others perpetually mystified as to his true capabilities. Though he spoke little, his mere presence commanded respect, and no one dared to act recklessly in his company, mindful of his leadership. The group did not linger, continuing along the path paved with gems. In truth, had it not been for the knowledge that Doufu could not be reasoned with, I would have preferred to leave both him and Wenmin outside. As they traversed this dazzling gem-laden path, the light reflected from the stones was initially blinding. The region was renowned for its gemstones, and according to my grandfather's notes, the tomb of the Queen of the Precious Elephants was similarly adorned with a plethora of gems. In comparison, this gem pathway appeared rather modest. Nevertheless, after a prolonged gaze, the eyes began to tire, causing a sensation of discomfort, just as Doufu could no longer resist rubbing his eyes. And as the others began to question whether this path was indeed flawed, the gem road finally came to an end. Before them lay an expanded space, devoid of the dazzling gems, yet upon a cursory glance, it was nearly filled with ceremonial vessels. Among these vessels were some ancient artifacts, such as Tang Dynasty paintings discovered in Song tombs, which were essentially antiques meant to accompany the deceased, colloquially referred to as companionship antiques. As I cast a cursory glance, the array of burial items truly left one in awe. Within, there were porcelain wares, jade artifacts, gold and silver objects, calligraphy and paintings, steels and inscriptions, soft and hard artifacts, bone implements, wooden carvings, gold threads, bronze vessels, weapons, ancient coins, and even bronze antiquities. Upon further examination, the assortment became even more extensive, akin to stepping into a treasure trove. Doufu swallowed hard, exclaiming, with such items, our shop could go a decade without restocking. At that moment, the mute seemed to have made a discovery. He emitted a faint sound, illuminating with his flashlight towards a corner where a large vase stood. Following his gaze, I suddenly noticed that beneath the light, the shadow of the vase projected onto the ground, but beside it, there was another silhouette. Someone was hiding behind the vase. Chapter 23. The madman. I was taken aback, while the mute swiftly advanced, gun in hand, sidestepping to deliver a powerful kick that sent the antique vase crashing to the ground with a resounding smash. The vase shattered into countless pieces. Wenmin, standing nearby, was visibly distressed. As an officer in the Cultural Relics Unit, witnessing a millennium-old vase being toppled was truly jarring, and I heard her let out a frustrated groan. As the vase shattered, the figure behind it darted away with incredible speed. We barely caught a glimpse of the silhouette before it swiftly vanished. Ahead lay a vast array of ceremonial vessels, a grand tripod, large jars, wine vessels, and musical instruments. In the dim light of the stone chamber, the figure dashed into the midst of these objects, disappearing from view. The mute let out a slight grunt, shifted his gaze, and suddenly leaped onto a nearby large tripod. From his elevated position, he could easily discern the hiding place of the fleeing individual. Indeed, in the next moment, the mute raised his gun to fire, but just then, The figure unexpectedly emerged from behind a cluster of jars and sprinted away. Initially, I had surmised that this individual might be El Su, but upon seeing him, I realized that the figure was frail and certainly not El Su. We were not to be trifled with. We swiftly intercepted him, surrounding him with several guns pointed directly at him. The man, petrified, curled into a ball and shouted something in a language we could not comprehend, which turned out to be Japanese. Doufu quickly reacted, stating, "It's Japanese. He is a little Japanese man." Zhonggong inquired, "How do you know it's Japanese?" Doufu replied, "Didn't you hear him repeatedly siamite? Although I don't speak Japanese, I know that term." I remarked, "It seems your frequent viewing of Japanese adult films has not been in vain." At that moment, I glanced at the mute, who was squatting atop the tripod, gazing down at the huddled figure. We then discerned that he was disheveled and ragged, emanating a foul odor, resembling a beggar. His face was obscured as he curled up, uttering words in Japanese that conveyed pleas for mercy. What was a Japanese person doing here? I am aware that the mute originally hailed from Japan, and for a period, he even identified himself as a Japanese. Does this individual bear any relation to the mute? At this moment, the mute began to speak in Japanese, his fluency remarkable. Although we could not comprehend his words, the instant he spoke, the excited Japanese man fell silent, cautiously lifting his gaze to the mute. In the next heartbeat, the Japanese man let out a scream, nearly frantic, as if he had encountered an unspeakable horror, dashing towards us in a desperate bid to escape, entirely disregarding the firearms in our possession. No one anticipated such a maneuver. In an instant, one man was knocked to the ground, letting out a muffled grunt as the man leaped over him. At that very moment, a gunshot rang out, and the Japanese man collapsed onto the ground. It was then that I noticed it was Zhuanrui who had fired the shot. He remarked, "I didn't hit a vital spot. I only struck his hand." Indeed, as the Japanese man lay on the ground, he clutched his hand in anguish, wailing incoherently. This time, devoid of any recognizable expletives, we could not decipher his utterances. I assisted Wenmin to his feet, just as Doufu muttered in bewilderment, "The mute is rather handsome, but why does this little Japanese seem as if he's seen a ghost?" At that moment, the mute leaped down from the large cauldron and approached the Japanese man step by step. The mute's gaze was frigid and dark, as though encased in a layer of ice. In the next instant, he forcefully planted his foot on the Japanese man's chest, bending down to lock eyes with the terrified man, unleashing a torrent of Japanese words, the meaning of which remained elusive to us. Suddenly, a foul stench wafted through the air, prompting Doufu to cover his nose and point at the Japanese man's trousers, exclaiming, "This man is truly weak." The mute scarcely harmed him, yet he has soiled himself. I too was perplexed. Who was this Japanese man? Why was he here? What could incite such fear in him towards the mute? The mute, however, remained unfazed, his foot pressing firmly against the man's chest, rendering him unable to escape. The Japanese man continued to speak in Japanese, albeit with little response. Moments later, the mute delivered a forceful kick to the man's side, seemingly venting his frustration, letting out a huff through his nose, and falling silent once more, while the Japanese man continued to wail on the ground, utterly devoid of the courage to flee. The onlookers were left in a haze of confusion, questioning what had transpired between the two. At that juncture, Doufu cautiously approached the mute, inquiring, "What were you discussing just now? Who was this Japanese man?" The mute cast him a blank stare and coldly replied, "Get lost." Doufu, possessing a thick skin, had come to understand the mute's character. He knew that beneath the mute's seemingly callous exterior lay a reluctance for indiscriminate violence. Thus, unperturbed, he boldly stated, "If you won't tell me, I shall continue to ask." While the mute was not prone to indiscriminate killing, this did not imply a gentle temperament. Irritated by Doufu's incessant questioning, his gaze turned icy, and he swiftly kicked Doufu behind the knee. Caught off guard, Doufu collapsed to the ground, letting out a cry of distress. The mute, indifferent to the chaos, raised his head as if to leave, but in a fit of anger, Doufu seized one of the mute's legs, wailing, "If you have the courage, just kill me. After all, I am but a worthless life, unloved and uncared for, and no one would seek vengeance for my death. You may as well bully the weak." I covered my face and averted my gaze, choosing to feign ignorance of this wretched creature on the ground. At times, throwing a tantrum proves to be the most effective course of action. Yet I could not bring myself to resort to such behavior. I could only pretend not to see and let Doufu unleash his display. The mute's expression remained unchanged, But Zhuanrui's face darkened, likely a result of the torment he had endured while keeping an eye on Doufu. Zhonggong sighed, remarking, "I'm glad I did not provoke him." The mute, ensnared by Doufu's embrace, found it impossible to move, kicking his legs in vain, unable to shake off this persistent attachment. He suddenly cast a glance at me, clearly signaling for me to remove Doufu, but I feigned ignorance, tilting my head in a display of confusion. Ultimately, the mute exhaled softly and stated, "This person has lost his mind." Doufu, momentarily pausing his lamentations while clinging to the mute's leg, looked up and asked, "Lost his mind? Then what were you all discussing for so long?" The mute fixated on Doufu's hand, commanding, "Let go." Doufu shrugged, dusted off his pants, and stood up swiftly, urging the mute to continue. At that moment, the mute spoke. I asked him many questions, but his responses were incoherent. He must have been mad for quite some time. Doufu queried, "Then why did he react as if he had seen a ghost upon encountering you?" The mute regarded him coldly, then glanced at the trembling Japanese man on the ground. It seemed he was pondering Doufu's question, or perhaps speaking to himself when he replied. "I wish to know that as well." At this juncture, Min interjected, "His arm is still bleeding. We must attend to his wounds quickly, or else." Zhuanrui interjected with a sinister grin, "Since he is a madman, we might as well let him fend for himself. There's no need to waste resources." Min pursed her lips, her expression tinged with anger. As a police officer, she was imbued with a strong sense of justice. Despite the Japanese man's dubious origins, she could not bear to witness a life extinguished before her eyes. Thus, she asserted, "We are using our own equipment, which is no concern of yours." Zhuanrui merely scoffed, saying nothing further. Min then gestured to me, and I understood her intent. I promptly retrieved medical supplies to tend to the Japanese madman. His struggles were fierce, but with the combined efforts of Doufu, Zhonggong, and myself, we managed to hold him down while Min extracted the bullets and treated his wounds. The cave soon became suffused with a pungent scent of blood. We had not brought any general anesthetics, as they would linger for days and pose an additional burden in our current predicament. Thus, the Japanese man received only local anesthesia, the effects of which were insufficient, resulting in intermittent screams that echoed hauntingly through the dark cavern. After approximately 20 minutes, the bandaging was finally complete. The Japanese man seemed to have exhausted all his strength, collapsing on the ground, motionless. It was then that we noticed his alarming emaciation, indicative of prolonged malnutrition. Min remarked, "He must have been here for quite some time." Zhuanrui stated, "The wounds have been treated. We should not linger any longer." Doufu pointed to the unconscious Japanese man on the floor and asked, "What will happen to him?" At this moment, the mute spoke up, saying, "Take him with us. It appears that he harbors some ulterior motives." Upon hearing this, 9he immediately seized the Japanese individual. Due to her previous fright, she had soiled herself, and an unbearable stench emanated from her. 9he, cursing under his breath, stripped her of her garments, only to elicit gasps of astonishment from the onlookers, for this person was, in fact, a woman. The reason we had not discerned her gender earlier was her emaciated frame, with a sunken chest and tattered clothing, coupled with a voice rendered hoarse from disuse, leading us to overlook her femininity. In our party, apart from Min, we were all burly men, and having previously kicked and shot at this frail woman, we were now left feeling somewhat guilty upon seeing her naked and gaunt form. Doufu candidly exclaimed, "It's a girl. My goodness. We were just a bunch of big men chasing after a malnourished woman." At this, a heavy silence fell over the group, and even Doufu hesitated to finish his thought, while even the mute's eyes flickered with surprise. Eventually, Min produced some drinking water and said, "You all step aside. I shall wash her up first." We turned our backs, and for a moment, the only sound was the gentle dripping of water. Doufu quietly chastised the mute, lamenting his lack of compassion, asserting that it was shameful to bully the vulnerable. The mute merely furrowed his brow, choosing not to respond. After a brief interval, when Min announced that she was done, we turned back to find that she had cut the dirty hair of the Japanese woman, cleaned her lower half, and wrapped her in her own coat. When Min, already tall, found her coat draping over the frail Japanese woman, who now appeared even smaller, clad in a fitted army green tank top. When Min's graceful figure concealed considerable strength. At this moment, the Japanese woman seemed exceedingly weak and neurotic, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, occasionally uttering incomprehensible words, to which the mute remained unresponsive, suggesting that her words held little significance. With the revelation of her gender, Feng and He softened their previous brusqueness and gently carried the lightweight woman on their backs. There exists a peculiar allure between the sexes, and despite her mysterious origins, our group of rugged men found it difficult to continue inflicting harm upon such a frail and deranged woman. Thus, we decided to carry her along. Soon after, we circumvented the treasure-laden stone chamber and continued our journey forward. This treasure cave was vast, filled with items of immeasurable worth, enough to drive any treasure seeker to madness. Yet, our objective lay beyond these riches. As we pressed on, true to the inscription on the stone tablet, the path ahead was unobstructed, devoid of any traps, with the surrounding artifacts untainted by poison, leading us through a veritable cornucopia of treasures that dazzled the eyes, akin to stepping into a vault of riches. Just then, a faint glimmer appeared ahead, reminiscent of sunlight filtering through. My heart stirred with anticipation, wondering if perhaps there lay an exit ahead. Soon, the group stepped into the dim light and discovered an arched exit, where several ancient characters were inscribed upon the mountain wall. When men softly recited, "Spirit of the Great Ear, living beings, halt." Could this be the entrance to the tomb of the Great Ear King? Doufu remarked, "What underground palace? We are still on a cliff." It was evident that the cave's exit was indeed situated on the precipice, but this side of the cliff was even deeper. Peering down, one could only see clouds swirling around, completely obscuring the view below. Opposite lay another cliff, separated by a daunting expanse of white mist, spanning 200 to 300 meters. Zhonggong speculated, could the ancient tomb be at the base of this cliff? I refrained from joining in the wild guesses, turning my gaze to the mute. If the information in Lu Su's possession had truly fallen into the mute's hands, he should know where the entrance to the underground palace lies. I noticed that the mute was not focused on the bottom of the cliff. His eyes were fixed on the opposite side. Could it be that the entrance to the tomb of the Great Ear King is located on the facing cliff? To be honest, the distance was too great, compounded by the billowing mist, rendering the opposite cliff intermittent and indistinct. At that moment, one Min, with her keen eyes, exclaimed and gestured for us to look down, stating, "It seems there is a cableway below." Upon hearing her, the group followed her gaze and indeed saw, about 10 meters down, two thick black iron chains extending across to the opposite side. The mist enveloped the chains, making them appear and disappear intermittently. After a prolonged observation, we reached a conclusion. The chains were firmly anchored within the mountainside, running parallel to each other towards the opposite cliff. Although we could not see their ends, we were certain that they were connected. Doufu inquired, "What purpose do these chains serve?" Zhuanrui examined them for a moment and replied, "It is a chain bridge. The wooden planks and ropes above must have decayed, leaving only the iron chains." Feng-Guei-Shou remarked, "It appears the base of this cliff is not peaceful." Zhuanrui asked how he deduced that, to which Feng-Guei-Shou explained, "The load-bearing capacity of a chain bridge is limited. Its construction here suggests a necessity. However, given the poor stability of a chain bridge, which is not conducive to transporting goods, traversing directly from the cliff's base would indeed be more efficient." Yet clearly, a chain bridge was established rather than following the valley, indicating something unusual at the cliff's base. Feng-Guei-Shou's analysis enlightened us, prompting Doufu to give him a thumbs up, saying, "Old Feng, who would have thought you possessed such cleverness beyond your argumentative nature? This implies the tomb of the Great Ear King must be on the opposite cliff. What do you think lies beneath this cliff? Why must Pujin avoid it? Whatever forces the wood to take a detour must be extraordinary." Feng-Guei-Shou dismissed Doufu's remarks, ignoring this segment entirely. Unperturbed, Doufu turned back to the mute, asking, "Stop looking. What shall we do next?" The mute withdrew his gaze, coldly stating, "The entrance to the underground palace is on the opposite side. We shall cross via the cableway." Zhong Gongdao mused on the passage of over a millennium and pondered the reliability of the cableway, concerned about the potential for calamity. Upon hearing this, Lazy immediately volunteered, addressing the mute, "Mr. Wu, I shall descend to investigate. If any misfortune arises, we can devise an alternative strategy." The mute nodded slightly, and Lazy secured the rope, with our assistance, descending to the iron cable 10 meters below. He scrutinized the structure where the cable was embedded in the cliff and vigorously shook it. The clanking sound of metal reverberated in the air, prompting Lazy to signal to us, indicating that the cable was sturdy enough for our passage. Without delay, the group began to descend along the rope. The iron cable comprised 2 strands, deeply anchored into the mountainside, holding firm against the weight. Even as we swayed on the cable, the connection to the mountain remained steadfast, exuding an extraordinary sense of security. Excluding the departing queasy and accompanied by the Japanese woman, our party of 17 divided into two groups, fastening safety clips as we progressed across the cables. Our movement was dictated not by our feet, but by our hands, the only safeguard being the safety clips at our waists. Soon, we found ourselves secured to the iron cable, resembling hanging cured meat, despite having descended approximately 10 meters. Looking downwards revealed nothing but the obscured depths of the chasm. Recalling Gui's earlier conjectures, a sense of unease gripped us, fearing strange phenomena awaited us below, urging us to hasten our advance. However, as we traversed about a third of the way, the Japanese woman, bound by the wind, suddenly awoke with a piercing scream. While we were all intently focused on our journey, her unexpected outburst startled us profoundly. The echo of her scream reverberated against the cliffside, layering upon itself. As her sharp cries surged into our ears like an overwhelming tide, Doufu exclaimed, "Why is the echo so intense?" Zhuanrui remarked, "It must be due to the terrain. Tell her to cease her cries." Fortunately, equipped with safety clips, Lei, who was closely following the wind, swiftly covered the Japanese woman's mouth, admonishing, "Stop screaming. If you lose your mind again, it won't matter whether you're a woman." Though silenced, the Japanese woman thrashed about desperately, her eyes wide with terror. I suddenly sensed something amiss. At that moment, due to our positions, I could distinctly see her expression, a visage I recognized all too well from my own struggles. Fear, anguish, and despair. Why did she wear such an expression? A chill crept down my spine, prompting me to glance back. Behind me lay an expanse of foggy void, devoid of any presence. As the Japanese woman flailed, her screams echoed in our ears, reverberating like the cries of another woman, which was profoundly unsettling. Her frantic movements caused the entire iron cable to sway, sending ripples of alarm through those clinging to it, heightening the peril of our precarious situation. Anger surged within Lei, witnessing the Japanese woman struggle incessantly. The group, swaying perilously in the air, was filled with trepidation as he feared an unforeseen calamity. He turned to the mute man at the front, Mr. Wu, and inquired, "What shall we do? Shall we eliminate her?" Just as Mr. Wu was about to respond, an unexpected cacophony of croaking ensued, akin to a multitude of frogs croaking in unison. Simultaneously, I felt a rush of cool air from the void beneath the iron chain. The startling sound compelled everyone to lower their heads and gaze below. In an instant, a myriad of shadowy figures ascended from the cliff's base. Small birds, resembling juvenile monkeys in size, emerged like a dark cloud, flapping their wings and creating a gust that surged upwards. I was taken aback to discover such a multitude of large birds nesting below the cliff, evidently startled into flight by the preceding scream. Initially, we mistook these black birds for crows, but as they soared higher, their sharp, hooked beaks revealed them to be a species of raptor, one that we had never encountered before. Their beaks were pointed and their talons fierce, akin to eagles, yet cloaked in a shroud of black feathers. As they took to the air, they charged towards us. At first, the group was caught off guard, many suffering sharp pecks that drew blood, resulting in a chorus of anguished cries, my shoulder also falling victim to their assault. In that moment, Doufu shouted, "Quick, kill them. These birds will eat us." No further urging was necessary. The group, having already been attacked, swiftly drew their weapons. The valley was soon resounding with the flapping of wings and Doufu's warning. Chapter 25. Terror. I had initially clutched the iron chain with both hands when these bizarre birds launched their assault, and one of them inflicted a grievous wound on my arm, causing me to retract my hand in pain. Observing the relentless onslaught of these creatures, I swiftly released my grip, drawing my combat knife from my waist. Secured by the safety buckle, I hung from the chain, my legs kicking wildly to fend off the birds attempting to peck at them. In mere moments, everyone found themselves ensnared in an unprecedented crisis, nearly all sharing my plight, hastily brandishing their most accessible weapons in defense. Amidst the chaos, the iron chain swayed violently. I wielded my knife to repel the avian attackers, blood and feathers flying as shadows darted around, obscuring any sight of my companions. In a moment of desperation, someone cried out, "They're multiplying. What do we do?" Before the words fully left their lips, a piercing scream echoed through the air. What transpired? While I swung my knife to fend off the relentless birds, I wondered about the one who had spoken. Was it Hua? What had happened to him? The surrounding turmoil was overwhelming, leaving no one to answer me. I surmised that He must have encountered some misfortune. In front of me were Zhonggong and Zhuanrui, while behind me were Doufu and Wenmin. With the birds soaring around us, I could no longer see them. Despite my continuous slashing, the sheer number of birds was overwhelming, and soon my body was covered in painful pecks. If my condition was dire, I could only imagine the plight of Wenmin and Doufu. In a moment of desperation, I called out the names of the two, inquiring about their well-being. Wenmin's voice, hoarse and intermittent, reached me from behind, urging, "This is not a solution. We must retreat back to the cave." However, Doufu remained utterly silent. A pang of anxiety gripped my heart. Had something happened to him? Though my concern was palpable, I was in no position to save anyone. My own survival was at stake. As Wenmin concluded her words, I fought off the menacing birds while swiftly analyzing our dire situation. If we continued this way, we would soon exhaust ourselves and become mere prey for these monstrous creatures. The only viable option, as Wenmin suggested, was to return to the safety of the cave. Yet, with only 2 hands, the overwhelming number of these bizarre birds forced us to use all our limbs to fend them off. To retreat to the cave entrance, we would have to use our hands to push back, leaving us vulnerable in the process, which could easily lead to our demise. We found ourselves trapped in a dilemma. Would we, having arrived with such fervor, meet our end before we even entered? A wave of despair washed over me. No, I could not allow Wenmin and Doufu to perish here. I could not let Zhuanrui and the others suffer because of me. Suddenly, I remembered that I had solid fuel in my equipment pack. Fire is a primal fear for all creatures. Perhaps I could use this to our advantage. Resolutely, I ceased my resistance, lowering my head to shield my eyes from the flames, and reached back to feel for my equipment pack. With my eyes closed and my body swaying midair, many items fell as I opened the pack, but fortune smiled upon me as I quickly grasped the solid fuel. I inserted it onto the probe at my waist and retrieved my lighter. This entire process took no more than 10 seconds, yet I sustained additional wounds in the process. As I ignited the lighter, the solid fuel on the probe instantly erupted into a fireball, causing the surrounding birds to scatter in panic. Some of the closer ones had their feathers ignited, transforming them into fiery avians that screeched and flailed chaotically, creating further disorder. The flames formed a protective circle around me. The others, noticing the blaze, responded swiftly. I heard Zhonggong's voice, obscured by shadows, commanding, "Light the fire." In no time, everyone began to ignite their own flames. With the probe clenched between my teeth, my jaw quivered as I quickly maneuvered backward, and wherever I went, the monstrous birds dispersed. Luckily, Wenmin was close by, and as I retreated to her side, the birds surrounding her also scattered. Soon, we were a bloodied group retreating into the cave, piling the fuel at the entrance. Outside, the flock of birds flapped their wings, but the fire held them at bay. We collapsed within the cave, bloodied and exhausted, feeling utterly drained. It was only then that I suddenly realized I had not seen Doufu throughout our frantic escape. As this thought struck me, I scanned the crowd and discovered that the one who had cried out in agony had vanished. Additionally, Doufu, Baizanji, and Li Pizzi were nowhere to be found. Where had they gone? I exchanged a glance with Wenmin, who was covered in blood, and felt a chill run down my spine. At that moment, I noticed Lei Zi, clutching his head in agony, lamenting that his eyes had been pecked out. Then, a wave of sorrow washed over me as I realized he was referring to Hua. The thought was unbearable. In contrast, the likes of the mute and Zhuanrui, who were relatively unscathed, clearly recognized that 4 members of our party were missing. Undoubtedly, Hua was among them. But what about Doufu? I recalled that Doufu was positioned behind Wenmin, followed by Baizanji and Li Pengzi, while Feng Guishou and Zhuanrui's 2 subordinates were further back. Doufu's lack of skill made me wonder if he had already. At that moment, Zhuanrui glanced at the entrance obstructed by flames, placed his hand on my shoulder, and said, "The situation remains unclear. There is no need to rush." I managed a bitter smile, accepting Zhuanrui's kindness, yet my heart was fraught with anxiety as I recalled the chaos from earlier. I suddenly remembered that Doufu's only weapon was a handgun, but I had not heard a single gunshot. Outside, the cacophony of flapping wings gradually diminished, and after a few minutes, silence enveloped the surroundings. The solid fuel had nearly burned out, so we extinguished the flames and hurried to the entrance to peer down. Yet, there was nothing to see. 2 iron chains lay across the opening, and with the birds having dispersed, there were no signs of life below. Even when Min, who was typically resilient, now had tears welling in her eyes, appearing somewhat lost. What should we do? Little Do couldn't he have, she began, only to abruptly halt, exclaiming, no, that Guy Li is a messenger. He shouldn't he have fallen into danger so easily. When Min's last statement piqued my interest. Indeed, Li Pengzi was a messenger. Those strange birds ought not to pose a threat to him. In such tumultuous circumstances, he would surely have been the first to lead by Zhuanrui to safety. However, given the confusion, we had been unable to see anything. Moreover, Doufu was right in front of them and had also gone missing. Could it be that he was taken away by Li Pengzi and the others? When Min continued, I never heard little Do cry out. Think about it. If they truly encountered danger, there should have been screams. I nodded, acknowledging that when Min's hypothesis held considerable weight. Upon hearing our discussion, Zhonggong erupted in anger. That old bastard is truly despicable. At a critical moment, he fled on his own. I replied, he was never one of us. He probably sought an opportunity to escape long ago. Why would he risk his neck to save us? In the absence of mutual benefit, when trouble befalls those who dig for treasure, most simply observe from the sidelines. And it is more than enough not to actively hinder others. At this juncture, we were all bloodied, and our first priority was to tend to our wounds. Our supply of drinking water was nearly depleted, and given the earlier chaos while retrieving solid fuel, we had inevitably lost some equipment, which only added to our frustration. The death of Hua had incited a furious response from Baisanya's subordinates, and Lei Zi, disregarding any sense of compassion, unleashed his wrath upon the Japanese woman, kicking and berating her. It's all this wretched woman's fault for her incessant screaming, summoning those cursed creatures. I swear, I will not let you escape unscathed today. The Japanese woman lay injured and bleeding, with no one to tend to her wounds. As she endured the kicks and blows, her breaths became shallow and labored. Her cries reduced to faint moans. Unable to bear the sight, when Min interjected, stop. She has lost too much blood. She cannot last much longer. As she approaches death, let her go. This woman, already malnourished and exhausted, had been further harmed by those monstrous birds, now suffering from severe blood loss. Even if we wished to save her, our intentions would be futile. Upon hearing Wen Min's words, Lei Zi let out a cold grunt and ceased his assault. An eerie silence enveloped the cave, and the mute cast a sweeping glance across the crowd, instructing, count the equipment. At that moment, our group was clearly delineated. I, Wen Min, Zhuanrui, Zhonggong, and his two subordinates occupied the inner part of the cave, while the mute and his followers sat across from us. Only Feng Guisho sat alone to one side, visibly displeased. The Japanese woman lay prostrate on the ground, trembling slightly. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. Throughout this ordeal, her face had remained obscured by dirt and gauntness, rendering her features indistinct. However, as her eyes fluttered open, a striking brilliance shone through. A phrase flickered in my mind, the last flicker of life. She was on the brink of death. Her gaze slowly traversed each of us, and the sight of a dying woman looking upon us with such intensity was unsettling, sending chills down our spines. Eventually, her eyes fixed upon the mute, and they began to quiver violently. Moments later, she started to speak in a rapid, incomprehensible manner. The weight of her words seemed substantial, for I noticed the mute's usually impassive face twitch at the corners, compelling him to draw closer to the Japanese woman. In that instant, as he approached, her expression shifted dramatically, her brows furrowed, and her lips trembled, until she suddenly succumbed to death. Wen Min gasped, her voice hoarse as she uttered, She was scared to death. Scared to death? My heart sank as I glanced at Wen Min, who nodded urgently, declaring, having seen many corpses in my years on the force, I can assure you, her expression indicates she was frightened to death in that fleeting moment. She was terrified by Wu Shui. Chapter 26. The cliff. Although Wen Min spoke in a low voice, her words echoed clearly in the stillness of the cave. Regrettably, we could not comprehend Japanese, and thus were oblivious to the last words of the woman. Yet, her face bore an expression of sheer terror as she fixated on the mute, a visage so horrifying it was unforgettable. The mute stood frozen, his eyes twitching subtly, his hands instinctively gripping the two black, curved daggers at his waist. It was evident that, beneath his calm exterior, a tumultuous shift was occurring within him. He was anxious and agitated. What had the Japanese woman conveyed to him? Why did she harbor such dread towards the mute? How could she have been frightened to death? Had she encountered him before? Suddenly, a sense of unease enveloped me. The mute had evidently never visited the tomb of King Zhuanrui before. So how could the Japanese woman possibly recognize him? Could it be that she mistook him for someone else? My thoughts immediately turned to 9he. Was it possible that the Japanese woman was not afraid of the mute, but rather of 9he? Yet, that notion felt amiss as well. 9he had come to the tomb of King Zhuanrui over 20 years ago. Had this woman been living here for more than 2 decades? I scrutinized her face. Her skin, dry and gaunt, rendered it impossible to discern her true age based solely on appearances. At this moment, the mute appeared profoundly affected, his dark gaze abruptly closing. And he retreated a couple of steps to sit at the entrance of the cave, his back against the stone wall, tightly gripping the black, curved dagger, lost in thought. Although I was filled with questions, I found little energy to focus on the mute. My sole concern was for Doufu. Was he alive or dead? Had he been dealt with by those monstrous birds, or had Zhuanrui spirited him away? At that moment, I could only cling to the hope of the latter. Despite Zhuanrui's treachery, at least he offered a chance of survival. The mute's subordinates remained silent. After all, they were merely sent by Master Baisan to assist him, and thus lacked enthusiasm. Conversely, Zhonggong and the others, aware of the significance of the tomb of King Zhuanrui to me, conferred, stating, "Let us first search for Brother Dou's whereabouts, then devise a means to cross this iron chain." When Min remarked, "Previously, those monstrous birds were startled by sound. If we remain quiet next time, we should encounter no issues. The pressing question is, where could Doufu have gone?" Zhuanrui rose and asserted, "There are only 2 possibilities. Either they retreated back into the cave, in which case we must return to search, or they encountered some misfortune and fell to the cliff's base." "The cliff's base?" Wen Min murmured, her expression shifting slightly. If they had indeed fallen, the situation would become precarious. To validate these 2 hypotheses, we resolved to retrace our steps in search of clues. During this process, the mute and his men remained uncommunicative, leaving only Wen Min, Zhuanrui, and me to begin our journey back. After a few steps, I noticed 9he had followed us. I was somewhat taken aback. Upon meeting my gaze, he shrugged and remarked, "Though your little shadow is noisy and bothersome, it would be a pity if he truly perished." I could only offer a wry smile in gratitude. Our group retraced our path through the cave, diligently observing our surroundings for any signs that might lead us to answers. However, upon reaching the original entrance and standing before the large stone tablet, we found no trace of humanity, not even a drop of blood. 9he furrowed his brow, stating, "Could it be that he truly fell to the cliff's base? If he didn't die from the fall, those monstrous birds would surely dismember him." Zhonggong sighed. "What kind of birds are those, to be so ferocious?" Although the group was relatively well-versed in various matters, they all shook their heads in unison, clearly unaware. When Min suggested, "Could they be guardians bred by the ancients for the tomb?" It's not uncommon for mules to result from the mating of donkeys and horses. Zhuanrui shook his head gently, expressing that discussing such matters now held little significance. It seemed that the trio, Doufu, had not retraced their steps. Rather, the likelihood of them having plummeted off the cliff appeared to be the most plausible scenario. As I envisioned the misty depths of the precipice and the bizarre birds rising from it, a shiver ran down my spine. If that were indeed the case, could Doufu still be alive? Zhuanrui then inquired about my intentions. How could I possibly concede defeat? Thus, I declared that I would seek the living among the living and the dead among the dead, and venture to the foot of the cliff to search for them. Wen Min immediately nodded in agreement, while 9he doused our enthusiasm with cold water, stating that descending there would be akin to courting death. I cast a glance at him and replied that while I appreciated his offer to accompany us in our search, the ensuing actions were mine to decide. Zhuanrui remained composed and measured, asserting that until we laid eyes on a corpse, everything remained uncertain. The rescue needed to be prompt, so we should proceed. We commenced our return, resolved to investigate the cliff's base. Upon reaching the exit, we discovered that the mute and his companions had vanished, leaving behind only the lifeless body of the Japanese woman. I stared at her terrified visage and then glanced at the vast, fog-laden expanse across the cliff, feeling a sense of confusion wash over me. "Wushui, what is your true identity?" 9he muttered a curse, clearly taken aback by the mute's abrupt departure. And his annoyance was palpable. As when Min tidied the ropes, she asked him what his plans were now that he was alone. Would he join us or proceed independently? Although 9he possessed considerable skill and mechanisms, his physical prowess was only moderately impressive. He was agile and reasonably fit, but not significantly superior to an average individual. To allow him to act alone would indeed be precarious. Zhonggong glanced at him and remarked that if he were there to explore the hidden treasures, there were plenty within the cave, thus suggesting he should take his belongings and depart rather than risk himself unnecessarily. I had previously inquired of 鬼9he why he chose to accompany El Su to such a perilous location. His response had been vague and rather arrogant, claiming to be unencumbered by worldly ties and stating that there was no challenge he could not face. To me, such statements seemed utterly absurd. Only those who had never encountered the world would dare to boast so brazenly. Anyone with genuine skill and awareness of their limitations would refrain from such grand proclamations. 鬼9he, however, was no naive fool, and thus his words rang hollow. At that moment, after Zhonggong spoke, a flicker of uncertainty crossed 鬼9he's face. Clearly, he had begun to grasp the formidable nature of the giant king's tomb. We had only just entered, and already we had encountered 1 death and 3 disappearances. The architects of the giant king's tomb employed methods beyond conventional understanding, presenting a monumental challenge for us seasoned tomb raiders. Yet this challenge was not a mere game. The stakes were life and death. While 鬼9he grappled with his decision, we prepared the ropes. A length of over 40 meters descending straight down the cliff into the swirling mists below. 鬼9he stood aside, observing us without any intention of joining. I nodded to him in farewell. Zhuanrui, apprehensive that 鬼9he might cause mischief, decided to leave 2 of his subordinates behind for support. Subsequently, the 4 of us, myself, Wenmin, Zhuanrui, and Zhonggong, began our descent down the cliff, cautiously grasping the rope. This time, we dared not utter a sound. Clad in gloves, we slid down slowly. Gradually, we traversed the iron cable and plunged into the white mist. Looking upward, the cave and the 3 individuals standing at its entrance had vanished from sight. We were unaware of the depth of the chasm, and until the end of the rope, the bottom remained obscured. A chill crept over me. At such a height, the chances of survival if we fell were virtually non-existent. I had to continually bolster my resolve mentally to prevent myself from succumbing to despair. Zhuanrui produced a spare rope and tossed it to me, signaling for me to secure it to the cliff. In a moment, I fastened the rope, and we continued our descent. The combined length of the 2 ropes exceeded 80 meters, and if that did not suffice, we would truly be left without alternatives. However, just as I was preparing to proceed further down, I suddenly caught sight of a figure clinging to the cliff face below. The shadow, resembling a gecko, emerged from the mist and gradually approached us. As it drew nearer, I was struck with astonishment. Was that not 9he? Yet, this 9he bore little resemblance to the one we had encountered previously. His true form was revealed, skin a sickly shade of blue and purple. As if on the verge of decay, with hands deeply embedded in the cliff, his grotesque posture sending shivers down my spine. I understood that a messenger only revealed their true nature in moments of extreme weakness. Upon reaching us, he spoke in a rasping voice that seemed to carry a chilling breeze. Help them. They have been swept away. Swept away? What could this mean? I noted that 9he referred to them, not him, confirming our suspicions that Doufu was indeed with by Zhangji. Before I could inquire further, 9he began to retreat downwards. The 4 of us, suspended in midair, dared not delay any longer and cautiously continued our descent. After approximately 20 meters, we finally glimpsed the bottom, only to discover that the base of the cliff was a vast, emerald lake, its depths unfathomable. At that moment, we noticed large fish swimming within the lake, each exceeding half a meter in length, their heads resembling armored helmets, revealing razor-sharp teeth as they moved. Chapter 27. Into the lake hanging from the rope on the cliff, we peered down at the water's surface, densely populated with fish that appeared grotesque. Their heads were encased in a shell-like protrusion, exposing jagged fangs that rendered them utterly repulsive. Wenmin, taken aback, whispered, "What kind of fish are these? How did they come to look like this?" Zhonggong hissed softly, "I've never seen anything like it, but judging by their teeth, they could very well be man-eaters." I internally cursed the existence of such predatory creatures in this place. At that moment, our presence evidently attracted the fish's attention as they swarmed around us, jostling against one another at our feet, leaping out of the water in an apparent attempt to bite us. At this moment, I found myself at the very bottom of the rope, surrounded by fish with astonishing leaping abilities, each bound reaching over 2 meters high, almost close enough to bite me. Startled, I instinctively pulled my feet back, wondering to myself, if the tofu were to fall, wouldn't it land perfectly in the lake? Surely, these man-eating fish could not have already devoured him. I hurriedly inquired of Fatty Lee, "What do you mean by being swept away?" Before he could respond, I noticed a sudden disturbance in the lake. The fish that had been circling around our feet began to disperse, yet they leapt even more vigorously towards the surface. If they had previously jumped over 2 meters, now some were soaring 4 or 5 meters high, creating splashes all across the lake. The sound of water slapping incessantly in the air. When men exclaimed in astonishment, "What is happening to them?" At that moment, Fatty Lee, seemingly aware of something, suddenly spoke in a hoarse, broken voice, "They're coming." His tone was low and intermittent, reminiscent of a deflating drum. As he spoke, I glimpsed some dark shapes emerging from the distant, misty horizon. A collective gasp escaped us as we recognized them, the strange birds that had attacked us earlier. I had been puzzled as to why I hadn't seen them upon our arrival, only to find them appearing before us in an instant. However, this time, these peculiar birds did not target us. Their forms darted like lightning through the white fog, each swooping down to snatch a strange fish. It dawned on me that these birds were hunting. When there were no humans to prey upon, they resorted to feasting on the fish in the lake. Zhong remarked in bewilderment, "These fish are truly strange. When their natural enemies arrive, instead of hiding beneath the water, they leap to the surface. Are they not offering themselves up for lunch?" We too were perplexed, yet dared not discuss it for too long, fearing we might attract the attention of those bizarre birds. Soon enough, Zhong's confusion was clarified as more and more strange birds swooped in to hunt. However, at the very moment they leapt, the piranhas snapped their jaws at the incoming creatures, resulting in an extraordinary spectacle, a fierce battle between fish and birds, each vying for survival. We watched, breathless and silent, perched precariously on the cliff, too afraid to move. As time passed, I felt the muscles in my hands beginning to tremble. If this continued, I might soon collapse into the lake, becoming fish food myself. Zhong lowered his voice to a whisper, asking Fatty Lee, "Where did they go?" Fatty Lee promptly recounted the events that followed. It turned out that when the strange birds had launched their sudden attack on the iron rope, the situation had escalated so rapidly that Bai Zhanji urged Fatty Lee to save him. As Bai Zhanji's messenger, Fatty Lee was compelled to obey without question. Due to Tofu's lack of strength, his movements on the iron rope had been slow, which fortuitously placed him extremely close to Fatty Lee during the incident. Perhaps the strange birds refrained from preying on corpses, and because Fatty Lee bore the scent of decay, they did not pursue him. Seizing the opportunity, Tofu clutched Fatty Lee tightly, refusing to let go, pleading, "Save me, save me." Bai Zhanji, frail and aged, could hardly withstand the onslaught of the strange birds. He feared that if help did not arrive in time, it might cost him his life. In a moment of distraction, Fatty Lee neglected the tofu and allowed it to be cradled in his arms. He grasped a white-cut chicken in one hand and clung to the rope with the other, moving with the agility of Spider-Man, his legs swiftly traversing the iron chain. His intention was to lead the two to a cave for refuge from danger. But as he reached the end of the chain, he suddenly felt an immense force emanating from the abyss below. It was an inexplicable power, as if something was beckoning him. Unable to resist, Fatty Lee glanced down and saw that the mist at the cliff's base had transformed from a white haze into a dense, ominous darkness. Being a messenger, he was inherently drawn to this shadowy energy, and in that instant, he lost his senses, his grip slackening. This lapse proved catastrophic, as the tofu and white-cut chicken plummeted into the abyss without even a cry for help. At this moment, I thought to myself, how could the base of the cliff, shrouded in white mist, suddenly appear as a mass of black fog? Could it be that this darkness was indeed the shadowy energy he spoke of? I had heard that the living could not perceive such energies. If what Fatty Lee claimed was true, it meant that many souls had perished there. For such a concentration of darkness could not exist without numerous deaths. Momentarily entranced by this shadowy essence, Fatty Lee quickly realized that he had inadvertently released the white-cut chicken and tofu. Alarmed, he hastened after them. The messenger was swift, and in an instant, he reached the bottom of the cliff, where he found the tofu and white-cut chicken struggling in the water. The tofu was shouting for help, while the white-cut chicken appeared semi-conscious, likely suffering from a lack of breath. Logically, Fatty Lee should have jumped into the lake to save them, yet he hesitated, gripped by an inexplicable fear emanating from the water. This trepidation held him back. Under the assault of strange fish, both the tofu and white-cut chicken sustained injuries, the water turning crimson. Despite their differences, the tofu could not abandon the white-cut chicken in distress. With one hand clutching the nearly unconscious white-cut chicken and the other wielding a dagger to fend off the monstrous fish. The surface of the water was awash in a deep red, its origin uncertain, whether from the fish or human blood. At that moment, the scent of blood attracted distant monstrous birds, which descended like a dark cloud. Fatty Lee was momentarily blinded by the chaos. Once the fish dispersed and the birds returned to their roosts, the lake was devoid of any sign of the tofu and white-cut chicken. However, Fatty Lee knew they were not dead, for a messenger possesses the ability to sense the life and death of their master. Through his instincts, he sensed that the white-cut chicken remained at the bottom of the lake, and curiously, it was still alive. Thus, Fatty Lee concluded that there must be a hidden passage within the water. If the white-cut chicken was alive, the tofu surely was as well, likely taking refuge beneath the surface. Relieved to know that the tofu was safe, I exhaled deeply. Meanwhile, the monstrous birds and fish continued their battle, and none dared to make a sound. At that moment, I found myself drenched from the splashing water as the fierce conflict raged on for over 20 minutes before tranquility was finally restored. It seems that the strange birds had their fill this time, refraining from attacking us. Moments later, they dispersed, and the fish on the lake's surface nearly vanished. Whether consumed by these peculiar birds or having retreated to the depths remains a mystery. At this moment, the lake lay tranquil, its profound waters displaying a rich emerald hue, devoid of any trace of the earlier tumultuous scene. Hanging from the cliff for so long, our muscles quivered, on the verge of exhaustion. Only then did one man muster the courage to inquire of Fat Lee, "What was the force you spoke of in the lake?" Fat Lee's voice was hoarse, his countenance fearsome. We could not discern his expression clearly, but he remarked, "I do not know. But it is a force imbued with abundant yang energy, a force of righteousness." His words left us somewhat bewildered. What could this righteous force possibly mean? Fat Lee himself seemed unable to articulate a coherent explanation, growing increasingly restless, and finally stated, "I cannot explain it, but it undoubtedly exists. I am certain that something extraordinary resides in this lake. The closer I approach it, the more rapidly my body decays." We exchanged glances, feeling no particular sensation. Could it be that whatever lurked in the lake was the nemesis of beings like Fat Lee? Zhong Gong, upon hearing this, suddenly interjected, "And what of the yin energy you mentioned?" Fat Lee gestured toward the opposite side of the lake, where a white mist obscured our view, yet he insisted, "It is right there, where the yin energy is heavy, shrouded in a dark fog. Can you not see it?" I thought to myself, we are all living beings. How could we perceive something like yin energy? Nevertheless, his assertion was peculiar. While the lake harbored potent yang energy, the opposite shore seemed steeped in yin energy. Did they not say that yin and yang are in opposition? Why would both forces coexist in such proximity? Fat Lee could not provide a satisfactory explanation. Zhuanrui then remarked, "It appears that these strange fish, bizarre birds, the entities within the lake, and the yin energy on the other side are all under human control. If we wish to uncover the truth, we must venture into the lake." Upon hearing this, I realized that deliberating on these matters was futile. Our immediate priority was to rescue those in peril. Although the piranhas in the lake had diminished significantly, they had not entirely disappeared. If we proceeded as we were, we would likely suffer greatly. Unable to save anyone, we would most likely end up as mere skeletons ourselves. I asked Fat Lee if he could sense the precise location of Doufu and the others. He pointed beneath us, indicating that they were approximately 300 meters ahead. I surmised that Doufu and the others must have sustained serious injuries. Otherwise, they would not be hiding at the lake's bottom. What secrets lay hidden beneath those depths? Oh, the specter of the dead, you schemed endlessly in life. Yet it is we, the successors, who bear the brunt of your machinations. Chapter 28. Fishing determined to descend into the lake to rescue them. We found ourselves at a loss for how to confront the strange fish lurking below. Hanging suspended in the air was exhausting our strength. My gaze scanned the surroundings and soon fell upon a recessed area in the nearby cliff, seemingly hewn by human hands, the purpose of which remained unclear. I gestured towards the area and addressed the group, suggesting we take refuge inside before devising a plan. The location was approximately 5 to 6 meters away from us. With controlled movements, the group swung the rope and landed at the cave entrance. Upon untying the rope and surveying the surroundings, we discovered that the cavern was not particularly deep, yet remarkably spacious, standing about 3 meters high. with a depth exceeding 3 meters and a width of around 10 meters. Upon closer inspection, we noted the presence of scattered remnants within the cave, rusted scraps of iron. Despite their corroded state, one could still discern their original forms, primarily hammers and pry bars, with the wooden components long decayed, leaving only the iron parts behind. Observing this, Wenmin remarked, "It appears this was a place where craftsmen stored their tools. There must have been some engineering activity beneath this cliff." Zhonggong speculated. "Could it be that the entrance to the tomb of the giant ear king lies beneath us?" Zhuanrui, with his lips pressed tightly together, shook his head slightly and replied coolly, "It's not that simple. The construction beneath may be related to what he mentioned." As he spoke, he subtly gestured towards Li Fadi, who at that moment resembled a decaying corpse, curled up in the furthest corner as if distancing himself from the water brought him comfort. I understood that the wisdom of the corpse immortal could not be measured by ordinary reasoning. Finding the entrance to the tomb would likely not be an easy task. The mute had information regarding El Su. If the entrance truly lay beneath us, why hadn't he descended? I had not considered this matter closely before, but upon reflection, it raised numerous doubts. I suddenly felt that my previous assumptions about the mute might have been erroneous. If he had indeed acquired El Su's information, he should be aware of the presence of strange birds here. Yet why was he completely unresponsive? Was it because the information did not mention this? Or did he perhaps possess no information at all? Or was it a deliberate act on his part? I quickly dismissed the latter conjecture. If the mute intended to monopolize the findings or to harm me, he had ample opportunities to act before Zhuanrui arrived with his entourage. Now that both our groups were evenly matched, any open conflict would only lead to mutual destruction. He likely did not harbor intentions against us. Thus, only one possibility remained. He possessed no information. This led to another contradiction. If the mute lacked information, how was he so familiar with the terrain here? If everything was relayed to him by San Yi, then what was San Yi's true identity? The deeper I pondered, the more obscured the situation became. And I ultimately shook my head, setting these questions aside. The pressing matter at hand was to devise a way to rescue the trapped individuals. I glanced towards the lake below, about 4 to 5 meters beneath us, where peculiar armored catfish swam. Although their numbers were no longer as terrifying as at the outset, the sight of one or two gliding past, with their hardened heads and sharp teeth, still sent chills down my spine. Wenmin noticed my gaze and seemed to recall something, suddenly exclaiming, "I have an idea, we can give it a try." Before I could even inquire, she retrieved our provisions from the gear bag, producing several packets of jerky and proclaiming, "Let us go fishing." The others, being astute individuals, immediately grasped her intent and commended her cleverness. Zhonggong remarked, "Officer Gu, this method is worth a try. We can use the jerky to lure the fish over, and then we will dive into rescue." Wenmin nodded and added, "Have you all noticed that these fish have been swimming near the surface, rarely diving? They must be shallow water fish. As long as we divert them, you should be able to submerge without encountering them." Her hypothesis greatly benefited us, yet its validity could only be confirmed through experimentation. Without further ado, we set to work, unsealing the jerky, tying it with a rope, and swiftly maneuvering a probe through the water. Indeed, this tactic proved effective. The peculiar fish surrounding us converged towards the jerky in Wenmin's grasp, leaping from the water in a frenzied attempt to bite the bait. The surface erupted with splashes, and the rhythmic sound of water slapping echoed around us. Observing the success of her plan, Wenmin moved the jerky to the farthest point from us, successfully drawing the fish below. Given some fish's remarkable leaping abilities, strict control over the probe was imperative. If it hung too high, the fish would abandon the bait. Too low, and they would quickly devour it. Thus, the entire process demanded intense concentration. Without glancing back, Wenmin fixed her gaze on the lake's surface and declared, "I'll hold them here. You must hurry to rescue." At that juncture, we dared not tarry. We promptly shed our gear, taking only the essentials, and entered the water to save the others. Submerging quietly from a distance of over 10 meters from the fish, I found the lake's water warmer than I had anticipated, providing a gentle warmth, albeit not as hot as a hot spring, which was curious. However, I dismissed the thought, and as the three of us plunged into the water, we adhered to our plan. Some nearby fish detected us and launched a fierce attack, but, as Wenmin had indicated, they were indeed shallow water fish. After a few futile attempts, they retreated. The light at the cliff's bottom was dim, and as we descended deeper, the underwater world became shrouded in darkness. Holding our breath without any diving equipment, we knew we had to act swiftly. We followed the direction indicated by Lipangzi without delay. After descending approximately 20 meters, the water remained pleasantly warm, yet the depths were enveloped in darkness. The only illumination came from our waterproof flashlight, casting 3 beams that danced in the murky water, where visibility was still quite limited. Fortunately, this time we were well equipped, possessing 4 waterproof goggles, which proved invaluable. We held our breath and swam towards the location where Doufu and the others were, estimating the distance. Suddenly, we caught sight of a glimmer of white light flickering beneath the surface of the dark water. The light was fleeting but soon re-emerged, maintaining a rhythmic flicker, resembling a star in the abyss. What could that be? In my heart lingered a sense of perplexity as the 3 of us exchanged glances in the water. Suddenly, it dawned on me that the distance we had traversed was now alarmingly close to the position indicated by the plump Li, where the Doufu duo resided. Could it be that this light emanated solely from the Doufu? Instantly, we 3 continued our descent towards the source of illumination. As we approached, clarity struck us. We realized we were nearing the outer wall of the lake, where, at the base, lay an opening. This was an uncommon entrance shaped like a bagua, and the white light we had previously observed was streaming forth from within. It was evident that this aperture had been artificially created, its edges remarkably precise, adorned with engravings of yin and yang. Concern for the safety of the Doufu, combined with the need to hold my breath, compelled me to advance without delay. Leading the way into the opening, followed closely by Zhuanrui and Zhonggong. Upon entering, I quickly discerned the peculiar nature of the tunnel. Its walls were not stone, but a substance akin to ice. At that moment, there was no need for a flashlight, as this icy material emanated a soft glow, presenting a breathtaking spectacle. My heart was filled with astonishment and disappointment. If this light was not produced by the Doufu, then where could it possibly be? The passage of the water tunnel inclined upwards, and before long, we encountered stone steps, most of which were submerged. Just as the last remnants of oxygen in my lungs dwindled, we finally emerged above the water's surface. As I broke through, I spotted someone crouching by the water's edge. Indeed, it was the Doufu. He appeared tense, watching us intently, with a flashlight resting beside him, evidently having awaited our arrival for quite some time. In stark contrast to my jubilant expression, the Doufu remained remarkably composed, as if he had anticipated our meeting, and remarked, "Why did you take so long to come down?" This remark irked me immensely. After all my arduous efforts to rescue him, it seemed I had arrived late. I retorted somewhat brusquely. I originally intended to come down to retrieve a corpse. If that were the case, there would be no rush. With this exchange, the 3 of us climbed out of the water. The space outside the water tunnel resembled an ice cavern. Although we did not feel cold, its structure bore a striking resemblance to an ice cave, everything enveloped in that icy substance. At that moment, I also realized that the white light within the tunnel was not emanating from the substance itself, but rather from the portable flashlight placed beside the Doufu. The light illuminated the material, which acted like a lens, reflecting the glow in layers, ultimately casting a soft white light throughout the entire cavern. I recalled having seen a similar structure within the Xianbing tomb and mused that indeed, it was the handiwork of the same individual. I attempted to extinguish the Doufu's flashlight, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Upon reigniting it, the brilliance returned. The Doufu inquired about our escape and the fate of the large birds. As Zhonggong recounted the events that transpired, I couldn't help but notice the Doufu's calm demeanor, prompting me to exclaim, "Well done, Brother Do. How can you remain so unperturbed?" Under normal circumstances, had the Doufu found himself alone at the bottom of the water while we faced uncertainty, he might have been terrified beyond measure. Upon hearing this, Doufu shrugged and said, "What is there to fear? I know that old Chun and the beautiful Gu will come to rescue me." I retorted, "What if we all perish?" Doufu replied, "If you all die, then I too shall meet my end. I would simply take my own life without a second thought." Chapter 29. The Leaking Dragon. I could only smile bitterly at Doufu's brazen remarks. Glancing around, I noticed that Bai Zhanji was nowhere to be seen. I inquired about his whereabouts, to which Doufu responded, "Do not concern yourselves with him. Follow me. I have something to show you." Rising to his feet and brushing off his trousers, he gestured for us to accompany him. It seemed that during this time, Doufu had thoroughly familiarized himself with this place. I surmised that what Doufu intended to reveal to us was likely the object left by the corpse immortal at the bottom of the lake. Something imbued with potent yang energy that made the messengers hesitate to approach. What could it possibly be? The three of us trailed behind Doufu, advancing deeper into the cavern. The mouth of the cave widened significantly, and out of curiosity, Zhonggong reached out to touch the substances on the stone walls. Although they resembled ice, they emanated a warm sensation upon contact. Even Zhuanrui, well-versed in various matters, shook his head in disbelief, admitting he had never encountered such a phenomenon. After walking approximately 50 paces, the cavern space had expanded considerably. It was at this moment that an oddly shaped object came into view, centrally positioned ahead of us. It resembled a large ice sphere, standing about half a person in height, and not far from it lay Baijianji, seemingly unconscious. Doufu led us closer to the sphere, directing our light upon it. Inside the transparent ice sphere, a snow-white shadow was discernible, coiling and faintly revealing a pair of horns. The figure resembled a curled-up serpent, yet bore an uncanny resemblance to a small dragon. Startled by this peculiar sight, we expressed our confusion. Zhonggong asked, "What on earth is this? Could it be a frozen dragon?" Doufu wore an expression that suggested he knew more than he let on. But seeing that we were all fixated on the ice sphere and ignoring him, he grew somewhat frustrated and declared, "It's not frozen inside. Just watch." With that, he crouched before the ice sphere and began to breathe warm air onto it. As he did, the curled figure inside suddenly stirred, and to our astonishment, it unfurled and began to glide towards Doufu. Moments later, this indistinct dragon-like entity floated to the outer layer. Alive! I couldn't help but gasp in astonishment and found myself drawn closer to the ice sphere. As I approached, the entity shifted slightly, moving closer to me. Upon closer inspection, I realized that it was not a living creature. Its form was evidently composed of gas, swirling within the ice sphere, leaving no trace behind. The three of us stood in awe at this unprecedented spectacle. Zhonggong turned to Doufu, asking for an explanation. Doufu shrugged once more and replied, "It is exactly as you see it. I am as perplexed as you are. However, I believe it is connected to the objects below." As he spoke, he crouched down, urging us to look beneath, where we discovered a circle of black square seals encircling the base of the ice sphere. The seal measures approximately the size of a palm, with a square base and an array of peculiar beast figures adorning its apex. I counted 9 prominent seals encircling the ice orb, each depicting the likeness of the 9 offspring of the dragon. Could it be that this grand seal is connected to the entity within the ice sphere? Zhuanrui suddenly exclaimed, his gaze fixated on the 9 seals, a look of deep contemplation overtaking his features. Doufu, observing this, inquired with curiosity, "Yin and Yang. Could it be, Zhuanglauda, that you recognize this object?" Ignoring Doufu, Zhuanrui reached out to touch one of the seals and remarked, "If my conjecture holds true, beneath each of these 9 seals lies a chasm 9 meters deep." Zhonggong interjected, "Master, what significance does this hold?" Doufu suggested, "Why speculate? Let us simply lift the seals and see." As his hand approached the seal, Zhuanrui swiftly obstructed him, insisting, "Don't touch it. Have you ever heard of the earth dragon's flesh pill?" I rummaged through my memories, finding the term utterly unfamiliar, and thus shook my head. Zhuanrui then posed a seemingly nonsensical question. How did Sun Wukong come into being? Doufu eagerly raised his hand, eager to answer, through the resonance of heaven and earth. He sprang forth from a stone. "But what does this have to do with Sun Wukong? Are you suggesting that the entity within this grand orb is also a product of such cosmic resonance?" Zhuanrui shook his head, seemingly amused by Doufu's whimsical response. A faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Of course not, but the principle is somewhat analogous. Many ancient folk tales recount stories of the interplay of yin and yang, where stones give birth to trees. Stones can conceive, and trees can bear offspring." Zhonggong remarked, "These are mere folk tales. Could there be any truth to them?" Zhuanrui nodded in affirmation, stating, "This existence is not that of another realm. I had only heard tales before, yet today I witness it firsthand." He proceeded to narrate the origins of the earth dragon's flesh pill. At that time, Li Fati mentioned the presence of something imbued with potent yang energy in the lake, while conversely, the opposite side of the lake was shrouded in yin energy, an inherently peculiar circumstance. Like myself, Zhuanrui had been pondering this anomaly, but upon seeing the 9 seals, he instantly grasped the truth. In geomancy, the earth veins are referred to as earth dragons, which are further categorized into yin dragons and yang dragons, the yang dragon being a living entity, while the yin dragon nourishes the dead. The convergence of yin and yang often signifies the coveted dragon tombs sought after by emperors and dignitaries. Alas, such treasures are exceedingly rare. Thus, one of the most vital disciplines in geomancy is the alteration of winds and waters. As Zhuanrui elucidated this, I began to discern the underlying principles. The great King-he's tomb, situated at the confluence of 9 dragons, each embodying both yin and yang, can be deemed an unparalleled treasure in the world. Such a site is unfit for the burial of ordinary individuals, as they lack the fortune to bear it, and it may instead bring calamity to their descendants. Only those exalted as the 9-5 monarchs are entitled to such grandeur. However, the great ear is merely a colossal elephant. According to legend, it was born and died on the same day as the Queen of Treasures. It is said that one ear pressed to the ground could summon ghostly warriors, while the other, when shaken towards the heavens, could invoke deities. Yet, even so, the great ear would not necessitate the configuration of 9 dragons in its protection. Zhuanrui remarked, "This is likely the reason." Thus, Pu Zhen has employed the art of Qimeng feng shui to establish this intricate geomantic arrangement, releasing one of the yang dragons from the 9 dragons. The essence of the earth dragon that has been released is now confined within this cavern by these 9 great seals. Doufu, astonished, gaped in disbelief and exclaimed, "Isn't that a bit far-fetched? It seems illogical. Look, if Zhuanrui cannot endure the protective formation of the 9 dragons, why not simply find another burial site? Why go to such lengths to alter the feng shui and release the earth dragon? I have only heard of improving poor feng shui. I have never encountered any instance of degrading good feng shui, which seems both arduous and ungrateful." Zhuanrui's expression turned grave as he ignored Doufu and fixed his gaze upon me, stating, "This is precisely what I find perplexing. My understanding of feng shui is limited, and my knowledge of releasing the earth dragon is merely hearsay. What are your thoughts?" I pondered deeply. The corpse immortal's actions undoubtedly had their purpose. In the past, under the command of Queen Baoxiang, he had mobilized the entire nation to construct the tomb of King Zhuanrui, an endeavor that must have elevated his status significantly. It was only after the completion of King Zhuanrui's tomb that he proceeded to deceive the AI Lao King. Could there be a connection among these 3? What relationship exists between the method of breaking the curse of the ghostly chamber in King Zhuanrui's tomb and Pu Zhen? After some contemplation, I voiced my suspicions. I suspect that Pu Zhen has meddled with something within the tomb of King Zhuanrui. During his work on the AI Lao King's tomb, he ultimately claimed the nourishing celestial cavity for himself. Given the protective formation of the 9 dragons, he likely harbored ulterior motives. Zhuanrui nodded slightly, his gaze fixated on the dragon's silhouette within the ice sphere. This should be a yang dragon, animated by the yang energy of the living. The entire earth vein's yang energy converges here, having accumulated over millennia to create this extraordinary space. A senior once spoke to me of the earth dragon meat pill, which is often cultivated, intentionally or otherwise, by geomancy experts. After releasing the earth dragon, the earth vein's essence gathers in one place over time. Reminiscent of the tales of Sun Wukong, first manifesting as spirit, then flesh, ultimately becoming tangible. When the day of its formation arrives, the entire earth vein will become barren. Though this notion appeared fantastical, the current circumstances left no room for skepticism. Doufu, staring incredulously at the dragon within the ice sphere, inquired, "It currently exists only as a shadow. How long will it take to manifest flesh?" Zhuanrui shook his head, indicating uncertainty. However, whether deemed good or ill, the dragon energy that manifests as flesh is referred to as the earth dragon meat pill. Consuming it grants immortality and the ability to traverse the seas. Yet, if it indeed develops a corporeal form, it may devastate an entire mountain range, causing untold suffering. Thus, this entity embodies the vitality of countless lives, unless absolutely necessary. Upon encountering it, it is best to destroy it to restore the earth's essence. Zhonggong interjected, "Such a rare entity, to destroy it would be a pity. Pu Zhen is indeed a remarkable individual. Could it be that he has deliberately nurtured this earth dragon meat pill?" Doufu turned to me and asked, "What should we do now? Shall we destroy it?" I shook my head and replied, "In feng shui, it is said that it is better to be humble than extravagant. When burying the dead, it is preferable to maintain a modest standard rather than exceed one's own capacity. Otherwise, it will not only fail to benefit future generations, but may also invite calamity." The leaking earth dragon serves the purpose of burying the great Ear King. If we were to destroy it now, we would disrupt the geomantic configuration of the Ear King's tomb, and I fear that strange occurrences may arise as a result. This location is not of paramount importance. We can simply disregard it. My current thoughts are directed toward what lies across the lake. If this geomantic arrangement is intended to release the Yang dragon, then what accounts for the heavy energy on the opposite shore? A clear notion forms in my mind. The entire tomb of the Ear King must have been tampered with by the corpse immortal. He is truly an incompetent craftsman. Entrusted with the task of constructing his own tomb, he has meddled with everything. Consequently, all the efforts put forth by the leaders, which were meant to create something monumental, have ultimately served as a wedding garment for the corpse immortal. Although I currently lack definitive evidence, my understanding of Pu Zhen leads me to believe that this notion is far from unfounded. Chapter 30. The yin-yang fish. As I was speaking, a gurgling sound suddenly echoed within the cave. I turned my head to see Tofu clutching his stomach, exclaiming, "I'm hungry." Ignoring this matter, I suggested we hasten our exit. As I craved beef jerky, I thought to myself that the beef jerky had already been taken by Wen-min for fishing, leaving none for him. However, his words served as a reminder to everyone that we should not delay further, as Wen-min might not be able to endure much longer. Upon saying this, Zhonggong glanced at Bai Zhanji and remarked, "This old fellow has fainted." I replied, "Wake him up. Otherwise, we cannot take him into the water." Zhonggong pinched Bai Zhanji's acupoint with determination, shaking him for a while before Bai Zhanji groggily awakened, hoarsely asking, Where is this?" Tofu leaned in and said, "Never mind where we are. Just remember that I saved you in your time of peril." Bai Zhanji seemed to recall the incident of falling into the water, clutching his forehead as he murmured, "I fell into the water, and then what happened? A ghost. A ghost pressed me down to the bottom." His sudden exclamation startled us, and Tofu was particularly incensed, retorting, "You ungrateful wretch. It was I who risked my life to drag you into this cave. Otherwise, you would have been devoured by fish long ago." "What ghost?" "You are the ghost." "Is there a ghost as handsome as me?" Bai Zhanji was momentarily silenced by Tofu's barrage of words, likely still disoriented from his near drowning. He muttered, "Sorry," and then, recalling that Tofu was his adversary, shot him a menacing glare. Tofu huffed and glared back, saying, "Your messenger is not here now. What bravado do you have, old man? Dare to glare again, and I'll—" After a brief pause, Tofu clumsily threatened, "I'll find a woman to assault you." Zhonggong chuckled and said, "Brother Do, feel free to find someone to assault me. I would welcome it." Zhuanrui interrupted this absurd exchange, stating coolly, "Let us go. We cannot afford to waste any more time." As Zhonggong explained the current situation to Bai Zhanji, the three of us made our way back. Soon, we held our breaths and submerged ourselves in the water, swimming back. Upon reaching the shore, we climbed up the rope and found Wen-min still fishing at the same spot, sweat beading on her forehead, clearly under great stress. Upon seeing us emerge safely, she grew excited, causing her fishing rod to jerk, and the pieces of jerky were promptly devoured by the armored fish that leapt up. The remaining fish, which had not yet bitten the bait, immediately turned their attention toward us. At this moment, we were still clinging to the rope, with Doufu at the very bottom. Those fish possessed remarkable leaping abilities, and suddenly we heard Doufu scream, "Ah, my backside." At that instant, Zhuanrui and Zhonggong above vigorously shook the rope, propelling us to the mouth of the cave, where we finally returned to safety, exhaling in relief. Doufu was hopping in pain, blood seeping from his rear, as a large armored fish clung tenaciously to the flesh of his backside, perhaps pondering the exquisite elasticity of the meat. Regardless of Doufu's frantic attempts to shake it off, it would not relent. Wen-min, who was closest, swiftly drew his dagger and plunged it into the creature's head. After a few futile struggles, it finally succumbed, yet still would not release its grip. Zhonggong remarked with curiosity, "This fish is quite persistent. It refuses to let go. Could it be that Brother Do's flesh is particularly delectable?" Doufu was nearly in tears, exclaiming, "You heartless traitors, all you do is watch. The beautiful lady is the best. I shall never trust you again, especially you, Chun. I disown you. This pain is unbearable." Wen-min chuckled wryly and said, "All right. Let us get this fish off you quickly so we can ascend. There are many strange birds resting on the opposite shore of the lake, and I worry they might attack us unexpectedly. It's best we leave sooner rather than later." With that, Wen-min turned to me. signaling that I should tend to Doufu's wound. Upon tearing open his trousers, I discovered the fish's sharp teeth embedded deep in his flesh. Fortunately, the blood vessels in that area were sparse, so he had not lost much blood, though the pain was considerable. As I pried the fish off, I noticed many small, sharp teeth lodged in his flesh, each needing to be extracted one by one. Realizing the task was daunting, I suggested a local anesthetic. Otherwise, removing each tooth would be excruciating. However, applying anesthetic to his backside would render him immobile for several hours, a true inconvenience. Hearing my thoughts, Doufu asked, "How many are there?" I replied, "I counted 13. Doufu gritted his teeth and said, "No anesthetic then, let us proceed." I looked at him skeptically. This was the same fellow who would retreat at the sight of a needle during his illness. How had he suddenly transformed into a hero? Noticing my hesitation, he urged, "Better a short pain than a long one. Hurry up." Seeing he was serious, I began to grasp the embedded teeth, but the moment I did, his muscles tightened in agony, and sweat beaded on my forehead. Ultimately, I retrieved the anesthetic, saying, "At worst, we delay a few hours and rest in the cave." With the anesthetic applied, the subsequent process went more smoothly. I bandaged him up, and we began our ascent along the rope. Doufu was carried by Lipangzi, and the group dared not make a sound, climbing silently. Before long, the iron chains above came into view, and we climbed to the top in one breath. Zhuanrui's two subordinates immediately approached, but I noticed that 鬼9he was nowhere to be seen. Had he already departed? Doufu, unable to move, posed a challenge to carry, and with our exhausting ordeal, we were all weary and famished. Thus, we resolved to rest for a few hours, waiting for the anesthetic to wear off before proceeding. At this moment, a subordinate of Zhuanrui, named 鬼9he, reported, "We have remained here. Yet 鬼9he departed on his own." Zhuanrui replied indifferently, "Have we retrieved the equipment we provided?" 鬼9he shook his head, saying, "No, he did not return. He went off by himself." He gestured towards the iron chain below. I was taken aback, pondering, what on earth is 鬼9he up to? He has already severed ties with Lu Su. Why would he wade into these murky waters? What are his intentions? The others were equally perplexed, unsure of the situation. Doufu, however, was unconcerned, munching on biscuits, saying, "Let him be. We are here to seek the curse, so let us focus on that. He can do as he pleases. Personally, I prefer the beef-flavored biscuits. With this yin-yang face, could you refrain from buying the radish flavor next time? We are not rabbits." Zhuanrui retorted coolly. "If you don't eat, then spit it out." Doufu immediately shrank back. As the group snacked, they rested with squinted eyes for a while. After approximately 2 hours, when Doufu felt the effects wear off, we began to pack our belongings, preparing to cross the aerial iron chain. With the knowledge gained from our previous experience, we understood that as long as we remained silent, the monstrous birds below would not be disturbed. This wisdom was hard-won through peril. I instinctively glanced back at the Japanese woman's corpse, which had been moved to a corner. I couldn't help but recall her final moments. Was she truly frightened to death by the mute? At that moment, Doufu tapped my shoulder, signaling me to focus. The group gathered the ropes, secured safety clips, and began to traverse the iron chain once more. This time, our passage was rather smooth. We managed to make not a sound. Soon, we could faintly discern the other end of the chain, shrouded in white mist. On the opposite cliff, we vaguely observed something moving. As we drew closer, we quickly realized that the chain was embedded in the cliff, revealing a square entrance. Cautiously, we reached the end of the chain and climbed to the entrance, only to discover that the two flickering objects were actually two large bells. Each bell was the size of a human head, tethered by a slender iron chain. Hanging on either side of the entrance, swaying gently in the breeze and reflecting a shimmering light. Directly before us stood a door adorned with the yin-yang symbol. Yet it remained tightly shut, indicating that the mutes had already entered. This dual fish door was likely controlled by some mechanism. Doufu pointed at the bells, saying, "Could it be that these bells are the switches?" As he spoke, he reached out to pull one. Before I could stop him, he clumsily yanked down on the bell. With that pull, a creaking sound erupted, and the black fish of the door began to slowly open, retreating into the mountainside, while the white fish remained motionless. I peered through the opening created by the black fish and discovered a narrow passage behind it, only half the size of the grand door. 鬼9he exclaimed in astonishment. "How can this be?" Doufu, equally bewildered, remarked, "The craftsmanship is rather peculiar. Why would a tomb be designed so oddly? Could it be that there is also a passage behind the white fish?" As he spoke, he directed his gaze towards the bell on the other side, preparing to pull it once more. At that moment, Zhuanrui extended his hand to halt his reckless action, saying, "Do not move." I perceive that this Yin-yang gate is not as simple as it appears. The entrance passage, known as the sacred path, is singular and does not allow for multiple routes. I suspect this is a selective mechanism. Among the two gates of yin and yang, only one is the sacred path, while the other may harbor malevolent intentions. Zhonggong, astonished, inquired, "But how shall we discern which one is the sacred path?" Zhuanrui shook his head, replying, "Only those who constructed the tomb would possess that knowledge." He then cast a glance at Doufu and, with a tone devoid of warmth, remarked, "We have no choice left." Doufu, in his impetuousness, opened one of the doors, likely eliminating any chance for a second choice. Doufu, upon hearing this, withdrew his neck and protested, "I did not do it on purpose. This yin-yang gate is merely conjecture on your part. Can't both doors be opened?" One Min shook her head, asserting, "I doubt Pu Zhen is so benevolent. If multiple choices were possible, what significance would the yin-yang gate hold? Little Bean, it would be wise for you to refrain from touching the second bell. I suspect that if you do, calamity will surely ensue." Doufu scratched his head, asking, "But what if I make the wrong choice?" Zhuanrui scoffed. "Only now do you ponder such matters? It is too late." Chapter 31. The iron crossbow. Doufu felt a pang of guilt, saying, "I did not intend for this to happen, but now that the door is open, what shall we do?" I contemplated for a moment and replied, "This yin-yang gate bears no markings. We shall inevitably have to choose, so it matters little. Let us proceed inside and see what unfolds." At this, Doufu breathed a sigh of relief, declaring he would lead the way to atone for his misstep. I, filled with exasperation, pulled him back, saying, "What are you scouting for? Stay still at the back." As we spoke, the group began to venture into the dark cavern of the Black Fish. No sooner had we entered than the Black Fish door slammed shut with a resounding bang. Instantly, the passageway was engulfed in darkness, leaving us no choice but to illuminate it with our flashlights. Doufu attempted to push against the now-closed Black Fish door, but it remained immovable. Dejected, he remarked, "This technology is far too advanced. It even has a sensing mechanism. Why close the door immediately upon entry? It's truly vexing." I thought to myself, could it not be more sophisticated to honor my deceased father? Zhuanrui interjected, "Do not concern yourself with the door, if necessary. We shall blast it open. For now, we must press onward." As we advanced with our flashlights, the tunnel, though narrow, was spacious enough for two to walk side by side. After a short while, we encountered several square wall openings adorned with black soot, presumably for illumination. It was reasonable to expect such fire holes, for workers could not labor in total darkness. Indeed, it would be abnormal if none existed. Consequently, we paid little heed to these fire holes. However, after just a few steps, a familiar sound echoed in our ears, a sharp click. The unmistakable sound of a mechanism springing into action. Zhonggong exclaimed, "Who triggered a mechanism?" All eyes turned to the ground, where the surface was impeccably smooth, showing no signs of disturbance, leaving us uncertain if anyone had indeed activated the mechanism. At that moment, I abruptly noticed that Doufu had placed his hand within one of the fire holes. Could it be Doufu? In a fit of rage, I exclaimed, "Fool! What are you doing?" Doufu quickly withdrew his hand and replied, "I saw something dark inside that fire hole." As he spoke, the so-called dark object suddenly emerged from the fire hole, an iron tube, akin to an antiquated single-barreled shotgun. Upon sighting this object, Zhuanrui immediately warned, "Protect your heads and run." This was no ordinary device. It was a crossbow. Unlike common hidden crossbows, this one possessed a long body and immense firing power, capable of piercing a person entirely. Should one fall victim, survival would be utterly improbable. None of us had anticipated that the most commonplace fire hole in the tomb passage could conceal such a weapon, prompting us to cover our heads and flee. At that moment, a series of swift sounds echoed through the passage, yet we were unharmed. Turning my head, I realized that Bai Zhanji had thrown Li Pengzi out as a human shield. Due to Bai Zhanji's diminished strength, we did not assign him the task of protection. After all, we were at least shielded by our bulky gear, while he had no protective measures whatsoever. It was likely for this reason that he had sent Li Pengzi to take the brunt of the attack. As expected, Li Pengzi proved to be different. Although he had grown somewhat weak from proximity to the Dilong Lake, he was undeniably stronger than us mere mortals. He swiftly extended his hands to catch the bolts from the crossbow, and for those he could not intercept, he used his body as a shield. In no time, the round of bolts had been discharged, leaving Lipangzi riddled with wounds, his expression distorted by agony, yet miraculously, he did not perish. Fortunately, due to the crossbow's tremendous power, only one bolt had been fired, and we dared not move, coming to an abrupt halt. In that moment, Lipangzi staggered closer to us, his body pierced by over 10 bolts, his expression one of torment as he moved sluggishly, a peculiar purple-red blood oozing from his wounds. Doufu gasped in horror, overwhelmed with guilt and unable to speak, as he reached out to assist Lipangzi in removing the bolts. After a strenuous effort, we were all drenched in sweat, not from exhaustion, but from sheer fright. As Lipangzi extracted the bolts, he appeared barely alive, racked with suffering. Bai Zhanji wore a dark expression, directing a fiery glare at Doufu. Consumed by guilt, Doufu hung his head, on the verge of tears. Just then, Wenmin suddenly shook her head and stated, "This matter has nothing to do with Xiaodou. You have wronged him." Bai Zhanji, with a sullen demeanor, retorted, "Isn't it his actions that triggered the trap? How can you say we have wronged him?" At this juncture, Zhonggong interjected, "I too sense something amiss. If the crossbow was indeed activated by a mechanism hidden within the fire hole, that seems exceedingly strange. Mechanisms are designed to catch tomb raiders off guard. Even a misstep can trigger them. But consider this. What tomb raider would recklessly poke around in a fire hole? If the mechanism were concealed within it, how could it ever be set off? Thus, I surmised that the true trigger for the mechanism was not the Doe brothers." Zhonggong's words struck a chord with me. If the mechanism truly resided in the fire hole, the design would be utterly flawed. Aside from unreliable individuals like Doufu, any reasonably competent tomb raider would refrain from foolishly tampering, thereby eliminating any chance for the mechanism to activate, rendering it nothing more than a mere ornament. Wenmin promptly nodded, stating that she had been observant of the surrounding fire holes throughout their journey, likely due to her professional instincts as a police officer. Her keen awareness of her surroundings was exceptional, while Doufu, trailing behind her, had not noticed the ominous object he had referred to. In other words, the mechanism within the fire hole had been quietly at work, unbeknownst to them, only fortuitously detected by Doufu in advance. At this juncture, when Min continued, "Had it not been for Xiaodou, we would have remained oblivious to the activation of the mechanism. We would have had no time to prepare, and the consequences could have been dire." Zhonggong, still feeling anxious, remarked, "It seems that Brother Dou has indeed achieved a significant discovery by identifying the mechanism ahead of time." Doufu, vindicated by Wenmin, immediately lifted his head with pride, declaring, "You all owe your survival to me, you know. It's one thing to be ungrateful, but just moments ago, you were all so fierce, as if ready to kill. I scoff at you with 2 middle fingers. It appeared that lingering in this place was unwise. They had adhered to the rules throughout their journey and had not disturbed anything else, yet the mechanism had activated nonetheless. Thus, I surmised that the trigger for the mechanism likely lay beneath their feet. Upon entering, the black fish door had closed automatically, suggesting that there were weight-sensitive mechanisms below. Consequently, as long as they stood upon the ground, they risked activating further traps, which was indeed perilous. Sharing this thought with the group, a companion named Shunhao remarked, "If the mechanism has already been triggered once, there must be some evidence left behind. It seems that another group must have chosen the white fish. We likely made the wrong choice." As he spoke, he cast a glance toward Doufu. Doufu, who had just raised his head, quickly withdrew it, his eyes darting about in contemplation. Hearing this, Zhonggong said, "If this path is incorrect, we cannot proceed further. I suggest we return and find a way to open the white fish." Doufu felt somewhat constrained, muttering, "Perhaps the other route is even more treacherous. One must have confidence in oneself. Does it mean the path chosen by the mute is correct while ours is wrong?" Zhonggong shrugged and replied, "I never suggested that. But didn't you say that Wu Shui had some information about this tomb?" I shook my head and said, "That was merely our conjecture. It's not certain." At this point, the group could only resign themselves to fate. Based on my understanding of Pu Zhan, once one entered his trap, escaping unscathed was unlikely. Returning along the same path was fraught with uncertainties. Whether this route was right or wrong remained unknown. Rather than risk retreating into the unknown, it seemed wiser to press onward without hesitation. After deliberation, the group resolved to continue without further doubt, rising to advance with heightened vigilance, leaving no detail overlooked. Fortunately, This time they encountered no hidden crossbows, and their journey proceeded with remarkable tranquility. However, as the calm continued, an unsettling sense of abnormality began to creep into their hearts. I have always been at the forefront, for this matter pertains to me, and Zhuanrui and the others are merely here to assist. It would be illogical to allow them to venture ahead into danger. In the ancient tomb's palace, forging a path up front is perilous. Yet only the most formidable members of the team can shoulder such a role. Take Mute, for instance. Most of the time, I only catch a glimpse of his back, as he invariably walks ahead, regardless of the circumstances. At this moment, while I may not be the most powerful in the group, I bear the heaviest responsibility. Walking at the front, amidst an unsettling calm, leaves me feeling uncertain. I cannot shake the notion that the corpse immortal would not be so benevolent. There must be some malevolence lurking ahead. Is there something even more formidable waiting for us? I can't shake the feeling that I am steadily advancing towards a trap. Lost in thought, suddenly, at the boundary between light and darkness, an entity materialized, a person. This figure was tall and seemed to hold something, standing upright before us. At first glance, one might mistake it for a Zhuangzi sprung to life, but as we stepped closer, the light illuminated the truth. It was a crimson effigy. This effigy was peculiar, robust compared to an ordinary human, with a somewhat indistinct countenance. The only finely crafted aspect was the tray it held, which bore 8 rectangular plaques, each approximately a finger's length and 3 fingers wide, arranged neatly. Doufu scratched his head and remarked, "What is this effigy doing standing there? Is it trying to prompt us to flip the plaques?" Chapter 32. Flipping the plaques. The effigy, entirely crimson, towered over us, and its features were vague. The only intricate detail was the tray it held, where the plaques appeared somewhat dim, revealing themselves to be crafted from silver upon closer inspection. After Doufu spoke, Zhuanrui coolly interjected, "Indeed, we must flip the plaques, but should we err, it would lead to irretrievable consequences." What does that mean? I instinctively looked towards Zhuanrui, but he offered no further explanation, merely gesturing for us to look behind the effigy. As our gazes shifted past it, we were startled to discover that the ground behind the effigy had been excavated, forming a seemingly endless pit. The surrounding stone walls, illuminated by our lights, glowed a fiery red. To our astonishment, the walls behind the effigy were enveloped in a layer of oil wax, within which lay a pool of flammable oil. Doufu gasped. Surrounded by flammable oil, a moment's inattention could lead to our demise by fire. I cautioned, from this moment forth, no open flames, no loud noises. And do not touch the surrounding walls. Doufu blinked and craned his neck to peer downwards. The excavation behind the effigy revealed, under the light, another expanse of flammable oil, with square stone pillars resembling plum blossom stakes protruding from the surface. The distance between these pillars was approximately 2 meters, indicating that to traverse this fiery expanse, we would have to navigate across them. However, the challenge lay in the fact that some of these pillars were wide enough to accommodate a person sitting atop them, while others were so slender that only half a foot could rest upon them. The risk of crossing a 2-meter gap was considerable, and now, with some pillars too narrow to support a single foot, what were we to do? Given the current circumstances, our passage is utterly obstructed. Even with tools such as the probing claw in hand, the walls are engulfed in flammable oil, rendering the claw ineffective. The only feasible path forward lies upon the precarious stone pillars resembling plum blossom stakes. However, it is abundantly clear that these pillars are not intended for human traversal, and even a monkey might falter. When Min glanced around, picked up a fragment of stone from the corner, and hurled it towards one of the slender pillars situated in the pit of flammable oil. With a resounding bang, the pillar remained steadfast, betraying no sign of weakness, while the fist-sized stone rebounded and plunged into the oil. After this action, when Min remarked, "It appears these pillars are secure and devoid of traps. This pit of oil serves merely to deter grave robbers, otherwise, one would have to risk their life." Doufu queried, "If the intention is to thwart grave robbers, why erect these pillars? Wouldn't it be more effective to remove them entirely, offering no glimmer of hope?" Upon hearing this, Baijanji opened his eyes weakly, offering a derisive smile as he retorted, "Foolish one, in constructing the tomb's mechanisms, the workers themselves must have access. Thus, they would not entirely sever their escape routes, unless there exists an alternative passage within the crypt." Zhuanrui nodded slightly in agreement with Baijanji's words, stating, It seems the structural integrity of the King of the Giant Ears tomb is remarkably meticulous, lacking secret passages, which is why this pit of oil retains a sliver of hope. At this juncture, he appeared to recall something and continued. However, the existence of these pillars is indeed peculiar. The artisans of the past would not possess such extraordinary skill without additional mechanisms to manipulate these pillars. As soon as he uttered these words, all eyes turned toward the humanoid figure. In this desolate place, aside from this enigmatic effigy, there seemed to be no other entities. Doufu circled the figure, examining it from head to toe, left to right, before concluding, this is a substandard piece, riddled with frayed edges. Yet, the layer of paint is rather curious. After over a millennium, it remains so vibrantly red. What could it possibly be? Zhuanrui discerned for a moment before responding. It is cinnabar. Cinnabar? Why adorn this effigy with cinnabar? As the group pondered this revelation, Doufu boldly reached out to touch it. This time, I did not allow him to succeed. I swiftly swatted his hand away, instructing him to behave and refrain from meddling. The force of the swat caused Doufu to stumble back, coincidentally bumping into Zhuanrui, who stood behind him, a small probing shovel at his waist, the handle facing forward. As Doufu retreated, he inadvertently found himself pressed against the shovel, and, due to a previous injury inflicted by a strange fish, he let out a soft whimper of pain, causing him to lunge forward and collide directly with the humanoid figure. I was taken aback, nearly wide-eyed in disbelief. When Min, quick to react, attempted to pull Doufu aside, but it was too late. The humanoid figure, struck by Doufu, remained unyielding, as though anchored in place, displaying no movement. The sole change was the layer of red cinnabar upon it, which began to gradually peel away, akin to inferior paint, forming bubbles that soon cracked and fell to the ground. I intended to chastise Doufu, but the ensuing spectacle rendered me speechless in astonishment. As the red cinnabar peeled away, it revealed a faded human figurine, at which point everyone realized that this figurine was not crafted from clay, but rather composed of a material reminiscent of glass, with a thin outer layer concealing a multitude of intricate mechanisms within. Zhuanrui was astounded, exclaiming, indeed, the mechanism lies right here. Through the transparent body of the figurine, one could observe the tightly packed mechanisms inside. And the most striking feature was the presence of 8 iron-like wires, one end connected to a silver plate resting in the figurine's tray, while the other extended into the complex structure of the figurine's body, eventually burrowing into the ground. It was evident that these 8 silver plates were the key to controlling the entire mechanism. At this moment, if 鬼9he were present, matters would be considerably simpler. The 8 wires were taut, and it was estimated that even a slight movement of the silver plates would cause the internal wires to pull, leading to unpredictable results from the mechanisms buried underground. The onlookers were momentarily stunned by this transparent figurine. Those accustomed to unearthing tombs understood that dismantling mechanisms was indeed a skill, having encountered various internal contraptions before, yet none had seen anything quite like this. Suddenly, Zhong exclaimed in astonishment, "So there are mechanisms inside this figurine? What material is this made from? It looks like inferior glass to me." As he spoke, he reached out to gently touch the figurine, which remained unresponsive. Zhuanrui slightly shook his head, stating, "This is not glass. It is likely a substance known as white tamped earth. The so-called white tamped earth is not true soil, but rather a rare material derived from the teeth of a creature known as the mountain hare, ground into powder and mixed with ordinary white clay. Over time, it becomes crystal clear. In ancient times, people specifically hunted this creature to create exquisite jewelry, though it has become exceedingly rare in modern times." Doufu, holding his rear, remarked, "I guessed correctly, didn't I? It's all about flipping the plates." At that moment, Zhong suddenly said, "Brother Dou, you're quite remarkable. How do you always manage to discover everything first?" His tone was playful, clearly a light-hearted inquiry, yet I felt a sudden unease, sensing something amiss. Once could be coincidence, but surely it could not be a coincidence every time. Doufu, unfazed, replied, "That's because I'm clever. After all, I'm an artist. You lot. Aside from digging graves and being rough, what else do you know? Such a lack of culture is truly frightening." Zhuanrui coolly retorted, "Artist, be silent." Doufu, noticing Zhuanrui's irritation, shrank his neck in submission. I pondered Zhong's earlier words, but with so many present, I hesitated to question Doufu further. Feeling a heavy cloud of doubt, Doufu had first discovered the mechanism and unraveled the secret of the figurine. Was this mere coincidence, or did he possess some knowledge? It seemed implausible. This was his first visit to the tomb of the giant-ear king. How could he possibly know such things? Suddenly, I recalled the corpse immortal, and the very topic Doufu had consistently avoided. Could it be the influence of the corpse immortal? Yet, upon reflection, I dismissed the thought. The corpse immortal was devoid of consciousness. How could it impart any knowledge to Doufu? Lost in my musings, Zhuanrui and several other professionals had already begun to investigate the internal mechanisms of the figurine, evidently intent on thoroughly deciphering this enigma. I am acutely aware that contemplating these matters at this juncture is futile, so I discreetly remained vigilant towards Doufu. Subsequently, I joined Zhuanrui and the others in examining the intricate mechanisms within the human figurine. However, the opaque layer of white clay on the surface obscured our view of the internal structure. Shenhao suggested, "Shall we remove this outer layer?" To which Zhonggong retorted, "Do not speak nonsense. Haven't you noticed how tightly the internal wires are strung? Any movement could spell disaster." We spent over half an hour scrutinizing the figurine, yet we remained empty-handed. At that moment, a thought struck me. Recalling Doufu's previous behavior, I decided to test my hypothesis. I said to him, "You expressed a desire to flip a card. Why not offer a suggestion on how to proceed?" Doufu looked at me with a peculiar expression, pointing to his own nose, and replied, "You want me to take the lead? When did you start trusting me so much? Wasn't it you who told me not to make things worse? This is a matter of life and death. I wouldn't dare to guess recklessly. I think it's best if I study this carefully." With that, he shrugged and lay down, saying, "I'll take a nap. You all can continue." I felt an urge to kick him lightly on his bandaged rear, realizing that perhaps I had overthought things. Reluctantly, we continued to linger, wasting 2 or 3 hours, during which time the group grew increasingly restless. As the saying goes, to change fields is to traverse mountains. If one does not comprehend mechanisms, it is akin to a primary school student grappling with calculus. One could spend a lifetime without understanding. Ultimately, we resolved to take a leap of faith, deciding to test the mechanisms one by one, prepared to retreat at the first sign of trouble. With determination, we gathered around the tray, focusing intently on the silver plates atop it. When Min inquired, "Which one shall we flip?" I replied, "Any will do." Taking a deep breath, I reached out and grasped the first silver plate that caught my eye. Chapter 33. Secrets. I casually held onto a plate and began to pull it outward slowly. With the slightest movement, I immediately felt a pulling force from the base of the silver plate. After shifting it by less than 2 centimeters, we heard a faint click. Before we could react, several stone columns suddenly erupted from the oil pit behind the figurine, aligning themselves with the previously chaotic columns to form a straight stone pathway before our eyes. I stood there, dumbfounded, thinking to myself, could it be that I, like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, had inadvertently succeeded? Or perhaps, all these silver plates are devoid of danger? Pondering this, I attempted to move a nearby silver plate, only to find that they had become exceedingly firm, resisting any force applied. The thought of forcibly pulling them was too perilous, so I abandoned the idea. When Min exclaimed in astonishment, "Could it be that we have succeeded?" Doufu scratched his head and said, "Do we really have such good fortune? I can't shake the feeling that there's a conspiracy afoot. Can these stone columns actually move? Perhaps we should find someone to test it first?" As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Fat Li, but upon seeing the wound inflicted by the crossbow, he hesitated, turning back to extend his own foot and firmly stomp on the nearest stone column. The column remained utterly unmoved, and Doufu withdrew his foot, saying, "It seems there's no issue." Yet this stone pathway, constructed from interconnected stone pillars, presents itself before us in an eerie yet tranquil manner, evoking an indescribable sense of peculiarity within our hearts. We are not fools, and we would not naively believe that such a 1/8 chance could simply befall us. The earlier reckless attempts to flip the cards were merely to discern the significance of these silver tokens. It has now become evident that they are intended to manipulate the stone pillars. I surmise that selecting different tokens alters the arrangement of the pillars, presenting us with a multiple-choice question. Since our arrival, those who delve into this mystery have been perpetually making choices under the guidance of the spectral entity. First, there was the stone tablet on the outer mountain, followed by the yin-yang dual fish gate, and now these 8 silver tokens. At this moment, the remaining 7 tokens have become immovable, indicating that we have but one opportunity to choose. Before us lies but 2 paths, to advance or to retreat. Gritting my teeth, I declared, "I shall venture ahead. You stay here." Doufu and Zhuanrui immediately grew anxious. Zhuanrui exclaimed, "That is far too dangerous. What if something goes wrong? We should consider other options." I replied, "We have already squandered several hours. Given the current circumstances, there are no other alternatives. This is settled." Without allowing them further protest, I adjusted the flashlight to its maximum brightness, took a deep breath, and leaped onto the stone pillar. The pillar remained steadfast, while my companions watched with grave expressions. I gestured to them, signaling that all was well, and proceeded to leap forward. The previous gap of over 2 meters between the pillars had now diminished to about half a meter, making my jumps exceedingly effortless. Elated, I successfully traversed 3 pillars. However, as I leaped onto the 4th, a sudden, ominous creak resonated behind me, followed by the startled exclamations of Doufu and the others. Turning my head, I was astonished to witness the 3 pillars I had previously crossed retract violently back into the oil pit. At the same time, the pillar I now stood upon began to sway precariously and sink. Zhuanrui's typically indifferent voice grew urgent as he shouted, "Run." Without needing further prompting, I sprinted, maintaining a stride of about half a meter. With each step onto a pillar, it trembled beneath me. The further I advanced, the quicker the pillars sank. My heart dropped as I realized that before I could reach the opposite shore, the pillars ahead began to wobble and descend ominously. Just 5 or 6 meters separated me from safety, yet I found myself with no escape. I heard Zhuanrui scream in despair, her voice trembling with near tears. Struggling to maintain my balance on the quaking pillar, I glanced back and saw that the typically strong Zhuanrui was, to my dismay, shedding tears. A pang of anguish struck my heart. In that moment, all I wished was to hold her close, but alas, it was no longer possible. I find myself utterly trapped. The violently shaking stone pillar makes it nearly impossible to maintain my balance. In a desperate attempt to avoid being thrown off, I crouch down, gripping the edge of the pillar with both hands, though I am unsure how long I can sustain this position. At this moment, all I can do is observe the person behind me. "No, please, Chen, come back." It is the first time I have witnessed Zhuanrui in such a state of disarray. All I feel now is a bitter sense of resignation, as I realize I cannot return. The pillar continues to sink, and it may plunge into the fiery abyss at any moment. Yet just then, the violently swaying pillar suddenly came to an abrupt halt. I froze, paralyzed with fear, sensing that this stillness resembled the eerie calm before a storm. I could not fathom what would transpire next. Shortly thereafter, I heard Zhonggong exclaim in alarm, "Brother Do." It was only at this moment that I could pay attention to Doufu. I must admit, during that life-and-death instant, when Min's tearful expression had captivated my full attention, I had not noticed what others were doing until Zhonggong's voice broke the spell. I then realized Doufu was standing in front of the figure, his hands moving incessantly, though I could not discern his actions. Moments later, a series of cracking sounds erupted from the pit of flames. The previously retracted stone pillar emerged once more, and astonishingly, the gap of over half a meter between the pillars had vanished, creating a seamless stone pathway. Doufu sat down on the ground, and even from a distance, I could see beads of sweat glistening on his face under the light, his lips trembling, and the injury on his backside seemingly forgotten. The crowd stood in stunned silence, and at that moment, Doufu rose from the ground and urged, "We must leave quickly." With that, he pulled the astonished Zhuanrui and Zhuanrui along, shouldering his gear, and stepped onto the stone path, striding towards me with remarkable steadiness. Without a hint of calamity, realizing the urgency, Zhuanrui and the others quickly followed in Doufu's footsteps. In a brief moment, the 3 of us finally reached the opposite side of the stone path. The group exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes ultimately converging on Doufu. Zhuanrui's expression darkened. He had always been composed, but now I could almost see the flames of anger flickering in his eyes. Before I could utter a word, he seized Doufu by the collar, thrusting him against the wall with a grim tone, demanding, "How did you know about the mechanisms? First the black fish, then the crossbow, and now the fiery path. How is it that you are aware of all this? Why didn't you inform us? I brought my men here to risk our lives, relying on our past camaraderie, not to lead them to their doom." Though Zhuanrui often chastised Doufu, he had never resorted to violence before. Doufu appeared frightened, casting a pleading glance in my direction. My heart ached. I was unaware of the extent of Doufu's concealment, yet I could empathize with Zhuanrui's wrath. He had come to aid us at great risk, and it was evident that Doufu understood the situation here well, yet had remained silent. I took a deep breath and said, "Release him. I will provide you with an explanation." Zhuanrui glanced at me, his eyes twitching slightly, and finally, he slowly loosened his grip. Doufu hung his head, his eyes darting about, and said, "I just happened to," I interjected coldly, "save your words for deceiving the corpse immortal." Upon uttering that, I recalled the scene with Yao Feng and immediately felt a pang of regret. Indeed, Doufu's emotions flared up, and he retorted angrily, "I am a fraud. So what?" When Min swiftly intervened, "Little Doufu, don't be agitated. We mean no harm. But why do you know about the circumstances of this tomb? Was it the corpse immortal who informed you? Has it always possessed wisdom?" "No," Doufu immediately refuted. "If it were wise, would I, a mere fraud, have been able to deceive it so easily?" At this mention, guilt washed over the crowd. Among us, Zhuanrui, Zhonggong, and I had all endured that calamity. And in an instant, our ire dissipated. Zhuanrui's fierce demeanor softened as he fell silent for a moment, then furrowed his brow and asked, "What is going on? Speak up about what you know. Even if you disregard our lives, surely you must consider your brother an officer Gu?" Upon hearing this, Doufu fell silent, not uttering a word. I gazed at him, my mind in disarray. Doufu and I, one hailing from poverty and the other from wealth, had both ended up alone and friendless. Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that we had always placed immense trust in one another. Each person harbors their own secrets. I have never demanded to know everything about him. Yet now, an overwhelming sense of helplessness enveloped me as I realized that this brother, whom I trusted, had concealed far too much from me. All of this seemed to have begun after the appearance of the corpse immortal. What had transpired between them? Why did Doufu possess knowledge of the mechanisms here? Why was he unwilling to speak the truth, regardless of my inquiries? What could be the underlying reason for all of this? Chapter 34. The Stone Chamber. At this moment, having narrowly escaped a dire fate, my mind remained a tumult of confusion. After Zhuanrui finished speaking, Doufu seemed to hesitate for a moment, then cast a furtive glance down the corridor. Sensing something amiss, I was about to speak when the rascal took off running. Damn it! I couldn't help but curse under my breath and promptly gave chase. Doufu, still injured, was not as swift as I was. Before long, I caught up to him and pinned him to the ground. My anger flared, and I slapped him on the head, declaring, "You thought you could escape? Let us see how I deal with you today." Doufu wailed, "Don't hit me. My head is the only thing that works. Hit me again, and I'll be a fool." I yanked him up by his collar, refusing to let go, and demanded, "I'm laying down the law today. No more evasion. What is truly happening? How do you know about the mechanisms here? What is the nature of the corpse immortal?" Doufu swallowed hard, clearly intimidated by my demeanor, and replied, "First, could you ease your grip? Let me think clearly." I retorted, "And if I release you, will you run away?" Doufu, with a pained expression, responded, "I can't outrun you anyway. Just let go, and I'll talk, all right?" Upon noticing his demeanor, which suggested he was about to confess, I released my grip. To my astonishment, the moment I did, he bolted away. Enraged, I felt a surge of fury and immediately resumed my pursuit. Yet, after just a couple of strides, the ground quaked beneath me. Before I could react, I found myself plummeting into the abyss. The others, who had been closely trailing behind me, were equally unfortunate, and in an instant, we all stumbled into the void, landing on our backsides and wailing in pain. In that moment, I recognized that we had triggered a trap. However, the elusive Doufu had traversed ahead of me unscathed. Cursed be him. Could it be that this rascal was behind it all? By heaven, should I ever catch him, I would subject him to a year of bland instant noodles without seasoning. As the group lamented on the ground, our flashlights tumbled away, leaving us enveloped in darkness. Once I retrieved my flashlight and adjusted the aperture, the light finally illuminated our surroundings. It was then that we realized we were ensconced in a sealed stone chamber, approximately 30 square meters in size. The walls were adorned with intricate relief sculptures, and the space felt barren, devoid of any lethal mechanisms beneath our feet, suggesting it was not designed for murder. As we raised our gazes, we discovered large stone slabs above us, and the concealed tunnel had evidently collapsed, sealing us within. At that moment, Doufu's voice resonated through the stone, muffled yet clear. "You all stay put down there. I shall handle the rest." What did he mean by the rest? I shouted in exasperation, "Doufu, open the mechanism." Doufu retorted, "Old Chun, you pushed me too far. There are matters even I am uncertain of. I must confirm them first." Just stay put, and I will release you once I have clarity. Fear not. I remember the curse. It will be executed perfectly. Zhonggong, equally incensed, interjected, What do you mean by perfectly? Let us out. After a moment of silence, Doufu replied, I have no sister. My frustration boiled over as I proposed, Fine. I won't pressure you. Can you at least let us out? We can negotiate. Doufu dismissed my plea, stating, No, that won't do. If you don't pressure me, you'll surely beat me up. I thought to myself, when did this rascal become so astute? He was no longer easily intimidated. I then assured him, I promise I won't lay a finger on you, all right? After a prolonged silence, the group attempted to coax him with various appeals, even when Min joined in. Yet we received no response. Finally, when Min sighed and shook his head, he must have left. We exchanged glances, bewildered. Bai Zhanji lamented, It's not the wolf-like enemies I fear, but the pig-like companions. Initially, I was allied with El Su. How did I end up with this unreliable lot? Zhonggong remarked, Zhao brother, let us be realistic. Who would willingly descend into peril with an old man? It's a privilege that we're even accompanying you. You should count your blessings. Zhuanrui and I shared a silent understanding, our eyes conveying the weight of our predicament. In truth, Zhuanrui is a person of external coldness yet internal warmth, exhibiting a remarkable sense of loyalty, though he often appears to be playing with Doufu on the surface. Ever since the incident with Yao Fong and his entourage, he has come to regard Doufu as a brother. Otherwise, he would not have led his men into the tomb of the great Ear King. Currently, our predicament is of secondary concern. What truly perplexes us is the sudden change in a brother we believed we understood so clearly. What treachery has that cursed corpse immortal concocted? I pondered deeply, unable to discern the tangled web of circumstances, when Min suddenly remarked, It seems that Xiao Dou has already departed. Although he is aware of the traps here, his skills are lacking. I fear something unfortunate may occur. We must devise a way to escape quickly. Zhonggong glanced at the place we had descended from and said, I shall ascend to investigate. Immediately, he, Shun Hao, and another named Han Zhonghua formed a human ladder, with Zhonggong at the top, attempting to push against the tiles above. However, they remained immovable, showing no sign of yielding. Zhonggong let out a hiss, retrieved a chisel, and declared, This stone tile is obstructing us. Wait, I shall break this thing. He began to chip away at the large tile above our heads, but after only a few strikes, he suddenly exclaimed, followed by a curse, Egg pancake wall. The term egg pancake wall is a colloquialism referring to an ancient, now lost technique. During the manufacturing process of the tiles, a unique formula was employed, resulting in tiles as hard as iron, if not denser. This method vanished after the Han Dynasty, with the only surviving fragment of knowledge being the addition of egg whites. Consequently, these tiles are humorously dubbed egg pancake walls, proving exceedingly troublesome. While ordinary stones can be dealt with using explosives when provoked, the structure of the egg pancake wall is monolithic, rendering unilateral detonation ineffective. If one were to blow up the east wall, the remaining walls, including the treasure tripod, would collapse entirely. When confronted with such a wall, the only means of escape is through the application of vinegar. However, the pressing question remains, where can we procure vinegar at this moment? It is said that the clay used to bind the bricks in the construction of the Great Wall is a primitive form of this formula, which has allowed the Great Wall to withstand the test of time. This formula was further modified, resulting in the unique tomb bricks typically found in the grand tombs of the Qin and Han dynasties. The Great Ear King's tomb is situated in the mid-Han period, and Pu Zhan, a remarkable traveler and scholar, astonishingly employed egg pancake walls within the tomb. Unsophisticated tomb raiders might perceive it merely as stone. But for those in the know, the entire Great Ear King's tomb is akin to iron and steel, presenting a formidable challenge. Upon realizing this, despair washed over the group. Must we truly remain trapped here until Doufu comes to our rescue? Shun Hao muttered, This place is so perilous. What if that lad encounters misfortune and cannot return? Are we to remain here, awaiting his return? He surveyed the group, and Bai Zhanji interjected, Humph, relying on others is unreliable. The inexplicably added stone chamber here must have a purpose. I suggest we search for other mechanisms. His words struck a chord with me, and I turned on my flashlight, scanning the surroundings, stating, There must be other exits in this place. Zhuanrui inquired, What leads you to that conclusion? I gestured around, then proceeded to articulate my conjectures. This place spans merely 30 square meters and has been entirely enclosed. Logically, one would expect the air quality to be poor. However, the air here is surprisingly fresh. And despite the fact that 8 of us have been here for half an hour, none of us feels stifled. Everyone shook their heads in unison, quickly realizing the only plausible explanation. There must be vents or some hidden ventilation system in this chamber. Consequently, we began to meticulously search the stone room. My attention was immediately captured by the relief above. The imagery was both foreign and familiar to me. It depicted a queen astride a large elephant with drooping ears, engaged in a scene of battle. My grandfather had recorded in his notes, stored in the basement, that a similar depiction existed in the tomb of the Elephant Queen. So although it was my first encounter, it felt oddly recognizable. Just as my grandfather had described, the tableau ignited vivid imaginings. The queen's exquisite visage came to life. In one hand, she wielded a sword, while the other held a large bowl from which billowed a plume of black smoke. Beneath her, the enormous elephant had its ears pressed to the ground. Beneath the relief, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. As the Elephant Queen chanted an incantation, the elephant's ears trembled, and from the earth emerged countless spectral warriors, causing the Han army to scatter in terror, their faces etched with horror. The ghostly soldiers were merciless, lacking weapons. They could rend a person asunder with their bare hands. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind me, inquiring, "Is this the Elephant Queen you spoke of?" It was Zhuanrui. Without turning, I acknowledged him with a hum. Zhuanrui continued, "Is she summoning these ghostly warriors with the elephant?" I replied, "Perhaps. But the bowl she holds is quite peculiar. I wonder what its purpose is." My grandfather did retrieve a similar bowl from the tomb of the Elephant Queen. But aside from finding an unknown map within its earthen seal, there was nothing extraordinary about it. Suddenly, Zhuanrui remarked, "I believe these are not ghostly warriors." His sudden assertion startled me. Not ghostly warriors? What do you think they are? Chapter 35. The ghostly soldiers. Zhuanrui gazed intently at the relief, pondering for a moment before responding in a calm tone. "I do not subscribe to the notion of the underworld and its spectral emissaries. Even if they exist, the ghostly soldiers of the netherworld cannot be summoned at will by mere mortals. Observe closely. What do the combat techniques of these spectral warriors resemble?" Following Zhuanrui's words, I scrutinized the ghostly soldiers depicted in the relief. Suddenly, a profound realization struck me, and I exclaimed, "Zongzi. These are not ghostly soldiers at all." Their methods of attack clearly divide into 3 distinct styles. The first involves grasping a shoulder, followed by a swift motion that rends a person in two. This is the most common attack method of the Zongzi. The second involves the fingers directly plunging into the enemy's throat. The third consists of savage biting. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these were the typical methods of attack employed by the reanimated Zongzi. In an instant, clarity dawned upon me. The so-called ghost soldiers were not summoned from the underworld, but rather a horde of reanimated Zongzi. This queen of the precious elephant must possess some arcane art of corpse manipulation, enabling her to vanquish the Han army a millennium ago. I was taken aback and remarked, "It seems these are merely Zongzi." The queen of the precious elephant indeed knows the art of corpse manipulation, likely sharing a common origin with Chuntianda's practices. Zhuanrui shook his head and replied, "The art of corpse refinement has always been diverse and peculiar. Chuntianda's is but one branch. This small islao, nestled amid the treacherous mountains of Yunnan, is steeped in the practices of sorcery and the supernatural, making its origins difficult to ascertain." As I gazed upon the bas-relief on the stone wall, a sense of unease washed over me. If these were Zongzi rather than ghost soldiers, how then did the legend of the giant-eared elephant summoning ghost soldiers come to be? If the tale of the giant ear summoning ghost soldiers were false, then this elephant would simply be a grotesquely ear-shaped, ordinary creature. Why, then, would the queen of the precious elephant expend her nation's resources to construct a mausoleum for it? All at once, this conundrum transformed into a colossal mystery. In that moment, I suddenly realized that this giant-eared royal tomb might not be a tomb for an elephant at all. Could it conceal some astonishing secret? Why would the queen of the precious elephant fabricate such a secret? What was she truly attempting to conceal? Since Pu Zhen was also involved in the mountain excavation and mausoleum construction, did he possess knowledge of the truth? What was the relationship between these two individuals? Had it not been for Zhuanrui's reminder, I would have truly overlooked this exceedingly obscure detail. First, Doufu had presented me with an unexpected twist, and now, such a fog of mystery was cast before me. My mind was in disarray. After taking several deep breaths to compose myself, I resolved to first seek an exit. tackling problems one by one. It was futile to ponder endlessly without resolution. We shifted our focus, continuing to investigate other areas of the stone chamber, knocking and probing, yet yielding no clues. At that moment, when Min, seemingly alerted by a sound, exclaimed, "Come over here and see what this is." She crouched in the corner to the southwest, shining her flashlight inward, her back turned to us, as if something lay hidden in the corner. Her call drew the attention of the others, who gathered around her. Upon closer inspection, we beheld 5-finger-width plum blossom-shaped holes in the corner, and extending our hands, we could feel a draft emanating from within. Due to the small size of the openings, the draft was barely perceptible, yet it came in rhythmic bursts, much like the gentle surge of waves. When Min remarked, "It seems this is a ventilation hole. What do you think it leads to?" Zhonggong replied, "It must lead to outside the tomb. We have now entered the underground palace, and this is the entrance, not far from the outer chamber. Hence the necessity for a ventilation hole." Bai Zhanji, rarely one to speak, chimed in, "I wonder what purpose this stone chamber serves." Zhuanrui observed, "This stone chamber lacks mechanisms and has a ventilation hole. It does not appear to be for killing, but rather seems to be for the confinement of someone. A dark chamber for imprisonment beneath the divine path?" The more I pondered, the more I felt something was amiss. Imprisonment? In the tomb? Is there still a need to imprison individuals? At this moment, when Min remarked, I noticed that the inscription on the tombstone outside the cave indicated that there were no treasures in the underground palace. However, since it was a mountain opened for burial and the giant ear was interred according to imperial standards, there must certainly be sacrificial offerings. Could this stone chamber possibly serve as a pit for living sacrifice? I have heard of both living and dead sacrifices. Perhaps this is a pit for living sacrifice. In ancient times, sacrifices were predominantly made by killing individuals to accompany the deceased in the tomb, while living sacrifices involved binding a person and directly casting them alive into the sacrificial pit, sealing the tomb, and leaving them to perish from starvation or suffocation. It is said that such living sacrifices were not favored by the Han dynasty, but were often practiced by ancient barbaric tribes in the wilds. The existence of such a sacrificial custom is attributed to certain regions that emphasize the concept of weeping spirits, where individuals confined within the tomb, suffering from hunger and cold, would inevitably die and thus would wail in despair. The sounds of lamentation within the tomb signified the affection bestowed upon the deceased during their lifetime, and such cries could elevate the spirit of the deceased to the heavens. Consequently, this peculiar sacrificial custom emerged in some uncivilized territories. When men believed that the presence of an air vent, despite the absence of traps, was most likely intended for the living sacrifice of weeping spirits. Zhuanrui nodded slightly in agreement, stating, Xiao Ai Lao is situated in the Yunnan region, which was once a wild frontier, making this a plausible scenario. However, he gestured around and remarked, there are no remains here, and we are currently on the divine path. According to the specifications of the tomb, the sacrificial pit should be located behind this path. Not only is the positioning incorrect, but the dimensions of this sacrificial chamber are also too small. For a moment, everyone was at a loss for words. Wenmin shook her head and said, with this air vent in place, we need not worry about oxygen deprivation. Food and water sources are plentiful, allowing us to endure for 4 days. Her quick mind had already calculated our supplies in no time. Zhonggong raised his thumb in appreciation, exclaiming, truly commendable, Officer Gu. May I propose that in the future, we do not conduct such stringent inspections? Wenmin smiled slightly, making a gesture as if to execute someone, and replied, absolutely not. Observing Wenmin's somewhat mischievous expression, I couldn't help but chuckle, feeling somewhat reassured. At this point, we had thoroughly examined the stone chamber, discovering no traps or secret passages. Everyone felt somewhat disheartened, and Bai Zhanji berated Doufu profusely. Wenmin and I exchanged wry smiles, uncertain of what to do next. Reluctant to concede, we toiled for another 2 hours, with the group growing increasingly restless. The individual named Shun Hao, lacking patience, suggested, how about we just blow it up? That fellow doesn't know when he will return. If something happens to him and he fails to come back, won't we be buried alive? Although his words were unpalatable, they bore a kernel of truth. Doufu may have knowledge of the mechanisms here, but first, his skills were lacking, and second, how much he truly understood about this place remained uncertain. Thus, no one could guarantee his safe return. Therefore, if we wished to escape, it was impossible to rely solely on Doufu. We had to depend on ourselves. After Shunhao spoke, the group exchanged glances. Were we truly to resort to explosives? What if we became trapped alive? Wenmin furrowed her brow and remarked, utilizing explosives is far too perilous. We cannot take such risks until the very last moment. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait. Who knows, little Duo might actually succeed. I believe we have underestimated him in the past, and perhaps it is time to adopt a different perspective. Her words plunged me into silence, my thoughts swirling tumultuously. It seemed there was no alternative but to sigh inwardly and muse. Tofu, what exactly do you seek to prove? Our lives rest in your hands. I can only hope you rise to the occasion, for otherwise, we shall be left with no choice but to gamble our lives. Subsequently, we were left in a state of anxious anticipation. Occasionally, when our impatience grew unbearable, we would futilely search the stone chamber once more, achieving nothing. Wenmin and I leaned against each other, engaging in casual conversation about the corpse spirit and Tofu. As fatigue began to settle in, just as I was about to rest for a moment, a sudden loud bang echoed above us, as if something were exploding, shocking us to our very cores and shattering any chance of sleep. We stood up abruptly, and Bai Zhangji inquired, "What is happening?" Zhonggong replied, "It seems something has occurred above." No sooner had he spoken than another thunderous bang rang out, reminiscent of an explosion, causing the very tiles beneath our feet to tremble. Within that confined space, the sensation of the stone chamber about to collapse was utterly terrifying. The clamor reverberated painfully in our ears, compelling us to cover them, huddling together like frightened animals in disarray. The cacophony continued, resonating 4 or 5 times, and we, seasoned in the face of danger, immediately recognized the unmistakable sound of explosives. Could it be that Tofu had returned? As this thought flickered through my mind, the noise abruptly ceased, and silence enveloped us once more. However, we were left momentarily deafened, our ears ringing, and could only hurriedly rub them in an attempt to regain our hearing. Typically, this transient deafness could be alleviated through gentle massages of the ears and the acupressure points behind them. After approximately half a minute, I sensed my hearing gradually returning. At that moment, I suddenly discerned a faint voice from above. My hearing was not yet fully restored, so I could not identify who it belonged to or what was being said, but in a fit of urgency, I called out, "Who is it?" As I shouted, the cacophony in my ears dissipated and clarity returned to my senses. Yet, there was no immediate response from above, prompting me to inquire again, with others joining in the chorus of shouts. After a brief interval, the voices from above became increasingly distinct, and after listening intently, I realized it resembled the voice of 鬼9he. What was he doing here? It was evident that he had heard our cries for help, for he asked, "Who is down there?" I replied, "It is us." "Chenxian?" 鬼9he's muffled voice came from above, followed by the sound of movement. Yet no one further responded to us. Wenmin frowned slightly and remarked, "What is going on? Has everyone departed?" Zhonggong remarked, "Could it be that the one surnamed Feng harbors resentment?" Just as his words fell, a sudden creaking sound echoed from above, followed by a cascade of dust descending upon us. Almost immediately, the voice of 鬼9he resounded. "Do not measure a gentleman's heart with the thoughts of a petty person. Come forth." The crowd, blinded by the dust, staggered back as tears blurred our vision. In that haze, we discerned a square opening had emerged above, with 鬼9he peering down at us from his elevated position. In our disheveled state, we felt a profound embarrassment under his scrutiny, prompting a frantic scramble to ascend, eager to escape this cursed place. However, upon emerging, I was taken aback. I discovered not only 鬼9he, but also the mute's band of followers. Lazy greeted me, "Brother Chun, what a coincidence to meet again." My gaze shifted to the mute, only to realize he had fallen unconscious. Alarmed, I rushed to assess his condition, exclaiming, "What has happened to him?" Lazy sighed heavily, replying, "It's a long story. We took a wrong turn and ended up in a dreadful place, nearly losing our lives. It was then I noticed a circular breach in the mountainside adjacent to the tunnel, a dark abyss that seemed bottomless. The distance between the two openings of the yin and yang fish appeared substantial. Had Lazy and his companions blasted their way through? It was an exaggerated endeavor. How much explosives had they employed? Did they not fear entombing themselves alive? After examining the mute, I found no external injuries and questioned, "What is the matter? How did he lose consciousness?" Upon hearing my inquiry, Lazy's expression shifted to one of dread as he recalled the events. His demeanor fluctuated until he exhaled slowly, stating, "Chenxian, our band, wind, fire, thunder, and rain, has been under the tutelage of Master San for many years, witnessing many grand spectacles. Few have earned our respect. But this time, I am in awe of Wuxue. He gestured towards the breach, continuing, when we reached the entrance. We were obstructed by the yin-yang fish and were unsure which path to take. Just then, that fellow surnamed Feng appeared, claiming to be a master of mechanisms. He was nothing but a charlatan, pretending to be an expert. He babbled about the yin paths for the yin people and the yang paths for the yang people, clutching two broken bells as he fumbled for over half an hour, cursing himself for making the wrong choice. And what was the result? He led us into a dead end. Feng Guishou, hearing this, twitched his cheek in discomfort, his expression darkening. I underestimated Pu Zhan. Who would have thought he would employ such a contrarian tactic? Even if the ancestor of mechanists, Master Lu Ban, were here, he would likely be bewildered. I began to piece together the situation, realizing that Feng Guishou had indeed chosen the wrong path. The alternate route was likely fraught with even greater peril. This thought led me to recall Doufu. Evidently, when he clumsily opened the blackfish door, it was a deliberate act, for he knew that this path was the correct one. My thoughts were tumultuous, and at that moment, Xiaoyu took over the narrative, continuing to unfold the tale. They ventured deeper along the white fish path, which was fraught with numerous mechanisms. However, with the remarkable expertise of the mute leading the way, every challenge was deftly navigated, earning him the admiration of his companions. Suddenly, a grand tomb door loomed before them, imposing and magnificent, resembling the main entrance to an underground mausoleum. The appearance of this tomb door signified they were on the right path, prompting Lei Zi and others to extol Feng Guishou's skills. As they prepared to open the door, a hidden crossbow was triggered, rendering the scene all the more vivid, as if they were truly stepping into the heart of the mausoleum. Behind the tomb door lay a meticulously arranged passageway. As the group proceeded, an unsettling feeling began to creep in, though they could not pinpoint the source of their unease. It was not until the mute suddenly grasped the reason that he shouted, "Quick, we must leave." Without hesitation, he urged the group to turn and flee. Though initially bewildered, the others followed suit, trusting the mute's instincts. They sprinted back to the tomb door, only to discover that the once grand entrance had been reduced to half its size. Where was the other half? Looking up, they realized the ornate dome above was descending slowly, obscuring the upper portion of the tomb door. At that moment, the group comprehended the gravity of their situation. The tomb door was merely a facade, and the passageway was a trap. If the dome descended further, they would be in dire peril. The mute had evidently been the first to notice this mechanism, as he had been the one to lead the retreat. Now, he pushed against the tomb door with all his might, but it remained immovable. Peering through the crack, he saw a massive round stone blocking the entrance. Where had this stone come from? Cold sweat broke out on Feng Guishou's brow. He had always prided himself on being one of the foremost experts in mechanisms, yet had been completely unaware of the stone's silent encroachment upon the door. For a man of his arrogance, this realization was a bitter blow, revealing his vulnerability in the face of the giant Ear King's tomb. "What shall we do?" Xiaoyu asked anxiously. Before the mute could respond, Feng Guishou, in a fit of anger and humiliation, shouted, "Blow it open." The mute, with a calm demeanor, replied, "We cannot detonate it here." He pointed to the narrow gap above the stone, where something seemed to be hanging. Due to the angle, it was difficult to discern clearly, but judging by its color, the mute suspected it was a flammable substance. If explosives were used, what catastrophic scene might unfold? Lei Zi and the others began to curse, as the dome continued its relentless descent, and they found themselves at a loss for solutions. To prevent the pressure from forcing the flammable substance into the chamber, they distanced themselves from the tomb door, yet remained uncertain of their next steps. As the dome drew ever closer, they resorted to bracing themselves against the mounting pressure, hoping for a moment of reprieve. At that moment, the mute suddenly withdrew his hand, then covered his head, bowing it low. Though his expression was obscured, his body swayed slightly, suggesting he was in great distress. Xiaoyu quickly inquired, "Boss, what's wrong?" The mute shook his head and abruptly exclaimed, "I remember now. Follow me." With that, he led the way forward. At this juncture, the group was utterly lacking in direction. Whatever the mute dictated was to be followed. Moments later, he guided them to the end of the tomb passage, panting heavily as he fixated on a large, circular hole in the tomb wall. It appeared to have been blasted open by explosives, yet there were no debris scattered around, only fine stone dust. Xiao Yu immediately realized that prior to their arrival, another group must have ventured this way, likely encountering the same predicament, and thus chose to create an escape route by blasting a hole in the wall. The stone dust was probably the remnants of the blasted rock, compressed down by the weight of the tomb's ceiling. Curiously, how did Wushuai know of this hole's existence? Xiao Yu was astonished, but understood it was of no concern to him. After all, he was merely acting on orders. He promptly crawled into the hole, and upon reaching a depth of approximately 6 meters, he discovered that the passage did not extend further. It was a dead end. At that moment, Wushuai proclaimed, "On the opposite side of this mountain wall lies the true spirit path. Continue blasting." He assigned this task to Feng-Guei-Shou and Xiao Yu, while he took on the responsibility of shielding the others from the tomb ceiling, striving to buy them more time. During this process, Lazy noted that the mute's face had turned ghostly pale, and he occasionally shook his head, seemingly enduring considerable pain. The loud blasts they had heard earlier were indeed the sounds of explosions. This last detonation reached a distance of over 5 meters, and at the moment the passage was breached, the mute collapsed. Xiao Yu then asked us, "What happened to you later? How did you end up trapped down here?" He glanced at the unscathed by Zhuanrui and inquired whether we had found the tofu. I could only manage a wry smile and replied, "It's a long story. Let us wait until Wushuai wakes up." I was reluctant to elaborate on the matter of the tofu, and as I looked at the unconscious mute, a heavy feeling settled in my heart, recalling how he had previously suffered in the cave where 鬼9he concealed the corpse. Reflecting on Xiao Yu's words, I noted a detail. The mute had only claimed to remember something after enduring a bout of pain, right before leading everyone to this makeshift explosion site. What had he recalled? I found it hard to believe that the information provided by San Yi would be so detailed as to include an inconspicuous blast site. Could it be that the mute's memory held experiences related to the tomb of the giant-eared king? Yet, had he not visited this place before? If he were 鬼9he, everything would make sense, but 鬼9he's remains lay within that cave. What was truly happening? I gazed at the youthful, unconscious face of the mute, lost in contemplation. Chapter 37. Who is he? Feng-Guei-Shou and the others had endured even greater trials than us. They were now engaged in blasting and searching for mechanisms to rescue us, utterly exhausted, seated on the ground, gasping for breath. I inquired about their plans, and Xiao Yu pointed to the unconscious mute, stating, "We shall heed his words. Let us wait until he awakens." Wenmin furrowed her brow slightly and whispered to me, "They can afford to wait, but we cannot linger. We must swiftly locate Xiao Yu." I nodded in agreement, offering her a reassuring glance, and then turned to Feng-Guei-Shou and his companions, proposing that they join forces with us, as there was but a single path ahead, and a stronger contingent would surely be advantageous. Feng-Guei-Shou had no objections, yet Xiao Yu and the others hesitated. Just then, the mute unexpectedly opened his eyes, maintaining his position without acknowledging us, and simply instructed Xiao Yu, "Go with them." Seeing him awake, I hurriedly approached, asking, "How are you feeling? Are you all right?" The mute responded with a soft grunt. Remaining still, I surmised he had yet to regain his strength, so I said, "In that case, let us proceed together." Subsequently, I supported the mute, and as our two groups united, our numbers swelled, and we advanced forward. With Doufu leading the way, I felt considerably safer. Feng-Guei-Shou took the lead. Although he seemed somewhat inexperienced in the presence of Pujin, he was still more reliable than we, who were utterly oblivious. I trailed behind him, supporting the mute. The mute's body felt cold, a thin sheen of sweat coating him. Though he remained silent and his expression showed little change, I sensed his immense discomfort. I speculated that he wished to conceal his condition from the others, so I refrained from questioning him. However, seeing him nearly dragging his feet along the ground, I was struck by a fleeting image of hazy memories and felt a pang of compassion, prompting me to lift him onto my back. The others were taken aback, but asked no further questions. The mute suddenly opened his eyes wide and whispered coldly in my ear, "Put me down." His voice was barely above a whisper, clearly intent on not alarming the others. I tilted my head slightly, mouthing the words, "Your voice is too soft. I cannot hear you." The mute paused, evidently aware of my intent, but he said nothing further, merely letting out a soft grunt and falling silent. The group continued cautiously, the tomb passage impeccably arranged, devoid of any clues. As I walked, a thought struck me. In the tomb of the giant-ear king, the flying knife, old 4, 鬼9he, and Zhao Yi had all previously visited. Why, then, Had we encountered no signs of activated traps along our journey? I had not considered this before. But now it seemed quite peculiar, so I shared my confusion with the group, stating, surely, those who ventured into the giant ear king's tomb did not choose the path of the whitefish sect? Xiao Yu immediately countered, impossible. We did not observe any signs of activated traps over there either. This place appears as if no one has ever entered. Her assertion indeed raised questions. Women speculated. Could there be some mechanism at play? She directed her gaze at 9he. He paused momentarily, shaking his head, and replied, such mechanisms do not exist in this world. There must be another explanation. As the crowd ambled along, engaged in discussions of various possibilities, the mute remained detached from our conversation, silently resting on my back. When I turned to glance at him, I assumed he had dozed off again. To my surprise, he suddenly whispered in my ear, go to the end. The end? I hesitated for a moment, about to inquire further, when he gently shushed me, signaling me to remain silent. His voice was barely a whisper as he urged, slow down. At that moment, only the sound of our collective footsteps echoed through the tomb passage, creating a chaotic symphony due to the number of us present. The mute's hushed words went unnoticed by the others. Though I was uncertain of his intentions, I felt an inexplicable trust in him at times. He had deceived me on numerous occasions, yet he had also rescued me many times, particularly due to his striking resemblance to Chun, which instinctively fostered a sense of kinship within me. Before I realized it, I had unconsciously slowed my pace. Consequently, the others gradually surpassed me. They were all on high alert, assuming my slower speed was due to carrying someone, and thus paid little mind to it. Before long, I found myself at the rear. At this juncture, everyone had their flashlights illuminated, casting bright beams of light down the dark corridor. The shadows of the group elongated into slender silhouettes on the ground and walls, warping grotesquely around corners, creating an eerie spectacle. Walking at the back, I quietly asked the mute, what do you intend to do? The mute remained hunched over, but his muscles felt taut, unlike before, as he whispered in a breathy tone. Count how many people are ahead. People? I directed my gaze forward. The narrowness of the tomb made it challenging to count everyone at once. Straining my sight, I could only discern the figures of the individuals in front of me, with those nearer to the front becoming increasingly indistinct. Leading the procession was 9he, followed by Zhuanrui and Zhonggong, with Wenmin trailing behind Zhuanrui. Then came Shun Hao and Shun Zhonghua, followed by several subordinates of the mute, and finally, at the rear, by Zhang Ji and the ominously intimidating Li Pangzi. As I surveyed the scene, a sudden realization struck me. There was an extra person. In an instant, a chill crept up my neck, compelling my gaze to fixate on the group ahead. The figures of 9he and the others were easily distinguishable. While the mute subordinates were more challenging to identify, they all wore matching attire and had similar builds, along with their gear bags on their backs, making it difficult to discern one from another from behind. There were 5 individuals in total: 9he, Lei Dian, Xiao Yu, and the one previously codenamed Fire, who had perished during the attack by the strange bird. Thus, only 4 should remain. Yet, why was there an additional figure-bearing equipment among them? Perhaps it was due to the excess gear, or perhaps their similar appearances contributed to the confusion. Additionally, everyone was preoccupied with their surroundings, wary of potential traps, neglecting to pay attention to those beside them. Thus, not a single person had noticed this peculiar phenomenon. Suddenly, I comprehended the mute's reasoning for having me remain at the back. Who was the extra person? My gaze wandered across the 5 nearly identical backgrounds, and an unnerving speculation crept into my mind. Could it be that the ghost of Fire has returned? In an instant, I felt a tightening sensation within me, and after a moment's hesitation, I managed to lower my voice and asked the mute, how did you discover this? What is the extra presence? The mute had been clinging to my back all along, and I had been leading the way. How could he possibly know that another person had appeared behind us? Did he perhaps grow eyes on the back of his head? As these thoughts raced through my mind, I found myself coming to a halt, while the others continued to move ahead. Li Fadi's senses were remarkably acute. The moment I paused, he turned to look at me, his cyanotic skin appearing particularly terrifying in the dim light. My heart skipped a beat, and I hurried to catch up, assuming Li Fadi believed I was merely fatigued. As he turned back to pursue the path ahead, at that moment, I became acutely aware of a more disconcerting fact. As a messenger, Li Fadi possessed an innate sensitivity to the Zhongzi. If the shadow that had emerged was indeed the ghost of Fire, how could Li Fadi remain oblivious? My heart raced to my throat, Yet the mute did not respond to my previous inquiry. Just as I was about to press further, the mute spoke again. His voice even lower this time. It seeks a substitute. A substitute? I realized that my earlier suspicion had been validated. I swallowed hard and formed the words with my lips. Is it fire? The mute did not deny it, tacitly affirming my assumption. My mind was a tumultuous whirl. Recalling the earlier scenes, when we were trapped in the stone chamber, our numbers had been accurate, and when the mute and his companions first appeared, we had been gathered together discussing the situation, thus confirming the count. This meant that its appearance had occurred sometime after we had set out. I continued to form the words with my lips, asking, "How did you notice it?" The mute squinted, coldly fixating on the 5 figures ahead. We could not ascertain which one was the fire, and I recalled the folklore stating that ghosts cast no shadows. Following the mute's gaze, I quickened my pace slightly, intending to observe the shadows beneath the 5 individuals. There were 5 shadows. I was somewhat taken aback. Could they not be ghosts? I scrutinized the 5 shadows closely. They were elongated, cast upon the ground, bending around a corner and folding against the wall. At that moment, I suddenly noticed something amiss with one of the shadows. It was thinner than the other 4, not resembling a human shadow, but rather that of a skeletal frame. I gasped, abruptly locking my focus on that individual. Just then, ahead, 鬼9he remarked, "It is quite calm now. It seems we are nearing the sacrificial pit. I wonder what will be used for the burial of this elephant." Xiaoyu recalled the earlier words of Duo, saying, "Perhaps it is like Brother Duo said, a banana." The group erupted in laughter, utilizing this banter to alleviate the somber atmosphere within the team. I was briefly captivated by their exchange, but as my gaze shifted back, I was struck with shock. It had vanished once again. Chapter 38. The corpse array. I gazed at the backs of the 4 individuals. Yet the additional figure had vanished from sight, causing a momentary jolt of surprise within me. Where had it gone? At that instant, the mute suddenly stated, "It is behind us." A chill coursed through my heart, and as I was about to turn, the mute restrained me, saying, "Act as if you are unaware and continue walking." Heeding his words, I stifled the urge to look back and continued to trail behind by Zhuanrui and the others. However, the mere thought of something following us sent shivers down my spine, compounded by the mute's cold, almost lifeless skin pressing against my neck. The sensation was unbearable. Were it not for his current incapacity, I would have cast him off my back without hesitation. As we walked, the mute whispered, "When he perished, his bones fell into the corpse array at the cliff's base, which is why he has become what he is now. Do not disturb him." The corpse array? I moved my lips silently, forming the words, "What is that?" The mute's voice was barely above a whisper. It is a type of corpse formation that suppresses the life energy of the earth, creating a gathering of een. Anyone who dies in this place will become like him. My teeth clenched involuntarily. What did he mean by like him? Did it imply that all who perished here would ultimately transform into? In that instant, I grasped why Zhuanrui had observed the black mist across the lake. It was likely the ominous energy coalescing from the corpse array. It seemed to serve the purpose of suppressing the earth's veins. But how many lives must be lost for this to occur? Puzhen must have been truly terrifying in life. At that moment, the mute seemed to sense my thoughts and continued to speak in that hushed tone. The strange birds at the cliff's base initially thrived on human flesh, and their offspring carry the stench of death. With the corpse array in place, the deceased are prone to transformation. There is more than just him in this tomb. A shiver ran down my spine as I comprehended the mute's implications. If this were true, then aside from the deceased fire, everyone who had previously died within this tomb might have already become soft corpses, including the men brought by old Zhao and those initially led by Laosi, many of whom had likely perished in the struggle. The thought of them transforming into soft corpses sent a wave of dread through me. I could not help but inquire, "Will they be trapped here forever?" The mute nodded slightly, replying, "As long as the corpse array exists, they shall never attain rebirth." I couldn't suppress a gasp, recalling the corpse immortal. It seemed this corpse array served not only to suppress the yang energy of the earth, but was also a means of vengeance. Those who dared to intrude upon the tomb of the giant ear king would not only die, but would also be condemned to never be reborn. I remembered the final words inscribed on the stone tablet. The tomb possesses a spirit. Those who intrude shall perish. My voice had inadvertently risen, and the others, hearing the commotion, turned back to look. I thought to myself, this is bad. If they turn around, they might discover the entity trailing behind us. Yet, contrary to my fears, their expressions remained unperturbed. seemingly unaware of the presence that lingered behind me. When Min was the first to ask, "What is it?" I stood transfixed, glancing backward, and suddenly noticed a figure standing at the junction of light and darkness to my right. Though the person's face was lowered, their stature and attire unmistakably belonged to the deceased Hua. I stared in disbelief, nearly rendered speechless, while the others seemed oblivious to the presence. As they followed my gaze towards that direction, when Min approached with concern and inquired, "What are you looking at? Are you feeling too fatigued?" It was evident that they could not see Hua. I instinctively turned to the mute, only to find him with his eyes closed, seemingly feigning unconsciousness. Why was he pretending to be faint? A thought crossed my mind, and I forcefully withdrew my gaze from the shadowy figure. Shaking my head slightly as I replied to Wen Min, "It's nothing. I merely feel as though something is following me. Perhaps I am being overly paranoid." Wen Min glanced again in the direction I had been fixated on, failing to perceive the figure, and said, "Don't overthink it. You're just tired. Let us move on." At that moment, Xiao Yu offered, "I'll carry you. You can rest." He motioned for me to let go of Wu Shui, but I quickly replied, "No, I can manage on my own." Xiao Yu appeared momentarily taken aback before saying, "I didn't realize you and Mr. Wu were so close." He shook his head, seemingly perplexed by the odd dynamics between our two groups, oscillating between camaraderie and rivalry. This diversion eased the trepidation that had previously gripped me. Now, I simply wished for the others to shift their focus so I could discreetly inquire with the mute. The tiles of the tomb passage were meticulously arranged, and as Feng Guisho remarked, it was conducive to the establishment of traps, necessitating extreme caution. Yet, thus far, we had encountered no dangers, and Doufu had left no traces. In a fleeting moment, as the others redirected their attention, I asked the mute, "What is going on? Why can't they see it? Is it only us who can?" The mute suddenly whispered in my ear, "I cannot see either." His words left me stunned, and I replied, "You can't see? Then how did you know someone had joined our ranks?" The mute did not respond directly but stated, "Only you can see." A tightness gripped my throat, and after a moment, I managed to ask, "Why?" The mute replied, "Besides you, there is one other person who can see." A spark of realization ignited in my mind as I thought, "Doufu?" The mute gave a slight nod. I was taken aback, recalling the incident in the Xianying tomb when the corpse immortal had taken Doufu. Subsequently, despite many not following, only Doufu and I remained together. Was there something unique about us? How did the mute know all this? At that moment, the mute spoke again, "Reflect on your experiences in Shuilong Mountain. What did you both encounter?" Instantly, memories surged in my mind, revisiting every detail from our descent into the pit to our eventual escape. Finally, I recalled a specific event, the celestial soldier we had slain, from whom we absorbed the crimson mist that surged forth, hastening our wounds' healing. This ability within me vanished upon leaving the ice tomb, yet it remains with Doufu, albeit not as pronounced as it was in the tomb. I recall that in the depths of that cavern, I was on the brink of being slain by the celestial soldiers. By sheer happenstance, I extracted an iron nail from the root of a celestial soldier's leg, resulting in a plume of crimson smoke erupting forth. At that moment, we were oblivious to the nature of that smoke, mistaking it for toxic fumes. Thus, in that critical instant, Doufu lunged at me, shielding me with his body, causing the initial spray of red smoke to directly engulf Doufu's head. Subsequently, the smoke that followed was markedly paler, clearly distinct from the first. Yet we overlooked this detail at the time. Later, we ventured into the ice valley, which exuded red smoke, though the hue was evidently different. Could it be that this was the reason the corpse immortal seized Doufu the moment it appeared? What then? Is the essence of the red smoke emanating from the celestial soldier's body? According to the map in Chunxi's possession, the life of Pu Jun has been quite tumultuous. He was initially an ordinary surveyor, hailing from a minority ethnic group, yet deeply influenced by Han culture, traveling extensively in his youth. However, the accounts of his experiences during these travels are not documented in the materials that Lu Su provided me. Perhaps Lu Su chose to omit them, or perhaps such records were never included in the original texts. What is certain is that this period significantly influenced Pu Jun's life, as it was thereafter that he began to create divine lamps and construct the tomb of King Zhuanrui. This indicates that during that time, he mastered the key that Lu Su sought, the method of crafting divine lamps. Lu Su's singular desire to access the tomb of King Zhuanrui represents a final endeavor. The underground palace is no less than a corpse array, preventing those who perish here from even escaping as spirits. While this might seem extraordinarily cruel from another perspective, it clearly serves to maintain secrecy. Evidently, Pu Zhen did not trust even the Zongzi. Could it be that Lu Su guessed correctly? Did Pu Zhen truly conceal the secret of the key within the tomb of King Zhuanrui? What experiences did the corpse immortal endure in life? Where did its formidable abilities originate? Why is the tomb of King Zhuanrui entwined with the curse of the ghostly face? If the ghostly face derives from the migrating people of Gigu, might Pu Zhen's key be linked to shamanism? With the mute's reminder, a riddle that had long troubled me began to unravel. It appears that Pu Zhen's decision to accompany Doufu was not without reason. Although I remain uncertain about the nature of that crimson smoke, it is evidently not malevolent. It possesses the power to heal wounds swiftly and reveal latent dangers, making it a treasure in its own right. Thus, the transformation of Doufu's countenance stems from the period following his abduction. A sudden conjecture surged within me. Could it be that during that time, Pu Zhen took Doufu back to the tomb of King Zhuanrui? This would explain Doufu's profound understanding of this place. As soon as the thought crossed my mind, I was taken aback and promptly dismissed it. The appearance of the corpse spirit, devoid of wisdom and awareness, was not merely a fade. How could it possibly bring tofu to such a place? After much contemplation, I realized that only by locating the tofu could I inquire directly about this matter. At that moment, my curiosity was piqued by the mute individual. Since he could not see the Zongzi, how did he discern the presence of fire? This led me to voice my question. However, the mute did not respond. His gaze fixated on the front of the procession, revealing a contemplative demeanor. Just then, 鬼9he exclaimed, "Look, there is a mark here." His voice drew the attention of the group. A mark? I initially assumed it had been left by the tofu, disregarding the fire trailing behind, for it had behaved rather obediently along the way, akin to a mere shadow. Thus, I hurriedly approached to examine the mark 鬼9he had mentioned. Before us loomed a veil of hazy black mist. As the light shone upon it, the mountain walls flanking the divine path appeared to widen, while the central route narrowed considerably, allowing passage for only one person at a time. Peering through the black mist, I discerned on either side of the path 2 sacrificial pits. I instantly realized that we had exited the divine path and entered the realm of the sacrificial pits. This black mist, likely the result of years of accumulated ominous energy, obscured most of our vision. While the mark 鬼9he referred to was situated before the sacrificial pits, a stone tablet. This tablet was blank, devoid of any inscriptions, leaving me to ponder the purpose of such an empty monument erected by Pu Zhen. The only discernible feature was a somewhat indistinct cross. The cross was irregular, evidently engraved with a dagger-like instrument. Upon seeing this mark, a jolt of recognition surged through me as I recalled the cross-shaped symbol discovered by the mute on a large stone by the creek. Could it be that this mark was also left by 鬼9he? I found myself unable to tear my gaze away from it. 鬼9he then speculated. There are no forks in the road here, so there is no danger of getting lost. Who could have left this mark? What purpose does it serve? The others evidently recalled the earlier incident by the creek and turned their attention towards the mute. At that moment, he said, "Put me down." It seemed the discomfort from his hidden ailment had subsided. I released my grip, and he stood firmly on the ground, approaching the stone tablet to trace his fingers over the mark before finally declaring, "This is Chun-Si's mark." Aside from Xiao Yu and the others, the rest of the group was aware of my connection to Chun-Si, so none were particularly surprised. However, Zhonggong quipped, "Could this mark signify I was here?" Typically composed. Much like his master, Zhonggong's jest was met with silence. He shrugged, glancing at the foreboding mist ahead, and donned a gas mask. Observing his actions, the others quickly realized that this was not the time to dwell on the mark. Inhaling the ominous substance ahead could only yield detrimental effects. Thus, it was prudent to put on masks first. The crowd donned gas masks, navigating the dimly lit underground like a band of subterranean oddities. The masks constricted their field of vision. The mute led the way, and I hastily followed, for this young man possessed an abundance of knowledge, and staying close to him was undoubtedly wise. We formed a line, advancing along the path that traversed the center of the burial pit. The light illuminated the sides of the pit, revealing glimpses of animal bones, stark white and numerous. A thick mist swirled above us, and as we continued, I was startled to discover human bones hidden among the remnants, skulls concealed within the carcasses, indicating that many had been buried alive. A chill coursed through me as I recalled the mute's words. At the base of the cliff leading to the entrance of the king of Giant Ear's tomb, A ghostly formation had been laid, ensuring that any souls perishing here could never escape, doomed to wander within the tomb. With so many living souls being buried alongside, I wondered what fate awaited their spirits. Just as this thought crossed my mind, I suddenly caught sight of a figure emerging from the darkened room ahead. Initially, I assumed it was the missing Doufu, but upon closer inspection, I realized the figure was even smaller, hands bound behind its back, hunched as if restrained. I noticed the mute's pace falter momentarily. He scanned the surroundings before locking eyes with me, his gaze questioning. The others, noticing our sudden halt, grew anxious. And when Min inquired, "What's wrong?" she glanced around but seemed oblivious to the figure ahead. Understanding that this was another poor soul trapped within the tomb of the King of Giant Ears, I shook my head and gestured to the mute, indicating that there was something ahead. Evidently, although the mute could not see these tormented souls, he possessed a unique sensitivity, detecting disturbances even more swiftly than my own eyes. Just then, the murky mist ahead began to stir, as if stirred by a spectral wind. The group, sensing the tumult, drew their weapons, their expressions tense. However, only I perceived that the mist was dissipating, and within it, the figure I had seen was slowly approaching us. Its features were indistinct, yet as it drew nearer, clarity emerged. It was bound by ropes, hands twisted behind its back, unmistakably a victim of live burial. Only as it neared did I realize it was not alone. A long line of figures trailed behind, stretching endlessly. All were hunched, bound, heads bowed, in tattered garments, silently advancing toward our group, while the others remained oblivious. I felt the hair on my neck stand on end and pulled the mute back, whispering, "They are coming. What do we do? Hard corpses can be cut down, but the soft ones are the most troublesome." The mute asked, "How many?" I replied, "Countless, a long line indeed." The others, perplexed by our exchange, glanced around, and finally, Zhuanrui asked me in a low voice, "Have you seen something we cannot?" I must say, Zhuang, the leader, possesses a sharp intellect, instantly recognizing the crux of the matter. Thus, I nodded and remarked, "A procession of soft zongzi approaches." "A procession?" Feng Goeisho exclaimed, seemingly startled by my choice of words. I nodded affirmatively, indicating he had not misheard. At that moment, the mute interjected, "Let us retreat. Each profession has its own taboos, for those who disturb the graves. Encountering soft zongzi is a matter of great caution, known as avoiding collision, which means one must not come into contact with the soft zongzi. Such beliefs are deeply rooted in folklore. In the vernacular, this phenomenon is referred to as passing through, signifying that these soft zongzi are formless and intangible, allowing a person to pass through their essence. Some individuals, while traversing the night, suddenly feel a chill enveloping them, causing goosebumps to rise uncontrollably, often as a result of passing through a soft zongzi. Passing through is no trivial matter. It can disrupt the yang energy of the living, resulting in minor ailments at best, or severe illnesses at worst. Should the individual who passes through already possess weak yang energy and encounter a particularly potent zongzi, it transcends mere passing through. It is termed possession by a spirit. For grave robbers, the principle of avoiding collision with soft zongzi is paramount. We, who have long dealt with corpses and navigated ancient tombs, carry a significant weight of yin energy, coupled with the zongzi residing in the tombs for an extended period. We have to be cautious. Should we collide, it may not merely result in illness, but rather, possession could ensue. In that fleeting moment, my thoughts drifted to Doufu, pondering his current state. Yet, I had no time for further contemplation as I beheld the approaching line of soft zongzi. Everyone hurriedly turned to flee, but upon doing so, I felt an immediate prickling sensation at the nape of my neck, for behind us, an equally menacing procession of soft zongzi had materialized. At that moment, the fire that had been following us vanished. 2 waves of soft zongzi flanked us from the front and rear, the ominous atmosphere palpable. The others, unable to see the danger, dashed back, prompting me to shout, "Do not run. There are more behind us." As soon as I uttered these words, everyone halted in their tracks. At this juncture, Zhuanrui appeared incensed. He produced his protective water buffalo horn and began to blow into it, releasing a faint, mournful sound that wafted through the air. However, this time, the water buffalo horn yielded little effect, as the soft zongzi continued their relentless advance, undeterred. The mute then declared, "It is futile. The malevolent aura of the yin corpses is too potent. These entities have been nourished for centuries, far beyond what ordinary means can contend with." Zhuanrui's water buffalo horn, a relic passed down through generations, was evidently insufficient against such formidable foes. Bai Zhanji promptly inquired of Li Pengzi why, as a messenger. He could not perceive the Zongzi. Li Pengzi, seemingly rejuvenated by the surrounding malevolent energy, had shed his previous decaying appearance, now resembling a more human form, albeit with a slight greenish hue, as if shrouded in a layer of pallor. Seeing that the water buffalo horn was ineffective, Zhuanrui stowed it away, furrowing his brow and asking, "How far are they from us?" I glanced around and replied, "Approximately 10 meters in front and about 8 meters behind. We must charge forward." "What shall we do?" The corpse spirit is indeed formidable, having set up this sinister corpse formation. We find ourselves akin to stepping into an ancient tomb filled with Zongzi. And the more souls that perish, the more Zongzi there are. We are truly caught in a predicament. As I observed the two teams of soft Zongzi nearing their demise, I glanced at the sacrificial pits on either side and felt a surge of determination. I thought to myself, to hell with it, let us first navigate this hurdle. I promptly instructed everyone to leap into the sacrificial pit, as I saw no filth below. The group hesitated momentarily, aware that the pit was filled with skeletal remains. Who could say if the depths harbored greater dangers? I quickly urged, "There's less than 2 meters left." Upon hearing this, the others, emboldened, resolutely jumped into the adjacent sacrificial pit. Chapter 40. The Weeping Spirit. The sacrificial pit was over 3 meters deep, densely packed with various skeletal remains. Upon landing, we found ourselves treading upon bones, which cracked beneath our weight with a cacophony of snapping. The ground was anything but stable, the bones were slippery, and with the exception of the mute and Zhuanrui, the rest of us tumbled to the ground in disarray, seated amidst the skeletal pile. I disregarded rising to my feet and immediately looked up, only to see the two teams above had converged, abruptly halting as if perplexed by the absence of the figures in between. In the next moment, they all turned to face our sacrificial pit. As these Zongzi had been bowing their heads, their sudden pivot revealed a myriad of indistinct, ghostly faces peering down upon us. The sensation was akin to becoming sacrificial offerings ourselves. The feeling of being scrutinized from above by a throng of Zongzi was unbearable. While the others could not see, my vision was crystal clear, and an unsettling thought crossed my mind. Why did I feel ensnared in a trap? At that moment, the fallen members scrambled to their feet, and Zhuanrui promptly inquired about our predicament. I steadied my nerves, gazing at the faces above us, feeling a dryness in my throat. After a brief moment, I managed a wry smile. They are still here, watching us. Lazy, growing impatient, could see nothing and had also fallen. Hearing my words, he retorted, "Are you trying to create a fade? Are there truly ghosts?" Zhonggong remarked, "Only Brother Chen can see them. We are in the dark about the situation and it's perilous. I suggest we light some incense. With incense, we might discern the unclean entities surrounding us." This time, the soft Zongzi above did not make any other movements. Thus the proposal garnered unanimous agreement. Zhonggong swiftly retrieved incense from his equipment bag. Everyone was aware of the protocol, and as Zhonggong prepared the incense, Feng Guisho suddenly interjected, "Why not light a stick of ancestral incense instead?" The so-called ancestral incense is a variant of the regular incense, enhancing the usual single stick to 5. Previously, during our venture in Princess Gu-Er's tomb, Feng Guisho had employed ancestral incense, which resulted in an ominous outcome with 3 lives lost and a black serpent unleashed, nearly sealing our fates. His suggestion of ancestral incense dredged up my unsettling memories, and I thought to myself, what if it conjured another calamity, disrupting our morale? Thus, I remarked, there is no need to offer any incense to the ancestors. Who believes in such things these days? Naturally, Zhonggong heeded my words and disregarded Feng Guisho's counsel. He promptly extracted a stick of incense and attempted to ignite it with a lighter. However, after several futile attempts, the incense tip failed to even emit a spark. Through the glass visor of the gas mask, I observed Zhonggong's expression darken as he turned to Zhuanrui and inquired, "What should we do if it won't light?" Lazy interjected, "Could it be that we purchased a substandard product? Perhaps it has absorbed moisture?" Xiao Yu and the others, being subordinates of Bai Sanyi, were seasoned in the art of tomb raiding, yet they seemed somewhat ineffectual. When it comes to purchasing incense for tomb robbing, which concerns one's life and livelihood, who would dare to buy inferior goods? Setting aside the improbability of such an occurrence, even if we had inadvertently acquired a defective product, it should at least emit some black smoke, should it not? Yet this incense produced not even a wisp of smoke. The seasoned members among us immediately recognized that something was amiss. The incense failing to ignite indicated that the zongzi, rice dumplings, were not being accepted. Incense that does not take is a dire omen. Just as the group was taken aback, the mute calmly spoke 4 words: "Offer incense to the ancestors." His statement jolted our minds into action. The incense was intended for the ancestor of tomb raiders, and thus, it should be accepted. This time, Zhonggong first lit a white candle with the lighter, then produced 5 sticks of incense, murmuring incantations that essentially expressed a plea for the ancestors' protection and guidance. It was quite incongruous to see such a towering figure as he, engaged in superstitious rituals, which elicited an urge to laugh. Yet, in that moment, no one could muster laughter. As Zhonggong recited his prayers, he used the white candle to ignite the 5 sticks of incense, and this time, they flared to life without hesitation. Lei Zi and the others cast admiring glances at the mute. The smoke curled upward, and the dim yellow light mingled with the smoke and darkness, creating an obscure atmosphere. Even with several flashlights ablaze, the surroundings felt shrouded in gloom. All eyes were fixed on the rising smoke and flickering candlelight. After a brief interval, the candle's flame, which had been steady, suddenly shrank to the size of a pinprick, flickering without wind, transforming into an eerie green flame that cast a pallid glow on Zhonggong's face. Simultaneously, the smoke ascended, and in no time, I perceived the expressions of awestruck disbelief on the faces of the others. They had evidently caught sight of the spectral figures looming above us, their faces contorting in horror as if they had swallowed a fly. At that moment, I felt a sense of relief. I was no longer the sole bearer of this dread. The atmosphere was eerily silent, save for the increasingly rapid breaths of the group. The mute's expression remained unchanged. His dark eyes, visible through the glass of the mask, coldly scrutinized the line of apparitions above, as though they were merely a gathering of ordinary people rather than ghosts. In the face of the group's terror, his calm demeanor acted as a sedative, swiftly alleviating the anxiety and fear that had gripped our hearts. I steadied myself and suggested, "It seems they will not descend. Let us proceed along the burial pit to the opposite side and devise our plans then." The group nodded in agreement, advancing while keeping a wary eye on those entities above. As we moved forward, the faces of those entities subtly shifted, clearly fixated on us, their gazes following our every position. In that fleeting moment, I felt as though countless spectral eyes were affixed upon me, sending chills coursing through my spine. Nevertheless, these apparitions remained stationary, which granted us a semblance of reassurance, prompting the group to hasten our pace. As we ventured deeper, we encountered not only human bones but also a multitude of sacrificial animals: horses, sheep, pigs, and cattle. Yet the bananas spoken of by Tofu were conspicuously absent. Even if they had once accompanied the dead, they would surely have long since decomposed. With each step over the brittle remains, the air was filled with the sound of cracking bones, and occasionally we stumbled upon small objects, likely belongings of those who perished here. The burial pit stretched approximately 40 meters in length, a considerable size, and the accumulation of bones nearly filled the entirety of it, evoking an image of the vast number of souls lost. At that moment, amidst the cacophony of crunching bones, I suddenly discerned another sound: sobbing. The voice was somewhat indistinct, and at first, I dismissed it as a figment of my imagination. However, the mute companion halted, slightly turning his head, alertly surveying our surroundings. Concurrently, one man voiced her uncertainty, suggesting that it seemed as though someone was weeping. The others, obviously attuned to the sound, were tense. Lazy anxiously remarked, "Who else could be here besides us? It can't possibly be that scoundrel Tofu." I couldn't help but hiss softly, thinking that Tofu was not one to cry easily. Yet what if it truly was him? Upon closer listening, the weeping was muffled and indistinct, making it impossible to ascertain its origin, thus leaving us uncertain if it was indeed Tofu's voice. At that moment, when Min proposed, "Shall we investigate? Perhaps something has happened to little Do." Lazy raised his voice a notch, retorting, "What could possibly have happened? Did he get assaulted by a female zombie?" Despite my skepticism regarding Tofu's propensity to be frightened to tears, I couldn't ignore the possibility that it might really be him. I nodded, signaling to the group to remain vigilant of the sound. As we pressed on, the weeping grew clearer, and soon I realized it was emanating from our left side. Near the burial pit's wall, the pit itself spanned roughly 10 meters in width, shrouded in an ominous gloom that rendered our flashlight ineffective. I I drew my dagger and called out Tofu's name toward that direction, yet there was no response, only the sound of weeping. At this point, the tone of the cry shifted, becoming ambiguous, initially sounding masculine, leading us to believe it was Tofu, but then morphing into something that resembled a woman's wail. Zhuanrui seemed to have an epiphany and declared, "It's the weeping spirits." He implied that it was not a living person weeping, but rather the souls of those who had been sacrificed here. Listening to the evolving sound, I too recognized something was amiss. I nodded in agreement, retracting my drawn dagger, and said, "Let South leave this place." No sooner had I spoken than the crying abruptly ceased, followed by a series of crunching sounds echoing in our ears, the unmistakable sound of footsteps upon bones. Yet we remained stationary, not a single one of us moved. With a glimmer of trepidation in her eyes, one man uttered, "Someone approaches." But could it truly be a person? Accompanied by the footsteps emanating from our left, we all raised our firearms in unison, grasping our weapons tightly. For a moment, no one paid heed to the Zhongzi above us, which were saluting with their presence. Chapter 41. Digging. The dim yellow light illuminated the area, and through the hazy fog, a dark silhouette suddenly materialized, looming large, approximately the size of two individuals huddled together, yet notably smaller, suggesting it was not human. Since it was not a person, we felt no compunction. Seasoned by experience, we understood the imperative to quash danger before it manifested. Our principle regarding creatures in the arena was always to err on the side of caution. Better to mistakenly eliminate than to let slip away. Without awaiting a clear view, the others opened fire. Bang, bang. The creature was sizable and thus easy to target. Our shots found their mark, and the footsteps abruptly ceased. The enormous shadow swayed momentarily before collapsing to the ground, silenced. After a brief pause, we speculated what manner of creature it might be, likely having succumbed to our bullets, and approached to investigate. What manner of beast could inhabit this arena, one so large? Surely it was not a wild boar. The distance was minimal, and in a matter of steps, we reached the creature. Upon closer inspection, we were taken aback, for it was a pangolin, nearly the size of a wild boar. Typically, pangolins possess shells of a grayish hue, yet this specimen, which could be deemed monstrous, exhibited a shell that had astonishingly turned white, its age unknown. As we drew nearer, we discerned that the pangolin was feigning death, its eyes tightly shut and body slightly curled, devoid of bullet wounds, but bearing several scratches, likely marks left by a bullet. When men exclaimed, "Its shell is quite formidable. How could a pangolin be found here?" Zhonggong remarked, "Pangolins are notoriously timid. Observe its claws." Following his gaze, we saw that the pangolin's sharp, hook-like claws glimmered in the light, seemingly untouched, reflecting a ghostly sheen. Though such razor-sharp talons could easily pierce a skull, this old pangolin exhibited no signs of aggression, merely pretending to be lifeless. In that moment, we found the situation rather amusing. However, as our attention wavered, the old pangolin seemed to sense it. It suddenly opened its eyes, its dark orbs scanning the surroundings before it swiftly turned and fled with remarkable speed, disappearing into the fog. Following the direction of its escape, I was struck by the sight of an irregular round opening in the hillside of the burial pit, into which the pangolin swiftly vanished. We crouched at the entrance of the tunnel, peering into the murky darkness, and as we drew closer, the previously silenced cries began anew, emanating from within this very cavity. It was then that we realized the mournful sounds originated from deep inside. One man examined the structure of the tunnel and exclaimed, "It appears to have been excavated by the pangolin." Her astonishment was not without reason. The pangolin, aptly named, is only capable of digging into the earth. When confronted with smaller stones, it understands the necessity to remove them from its burrow. In truth, it is incapable of breaking through solid rock. The area they found themselves in was complex, with interwoven mountains and stones, particularly in the burial pit where they currently stood, surrounded by stone walls. Yet, this aged pangolin had managed to break through the stone, a feat that evoked genuine awe. Zhuanrui remarked, "Entities mature into spirits. The world is vast and full of wonders. This creature likely dwells here, honing its skills in this auspicious location. It is prudent to leave this place, as the cave's exit remains unknown. Moreover, there is a haunting sound of weeping from behind, indistinguishable between male and female, which dissuades the group from recklessly advancing, fearing further complications. Thus, they departed from the cave's entrance, continuing along the burial pit. After approximately 30 paces, an unsettling feeling arose among the group. Logically, the burial pit measured around 40 meters, and considering the distance they had already traversed, they should have reached the end. Yet, despite their continued progress, there was no sign of conclusion. The mute halted, his dark gaze suddenly shifting to the right, where faces hung low, staring intently at them, reminiscent of Zhuanrui. Initially, they had been oblivious, but upon raising their heads and glancing back, they noticed the grotesque faces were tilted, as if a row of distorted figures were observing them. The dim surroundings, coupled with the white bones scattered beneath their feet, intensified the eerie atmosphere. I whispered, "Could this be a ghost wall?" The mute nodded slightly, seemingly grasping the current predicament. There are numerous folk remedies to combat ghost walls, and this wasn't their first encounter, so they remained calm. Upon seeing the mute's affirmation, Lazy's fiery temper ignited, and he began to stomp and curse the spirits. However, after a prolonged outburst, the soft figures above remained motionless, and the situation before them showed no signs of change. Something felt amiss. Ghost walls are typically easy to dispel. Once daylight breaks, they dissipate naturally. However, if this phenomenon were to occur within an ancient tomb, it would be truly terrifying, for there is no sunlight within a tomb. If ensnared, one could be eternally trapped, suffocated by the very walls. Thus, those who delve into tombs are aware that when faced with a ghost wall, one cannot rely on time. They must find a way to break free. They had learned various methods, including cursing the spirits. But now, Lazy's curses were ineffective. The mute coldly stated, "The negative energy here is too intense. It is futile." When Min inquired, "Mr. Wu, do you possess any solutions?" The mute glanced at Wen Min and nodded slightly, gesturing to the left. The group immediately understood he was referring to the hole created by the pangolin. The destination of that passage remained uncertain. Yet one thing was clear, it must lead to an exit. If they could not break the ghost wall, they would have to rely on that opening, for otherwise, they would indeed be trapped indefinitely. I felt a deep sense of injustice. After surviving numerous perilous encounters, must they truly be thwarted by this trivial ghost wall? The mute, his expression serene, revealed nothing of any inner turmoil as he spoke, and proceeded toward the entrance of the pangolin cave. The rest of us could only follow in his wake. Upon returning to the cave's mouth, the faint sounds of weeping had ceased. Without a word, the mute ventured into the cave, and I trailed closely behind him, my heart heavy with concern for Tofu's current predicament. Did he comprehend the layout of this place? Had he devised a way to escape this labyrinthine trap, or had some calamity befallen him? It is said that those ensnared in this maze at different times cannot perceive one another. Perhaps Tofu was ensnared somewhere in this very moment. Contemplating this, my movements faltered, prompting Wen Min, who followed me, to nudge my foot and inquire, "What is the matter?" Hearing this, the mute turned his head, and I could distinctly perceive a question in his dark gaze, likely assuming I had made some discovery. I shook my head and reassured him that all was well, resuming my crawl behind him, knowing that for Tofu, we could only advance and see what unfolded. However, it was not long before the mute emitted a curious sound from his nose, a rising intonation of uncertainty, and his crawling came to a halt. All I could see were his feet, leaving me in the dark about what he had encountered, compelling me to nudge him again. The mute, however, paid me no mind. I then witnessed him draw a black curved blade from his waist, beginning to prod the wall with it, seemingly marking something, or perhaps excavating a hidden treasure. His pause caused the entire group to halt as well, and the cave was filled with the sound of his dagger scraping against the stone. After a brief moment of silence, he offered no explanation but simply stated, "Continue forward." His voice remained cold, yet I could not shake the feeling that I detected a hint of joy within it. Joy. Such a word seemed utterly incongruous with the mute's demeanor in my memory. He was a figure of icy detachment, his face proclaiming, "You are ants, you are refuse, I am divine, and associating with you diminishes my stature." He rarely exhibited joy, having smiled only on rare occasions, and those instances were not born from good fortune. I questioned my own perception, but as the mute resumed his advance, I hastily followed. Upon reaching his previous position, I discovered a fist-sized indentation in the stone wall, with small fragments of rock beneath it. I immediately grasped that the mute had unearthed something at that very spot. What could he have been digging for? I scrutinized his feet, my mind swirling with confusion. Among our group, apart from Wen Min and Zhuanrui, the others harbored their own intentions. We were merely an impromptu assembly, likely to part ways at any moment. Clearly, The mute's recent excavation was something he wished to keep hidden from us. This realization stirred a sense of agitation within me. I contemplated cursing his ancestors, but then reconsidered. While he may not be a member of the Qin clan, he was certainly linked to us in some manner. To insult his lineage would be tantamount to disparaging my own. Just as my frustration simmered, the mute announced, "We have arrived." He retracted his feet and rolled out. Chapter 44, Protection. As he rolled, I noticed that the end of the cave's opening was about 2 meters above the ground. He was agile, performing a somersault and landing steadily. The beam of the flashlight allowed me to discern the environment behind the cave entrance, revealing the presence of plants, making it appear like a ventilated cavern. I couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief and quickly jumped out. Throughout this arduous climb, I had been wearing a gas mask, which had become stifling over time. Once everyone exited the pangolin cave, they promptly removed their masks to breathe freely. The air quality here was quite decent. The surrounding rock walls were adorned with twisting vines, entangled like tree roots, dense with leaves and flowers, presenting a lush scene. When Min swept the flashlight across the area, observing the flora, and remarked, "It seems we are not far from the exit. The ghost wall has not extended to this pangolin cave, which is quite peculiar." Zhong appeared to ponder something, just as the wailing, ghostly sound abruptly resonated again, this time distinctly emanating from directly ahead of us. At this moment, our rear was a dead end, with the cave entrance 2 meters high to our left, making this place feel like the terminus of a cavern. The stone walls were thickly covered with dense kudzu vines. The confined space felt crowded with so many of us standing together. As the ghostly wail echoed, it heightened our alertness, and no one was inclined to contemplate the pangolin or the ghost wall any longer. 鬼9he hissed, "There's no one here." "I doubt it's a person crying." Lei Zi, wearing an expression that suggested he found Feng's words absurd, retorted, "If it's not a person crying, then could it be that old pangolin?" 鬼9he frowned, dismissing Lei Zi's rudeness, and said, "It's probably some sinister entity." Zhuanrui shook his head, signaling us to observe the mute. The mute had already drawn his 2 black, curved blades and was stepping forward, evidently intent on leaving this place. Even if something malevolent lay ahead, we could not linger in this spot, as returning to the ghost wall was out of the question. Reluctantly, we had no choice but to proceed towards the cave entrance. As we moved forward, the wailing grew increasingly distinct. We could now ascertain that it was a woman weeping. In the dim light, everything around appeared obscure, while the vines took on a particularly eerie quality. Although there was no sunlight here, the foliage was lush and vibrant green, adorned with purple flowers the size of trumpet blossoms. The air was infused with a faint botanical fragrance, not particularly pleasant, yet not foul. As we advanced, the vegetation thickened, yet the old pangolin was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, the mute seemed to have discovered something. He paused, then used his black curved blade to part the dense green leaves on the wall. As he did so, something white emerged from beneath the foliage. Upon closer inspection, I was horrified to realize it was a human bone. The bone had been hidden within the tangle of vines, obscured from view. The mute's knife moved with a swift motion, severing the surrounding vines, and immediately the bones within became exposed. At that moment, I discerned that there were not merely 1, but 2 skeletons, entwined in a peculiar posture. Lei Zi, fixated on the 2 skeletons, remarked, "Hey, it appears these 2 are in bed together. Even in their final moments, they did not forget to indulge in pleasure." Impressive. How does that song go? Even in death, one must love. The 2 remains, distinctly positioned one above the other, were ensnared by the vines, preventing their skeletal frames from dispersing. While their poses were somewhat reminiscent of Lei Zi's assertion, I could not suppress a gasp, pondering the identities of these skeletal owners. To engage in such activities, even in a tomb, their tastes must be rather peculiar. When Min stood beside me, having overheard Lei Zi's words, and with a serious expression, remarked, "Not necessarily. That possibility is rather slim. Do you not observe the position of the individual above? It resembles a protective stance over the one below." The mute coldly interjected, "What it is shall be revealed upon inspection." As he spoke, he wielded the black knife, causing the vines to shatter, and the brittle bones scattered across the ground. We crouched down and meticulously examined each bone, only to suddenly discover that they were riddled with holes, small openings, akin to the thickness of a pinky finger, present on nearly every bone. Zhong exclaimed in surprise. "Could they be bullet holes?" I countered, "Have you ever seen bullets penetrate bones in such a manner? Moreover, who would be so bored as to shoot bullets into human bones, ensuring each piece bore a mark. At that moment, when Min, astonished, said, "You haven't noticed this." Unfazed, she held a skull in each hand, stating, "The individual above has a hole in their head, while the one below has far fewer." It seems my earlier conjecture was correct. Something must have transpired, and this person protected the other. Unfortunately, neither could escape death. I had to concede that when Min's observational skills were quite keen. Gazing at the two skulls in her hands, I mused. I wonder what the identities of these two individuals were. When Min replied, "Upon examining the bones, it is evident that they belong to a man and a woman. The decay is not severe, suggesting this occurred in the last few decades." In the last few decades? I thought. That would implicate Fei Dao by Lao Si and Zhao Erye's entourage. I glanced toward Bai Zhanji, who, with a grim expression, shook his head, saying, "The old man did not venture deeply into the tomb before retreating. He was overly suspicious, never trusting me as his son. Who knows if they were his people?" At that moment, the wailing intensified, seemingly drawing closer, which made everyone tense up immediately. Yet Lei Zi uttered an even more exasperating statement. "This esteemed beauty, Gu, suggests that the remains are of a man and a woman. Was it not said that those who perish here cannot escape?" This wailing alternates between male and female. Could it be that he cast a glance at the skulls when Min is holding? Startled by his words, when Min hastily discarded the skulls, everyone switched on their flashlights, directing them toward the source of the sound, as though the beams of light could dispel whatever ominous presence lingered there. At that moment, at the end of the light, the anticipated male and female rice dumplings did not materialize. Instead, a pale object caught our gaze, moving slightly before swiftly vanishing into the darkness. In an instant, I realized and exclaimed, "It is that old pangolin." Contact with a pangolin is certainly preferable to encountering a rice dumpling. The crowd immediately took off in pursuit, eager to follow this creature out of this haunted place. As we ran, the mournful cries intensified, leading me to wonder, could it be that the wailing we had been hearing was indeed emanating from the pangolin? Just as this thought crossed my mind, a sudden cry of alarm erupted from the back of the group, startling me. I turned to inquire, "What is happening?" I recalled that the last person was White Chopped Chicken, who usually relied on Fat Li to carry him when fatigued. However, due to the effects of the land's malevolent forces, Fat Li had been unwell, leaving White Chopped Chicken to walk on his own, thus trailing behind. That cry unmistakably belonged to him. Everyone disregarded the pangolin and hurriedly turned back to look. Amidst the throng, there was no sign of White Chopped Chicken, and the fire that had been trailing us had vanished without a trace since we entered the burial pit. I couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps the fire had also become a part of this pit, a new specter entering a burial ground filled with ancient rice dumplings. What could transpire? I was unfamiliar with the realm of dumplings, thus unable to fathom, yet I could foresee that it would undoubtedly not bode well. Fat Li, in a fit of madness, began to frantically tug at the vines along the rock face. It was only then that we noticed White Chopped Chicken had fallen into the dense tangle of vines. Fat Li exerted considerable strength, ripping the pliable vines apart as if they were mere strips of paper, scattering green leaves everywhere. As he pulled, the surrounding vines began to tremble violently. The more they shook, the louder the eerie cries became. It dawned on us that the sounds were not produced by the rice dumplings nor the pangolin, but rather the vines were lamenting. The vines coiled around White Chopped Chicken like serpents, and in his struggle, Fat Li managed to free him. However, in the next heartbeat, an unforeseen calamity struck. Several vines shot out from White Chopped Chicken's back like arrows, piercing him in an instant. A spray of blood erupted from his back, staining the surrounding leaves of vivid crimson. My scalp tingled as I yanked Min back to safety, urging her to steer clear of the thrashing vines. Yet, it was too late. White Chopped Chicken's aged face turned ghostly pale, as if all his blood had been drained, and in a flash, he was dragged back into the vines. This time, the sounds emitted were no longer cries but a chilling, sinister laughter. Chapter 45. The escape. Upon witnessing this horrific event, Fat Li was consumed by rage. Though their bond was not particularly deep, he served as White Chopped Chicken's messenger. With his demise, Fat Li's fate would be equally grim. Li the Fat immediately dashed into the thicket, attempting to seize the white-cut chicken. At that moment, however, we were too preoccupied with the surrounding writhing vines, which surged towards us like serpents from all directions. They descended from above and emerged from below, encircling us from every angle. their leaves rustling with an eerie laughter reminiscent of human mirth. How could plants produce such sounds? In that instant, I comprehended the significance of the holes in the skeletal remains. It appeared these vines were responsible for them. Suddenly, one of the vines ensnared my foot, its grip immensely powerful, yanking me violently towards the wall. Unable to withstand the force, I stumbled and fell, dragged along the ground. At that critical moment, the mute rushed over, striking the ground fiercely with his twin daggers, severing the vine that had entangled my ankle. Simultaneously, he shouted, "Gather together, we must leave this place." As he spoke, he pulled me back into the ranks of our group. Our team, seasoned and astute, swiftly positioned themselves back to back, fortifying against the bizarre onslaught of the encroaching vines. Meanwhile, the laughter grew louder, the vines on the walls slithering like snakes, their leaves rustling ominously as countless slender tendrils lashed out from every direction, striking at us. Despite our collective prowess, some of us could not evade the assault, and cries of alarm echoed within our ranks, signaling injuries. The cavern ahead seemed fraught with even greater peril, prompting us to retreat rather than advance. The chilling sounds of two agonized screams reverberated through the group, heightening our anxiety. I wielded my dagger, fending off the attacking vines from various angles while shouting, "Who has been harmed?" No one responded. Each was absorbed in their own struggle. In that moment, I felt a deep sense of gratitude for one man, who stood resolutely by my side. As we retreated past the spot where the white-cut chicken had been attacked, I did not see its remains, nor did I catch sight of the fat. The earlier chaos had obscured the fates of those two. We fought while we withdrew, fortunately suffering no further casualties. I sincerely felt fortunate for our numbers. Had only a few individuals found themselves in this place, besieged by such relentless attacks, even the most skilled among us would have struggled to withstand the onslaught. Before long, we reached the pangolin cave from which we had descended. Someone, evidently incensed, unleashed a torrent of curses, and suddenly, Lazy proclaimed, "Watch as I annihilate you." With that declaration, a great fire erupted, likely ignited by Lazy's solid fuel. The flames rapidly engulfed the vines, perhaps due to their oil-rich composition, transforming the area into a fiery inferno. In the midst of the blaze, the ominous laughter metamorphosed into cries of despair as the vines ceased their assault and began to retract. Yet, the fire spread with alarming speed, and the surrounding temperature soared, rendering our breaths labored and arduous. It was only then that I found the time to observe the plight of the others. I discovered that the one injured was the young man codenamed Electric. His leg was gruesomely pierced, blood oozing forth, and his face was drenched in sweat from the agony. At that moment, he was shielded by the crowd behind him. Recalling the scene of the vines penetrating human bones, I surmised that his leg was in a dire state, and he himself was too pained to utter a single word. Another injured individual was a subordinate of Zhuanrui named Zhonghua. He was at a greater disadvantage due to his tall stature, which resulted in him bearing more weight. It seemed that during the assault of the vines, he was unable to evade swiftly, thus falling victim. The extent of his injuries was unclear, but he was utterly drenched in blood, his expression one of torment, barely managing to stand within the protective circle formed by our backs, as if he might collapse at any moment. Seeing him in such a state filled me with a profound sense of rage. Zhuanrui and his men had come to assist me, and I truly did not wish to witness any harm befall them. At that moment, the flames grew fiercer, the area was already constricted, and if we lingered any longer, we risked being engulfed by the fire. The group dared not tarry and hastily crawled back to the previous opening. I took the lead, and immediately noticed a trail of blood at the entrance. It seemed that Fatli had, at a critical moment, retrieved the corpse of Zhuanrui and taken him away. Zhuanrui was not a virtuous man, yet reflecting on my experiences with him, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. The old man Zhao, plagued by distrust even towards his own son, remained oblivious to the identity of Zhuanrui's killer in that cursed place after their arrival at the Xianbing tomb. Later, due to that miraculous lamp, this deceased individual reappeared before us, transformed from a youth into an old man. Viewed from another perspective, Zhuanrui's life was indeed pitiable, devoid of parental affection. He had little left beyond wealth and power. At a tender age, he faced death once, only to awaken as an elderly man. His purpose in visiting the tomb of the King of Giant Ears was merely to seek the restoration of his youth. It is a lamentable thought. In this world, every action has its consequence. The wretched must possess something detestable, while the detestable often harbor their own misfortunes. Recalling the incident whereby Zhuanrui was ambushed from behind by those vines, I feared for his fate, uncertain of the impact his demise would have on Fatly. However, my thoughts could not stretch that far at the moment. I concentrated on crawling through the mountain tunnel, soon emerging at the cave's entrance. Returning to the sacrificial pit we had previously occupied. As the light shone, I noticed that the soft zongzi were no longer visible, and the surroundings had reverted to the dim, oppressive black mist we encountered upon our initial entry. The group emerged from the cave, their bodies slick with the sweat of exertion. One Min's chest heaved as she gasped for breath, glancing at the two injured members within our ranks, and remarked, "Let us first assess their condition." At that moment, Electric had already succumbed to unconsciousness, while Zhuanrui continued to endure, clutching his leg and groaning. A glance at his wound sent a shiver down my spine. I could scarcely fathom how he bore such torment. Previously, I had not scrutinized closely, but now, observing his stoic demeanor, I felt an overwhelming shock in my heart. He had a gaping hole in his leg, about the width of a finger, with the flesh around it completely gone, allowing one to gaze deeper within. It was bone, pierced bone, accompanied by blood. A pale yellow substance flowed from the bone, akin to the act of sucking marrow. Such agony was beyond human endurance, and apart from his initial cries of anguish, he emitted no further sound. At that moment, Lei Zi, with tears in his eyes, lamented, "He is dead." Upon hearing this, I turned to see Lei Zi and Xiao Yu cradling the young man, codenamed Electric. In their arms, their expressions somber and silent. Apart from the blood, nothing else could be discerned on Electric's body. Lei Zi pounded the ground in fury, exclaiming, "We should have set the fire sooner." Xiao Yu responded, "What use is there in saying that now?" With bloodshot eyes, Lei Zi declared vehemently, "I will unearth this grave's master and flay him alive." The mute, remaining silent, placed a hand on Electric's neck, suddenly furrowing his brow and coldly stating, "He is not dead yet." Lei Zi was taken aback and quickly checked for Electric's breath, finally declaring, "There is no breath at all." The mute lifted Electric's shirt, revealing a series of blood-soaked wounds. A person in such a state could not possibly survive. At that moment, the mute abruptly grasped Electric's neck, and before anyone could react, there was a sickening crack as Electric's neck twisted, clearly broken by the mute's hand. Xiao Yu gasped in shock. Though he had been following the mute on the orders of Bai San Yi, witnessing such an act filled him with rage as he raised his gun at the mute, shouting, "Are you trying to die?" Just as they had escaped, the atmosphere became tense and charged. I was momentarily taken aback. What was the mute doing? He was not a mindless killer. Now, seated cross-legged on the ground, he held that peculiar black, curved blade, the tip resting on the earth. His countenance calm even under the threat of others' firearms. It seemed as if he was oblivious to Xiao Yu's words. His dark eyes coldly fixated on the lifeless form before him. He stated, "He cannot survive. Another minute would only prolong his suffering. I am helping him." His reasoning appeared sound, given that Electric's physiological breathing had ceased, and the remaining pulse was merely the final throes of death. It was only a matter of minutes. However, the mute's approach was difficult for the average person to accept. By his logic, should those who suffer immensely from illness be dispatched in the same manner? Hearing this, Xiao Yu's teeth clenched in frustration. While he could not counter the mute's argument, he clearly did not agree, simply lowering his weapon. Previously, this group had been in awe of the mute's formidable prowess, but now that admiration had vanished, replaced solely by anger. Then, the mute, seemingly indifferent to the feelings of others, noted Xiao Yu's retraction of the gun and stood again, commanding, "Burn the body, and do it swiftly." Lei Zi sprang to his feet, retorting, "Do not push your luck." The mute suddenly let out a cold laugh, saying, "Surely, you do not wish for him to become another resident of this ancient tomb? Follow my orders and light the lanterns." Upon the utterance of these words, a palpable change enveloped the crowd. Even Zhuanrui, who was administering anesthesia and bandaging Zhuanrui, furrowed his brow in astonishment. Chapter 44, The Passing. Many are familiar with the concept of lighting a sky lantern, an ancient form of punishment, yet few are aware of the practice of lighting a human lantern. Lighting a sky lantern involves wrapping a living person in oil-soaked cotton cloth and encasing them within a hollow iron pillar of considerable girth, igniting the flames at the heels. The fire does not instantly consume the body. Rather, it ascends gradually, burning the individual alive. Those fortunate enough may succumb swiftly to shock and pain, while the less fortunate endure a tormenting demise. as the flames creep toward the abdomen, leading to a most horrific end. The principle behind lighting a human lantern bears resemblance. Yet it is not a form of punishment. Rather, it is a sinister practice. In times devoid of electricity and with sparse populations in rural areas, villagers often set out early in the morning for market and returned late at night, frequently traversing dark paths. As the saying goes, those who walk the night are bound to encounter spirits, especially in regions with ancient burial grounds or mass graves where the supernatural reigns. Should one encounter peculiar occurrences, such as ghostly walls or veiled visions, most would be at a loss for how to respond. However, there exists a method. In these chaotic burial sites, one may find both desiccated bones and fresh corpses, often covered by a mere dusting of soil. For the audacious, it is not uncommon to unearth a body, sever an arm, and ignite it to serve as a human lantern. Utilizing such a lantern for illumination carries a heavy aura of malevolence, as the saying goes. Spirits fear the wicked. Even the most formidable of apparitions may be cowed by such an audacious display. Nonetheless, the lighting of human lanterns is typically reserved for tumultuous times. The Chinese have long held a reverence for the deceased and deeply believe in the supernatural, with most lacking the audacity to show disrespect to the dead. It is only in times of chaos, when corpses litter the ground, faith disintegrates, and the populace suffers, that such grotesque practices emerge. The last known instance of the human lantern phenomenon dates back to the era of the anti-Japanese war. The meaning behind the mute man's words was unmistakable. He intended to use the deceased's remains to light the lantern. Lei Zi, enraged, exclaimed, "You dare speak of lighting a human lantern? Believe me, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you right here, right now. I refuse to partake in this." He raised his weapon, but fortunately, Xiao Yu intervened, urging him to temper his impulsiveness. Subsequently, Xiao Yu addressed the mute man, saying, "Mr. Wu, we are merely trying to earn our keep under San Ye's guidance. The brothers follow your lead out of respect for you as a personage. However, today, no one shall lay a hand on my brother's remains." When Min quickly attempted to mediate, stating, "It has not come to such drastic measures. Let us refrain from escalating tensions. The matter is not yet at that point." As she spoke, she gestured toward the 3-meter-high path in the center of the burial pit, remarking, "Those things are no longer present. Perhaps the ghostly walls have dissipated. Let us first see if we can find a way out before we deliberate on our next steps." Her words were indeed reasonable. Yet the mute man seemed impervious to her logic, coldly responding, "Light the lantern. Do not make me repeat myself." This statement holds little significance for us. Yet the trio led by Lei Zi was utterly incensed. This time, Xiao Yu no longer intervened. Lei Zi raised his gun, ready to fire. However, before he could act, the mute moved with astonishing swiftness, swiftly crouching and lunging towards Lei Zi. In a flash, he seized the firearm from Lei Zi's grasp, twisting his wrist to aim the dark muzzle directly at Lei Zi's forehead. The sudden turn of events unfolded too rapidly for anyone to react, and before they could comprehend the situation, the mute had subdued Lei Zi. This scene, upon reflection, appeared to be an unreasonable display of power, as if the mute were exploiting his abilities to intimidate others. Yet, one must acknowledge that in the world of conflict, the law of the jungle prevails, where the strong prey upon the weak, and such occurrences are all too common. An oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere. Zhuanrui exchanged a glance with me, subtly shaking his head as a signal for me to refrain from intervening, allowing them to resolve the matter themselves. I hesitated. While reason dictated that it was unwise for me to meddle, witnessing the mute's actions stirred discomfort within me, as if the true villain was Qin. Should I express my stance? In my view, Wen Min's earlier suggestion was the most sensible. The situation had not escalated to a point where we needed to resort to violence against the deceased. Just as this thought crossed my mind, the mute suddenly clicked his tongue, evidently impatient. He thrust the gun forward, causing Lei Zi's head to jerk back, and coldly addressed the onlookers. "Hurry up. Do not waste time. Otherwise, bear the consequences. Which is more important, the living or the dead?" Undoubtedly, the living hold precedence. In that moment, as the mute prepared to fire, Xiao Yu interjected, "Wait, stop, stop." He glared fiercely at the mute, drawing a dagger and crouching beside the corpse, his hand trembling as he gripped the knife. The mute observed this coldly, and as our eyes met, an overwhelming discomfort washed over me. Perhaps for the mute, nothing was more paramount than uncovering the truth he sought, and no one could deter him. Ultimately, with a clenched jaw, Xiao Yu prepared to strike. As he aimed to sever an arm from the corpse, a chilling gust swept through the burial pit, enveloped in a dense fog. This eerie wind was so frigid it sent shivers down our spines. How could there be wind in this sealed mountain cavity? Instinctively, everyone turned their heads toward the direction of the chilling breeze, causing Xiao Yu's actions to falter. At that moment, we beheld a silhouette amidst the black mist. To be precise, apart from us, this place seemed to be inhabited by spirits, and this figure appeared to be a ghost. However, unlike any specter we had previously encountered, it was gaunt and elongated, resembling a figure stretched tall, with long hair cascading down its back, presenting only its silhouette to us. Most unsettling was its attire, a flowing crimson robe. It is well known that red garments signify malevolence. The laughing corpse is an omen of doom. Those clad in red and the laughing specters are among the most formidable and sinister. Suddenly, the mute exclaimed, "This is bad. It's too late." Too late. Had he known from the outset that another specter in red lurked here? At that moment, an uproarious laughter echoed throughout the burial pit, followed by the red figure slowly turning around. Its elongated form revealed a back covered entirely in faces that morphed incessantly, alternating between male and female. In those faces, I was suddenly struck by the sight of a familiar visage, electricity, just deceased, with its corpse still lingering around us. The laughter that ensued was piercing and shrill, resonating as though it were echoing directly in my ears, sending chills down my spine and raising goosebumps all over my skin. At the very moment this red-clad specter turned, it lunged forward with an unbelievable speed, leaving the crowd with scarcely any time to react. What filled me with dread was that it was headed straight for Wen-min, who stood beside me. Women, often more susceptible than men to such foul entities, seemed to be the target of their relentless gaze. I merely caught a fleeting glimpse of a red shadow, and suddenly, Wen-min emitted a muffled groan, followed by the chilling cessation of the ominous wind and that sinister laughter. I turned sharply to look at Wen-min, only to find a bizarre smile adorning her face. Her gaze fixed upon our group. I had never envisioned such an expression on Wen-min's countenance, malevolent, vengeful, and uncanny. The mute coldly remarked, "She has been possessed." With that, he retracted the gun aimed at Lei Zi and tossed it back to him, drawing instead the pair of black, curved blades from his waist. Naturally, Lei Zi and the others were too preoccupied with the looming threat to concern themselves with the mute's actions. Their attention riveted on Wen-min as if faced with an imminent danger. "Wen-min," I called out to her, unable to restrain myself. Upon hearing my voice, her gaze shifted to me, and she began to approach slowly, each step measured and deliberate. Her gait was devoid of the usual grace, replaced instead by a swaying of the hips that paired grotesquely with the eerie smile on her face, sending shivers down my spine. I was filled with worry for Wen-min's condition, a mix of fear and anger coursing through me, and I exclaimed, "Whatever you are, leave her at once." Of course, she paid no heed to my plea, continuing to advance as we gradually retreated. No one knew how to respond. According to the methods of exorcism, if one were to be possessed by a spirit, one could pierce the heart and the crown of the head with a water buffalo horn. Alternatively, one could bite the tongue, letting blood fall upon the possessed's face. At that moment, Zhuanrui swiftly tossed his water buffalo horn to me, saying, "Use this." Just as I caught it, Wen-min's gaze fixated on the horn in my hand, and she erupted into a fit of laughter that escalated within seconds to a sound reminiscent of a high-pitched speaker. I genuinely suspected that if she were vocalizing through Wen-min's throat, then her voice must have sustained severe damage. As I felt the urge to cover my ears, a sudden pain shot through my palm. Turning my head, I discovered that the water buffalo horn given to me by Zhuanrui had exploded, lacerating my hand and sending a wave of excruciating pain surging through me. In that instant, I felt as if I had been struck by lightning, and the faces of those around me turned pale. I had encountered many weak spirits before, but this was unlike any I had ever faced. What was once a cherished protective artifact had disintegrated into a pile of fragments in mere seconds. Wen-min continued her advance, while we retreated step by step. No one could predict what would transpire next. Whether it was a haunted wall or possession, we had encountered such phenomena before. Yet this place, altered by the corpse spirit, had become exceedingly sinister, rendering all our methods futile. I am reminded of the ever-shifting faces upon the red-clad soft zongzi, and a conjecture arises within me. Could it be that the zongzi within this burial pit have converged together? Is this the source of such formidable power? It appears that the mute had foreseen this, for otherwise, he would not have mentioned that it was too late. In this moment of urgency, I found myself compelled to seek assistance from the mute, hoping he might devise a solution. Meeting my gaze, the mute suddenly declared, "Light the human lanterns, you all go. I will hold her back." At that instant, when Min tilted her head, her smile becoming more sinister, and though her lips remained still, I heard a voice whispering in my ear, "You shall not succeed." This voice seemed to emanate from countless men and women simultaneously, blurring the lines of gender. As the last syllable fell, a layer of white hair began to sprout rapidly from the corpse of the electric figure beside us. The corpse had begun to transform. A transformation meant it would become Zhuanrui. How could Zhuanrui still ignite the human lanterns? Chapter 45. The Whistle. At this juncture, I suspect the others lamented not heeding the mute's warnings sooner. Witnessing the rapid emergence of white hair from the electric corpse, Lazy became enraged. Raising his gun and declaring, "Let's fight." In a moment of panic, I forcefully pushed his gun aside, exclaiming, "Who dares to harm her?" However, Zhuanrui remained the calmest among us. He understood that we could not contend with the entity within when men amidst Lazy's fury. He instructed Zhonggong to retrieve solid fuel, urging him to incinerate the corpse before its transformation was complete. Zhonggong acted swiftly, producing the solid fuel and tossing it onto the now white-haired Zhuanrui form of the electric figure, preparing to ignite it. Just then, when Min's expression suddenly contorted, and before the fire could catch, the white-haired Zhuanrui stood upright from the ground, the small pieces of solid fuel rolling away like pebbles. With a swift motion, it grasped Zhonggong by both shoulders. The next move of the Zhuanrui was to rend flesh. Zhonggong, alarmed, crouched down, desperately attempting to free himself from its grasp. But the hold was unyielding. At this moment, when Min had drawn perilously close to us, and instinctively, the others recoiled, inadvertently exposing Zhonghua, who was incapacitated by tranquilizers, and Zhonggong, who was being restrained. As when Min advanced, and Zhonggong was nearly torn apart, I could no longer afford to hesitate. In a moment of desperation, I shouted, "Wu Shui, sever its hand." This hand, of course, belonged to the white-haired Zhuanrui. As I spoke, I lunged forward, forcefully pinning Wen Min to the ground, buying time for the mute and the others. In this tumultuous process, I was oblivious to whether the mute followed my instructions. I only heard a clang, followed by a muffled groan from Zhonggong. At that moment, I could not afford to concern myself with the unfolding events behind me, but pressed Wen Min firmly to the ground. Despite being pinned, her face retained that eerie smile, and remarkably, she did not resist. Suddenly, the entire burial pit erupted with that piercing laughter once more. I felt as though my entire nervous system was taut. The sound of laughter stimulating my brain into a state of extreme tension, as if it were on the verge of snapping at any moment. Under this intense stimulus, I found myself disregarding everything around me, with a singular thought occupying my mind. I must subdue her. I must save Wen Min. In contemplating the act of rescue, I recalled the folklore surrounding the blood from the tip of the tongue. The tongue, a gateway to the heart, is said to be imbued with the purest essence of life, capable of expelling malevolent spirits from the body. With this notion in mind, I bit down hard on the tip of my tongue, and in an instant, warmth surged through my mouth, the pain striking my mind like a lightning bolt, rousing me to clarity. Biting one's tongue is indeed a painful endeavor. Few would willingly subject themselves to such agony. Yet, when one is pushed to the brink, the mind often relinquishes its reservations. As warmth flooded my mouth, I seized the moment and pressed my lips against Wen Min's. The entity within her seemed astutely aware of my intentions, tightly sealing her lips and silencing her laughter, while she forcefully shoved my shoulder. Her strength was formidable, pushing me away with ease. Nevertheless, my resolve to save Wen Min was unwavering. I would not yield easily. After being pushed away, I lunged back at her, and the scene was undoubtedly chaotic, resembling an assault rather than a desperate act of salvation. In my fervent attempt, I had learned from my previous encounter. I entwined my legs around hers and gripped her jaw with one hand, forcing her mouth open just enough to let the life-giving blood I had gathered flow into her. This was all I could do. The efficacy of my actions lay in the hands of fate. Miraculously, it seemed that fate was indeed smiling upon us. As I finished the act, my tongue numb with pain, I looked down at Wen Min, who was now spattered with blood, yet the sinister grin had vanished from her visage. Weakly, she uttered my name, Chun Xian. Overjoyed, I swiftly lifted her into my arms, only to realize that the mute companions had vanished, likely drawn away by the white-haired specter. As I turned to flee, I found myself face to face with the elongated figure in the red robe, its grotesque visage contorted with countless tormented faces, hovering ominously within mere feet of me. The sight startled me, prompting a hasty retreat. Meanwhile, Wunmin, drained of her vital essence by the entity, appeared to be in a semi-conscious state. It seemed that the red-robed specter had fixated on me, its myriad of ghastly faces lunging toward me with ferocity. In that critical moment, a thought flashed through my mind. I could not allow Wunmin to suffer any further at the hands of this malevolent force. The entity siphoned the life force from its victims, and prolonged exposure would lead to utter exhaustion and, ultimately, death, leaving behind nothing but a mere shell of flesh and bone. With this realization, I abruptly hurled Wunmin aside, watching helplessly as her body tumbled to the ground. Simultaneously, the countless ghastly faces of the red-robed specter transformed into a singular, grotesquely contorted visage, bloodied and gaping, its cavernous mouth aimed directly at my head. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. After casting Wunmin away, I had no time to evade the impending doom. In that moment, my mind fell into a paralyzing state of fear, rendering me incapable of any further thought or action. Just when I believed my end was near, a sudden, piercing sound sliced through the darkness, echoing sharply in the stillness. The sound, though not loud, resonated with an unusual clarity. In an instant, the figure clad in red vanished. I found myself sprawled on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, nearly paralyzed by the unfolding situation. After a brief moment, I realized that something must have gone awry, prompting the departure of the red-clad figure. At that juncture, I could hardly afford to ponder further. I swiftly hefted the unconscious Wunmin onto my back, clutching a flashlight between my teeth. Amid the dim, yellowish light, I dashed in the direction where the mute and the others had retreated. Before long, I stumbled upon the dismembered remains of the white-haired figure. Although formidable, it could not withstand the onslaught of the mute and Zhuanrui's group. Strangely, I did not see the mute or his companions. As I pondered this, a yellow halo emerged before me, drawing nearer and revealing a cluster of figures. To my relief, it was Zhuanrui and his associates, evidently returned to rescue us. However, only Zhuanrui and Zhonggong were present, to my surprise. Feng Guisho was also among them. Seeing that I was unharmed, Zhonggong exhaled in relief, glancing at the unconscious Wunmin on my back, inquiring, "Officer Gu, are you all right? What of the red-clad figure?" "I don't know. It vanished suddenly," I replied. "What about the others?" Zhonggong cautiously surveyed our surroundings, likely apprehensive of the return of the red figure. "We should vacate this cursed place. We can discuss matters as we proceed." It turned out that after I had fallen onto Wunmin, the mute had severed one of the white-haired figure's arms with a swift strike, rendering it incapable of inflicting harm. Seizing the opportunity, Zhonggong had broken free, yet the white-haired figure was not dead. It retaliated fiercely, hurling black, corrosive blood from its wound, forcing everyone to flee in disarray. However, the mute was remarkably adept. After a considerable distance, we reached the end of the burial pit and finally glimpsed the wall. The mute sprinted forward, propelled himself off the wall, and executed a backward somersault, drawing his twin blades to swiftly sever the white-haired figure's neck. At that moment, a sudden sound pierced the darkness, akin to a whistle. This noise was likely the same that had caused the red figure to vanish when it attacked me. Confusion rippled through the group as they questioned the nature of this sound. Had yet another unforeseen event occurred? Meanwhile, the mute appeared to grasp something, his expression shifting as he dropped to the ground, exclaiming, "Run." He ascended the burial pit's wall and re-emerged onto the central path. Zhuanrui exclaimed in alarm. Chunxian and the others are still behind. The mute, however, paid no heed, his gaze fixed intently ahead. He then seemed to be pursuing something, taking off at a sprint, disregarding the rest of us entirely. What remained were Xiao Yu and a few others. Lei Zi spat vehemently, addressing Xiao Yu. "We've all seen what that Wu is made of. We've already lost 2 brothers. We cannot follow him any longer. Let this job be as if it never existed." The youth codenamed Feng hesitated. "What if Sen Yi asks about it?" Lei Zi replied, "If we do not remain here, there will be another place for us. Sen Yi cannot regard our lives as expendable, can he? If he truly holds us accountable, I shan't remain either. There are always others willing to risk their lives." It is likely that the mute's prior actions in killing the electricity have left these 3 individuals disheartened. After weighing the circumstances, Xiaoyu remarked, "This struggle is too formidable. If we do not prevail, we must depart." Upon witnessing the dispersal of the mute's group, Zhuanrui merely furrowed his brow, instructing Shun how to attend to Zhonghua, while he himself returned with Zhonggong to rescue others. 9he, perceiving the disbandment of the mute's faction, was compelled to follow Zhuanrui in search of me. Upon hearing this, 9he retorted, "What do you expect me to think? This Wu has been forsaken by all. If I do not accompany you, whom shall I follow?" I found it perplexing and questioned, "Why would you wade into this murky water?" 9he scoffed, countering, "Is this place contracted to you? I come and go as I please, no need for your concern." I considered his audacity, yet upon reflection, I recognized that 9he was not a fool. His eagerness for involvement suggested some ulterior motive. He had been summoned by El Su, likely indicating a transaction between them. Was he perhaps still awaiting El Su? At this juncture, we had reached the end of the sacrificial pit, where the ghostly wall had evidently vanished. Beneath our feet lay a multitude of bones, surrounded by swirling mists, yet no further peculiarities were in sight. Everything seemed to have dissipated with that sudden sound. What was that sound? Clearly, the mute had only abandoned us after hearing it, and his knowledge regarding this grand tomb was far more extensive than I had anticipated. I could not fathom the source of his information. If all this had been divulged by Baisani, what then was Baisani's true identity? Chapter 46. Choices. All of this left me utterly bewildered. The mute occasionally exhibited his old malady, as if he might suddenly recall something that could alter our fate. I even suspected that he might be a version of 9he who had suffered amnesia. Were it not for 9he's corpse lying in that cave, and the mute's youthful appearance, I might have been inclined to regard him as a paternal figure. Yet, it was evident that he was not 9he. His origins remained a profound enigma. At this moment, Lazy and his two companions had vanished from view. Their intent to depart was clear, leaving them with two possible paths. One was the Inyang gate through which we had arrived, though whether they could open it was uncertain. The other was the previous pangolin passage. Although that passage contained some peculiar man-eating vines, we had set it ablaze, and it was likely now completely consumed by fire. Since the cave could sustain plant life, it must have been well ventilated, and Lazy's group would likely return to that cave. Each individual has their own choices to make. Lazy and his companions opted to serve Baisani in exchange for what they desired, and now they chose to defy Baisani's orders to preserve their own lives. No one could fault them for their decision. The greatest concern in this world is life and death, and those seeking to survive are not in the wrong. We could no longer afford to delay, and quickly ascended from the sacrificial pit. At this moment, we numbered 7, with 2 individuals temporarily incapacitated and requiring assistance. I carried 1 man, while the one named Shunhao bore the sedated Zhonghua. The remaining individuals were Zhonggong, Zhuanrui, and 9he. At this moment, we find ourselves standing at the terminus of the pathway that leads directly into the sacrificial pit. Previously, we had pondered what lay beyond the pit, and now, before us stands a grand tomb door that has already been ajar. For precautionary measures, 9he and Zhuanrui assumed their positions ahead of me, while Shunhao stands behind, with Zhonggong providing rear support. We, burdened with the incapacitated, are shielded at the center. Zhuanrui calmly observes, "We did not witness Wu Shui pushing the door, thus it must have been opened by others." Others? Could it be the likes of the knife-wielding by Lao Si and his band, or perhaps 9he? Or could it be Zhao Eryi, or even Doufu? The thought of Doufu elicits a sigh from me. Zhuanrui directs the beam of his flashlight towards the center of the tomb door, illuminating the ground beyond, where meticulously arranged azure tiles lay. In our field of vision, no walls are discernible, hence, I surmise that what lies beyond is not a passageway, but likely a burial chamber. 9he cautiously treads ahead, wielding a flashlight in one hand and a probing rod in the other. The rod precedes him, making contact with the tiles first, resembling a blind man, albeit one acutely alert. I follow closely behind Zhuanrui, surveying our surroundings. Beyond the tomb door lies a spacious burial chamber, and upon entry, we immediately observe a grand, 4-footed, double-eared vessel positioned centrally, a resplendent bronze ding. From this sight, I deduce that we have entered the main hall of the underground palace, akin to a reception area for the living. Moments ago, the mute had dashed into this very space. Zhuanrui gradually sweeps the flashlight around the chamber, revealing that the room encompasses approximately 100 square meters. The light casts upon 4 crimson pillars at each corner, while the ceiling above boasts a rare, arched design. Such arches are common in burial passages, yet they are infrequently seen in burial chambers, which typically adhere to a more rectangular form. As we gaze upward along the pillars, we behold a magnificent arched apex, from which 4 dragon heads emerge, their forms contorted like willow leaves extending toward the center. Intricate and archaic patterns adorn the apex, with the dragon's horns and whiskers distinctly etched. Each of the 4 outstretched leaves dangles a grand lantern, and one can only imagine the scene if these lanterns were ignited. Resembling a bonfire ablaze, such a vision evokes a sense of extravagance. It appears that although this grand tomb exhibits the structural characteristics of a Han burial site, it possesses many elements emblematic of the exuberance of the Dian people, retaining unique details that culminate in a distinctive fusion of Dian and Han architectural styles. I shift my gaze from the 4 lanterns suspended above to the left side, where I unexpectedly discover a large table adorned with jars, bowls, and other ceremonial items. Among them, a bronze dish reveals several pairs of yellowed chopsticks, artifacts once belonging to the dining table of the deceased, arranged here to portray the scene of a banquet hosted by the tomb's master. Zhong remarks, "This is akin to a grand elephant. They truly treated it as if it were human." Ever since being ensnared by Doufu in that concealed chamber, my skepticism regarding the authenticity of the great-eared king's tomb has burgeoned, particularly upon observing the reliefs adorning the walls. The imagery depicted therein suggests that the queen of the precious elephant conjured forth not divine entities, but rather the reanimated corpses of Zhuanrui. Furthermore, it seems plausible that the queen herself employed arcane techniques for corpse manipulation. Consequently, the legends surrounding the great ear summoning ghostly soldiers and celestial beings must be a fabrication. If the great ear itself is merely an ordinary albeit slightly deformed elephant, what grounds does it have to warrant the privileges of the great-eared king's sepulchre? Might this tomb be nothing more than a fade? The true master of this grave could very well be someone entirely different from the great ear. If the intent is to renovate the tomb, why conceal the true identity of its owner? Zhuanrui approached the table, where jars and bowls were covered. Zhong opened one of the 8-legged bowls, revealing a dark, unrecognizable substance within, which, despite being well preserved due to the chamber's excellent sealing, had morphed into a blackened form that at first glance resembled a lump of desiccated excrement. Placed among food items, it suggested an overwhelming taste. Suddenly, Zhong chuckled, twirling a pair of yellowed chopsticks in his hand, exclaiming, "Lo and behold, they are chopsticks made of ivory. Wouldn't you say the tomb's master is an elephant?" If it knew this, it would surely be incensed. Behind the table lay several mats, devoid of any signs of habitation, merely blanketed in a thick layer of dust. My gaze traversed the table and rested upon the tomb walls. Typically, tomb walls would feature murals, especially in a reception room where the depicted scenes would reflect the host's convivial gatherings. Yet, the walls here were remarkably pristine, adorned solely with orderly blue-green tomb bricks, lacking any reliefs or murals. Aside from the table and the grand cauldron in the center, the entire chamber felt starkly empty and exceedingly clean. Shen Hao, carrying Zhonghua on his back, remarked, "Elephants have no need for hospitality. Surely they wouldn't decorate with murals of themselves inviting guests to partake in bananas." This quip elicited a chuckle from Zhong, lightening the atmosphere. At that moment, when Min, weakly resting against my back, urged, "We must leave this place swiftly and find Xiaodou. It seems unlikely we will uncover any clues regarding the curse here." 9he remained silent, cautiously maneuvering around the surroundings, his larger-than-average hands gliding over the stone pillars and tomb bricks with meticulous attention. I noted that this chamber lacked any other passages. Typically, a central tomb room serves as a nexus leading to other chambers, yet this one was sealed. Clearly, there must be hidden passages. The mute who had followed us had vanished, undoubtedly having slipped away through the tomb's corridors. At that moment, 9he suddenly uttered a sound of realization, his tone slightly elevated, as if he had discovered something. With one of his large hands pressed against a stone pillar, seemingly performing some action, we were all abruptly startled by a familiar, muffled creaking sound, the unmistakable noise of a stone door being unsealed. I instinctively turned towards the source of the sound, only to see that 9he was standing before the left side, where the floor tiles had uniformly receded into the wall, revealing a hidden stone door behind. With another motion from 9he, the stone door began to slowly open. The stone door was designed to lift upwards rather than open sideways, which took us by surprise. In reality, the protagonists in television dramas are often depicted as being trapped in secret chambers, with stone doors that rise and fall with apparent ease. However, in ancient craftsmanship, such a vertically movable stone door demands a high level of skill, especially when it is concealed behind burial bricks. Yet, our astonishment did not end there. As the stone door slowly ascended, a pair of feet emerged, clad in black hiking boots and black trousers. Higher up, there were buckles fastened to a belt adorned with various small items, and above that, a waist stained with blood. In an instant, I gasped, for although the individual was not fully revealed to our eyes, I recognized him by his attire. It was the mute. How had he sustained such injuries? A gasp escaped the lips of one man, who was on my back, Mr. Wu. At that moment, the stone door was fully raised, and the mute stood behind it, his dark hair matted with blood, his piercing gaze fixed upon us. He took a step forward, then stumbled as his knees buckled, collapsing to the ground. I heard him utter a chilling warning. Do not go back there. Leave quickly. Chapter 47. Waiting after the mute delivered his final words. He swayed and suddenly fell to the ground. My heart twisted as if struck by a blow, and I hastily set one man down and rushed towards the mute. Although I had often found him detestable, witnessing him collapse, drenched in blood, evoked a complex torrent of emotions within me. I half-cradled the mute, leaving a bloody imprint on the burial bricks beneath him. I quickly checked for his breath and pulse, relieved to find both still present. 鬼9he exclaimed in astonishment. How could he be so gravely injured? We all know the mute's strength. It has only been half an hour since we parted ways. How could he have turned into this? I stared at his bloodied form, too concerned to speak further. We must tend to his wounds first. Instinctively, I glanced behind the mute at the enigmatic burial passage. On the ground, visible traces of his blood extended in a harrowing trail, evoking a sense of dread. What had the mute endured deep within the passage? Why had he urged us not to enter and to flee? What could instill such fear in him? I removed the mute's clothing and discovered numerous lacerations across his body. One deep gash on his forehead oozing blood, obscuring half his face. This injury appeared to have been inflicted by a violent impact. The stark contrast of his wounds left me unable to fathom what lay beyond the burial passage. Due to our team's disbandment, water was scarce, and half of it was used to cleanse the mute's wounds. Upon examining the injuries, I noticed a shattered white object lodged within. Zhuanrui rubbed it between his fingers, suggesting it resembled a broken tooth. A tooth? Could it be that something monstrous dwelled beyond the burial passage? We immediately urged 鬼9he to swiftly seal the burial door, lest we provoke whatever lurked within. Moments later, the door slammed shut, the bricks shifted, and everything reverted to the state it was in when we first entered. At this point, the mute's injuries had been bandaged. Zhonggong administered an anti-inflammatory injection and remarked that he needed to be fed something and to drink some water. Naturally, this responsibility fell upon me, as it was evident to everyone in our group that I shared a deep bond with the mute. The decision was made to halt our progress when Min was still weak and Zhonghua had severely injured one of his legs. The effects of the anesthetic had yet to wane, rendering further advancement impossible, coupled with the exhausting ordeal in the burial pit. We were all thoroughly fatigued and chose to rest at that spot, intending to wait for the mute to awaken before proceeding further. I crushed some biscuits into small particles and placed them into the mute's mouth, hoping he could swallow them. Zhonggong, however, interjected, stating that it would be more effective to dissolve them in water for him to drink, as this method would not suffice for ingestion. Before he could finish his thought, the mute's throat suddenly moved, and he began to slowly swallow. Zhonggong was momentarily taken aback, as was I. The mute's will to survive was remarkably strong. Subsequently, as he swallowed, I offered him water, feeling a sense of filial duty that surpassed my own towards my grandfather, whom I had often irked during my childhood. After feeding him, I encouraged him to rest, while I duly passed some jerky to Min, urging her to eat more. She expressed her concern, pondering why Mr. Wu had changed so profoundly. Along our journey, we had not seen Xiaodou. She worried whether he too had met a tragic fate and whether we should venture back in. I understood she was referring to the tomb passage that had inflicted such grave injuries upon the mute, and her anxiety was palpable. As we had traversed this path, our once robust group had dwindled, with some dead and others scattered. Now, only a few of us remained, 3 of whom were incapacitated. I contemplated the situation and replied, Let us wait until he awakens to clarify things. If it truly is impossible, we must resign ourselves to our fate and withdraw. Among this motley crew, aside from the mute and Feng-Gui, there were his 3 subordinates, and even when Min had accompanied me, had it been left to my own disposition, I would have been loath to concede defeat, but at this juncture, I was not the sole decision-maker. The lives of these individuals hinged upon my choices. If the tomb of the giant-eared king was indeed as terrifying as rumored, I would have no choice but to relent. In the darkness, the mute lay unconscious, while when Min, fatigued from her weakened state, succumbed to slumber after eating. The individual named Zhuanrui appeared restless, frequently displaying signs of anguish. No one desires to become a cripple. Zhonggong approached him and offered quiet reassurance. Gradually, he calmed down, adopting an expression of resignation. I was convinced that Zhuanrui had likely presented some form of compensation. The events had transpired, and apart from accepting our fate, we had no other recourse. Zhonggong, Shenhao, Feng-Gui, and I arranged a watch schedule in pairs, allowing for brief periods of rest to recuperate our strength, each taking 2-hour shifts. As for Zhuanrui, with Zhonggong, his loyal companion, on guard, there was little for him to do. Shenhao and I took the first watch, and to my surprise, he produced a pack of cigarettes and began to smoke quietly, neglecting to offer me one. After a moment, he declared, "I do not like you." I replied, "I understand. You are under no obligation to like me. That is your right and freedom." Shenhao smirked slightly and remarked, "You are quite intriguing. Yet I cannot muster any fondness for you. I cannot quite articulate the reason, but there is something about you that causes discomfort." He furrowed his brows, but chose not to elaborate further. Unable to restrain my curiosity, I inquired, "What do you mean?" He shook his head, extinguishing his cigarette, and replied, "I cannot put it into words. It's simply that at first glance, one feels an instinctive aversion to engaging with you." "Ah, I remember now. It's your aura. There is something sinister about it." I responded, "Some have likened me to a deviant, but this is the first time I have encountered such a description." Shenhao shrugged and said, "That is because you have yet to meet me." I retorted, "Your perspective holds little weight for me." Shenhao echoed my words. "That is your right and freedom." After that, we fell into a silence. In truth, I could vaguely grasp Shenhao's sentiment. The term evil might not be entirely accurate, but perhaps the discomfort he sensed stemmed from the curse that had increasingly manifested within me. Everyone possesses a sixth sense, and as I walked down the street, I could distinctly feel strangers instinctively avoiding me, unwilling to confront me directly. This is indeed a form of intuition. When encountering an unfamiliar individual, one can subconsciously perceive whether that person harbors ill intentions, prompting a natural desire to distance oneself. Such instinctive behavior often eludes even the awareness of those involved. Shenhao was perceptive enough to notice it. The more familiar the person, the easier it is to overlook this sensation. I gazed at Min-'s peaceful slumber, pondering the missing tofu, and suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion wash over me. What was I truly pursuing? Over 2 years of teetering on the brink of life and death, and yet I found myself with no avenue for retreat. Now, I had led my friends into this dire predicament. Enough was enough. I had truly had my fill. At this moment, I merely wished for the mute to awaken swiftly, allowing me to unravel the truth of the matter and make a decision, to press onward or to turn back. Regardless of the choice, I could no longer delay others. I had to ensure Min and the others' safety. As I contemplated, time slipped away second by second. After 2 hours, we roused Zhonggong and the other individual, switching shifts, and I embraced Min as I fell asleep. Never before had I felt such a palpable sense of dwindling time. In a hazy slumber, I lost track of time until I was jolted awake by Zhonggong. He whispered, "The others have yet to awaken." I glanced at my watch and discovered that 2 hours had elapsed. The mute remained deeply unconscious, while Zhonghua's anesthesia had worn off. Such localized anesthetics are fleeting in duration and effect. Zhonghua, now able to move slightly, was still drenched in sweat from the pain, and it was unrealistic to expect him to walk unaided. Looking at Min, she bore no visible injuries, yet her usually rosy complexion had turned pale, reflecting her frailty, though her spirits appeared considerably improved. The only one still unresponsive was the mute, lying motionless in the same position, leading me to almost question whether he had succumbed to death. It seemed that the mute had sustained grave injuries, and it would be a while before he would awaken. Zhuanrui sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes fixed upon me, clearly inquiring about my thoughts. I replied, "Thank you all. I believe this is where we must draw the line. Zhuanrui's voice remained neither warm nor cold. He merely furrowed his brow slightly and asked, "Have you made your decision?" I nodded, pondering what other options existed. Should I abandon them to face the unknown alone, or should I lead them into the fray together? Given that even the mute had nearly perished, venturing forth solo would be tantamount to courting death. Yet more than that, I was reluctant to let my friends accompany me on a path to ruin. Upon witnessing my resolve, Zhonggong sighed and remarked, "Once your curse passes this village, there will be no shop left." He advised against making hasty decisions and suggested we wait for Wu Shui to awaken. After speaking, he grimaced and continued, "That fellow Do is truly reckless. Does he even know if he is alive or dead? He is aware of the mechanisms here, and before leaving, he claimed he would bear the burden of the curse. Perhaps he may succeed after all." Such words were merely a form of consolation. I harbored no expectations that Do would discover a way to break the curse. I simply hoped he would emerge from this ordeal unscathed. Chapter 78. The 18 apertures combination technique. The mute had not yet stirred, compelling the rest of us to continue our rest. Once I was roused, sleep eluded me, and I rose to investigate the pillar before 鬼9he, hoping to discern where the mechanism lay. The surface of the stone pillar was constructed from small azure diamond-shaped bricks, smooth and polished, revealing no signs of any mechanism. At that moment, 鬼9he cautioned me, saying, "Do not touch it." As he approached, he added, "This is akin to the 18 apertures combination technique. Without understanding its principles, one should not act recklessly." His mention of the 18 apertures combination technique astonished me. It is said that during the Qin and Han dynasties, a secret art of mechanisms was passed down, originating from the Warring States period, primarily employed in the storages of various feudal states. After being lost to time, it was rediscovered and evolved into the 18 apertures combination technique of the Ming and Qing dynasties, rumored to have been utilized in the Qianling tomb. The 18 apertures combination technique possesses a specific set of corresponding passwords. There exists only one correct password, while the remaining 17 apertures serve as traps. A single mistake could yield catastrophic consequences. The stone pillar before us, a relic from the Han dynasty, had likely not yet developed into the 18 apertures, but even so, it posed significant challenges. I hastily withdrew my hand and inquired, "Did Wu Shui sustain such grave injuries due to a mechanism? How did you open the tomb door where he was located?" 鬼9he pointed to the stone pillar and said, "Look closely." Following his gesture, I leaned in, illuminating the area with light, and to my astonishment, I discovered a remarkably tiny mark on one of the diamond-shaped bricks, no larger than a child's palm. It was a cross-shaped mark. I gasped, exclaiming, "You noticed this mark, so?" It seemed that this cross-shaped insignia might have been left by 9he, and the mute likely spotted it, prompting him to venture inside directly. I could not help but ponder the heavy injuries 9he had sustained. Could they have been inflicted by the passage behind the tomb? What did this cross mark signify, safety or danger? Or was it merely a simple waypoint? As I reminisced, it seemed that in every location marked by this ominous sign, misfortune invariably followed. The first instance brought me face to face with the lifeless body of 9he. The second led us to the sacrificial pit, and now, the third had left the mute severely injured. Perhaps, this was an exceedingly perilous emblem. I turned to 鬼9he and inquired how we might obtain the correct password. 鬼9he hissed softly, shaking his head, and remarked, "It is actually a sequence combination predetermined when the mechanism was set up. We cannot manage it on our own." I asked how the predecessors who once ventured into tombs dealt with such situations. 鬼9he raised 3 fingers and explained that there would be 3 possible scenarios. The first involved the inexperienced, who, unaware of the depths of their undertaking, acted recklessly, often resulting in the creation of an incorrect password and ultimately leading to their demise. The second was for those with a modicum of insight, who could discern the intricacies, recognizing their own limitations, and would thus abandon the endeavor. Of course, this did not apply to the officials and thieves of the Republic era, who brazenly amassed their numbers to excavate small graves directly or blast larger ones, with explosions echoing from dawn till dusk, rendering any mechanism futile. This method was not available to us. We lacked both numbers and the capabilities of those powerful warlords. The third scenario involved individuals of true skill, the elite among mechanics, who required immense patience. They could deduce the general direction of each combination based on the structure and layout of the tomb, ultimately reverse engineering the password, a task far from simple. Upon hearing this, I remarked. Did you not claim to be one of the top mechanics in the country? Can you not manage this? 9he cleared his throat, his demeanor growing uneasy, saying, such accolades are merely the flattery of peers. My skills are merely moderate, certainly not worthy of the title of elite. I inquired where the true masters might be, to which 9he replied, where else? Those who earn substantial sums have all emigrated. Would they remain here to consume inferior oil? I felt a surge of frustration at his words, but 9he urged me not to lose hope, asserting that the mute was no ordinary individual, and that the cross-password might not necessarily be erroneous. Tombs are fraught with danger. To protect the remains of the deceased, skilled artisans engage in a battle of wits against grave robbers, where every step is perilous. Even if the cross were indeed correct, it could only assure safety for that moment. Who could guarantee the safety of the steps to follow? Acknowledging the validity of his reasoning, I resolved to wait until the mute regained consciousness before making any further plans. As we waited, hours slipped by. We occasionally dozed and then woke again, feeding the mute some sustenance in hopes of hastening his recovery. 9he, seemingly unwilling to relent, attempted to deduce the password, thoroughly exploring the tomb chamber. However, observing the look of defeat on his face, I surmised that his efforts bore little fruit. The chamber was stark and barren, containing merely 4 stone pillars, a large cauldron, a table, and a few dishes, jars, and vessels. There was little to discern. 9he, somewhat disheartened, sat down on the ground, appearing utterly bored. After a moment, I noticed his gaze fixated intently on the entrance from which we had arrived, the stone door that had been pushed open. I discerned that 9he was indeed lost in thought, yet his instinctive glance towards the entrance revealed that he was likely pondering the whereabouts of El Su. I couldn't help but wonder what clandestine dealings these two had engaged in. As I ruminated, an unsettling sensation suddenly washed over me. The stone door, which opened outward, created a blind spot behind it. Previously unnoticed by the others, I now observed a peculiar protrusion within the shadows cast by the door, as though something were concealed behind it. In order to conserve battery life, we had only activated 2 flashlights and directed their beams onto the walls to create a reflective effect, thereby diminishing the brightness and enhancing our field of vision. Consequently, the shadow at the stone door remained ambiguous, and I began to question whether I was merely being overly suspicious. However, my vigilant nature stirred an unease within me, compelling me to investigate further. I seized my flashlight and approached the stone door, intent on discerning whether there was indeed something lurking behind it. As the angle of the light shifted, the projection of the door became increasingly three-dimensional and distinct. At that moment, the shadow that had previously resembled a mound of earth began to transform with the light, elongating gradually. When I halted within 5 meters of the stone door, clarity dawned upon me. It was the silhouette of a person. I gasped in shock and exclaimed, "Who is it?" Step forward. As I spoke, I unsheathed the dagger at my waist. My movements had already drawn the attention of Zhuanrui and the others, who were astute individuals. At my shout, they swiftly armed themselves and approached with urgency. In an instant, we all beheld the humanoid shadow behind the stone door. Zhuanrui, in a low voice, surmised El Su. Yet, despite our vocal inquiries, the figure behind the door remained motionless, as if it were a corpse. The term corpse sent a shiver down my spine, prompting me to exchange glances with my companions. They understood my unspoken sentiment and remained silent. Suddenly, Zhonggong dashed forward, aiming his weapon at whatever lay beyond the door. In that fleeting moment, Zhonggong's pupils dilated, and he shouted, "Oh my heavens!" Shen Hao quipped, "Is your mother behind the door?" Zhonggong quickly retreated, retorting, "No, it's a charred corpse, for heaven's sake." We repositioned ourselves to stand directly across from the corner of the door, peering inside, and I felt a chill creep over me. Behind the stone door lay a charred body, its nose and lips completely burned away, leaving only 2 dark hollows where the eyes once were. It stood rigidly against the door, facing us. The horrifying thought that we had previously dined and rested in this tomb only amplified our terror. Though initially startled, we soon regained our composure. After all, we had encountered the deceased before, and this was merely a hairless corpse, devoid of any signs of decay. Thus, our fear began to dissipate. However, we were left with a sense of bewilderment. How had a corpse come to reside behind this stone door? Whose body was it? And when had it appeared here? The corpse was situated at the angle of the stone gate, wedged between the burial wall and the stone door, maintaining an upright posture. The entire figure had been reduced to a humanoid shape of charred carbon, leaving no discernible features to ascertain its identity. Remarkably, there was no foul odor emanating from the remains, suggesting that it had endured in this position for an extensive period. Consequently, the previous speculation regarding the tofu having opened the tomb door has been unequivocally dismissed. This charred body, positioned behind the stone door, must have stood here for quite some time, likely linked to the prior group mentioned, most probably connected to the men of Master Zhao. Reflecting on Master Zhao, I was reminded of the white-cut chicken. I wondered if he truly faced demise this time. Would the dark lantern come to his aid once more? Or would it conjure something peculiar? It was uncertain. As for Fat Li, should the white-cut chicken indeed perish, he would be unrestrained and might descend into madness, posing a significant threat. Just as we were scrutinizing this charred corpse, its hands suddenly twitched.